Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Job transfer, failed? Hahaha, even beggars, disabled people, and mentally retarded people can change their jobs, but Lu Sheng actually failed. Studying well is useless. If you can't even awaken your career, no one will want you to work in the factory in the future. Lu Sheng is the only one in the world who has no professional skills. Xingai No. 1 Middle School Job Transfer Site. The students watching from the audience looked at the words "Job transfer failed" appearing on the dark red job transfer crystal in front of Lu Sheng on the job transfer stage. After a brief shock, sarcasm, ridicule, and undisguised contempt suddenly arose one after another. So far, among the billions of people in the world, no one has ever heard of a failed job change. Even if you are a fool or mentally retarded, you can switch to a life-related profession. Today's scene. It is destined to go down in history. What is going on? On the stage, Lu Sheng lowered his head, looking at the words on the job transfer crystal, his eyes full of confusion. Then, a memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. Countless fragments of images flashed before my eyes. Lu Sheng understood everything instantly. He traveled through time. Came to a world where games and reality merge. The people in this world are in their third year of high school. That is to say, when they turn 18, they will change their jobs and become professionals. Occupations are divided into combat and life categories. In combat, you can gain experience, level up, and increase your strength by clearing dungeons and conquering secret realms, and then fight against the invading demons to defend your homeland. Life-related professions use their professional characteristics to provide logistical support for combat-related professions. And just now, he, or the original owner of this body, changed his job. That shouldn't be the case. How could the job transfer fail? But looking at the big words "job transfer failed" appearing on the job transfer crystal under him, Lu Sheng was full of doubts. When it comes to changing jobs, 70% depends on fate and 30% depends on hard work. Physical fitness before job change directly determines the potential and level of the profession. If you are strong, you will most likely be able to become a warrior. If you are fast, you may be able to become an assassin. If your spirit is high, you may become a mage. Even if you don't have good physical fitness, you can still switch to various professions such as farmers, foresters, chefs, and other life-related professions. The original owner of this body, before changing his job, had already swallowed various expensive nutrient solutions, and his physical data had already far exceeded that of his peers. Qi and blood broke through 1.0. Mental strength also reached 0.8. With data like this, it stands to reason that the worst possible career for a job change should be B-level. How come I ended up failing to change my job? Director Lu, look at the wonderful students you've brought up. You've brought shame upon our No. 1 middle school. On the rostrum, Principal Zhang Yawei pointed at Lu Sheng on the stage, his face flushed with anger and his whole body trembling. Job transfer failed. Never heard of it, never seen before. Today, it appeared at Xingai No. 1 Middle School. Tomorrow, their school will become the laughing stock of the whole country, even the whole world. As a principal, he will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in the education world. The head teacher, Director Lu, who was standing by, had cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to speak. He glanced at Lu Sheng secretly and cursed Lu Sheng's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. What's that loser doing standing there at the job transfer table? Don't you think he's embarrassed himself enough? The more Zhang Yawei thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing Lu Sheng still standing on the stage, he became even more furious and roared angrily. Yes, Principal, I'll send him down right away. Director Lu responded immediately, turned around, rushed to the edge of the stage, and shouted in a cold voice. Student Lu Sheng, you can go down now. Lu Sheng seemed not to hear. Because at this moment a mechanical system sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully changing his job. The Sword Immortal Training System has been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the Sword Immortal Training System. 10 draws with a guaranteed discount are given, and the first draw is free. Do you want to draw? System. Lu Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was ecstatic. The golden finger of the time traveler is here. Lu Sheng quickly understood the Sword Immortal Training System in his mind. In short, this system can be used to draw prizes by consuming points, and then gain various kendo talents and skills. Points are earned by hunting monsters and monsters. Although his points are now 0. But as a reward for activating the system was also very generous and rewarded him with a guaranteed discount of 10 draws. Guaranteed minimum. This means that the quality of each draw reward is at least gold. There is even a chance of drawing the highest red. The discount is free for the first time, 1000 points for the second time, 2000 for the third time, and so on. Turn the situation around, give me the punch. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Sheng roared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the talent Natural Sword Immortal. Natural Sword Immortal, the host automatically transfers to the SSS level, unique hidden class Sword Immortal, increasing all sword-related damage tenfold. WOC. Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaimed. This system! That's really awesome! He actually directly transferred his job to an SSS-level profession. You know, in a second-tier city like Xingai City, being able to switch to an A-level profession is enough to be called a genius, attracting competition from major universities. S-level is a rare talent, a chosen one among men, destined to be a core member of a top university in the future. As for SS-level, they are extremely rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and each one of them is a future giant and overlord. An SSS level? Sorry, there are no more than 10 such people in the entire Blue Star. If you change your job to an SSS level job, you can directly become a national treasure and soar to the sky. The family tree has to be torn up and we have to start writing from your page. What are you yelling about? Seeing that Lu Sheng ignored him and acted rashly, Director Zhang, who was already unhappy, pointed at Lu Sheng's nose and scolded him. Student Lu Sheng, given your failed job transfer and your inappropriate behavior just now, you have truly damaged the reputation of our first middle school. From now on, you are expelled. Lu Sheng came back to his senses and his face turned cold instantly. Just because I changed my job to an F-class job. He was about to fire himself. This school is so realistic that it's disgusting. But if I am not welcome here, there are other places that will welcome me. Just a high school. There is no need to stay after changing jobs. I just don't know. Will you regret it when you find out that my profession is SSS level? With a cold snort, Lu Sheng walked decisively down the stage. Lu Sheng just stepped off the stage. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sheng. Long black hair, fair skin, delicate facial features, like God's most perfect creation. Especially those beautiful eyes that look like the water in a peach blossom pond. Anyone who just makes eye contact with it, I will never forget it. Lu Ruyan, the school belle of Xingai No. 1 Middle School and the goddess in the eyes of countless boys. At the same time, she is also the girlfriend of the original owner of this body. Lu Sheng looked at her, and the memories of her in his mind surged uncontrollably. But looking through those memories, even though Lu Sheng was knowledgeable, the corners of his mouth twitched stiffly. As a boyfriend, you should be good to your girlfriend unconditionally. You won't even buy me a bottle of grade A nutrient solution. How can I trust you to treat me well in the future? I want your money, not because I'm greedy for it, but to test you and also to help you save money. Scene by scene, sentence by sentence. This Lu Ruyan is simply a top Pua master. The original body was the descendant of a martyr. His parents died heroically on the battlefield against the demons, leaving behind a large pension and a luxurious villa in the city center. As a result, this prodigal son, under Lu Ruyan's brainwashing, squandered the huge sum of money without leaving a single cent. He even sold his luxurious villa in the city center and moved into the student dormitory. They even gave it the good name of making it more convenient to deliver breakfast to Lu Ruyan. The funniest thing is, having paid so much, the original body had never even kissed Lu Ruyan on the mouth. Every time he wanted to take further action, Lu Ruyan would use the excuse of "we are still students, we can't do bad things, we must focus on our studies" to prevaricate. So far, the most intimate contact between the two is just holding hands. FKU. This original body is definitely an emperor-like existence in the world of bootlickers. Whenever Fei Yanjiang comes, everyone has to offer him a cigarette, and whenever He Ziahu sees him, everyone has to respectfully call him Big Brother. And now, looking at Lu Ruyan's pretty face, which had once obeyed him in everything and smiled sweetly, it was now covered with a layer of frost that kept people away. He could almost guess what was going to happen next. The first sword you strike when you get ashore is to kill the person you love. With this BCH's personality, he is definitely here to break up with me. As expected, Lu Ruyan opened her red lips slightly. Lu Sheng, as you know, I changed my job to an A-level frost mage. And you? I can't even change my career. In the future, we are destined not to be people of the same world. So you want to break up with me? Lu Sheng curled his lips. She is indeed a BCH who is both a boss and a shrew. We must stand on the moral high ground when breaking up. Aren't we from the same world yet? Really? I am now a noble SSS-level swordsman. You are just a mere A-level person, not even worthy of carrying my shoes. That's right. A young man wearing a top-browned combat uniform and with a gloomy face strode up to Lu Ruyan and put his hand on her shoulder very naturally. Then he looked down at Lu Sheng condescendingly, with undisguised sarcasm and pride on his lips. A proud girl like Ruyan. Only I am worthy of it. Trash like you. You'd better be smart and get out of here. Ah how, you. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank. My heart ached subconsciously. Wang Hao. The original body used to be the best brother in school. But at this moment, this so-called brother, using the most vicious language, trampling his dignity underfoot in public, etc. As if remembering something, Lu Sheng frowned suddenly and pointed at Wang Hao angrily. "UBD, you're the one who hurt me." Chapter 2. Brother Lu, come, drink some water. A neglected memory flashed before his eyes. The original body was in front of the job transfer platform. Wang Hao once enthusiastically handed him a bottle of water, saying it was to cheer him up. He didn't think much about it at the time and just unscrewed the bottle and drank half of it. Then, he felt a sudden sense of weakness, and his limbs seemed to be unable to move. But because it was his turn to go on stage and change jobs soon, he was so nervous that he thought it was just an illusion. I don't care at all. Now that I think about it, the reason why I failed to change my job, it is very likely that this good brother of his is behind this. What hurt you? Lu Sheng, stop slandering me. You're a piece of shit, you failed in your job transfer, who can you blame? Wang Hao's face suddenly turned pale, then red again, and he pointed at Lu Sheng excitedly and argued. Your mother. I was a little unsure. Now seeing Wang Hao's panic-stricken behavior, the truth is already obvious. Lu Sheng stared at Wang Hao, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. In this world where everyone changes jobs, career means everything. Without changing your job, you won't receive the gift of the world's will, acquire skills, or strengthen your four-dimensional attributes. Therefore, just like those students said, failed to transfer. Not to mention farming, an industry that requires the special amplification skills of a life-related profession called farmer. Even if you want to work in the factory, no one will want you because of your pitifully low four-dimensional attributes. If it weren't for the awakening system, there is a high possibility that Lu Sheng will starve to death in the future because he cannot find a job. Wang Hao. Lu Sheng gnashed his teeth. At this moment, he really wanted to go over and kill this little beast. You can look at your own properties panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level, 0. Constitution, 2. Strength, 3. Spirit, 1.8. Agility, 2. Talent, Natural Sword Immortal, Level 1. Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage caused is increased tenfold. Skills, none. Because the previous job transfer failed, no gift from the world's will was received. Not only did he not gain any skills, his four-dimensional attributes were not enhanced either. Even if the system gave him the only hidden profession of SSS-level Sword Immortal, it is also impossible to make the world will come again. On the other hand, Wang Hao changed his job to an A-level profession. Under the reinforcement of the world will, the four basic attributes are estimated to start at least 20 points. It's 10 times that of Lu Sheng. The reason why that BCH Lu Ruyan said they were from two different worlds. That's the reason. What a pity. That was the Lu Sheng from before. Now he has awakened the system. Not an unemployed person. But he is a genuine SSS-level swordsman. So what if your basic attributes are high? I have the talent of Natural Sword Immortal. Even with a base strength of only 3, the damage can reach 30 after the amplification. If I didn't have a sword in my hand, we must kill that little beast Wang Hao. Lu Sheng. Stop messing around here. Lu Ruyan's face was full of impatience, and she thought Lu Sheng was trying to use this trick to refuse to break up. If you really love me, you should fulfill my wish. Choose to let go. Let me run towards a better future. Pestering me. Lu Sheng seemed to have heard a huge joke. He pointed at Lu Ruyan, a mocking sneer on his face. Damn BCH! Don't you want to break up? Okay. Point. Lu Ruyan frowned. Although Lu Sheng agreed that breaking up is a happy thing, but Lu Sheng's attitude made her feel a little unhappy. The Lu Sheng in the past clearly loved himself to the core. How could you call yourself a BCH? But it's a pity that this Lu Sheng is not that Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng suddenly raised his voice, pointed at Lu Ruyan and said word by word. You stinky BCH, you have to pay me back every penny of the money I've spent on you over the years. Especially that S-grade nutrient solution. Speaking of this S-level nutrient solution, Lu Sheng wanted to beat up the original idiot. That was originally a reward given to the original body by the country because of the great contributions made by the original body's parents. Originally based on the original body's foundation, plus that S-level nutrient solution. Qi and blood are definitely expected to break through 2.0. Then you will have the opportunity to switch to an S-level career. What's the result? The original body is this idiot. She was coaxed away by that BCH Lu Ruyan with just a few words. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale. Over the years, Lu Sheng has spent at least 80 million on her, if not 100 million. She comes from an ordinary family, what can she use to pay back? Especially that S-level nutrient solution. Not to mention the value of hundreds of millions. The key is that there is no market for it. It's simply not available on the market. That is a special reward from the country to the children of those who have made contributions to the country. Lu Sheng. Are you still a FG man? Things sent out. You still have the nerve to ask for it back. Seeing Lu Ruyan being humiliated, Wang Hao immediately jumped out and pointed at Lu Sheng and mocked him. That's what I prepared for my future wife. Now this BCH is breaking up with me. Why can't I take it back? Lu Sheng glanced at Wang Hao coldly and said disdainfully. Or you want to pay it back for him? Wang Hao was speechless for a moment. He has been good friends with Lu Sheng over the years. He knew exactly the value of the things Lu Sheng gave to Lu Ruyan. He can't afford to pay for it at all. Wang Hao calmly took back the hand he had on Lu Ruyan's shoulder and silently took a step back. If you can't afford to pay, stop talking nonsense here, you're just pretending to be your mother. After cursing disdainfully, Lu Sheng looked at Lu Ruyan and said in a cold voice. Pay money. And that S-grade nutrient solution, I want the original one. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, looked at Lu Sheng and said. I will definitely pay you back what I owe you. Excuse me. Lu Sheng sneered. I accept all payment methods here. But I don't accept credit. Lu Ruyan was embarrassed and at a loss. An idea even occurred to her mind. Or, why not just break up? Lu Sheng. Don't go too far. Principal Zhang Yawei came over with a stern face. It's not like Lu Ruyan won't return it. Just pay it back later. At worst, I can just give you a little more interest when the time comes, right? Lu Ruyan switched to an A-level profession. Now it is the face of their number 1 middle school. As the principal, I naturally have to support him. Not to mention. He was already annoyed with Lu Sheng, the loser. Late. Lu Sheng sneered and refused to give in. Excuse me. I don't want interest. I don't accept this proposal either. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Zhang Yawei snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? A waste of an F-class profession. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with an A-level genius here? He he he. He 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 he. Lu Sheng sneered. A genius in an A-level profession? That's FG ridiculous. If it weren't for that S-level nutrient solution. As for that BCH Lu Ruyan. Forget about A-level. It's hard to say whether you can switch to a C-level profession. So you mean? Are you not going to pay it back? Lu Sheng stopped laughing, turned his head abruptly, and looked at Lu Ruyan. It's not that I won't return it. Just pay it back later. When I level up, I'll go to dungeons and earn money to pay you back. With Zhang Yawei's support, Lu Ruyan felt confident again. Okay. You said it. I will now carry my parents' spirit tablets to the military district and kneel down. I just don't believe it. No one has done justice for me yet. Chapter 3. Don't. Lu Sheng. We can discuss it. We can discuss it if there is anything. Zhang Yawei's face changed drastically. Quickly grab Lu Sheng. He knows Lu Sheng's background. Descendants of martyrs. The focus of national attention. If Lu Sheng really carried the spirit tablet to the military area and knelt, it will definitely cause an uproar. And today's incident. It is true that he did not do it right. Finally investigated. Lu Ruyan is unlucky. If he suffers as well, it will be a waste of time. He. What to discuss? Aren't you all planning to default on your debts? Lu Sheng sneered and shook off Zhang Yawei's hand. It's not a default. Just pay it back later. As long as you promise to pay it back later, I can agree to any conditions you ask for. Zhang Yawei was so anxious that he was sweating and tried to persuade him earnestly. You said it. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, he was finally fooled. I heard that people who switched to A-level professions, the country will give rewards. Let her give me that reward. I agree to postpone the repayment. No. As soon as Lu Sheng finished speaking, Lu Ruyan immediately refused sternly. That's a reward from the country. It is extremely helpful for new professionals. As the saying goes, one step ahead leads to all steps ahead. Her goal is to be admitted to Longxia Academy, the top university in Kyoto, in a month. With it, she is the one who has the qualifications to enter a top university. Then there's nothing to talk about. See you in court. Lu Sheng shrugged indifferently and turned around again. No, no, no. Lu Sheng. Don't be impatient. Zhang Yawei grabbed Lu Sheng again and looked at Lu Ruyan anxiously. Classmate Ruyan. I know how much this reward means to you. But if you really want to do this, suffered imprisonment, then you will have no chance of attending Longxia Academy. This. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. Yes. Not even jail time. Once summoned by the court, delayed a few days of upgrade time. Her future was completely ruined. Okay. I'll give it to you. Lu Ruyan bit her lips tightly, and no matter how unwilling she felt, she could only nod. Bring it here. Lu Sheng smiled proudly and stretched out his right hand. After giving Lu Sheng a fierce look, Lu Ruyan could only helplessly throw the 3 skill books, a bottle of attribute enhancement potion and an equipment ball that she had just received and was not even warm in her hands to Lu Sheng. Then turn around and leave immediately. Lu Sheng, this BD. She really doesn't want to see him again. Remember to raise money quickly. My interest rate is very high. The annual interest rate is 30%. Lu Sheng didn't care and added with a smile towards Lu Ruyan's back. Lu Ruyan staggered and almost fell. My lungs are about to explode with anger. 30%? Why the hell don't you just go grab it? But she didn't dare to turn around and argue now. Otherwise, Lu Sheng might do something weird again. Lu Sheng finished speaking. His eyes immediately fell on the attribute enhancement potion. This was the real purpose for which he had gone to such great lengths just now. 2 or so basic attributes. It's really too low. So, he set his sights on the reward Lu Ruyan would receive for awakening her A-level profession. Attribute enhancement potion. After drinking it, the 4 basic attributes of strength, agility, physique, and spirit will be randomly increased by 0 to 20 points. If you're lucky, he can even directly eliminate the attribute gap between him and Lu Ruyan's A-level profession. Lu Sheng. You've been fired. Get out of school right now. Zhang Yawei suddenly came in front of Lu Sheng. Pointing at the school gate, he said coldly. There was undisguised disgust in his voice. I gave in just now because I was afraid that this loser would complain. Now the problem is solved. Zhang Yawei will not indulge Lu Sheng anymore. Old BD. Lu Sheng cursed in his heart. I packed up my things and walked out of the school gate. Although Zhang Yawei's strength is not top-notch, but he can become the principal. He is also a professional above level 30. It was easy to deal with this level 0 little Karami. Now that he is not in the right, Lu Sheng doesn't dare to confront him anymore. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a burst of orderly footsteps was heard. A group of soldiers in military uniforms lined up and strode into the school. Immediately afterwards, a military formation master walked to the center of the transfer platform and began to set up the formation. This is... Looking through the memories in my mind, Lu Sheng suddenly understood. After each career change, the official will open the Tower of Trials. This is the national test for every new career changer. Assess their strengths and potential. It mainly depends on whether they can adapt to the job quickly. Maximize your career advantages. This ability is what the country values most. Because even people of the same level or even the same profession, it also depends on the user's ability, showing a huge difference in combat power. I can't miss this. The Tower of Trials is both a test and a great opportunity. The monsters in the first few levels are generally low level but high experience. It is for new professionals to level up and practice. The most important thing is, the results of this potential test will be directly recorded in the file and become one of the hard standards for college entrance examination scoring. The original body's wish. He was admitted to Longxia University in Kyoto. Now that he occupies this body, just consider it as doing the original body a favor. At the same time, it is also to see a wider world. Then he must go to Longxia Academy. Want to enter Longxia Academy? This trial tower is definitely not to be missed. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng immediately turned around and walked towards the job transfer desk. Zhang Yue, who had always disliked Lu Sheng, saw this scene and understood everything instantly. He walked a few steps to Lu Sheng, sneered, and stopped him. Lu Sheng! You, a loser who can't even awaken your profession, are qualified to participate in the trial? Get out of here now. Otherwise I'll call security. Chapter 4. Old BD. Lu Sheng frowned suddenly and refuted. The trial tower is officially held by Dragon Country for all job changers. It's not the private property of Xingai No. 1 Middle School. Why can't I participate? Officially held. Zhang Yue sneered as if he had heard some big joke. The Tower of Trials is indeed an official event, but it's a benefit for new professionals. You, a loser who failed to even awaken your profession, what qualifications do you have to go? Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was silent. Damn it. It seems that what this old BD said does make sense. I was just at the job transfer platform, but I was a loser who couldn't even awaken my job. Logically speaking, you are not qualified to participate in the trial. But the crux of the matter is, he couldn't reveal the main account of the SSS-level swordsman. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. There are inevitably bad people among the masses. It will be troublesome if we are targeted by then. Oh! Little waste! Get out of here! We don't welcome you in Daxia! Zhang Yue said proudly. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Sheng ignored Zhang Yue and frantically thought of a countermeasure in his mind. He must participate in the Tower of Trials. This is the key to whether you can be admitted to Longxia University in the future. But the problem is, wait. Lu Sheng suddenly raised his eyebrows and saw a familiar figure among the group of soldiers who were setting up the formation. Are you sure you don't want me to take part in the trial? Lu Sheng withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Yue again, with a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yue said impatiently. No regrets? Regret? Zhang Yue laughed disdainfully. The thing I, Zhang Yue, regret most in my life is recruiting a loser like you into our No. 1 middle school. Now, immediately, get out of here. Good. You chose this yourself. Lu Sheng smiled coldly, turned around, and strode towards the direction of the group of official soldiers. Zhang Yue even wanted to mock Lu Sheng for taking the wrong path. But suddenly, as if realizing something, the expression on Zhang Yue's face froze instantly. Lu Sheng is a descendant of a martyr. His parents were both soldiers who died heroically on the battlefield against the demons. Could it be that among that group of soldiers, there are old friends of Lu Sheng's parents? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be safe. If only it were as he guessed. If this kid were to complain, he, a principal, would be accused of publicly oppressing the orphans of martyrs. Not only would his position as principal be ruined, but his entire life would be ruined. The education system would never tolerate such a scandal. The color on Zhang Yue's face instantly drained away, his lips trembled, and his legs went weak. Lu Sheng. Classmate Lu Sheng. Slow down. We can talk it over if we have something to say. At this time, Lu Sheng has arrived in front of the formation. The soldier on duty spotted him and reached out to stop him. Stand back. Wait until the formation is complete before coming back. Lu Sheng ignored him and waved behind him and shouted, Uncle Han. Having just finished directing the formation, the officers were now supervising the work. The voice coming from behind sounded familiar to him. Turning around, I saw Lu Sheng. A gentle smile appeared on the face that looked ferocious due to years of fighting on the battlefield. Little Saint. Han Mingxian, leader of the Dragon Kingdom's 3rd Regiment. Lu Sheng's father was a comrade in arms and a friend for life and death. After his father passed away, he came to visit our home every year. Because the original owner had a paranoid personality, she did not tell him what happened at school, nor did she mention it to her classmates. Han Mingxian handed the work to his deputy and strode towards Lu Sheng. Uncle Han. Why are you in school? Lu Sheng looked surprised. Today is your school's job transfer day. I will be responsible for opening the trial tower. Han Mingxian smiled heartily and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Xiao Sheng, you've grown a lot stronger. Not far away, the classmates were still laughing awkwardly, but the sound was gone. Zhang Yawei's legs went weak. Completion. This guy really knows someone in the military. Not only do the two look very familiar with each other, but their official ranks are also quite high. Uncle Han, I'm here to participate in the trial tower today. However, Principal Zhang won't let me go. Lu Sheng mentioned it lightly. Han Mingxuan's expression instantly turned back to that of a fierce god. Outrageous! Who is Principal Zhang? Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows at Zhang Yawei in the crowd, and Han Mingxuan's eyes locked on him. The onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving Zhang Yawei sweating profusely. Han Mingxian was walking towards Zhang Yawei. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him. She poked him in the chest with her finger, causing him to take 2 steps back. Principal Zhang. What do you mean? You won't let my Lu Sheng participate in the Tower of Trials? Sir, no, it's him. Zhang Yawei wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Han Mingxian as soon as he opened his mouth. Do you know how Lu Sheng's parents died? They were on the northern frontier, shedding their last drop of blood to protect those of you who were able to sit peacefully in your offices. They are heroes. Han Li suddenly raised his voice, pointed at Zhang Yawei's nose and cursed. Who the hell are you? Is this how a principal who relies on state resources treats the only bloodline of a hero? When will it be your turn as the principal of a local high school to decide who can and cannot participate in the National Trial Tower? Do you have more power than the military? Or do you think that the son of a martyr deserves to be bullied by scum like you? Zhang Yawei looked up and waved his hands tremblingly. She opened her mouth slightly, wanting to explain, but every time she opened her mouth, a bunch of saliva sprayed in his face. He didn't dare to retreat and could only continue. Han Mingxian snorted, as if he was tired of scolding. Turning around, his tone became gentle again, and he waved for Lu Sheng to come over. Putting his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, he looked at Zhang Yawei and said, he must participate in the trial tower today. I said so. Do you have any objection? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Yawei nodded repeatedly. Met Lu Sheng's proud gaze. Zhang Yawei didn't even dare to look at it any longer, but just lowered his head as if looking for a crack in the ground. What kind of thing is that? How dare you embarrass my good nephew, Ba? Han Mingxian prepared to take Lu Sheng away. She suddenly stopped and looked at him expectantly with a kind smile. Oh, Xiao Sheng, quickly tell Uncle Han, what profession did you awaken? Considering your physical fitness before your job change, and your parents' strong genes, you should be at least an A-level, right? The smile on Lu Sheng's face froze instantly. The whole person was stunned. How to answer? Say you are an SSS-level swordsman? No, that would completely expose my biggest secret. Say that you failed to change your job? Then what would Uncle Han think of me? He just defended himself so much, but he turned out to be a waste. How disappointed would he be? When Lu Sheng was in a dilemma and at a loss, Zhang Yawei suddenly raised his head with a cunning smile on his face. The time for revenge has finally come. Sir, Lu Sheng's job transfer failed. What? The smile on Han Li's face suddenly froze. He turned his head in disbelief and looked at Lu Sheng, his eyes filled with shock and astonishment. Chapter 5. Job change failed? Xiao Sheng. What's going on? Han Mingxian grabbed Lu Sheng's shoulders and stared at him. Lu Sheng's parents are both elites of Dragon Country. Moreover, he watched him grow up, and he worked harder than other children. How could I fail in my job transfer? Lu Sheng was about to speak. On the side, Zhang Yawei looked at Han Mingxuan's angry expression and was overjoyed. So what if my parents are martyrs? The army is notoriously ruthless. As long as Lu Sheng has no use value, he will be thrown away as waste. Zhang Yawei will not miss such a good opportunity to counterattack. Sir, it's absolutely true. Everyone saw it. The job transfer crystal showed job transfer failed. Lu Sheng hasn't awakened any profession yet, he's just a complete waste. Isn't it embarrassing to let an unprofessional person participate in the trial tower? Zhang Yawei squinted his eyes and smiled at Lu Sheng. The students followed suit. Yes, yes. We all saw it. You can't go wrong with the job change crystal. Others whispered, now it's the leader's turn to be embarrassed. Xiao Sheng. Han Mingxian noticed that he was speaking too loudly and softened his tone. Is this true? Lu Sheng nodded. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Even Uncle Han, who had always loved me very much, had a subtle change in attitude after hearing that my job transfer had failed. Seeing Han Mingxuan's attitude, Zhang Yawei struck while the iron was hot. Sir, you see, I have no choice. The school's reputation cannot be damaged because of a piece of trash. Don't you agree? Shut up. Han Mingxian suddenly turned his head, and his fierce murderous intent made Zhang Yawei swallow back the rest of his words. Even if Lu Sheng fails in his job transfer, it's not your turn to humiliate him. His parents' blood is much more valuable than the life of someone like you. And you too, shut up. Zhang Yawei turned pale after being yelled at. But I felt proud in my heart. On the surface, Han Mingxian was still protecting Lu Sheng. In fact, it is tacitly acknowledged that he is a waste. Just then, Lu Sheng stepped forward and said, Principal Zhang, you are right. The job transfer crystal does show a failure. Zhang Yawei was slightly stunned and raised his head. Is this kid giving in? That's the case. Zhang Yawei also decided to give him a way out and coughed, Lu Sheng, it's not that I don't allow you to participate in the trial, but... Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, you keep calling me a waste, so do you dare to make a bet with a waste like me? Bet? Zhang Yawei laughed angrily, you're an unemployed person, what are you betting with me? Let's bet on whether I can pass the Tower of Trials. The whole place was dead silent. After a while, it started to boil. Clearing the Tower of Trials? You're crazy. No wonder I failed to change jobs despite having good grades. It turns out there's something wrong with my brain. Even S-class professionals don't dare to say that. Those without a job are truly fearless. Zhang Yawei couldn't help but smile. If Han Mingxian wasn't here, he would have laughed out loud. Tower of Trials. It is a benefit for novice professionals, but it is not a tutorial level. There are 6 floors in total. Each level is about 10 times more difficult than the previous one. Finally, there is an abyss level boss level. To put it bluntly, As long as you can pass the trial tower, you can choose any of the thousands of colleges and universities in Longguo, except Longhai College. Haha, what do you want to bet with me? Zhang Yawei said with a feigned amiable smile. Lu Sheng's expression was serious, and he said in a resounding voice, if I fail to pass the customs, I will transfer the property certificate of the last villa in the city center to you on the spot. The laughter around stopped abruptly. The whole audience was in an uproar. A villa in the city center, worth tens of millions. Even if Lu Sheng was unemployed, he could still live a peaceful life in his old age thanks to his parents' connections and inheritance. Now, he is actually betting the rest of his life on a game that he can never win. He was the one who suggested it. Even Zhang Yawei was tempted by this bargaining chip. But he was a little apprehensive and asked, what do you want to bet on? Lu Sheng changed the subject. If I successfully clear the level, I want the skill book for Sword 28. Zhang Yawei took a breath of cold air. This kid! What a big appetite! Sword 28 is a skill created by the first principal, the S-class sword master, and is the school's treasure. Over the past 100 years, countless sword professionals have come to read it, but none of them have been able to comprehend its mysteries. It is the key for Xinghai No. 1 Middle School to become the top university. An unemployed person actually dared to ask for Sword 28. Impossible. Zhang Yawei refused decisively. Are you scared? Lu Sheng said with a smile, all right, since Principal Zhang doesn't dare to gamble, you can kowtow and apologize to me in front of the whole school. I admit that I was blind and misled my students. You. Zhang Yawei felt a blockage in his heart and felt like vomiting blood. Ever since Lu Sheng started speaking, Han Mingxian has been watching from the side. This stubborn body. Overlapping with the shadows of former comrades. The tense face gradually relaxed. Zhang Yawei's face was gloomy and uncertain. Asking him to kowtow to Lu Sheng was more painful than killing him. At this time, Wang Hao quietly walked up to him. Principal Zhang, he doesn't have an awakened profession. Even if he takes attribute potions and even if he's incredibly lucky, he's still a useless piece of shit. It's absolutely impossible to pass the Tower of Trials. Zhang Yawei clicked his tongue. He wasn't afraid that Lu Sheng would pass the level, but he was afraid that he had a backup plan. Especially the leader of the 3rd Regiment next to him. After a long time without a response, Han Mingxian patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and laughed, good. You are worthy of being my good nephew, you are so brave. Let Uncle Han be your witness. Then, he glared at Zhang Yawei with his eyes wide open, Principal Zhang, tell me straight out, do you accept this bet or not? If you don't answer, kowtow and apologize to my nephew. Zhang Yawei gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you won't favor Lu Sheng, right? Bullshit. Han Mingxian roared, who the hell do you think I, the leader of the 3rd Regiment, am? I dare not, I dare not. Zhang Yawei lowered his head. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Done. As long as Han Mingxian treats him fairly, he will definitely get the property. I picked up. Okay. The bet is established. Han Mingxian announced loudly. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, Uncle Han, can I enter the trial tower now? You kid, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Han Mingxian snorted, who else objects to Lu Sheng entering the trial tower? He looked around and stopped at Zhang Yawei. Say. I have no objection. Okay. Han Mingxian turned around. The Tower of Trials has been completed. He waved his hand and said, open the tower door. Yes, Commander. All the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. At the same time, the formation emitted a light that shot up into the sky. The door of the trial tower slowly opened. Han Mingxian patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder, Xiao Sheng, go, Uncle Han believes in you. Lu Sheng nodded and strode towards the trial tower. Humph, I didn't expect a loser like you could even participate in the Tower of Trials. Chapter 6. Just as Lu Sheng was queuing in front of the trial tower, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Lu Sheng turned around and saw Wang Hao standing behind him. Wang Hao had already changed into equipment specially designed for the trial, with a long sword slung over his shoulder. He is an A-level swordsman. Lu Sheng turned around and looked down on the guy who was trying to steal his girlfriend. Wang Hao sneered and approached, whispering, Lu Sheng, do you really think of me as your follower? Humph, let me tell you the truth. I'm the son of the boss of the Dahao Consortium. I've long been fed up with the way you look so prominent in school. It's so disgusting. The students queuing in front and behind also stopped, their expressions shocked. Dahao Consortium. One of the top 3 super conglomerates in Longguo, with assets worth hundreds of billions. Lu Sheng also turned his head. He held his chin and thought for a moment. The chairman of the Dahao group is surnamed Long, why is your surname Wang? The smug smile on Wang Hao's face gradually disappeared. Lu Sheng suddenly understood and clapped his hands. I see. You're a BD. Could it be that you want to add some luster to your own inheritance rights, which have no chance of winning, by getting into a good university? Brother, you can do it. I support you. Lu Sheng patted Wang Hao's shoulder with a smile, just as they used to do. But Wang Hao took 2 steps back as if he had been electrocuted. His face was extremely pale. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The soldier next to the team shouted, if there's room, move forward. Don't leave any empty seats. Wang Hao reluctantly followed Lu Sheng and moved towards the trial gate. I was right. Lu Sheng laughed. No wonder you were so eager to step on me. Are you trying to impress your father who doesn't recognize you? Wang Hao forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He leaned close to Lu Sheng's ear and whispered, Lu Sheng, just keep talking tough. The medicine I gave you today will not only interfere with the job transfer test. And within 24 hours, other drugs won't work, eliminating the possibility of an antidote. This is our company's latest secret research. You're so lucky to be the first guinea pig. Wang Hao laughed again. He also had a backup plan. With this medicine in Lu Sheng's body, the attribute medicine will not work. Lu Sheng pursed his lips. The Dahao group would indeed do such a thing. Fortunately, Wang Hao reminded himself, otherwise the attribute medicine would have been wasted. He snorted and moved forward to distance himself from Wang Hao. At the same time, put your hands in your pockets. Pressed the dot on the phone. The entire conversation just now was recorded by Lu Sheng. But Wang Hao was completely unaware of this and was still feeling proud. It seems like he wants to get ahead of Lu Sheng in everything. When it was almost their turn, Wang Hao pushed Lu Sheng aside and got in front of him. Before entering the tower, Wang Hao looked back at Lu Sheng. Don't die in the trial tower. I'm waiting to see you get furious after losing the real estate deed. Wang Hao turned around and disappeared into the light gate of the trial tower. The figure gradually disappeared. Lu Sheng walked through the door expressionlessly. A flash of light forced him to close his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a strange place. At the same time, a prompt sound came from my ear. Awakened, welcome to the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials is the initial test for combat professionals. Exploit your professional strengths, accumulate experience, and let universities see your abilities. Military prosperity. Located on a green grassland. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level, 0. Constitution, 2. Strength, 3. Spirit, 1.8. Agility, 2. Talent, Natural born Sword Immortal, all sword damage caused is increased tenfold. Skills, none. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something. Oh no! Because I was jobless when I changed jobs, I didn't get any equipment. Now not only are his attributes frighteningly low, he doesn't even have a single piece of blank equipment. He looked around to see if there was anything nearby that could be used as a weapon. Found a branch. This is the most ideal branch for boys, about 1 meter long, horizontal and vertical. Perfect. Just make do with it. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. After picking up the branch, a prompt appeared on the panel. Branch. Level requirement, 0. Attack power, 1. Outside the trial tower, huge light curtains appeared all around. The images of each contestant were projected. As an unemployed person, Lu Sheng naturally attracted a lot of attention. When Zhang Yue saw him pick up a branch as a weapon, his face was crooked with laughter. Han Mingxuan's face became even gloomier, and his adjutant unconsciously distanced himself a little. Inside the tower of trial, Lu Sheng was completely unaware. Just hold the branch and explore forward. There was a rustling sound in the grass that was as high as the calves. Appeared the first level of trial monster. Lu Sheng held on to the branch as if facing a formidable enemy. Chirp! A snow-white rabbit jumped out of the grass. It's furry, with ears standing up, and quite cute. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the rabbit's data appeared on the panel. Prairie rabbit. Level 1. HP, 5/5. Attack power, 2. Skills, none. So simple. Lu Sheng thought that he would at least encounter goblins, orcs, and the like, but it would be a bit difficult to deal with them with his current strength. The audience outside the trial tower was also surprised. Is this what you fight in the Tower of Trials? Of course not. The first level always needs to allow newbies to get used to the combat. Lu Sheng is so funny, hitting a rabbit with a branch. Zhang Yue sneered. The purpose of the first level of the trial is to allow the awakened to become familiar with the skills and improve their level. The challenge begins from the second level onwards. Even if a non-jobber levels up, their attribute growth is far lower than that of a combat professional. Wait for death. Lu Sheng. Tower of Trials. The rabbit noticed Lu Sheng and its ears drooped. Into a fighting stance. Jump. The rabbit jumped towards Lu Sheng at a very fast speed. Lu Sheng raised the branch and hit the rabbit on the head. Bang! 1. The rabbit bit Lu Sheng. Ouch! Lu Sheng grimaced in pain. You little BD, you dare to bite me! He picked up a branch and beat the rabbit. Experience points gained, 10. Points earned, 1. The rabbit died instantly. 1 point. Lu Sheng was very surprised. There is 1 rabbit on each branch. As long as you kill 100 rabbits, you can enter the lottery. Just then, 3 more rabbits jumped out of the bushes and surrounded Lu Sheng. Bang bang bang! Another fierce battle. The 3 rabbits fell down. Experience plus 30. Points plus 30. Just keep playing at this pace. The draw will start soon. Lu Sheng was in a good mood and walked deep into the grassland. Tower of Trials. The audience burst out laughing. Fighting the rabbit back and forth, truly worthy of being a jobless person. 3 rabbits is the limit. If there are 2 more, he will be G. This is much more exciting than watching the arena. 3 hours later. The leading awakener has already entered the 3rd level. Most of the awakened ones are also on the 2nd floor. On the other hand, Lu Sheng. Still searching for rabbits with branches. Could he be planning to reach level 99 and then clear the trial gate in one go? Chapter 7. Impossible. Experience decay starts after you surpass monster level 5. How many rabbits would you have to kill? Then you can also upgrade to level 20 and continue. That won't happen. Zhang Yue smiled and answered his students' questions. which was a rare occurrence. The trial tower has a duration. It will automatically close after 24 hours, and all awakened people will be expelled from the tower. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters. The experience gained and the probability of equipment drop will be greatly increased. If you just stay on the first floor. A complete waste of trials in the Tower of Trials. Clearing the customs is even more out of reach. Stupid, there's no cure. Han Mingxian also had a gloomy expression. The adjutant whispered, Captain, didn't you remind him that the trial tower has a time limit? If he is really that stupid, I have nothing to say. Han Mingxian shook his head. Lu Sheng's performance disappointed him. Well, but he is now catching rabbits much faster, the adjutant added. Lu Sheng finally killed 1,000 rabbits. The level just rose to level 4. He was very excited. Because, this is the SSS-level growth rate. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level 4. Constitution, 42. Strength, 43. Spirit, 21.8. Agility, 42. Talent, Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage caused is increased tenfold. Skills, none. Each time you level up, your physique, strength, and agility will increase by 10 points. Even the worst spirit can be improved by 5 points. You should know that for mainstream A-level combat professionals, the main attribute is only increased by 2 points when upgrading, and other attributes are randomly increased by 1 point. This domineering growth rate can completely ignore the initial attributes. The most important thing is that I have accumulated 1,000 points. Lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the skill Final Whisper. Final Whisper LV1, Sword, the host's attack will ignore 10% of the opponent's armor. What? It only ignores 10% of armor. Etc. Lu Sheng focused his attention on his status bar. Skill, Final Whisper, LV1, Talent Bonus enabled, the host's attack will ignore 100% of the opponent's armor. Lu Sheng couldn't wait to find a rabbit to try his hand at. But it seemed as if all the rabbits nearby had been killed by him, and not a single one could be found for a long time. After finally seeing a rabbit, Lu Sheng happily chased after it. The prairie rabbits, which are extremely aggressive, ran away when they saw Lu Sheng. The little guy has average attack power and health, but he runs pretty fast. Lu Sheng chased after them in the sunset holding a branch. Chased him all the way into the depths of the jungle. The rabbit stopped. Lu Sheng slowed down his pace and said with a smile, Little rabbit, have you finally come to your senses? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The rabbit uttered strange sounds and leaned against a rock. Suddenly, the stone stood up. It slowly stood up and actually blocked out the sunlight. What a big rabbit! Usagi-yama. Level 10. HP, 100/100. Attack power, 30. Skills, Impact, Petrified Skin LV3. Elite Monster. Lu Sheng opened his mouth slightly, then revealed an excited expression. And outside the gate of trial, Han Mingxuan's expression changed. Why is there a rabbit mountain on the first floor? The adjutant frowned, maybe because they killed too many rabbits, their resentment was concentrated, and this boss was summoned. Han Mingxian turned around and glared at him, soldiers shouldn't have superstitious thoughts. The adjutant immediately changed his words, he has very bad luck. Rabbit Mountain is a variant of the grassland rabbit elite monster. Originally, the grassland rabbit is a monster that is beneficial to novices, and its 4 dimensions are very low. The only difficult thing to deal with is the Rabbit Mountain. Because it has level 3 petrified skin. Without an attack power of over 100, you can't even break its defense. To enter the next level, you have to defeat the elite monsters guarding the level. New Awakener, where can you get such high attack power? Zhang Yawei could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Lady Luck is on his side. You still want to clear the Tower of Trials. You can't even get past the first level. Lu Sheng clenched the branch in his hand. Level 10 elite monster. It's much more exciting than the prairie rabbit. The mountain rabbit is just as its name suggests, its body is like a small mountain. I mistook it for a rock just now because it has no hair and its whole body is as hard as a rock. Hit it. Rabbit Mountain made a strange, hollow sound. Waving its huge claws, it slapped towards Lu Sheng. The claws are bigger than Lu Sheng's. If he were to be slapped like that, he would be beaten into a meat patty. Lu Sheng did not retreat but advanced, waving the branch to meet them. Crazy. He's crazy. Outside the trial tower, the adjutant exclaimed. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale. A novice awakener, facing a level 10 elite monster, actively attacks it. So inexperienced. In Han Mingxuan's cognition, it is not impossible to kill monsters above your level, but you need to know the method. A large monster usually means slow movement. You should dodge the attack and wait for it to stun. Then find the right opportunity to attack the weak point of the tail. It is not impossible to defeat Rabbit Mountain by slowly draining his health. Lu Sheng's performance disappointed him a little. Bang! Really? Tishan's giant palm slammed down on Lu Sheng, who jumped up. Lu Sheng was slapped and sent flying. Rolled several times on the ground. Completion. Han Mingxian waved his hand. Medical team, get ready. Hit head-on by a level 10 elite monster. If not dead, then seriously injured. He couldn't bear to watch his old comrade's son die in the trial. Zhang Yawei laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He turned around and said to those who had changed their careers and the students who had been eliminated. See? This trial is no joke. You should use him as a negative example and learn from him. But the students seemed not to hear what he said and stared blankly at the screen. Zhang Yawei was slightly displeased, and Director Lu patted him on the shoulder. Look back. His mouth was wide open. Lu Sheng rolled over several times and then got up. He even took the time to brush off the dust on his body. Very strong. He shook his body, but felt nothing except that his clothes were soiled. This. Han Mingxian widened his eyes. An even more unbelievable scene appeared. Cracks began to appear on Tishan's palms, and the cracks continued to spread until his arms. It began to spread in a spider web-like pattern. Tishan let out a strange roar. Then, boom! Rabbit Mountain collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The picture shook a bit. Defeat Rabbit Mountain and gain 500 experience points. Ding! Earn 100 points. What the hell? Lu Sheng looked at the shattered body of Tishan and couldn't believe it. In just one attack, he dealt 177 points of damage. The panel only has 43 points of strength, and each point of the main attribute counts as 2 points of attack. Wrong. The main attribute of the Sword Immortal is not strength or agility, but both together. Adding the 1 point of attack power from the branch, it is exactly 177 points. 100% physical penetration. True damage. Chapter 8. There was complete silence in front of the screen. Everyone's mouth opened wide, staring blankly at the light curtain. Zhang Yawei opened his mouth as wide as possible, enough to fit at least a rabbit. Han Mingxian clenched his fists and ignored the orders the medical team had been waiting for. What's going on? The adjutant stammered. Han Mingxian thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. It's just that Tishan's lifespan is almost over. In the copy, some of these situations may occur occasionally. But that doesn't make sense, because Tishan's attack is obviously very fast, not like that of an old man. It's unscientific. Level 3 petrified skin provides 30 points of additional defense. It can be called the nemesis of the Department of Physics. Anyone with a pure physical profession at level 20 would shake their head when seeing this. But Lu Sheng just used a branch to kill him instantly. Finally, Whisper ignores 100% armor, plus the natural Sword Immortal's double attribute bonus. I think I'm a bit strong. Ding! Congratulations to the Awakener for defeating the Guardian of the first level. You are the 103rd player to clear the level. Do you want to enter the second level? 103. Lu Sheng remembered the Tower of Trials. I was so focused on earning points that I forgot about the assessment I was taking. Enter. A flash of white light passed by, and Lu Sheng disappeared on the grassland. Not far away, a rabbit was lying on the ground, holding its ears and shivering. Open your eyes again. All the greenery disappeared. Looking around, it was a desolate scene. Outside the Tower of Trial, most of the originally densely packed light screens had disappeared. The second level, Rock Island. A huge fireball flew out from Lu Ruyan's palm and hit the elder of the Stone Clan. Roar! The Stone Clan elder roared unwillingly and his body exploded. You passed. Lu Ruyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the portal that appeared in front of her. His eyes were full of resentment. Damn Lu Sheng! If you hadn't taken my skill book and attribute medicine, I wouldn't have been able to spend so long in the second level. Just hitting the stone man almost exhausted his mental energy. As a magic profession, it is extremely difficult to fight, and there is no possibility of passing the level for physical and auxiliary professions. But where there is difficulty, there is reward. Lu Ruyan obtained a B-level skill book. Stone Skin. Although it is an auxiliary skill, it can greatly enhance physical defense capabilities and increase her survivability as a mage. Just wait. Lu Sheng, you better not die so easily. Lu Ruyan disappeared in the white light. But it is completely invisible from the outside screen. Release the fireball spell, and the meter-tall stone man is slowly turning around. Stone Guard. Level 10. HP, 150/150. Attack power, 50. Skills, Petrified Skin, reduces 5% physical and magical damage, heavy attack. Isn't the difficulty level too high? The ordinary monsters in the second level have attributes that exceed those of the elite monsters in the first level. Lu Sheng complained and stretched his muscles. Outside the Tower of Trial, there are more and more onlookers. Because many people who failed the challenge left the copy. Damn, this is really weird. I can't move that stone at all. Can't fight? I can't move. I'm stuck there. Except for the mage, who else can pass the second level? If I had known I would have stayed at the first level. The second level is too disgusting. Listen to the discussion of those who were eliminated. A smile appeared on Zhang Yaowei's face again. The stone guards are much more difficult to deal with than the Rabbit Mountain. Lu Sheng might have been lucky just now, as he encountered an old rabbit. The rock guard not only has amazingly high physical defense. There are still many. Without range attack skills, relying on melee combat will definitely lead to failure. When looking at the screen, the stone guard had already discovered Lu Sheng. Stone monsters emerged from the ground one after another. Rumble. They walked towards us with uniform and heavy steps. And Lu Sheng, waving a branch, went forward to meet them. Bang! The branch hit the head of the stone guard who rushed up first. The stone guard let out a silly scream. 166. Flash sale. What? Zhang Yaowei blinked. Seconds? How is that possible? This is a level 10 stone man. What's his profession? Failed job transfer means. Could that branch be some kind of magical artifact? Zhang Yaowei's face turned pale. Every time a stone man fell on the screen, he would shake. It was as if the branches were whipping him instead of the stone. Han Mingxian was also shocked. One at a time? How much attack power does he have? Captain, does he have any special skills, such as ignoring armor? Asked the adjutant. Impossible. Han Mingxian looked solemn. He had just asked someone to check it out. Lu Sheng is indeed an unemployed person who failed to change jobs. Even if they can learn combat skills, the effect will not be as good as that of the corresponding profession. Not to mention, the highest percentage of armor that is ignored is the LV5 Final Whisper, which ignores 50% armor. That's a level 100, second level expert. What's more, even if you ignore the armor, there are still 100 health points. Han Mingxuan's mind was a little confused. I really can't understand the son of my old comrade. And Lu Sheng was already having a blast, chasing rabbits in the woods and looking for them everywhere. The stone men will emerge from the ground continuously and move slowly. It's simply a playground for cheating on points. Experience plus 100. Points plus 5. The numbers on the panel never stopped. With his physical fitness improved, Lu Sheng continued to chop without feeling tired. The reaction speed is also constantly improving. Off screen. No one spoke. What's going on? Someone finally couldn't help but ask. What skills does he have? No job has any skills, just pure stats. Failed job transfer and the stats are weird? I want to fail too. No one could answer the reason, but they just watched the screen and saw that Lu Sheng seemed to be killing the stone men faster and faster. It's clearly one cut at a time, and it's all hard work. But he just chopped faster and faster. The number of stone guards is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, sitting on the sidelines, a man wearing sunglasses had cold sweat on his forehead. He quietly left his seat and went outside. Take out your cell phone. Do hello. A woman's soft moan was heard on the phone. But it was a man who spoke. You know the consequences of disturbing my pleasure. The man in sunglasses hunched over. Master Long, I think I found the person you were looking for. Oh? The person I'm looking for. A scornful laugh rang out from the other side, accompanied by a crisp snap and a coquettish voice. Please, I want you to watch the awakening ceremony of my useless brother. You can actually find the person I want. Young Master Long. It's absolutely true. He single-handedly wiped out the stone tribe. There was silence on the phone. Oh? An S-class awakener? Interesting, what's your profession? Not S. Could it be SS? The person on the phone became excited. Not really. What is that? Don't keep me in suspense. Get out of here, BCH. Yes, it's the jobless one. Chapter 9. There was no sound on the phone. Hello? Master Long. Shut up. From the other end, a man's roar was heard. I'm busy. Are you calling to tease me? Awakening ceremony, no profession, annihilation of the stone tribe. Are you hallucinating because you drank too much? Cold sweat broke out on the man in sunglasses' forehead. Master Long, I didn't drink. I'm really an unemployed person. Besides, he's still in the Tower of Trials. There was silence on the phone for a few seconds. Record a video and let me see it. Okay. The man in sunglasses hung up the phone in a hurry and returned to the venue. He quietly turned on the camera and pointed it at the screen. Secretly filming the awakening ceremony or recording the Tower of Trials is strictly prohibited. But at this time, no one cared about him at all. Everyone looked at the screen. Lu Sheng has gone crazy with killing. With a wave of his hand, branches fell. One of the rock guards fell. Experience plus 100. Points plus 5. Ordinary people, even S-level awakeners, would have lost their minds long ago when they saw the constantly refreshing stone guards. The Tower of Trials tests more than just the combat power of the awakened. It is also a test of fighting instinct. The Stone Tribe is a classic level 10 dungeon. Rock Guardian has extremely strong survivability and control capabilities. Its only weakness is its slow movement. The correct approach is to avoid the sharp edge. Keep some distance from the Rock Guardian, it doesn't have enough brain capacity and will soon fall into a deep sleep. Being surrounded and attacked will only make you stunned infinitely. Lu Sheng is the only one who can clear the dungeon solo. It can no longer be described as crazy. Is this guy really human? The last stone guard screamed and fell. Lu Sheng was standing on a hill at this moment. It seems like the killing is over. Looking around, no stone men were crawling out from the ground anymore. He opened the panel again. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level 9. Constitution, 92. Strength, 93. Spirit, 61.8. Agility, 92. Talent, Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage caused is increased tenfold. Skill, Final Whisper, LV1, Talent bonus enabled, the host's attack will ignore 100% of the opponent's armor. Of course, there is also what he cares about most. Points, 2005. It was not easy to draw the lottery. I had to kill more than 300 stone monsters to get 2000 points. But finally, it's time to enter the lottery. 2005 points, finally enough for a chance to enter the lottery. In front of the light curtain, the whole place was extremely quiet. Everyone was numb. Even if a high-level professional came, he would faint to death if surrounded by stone men. Adjutant. Han Mingxian suddenly spoke. Yes, Captain. What do you think about this? Han Mingxian frowned. The adjutant looked solemn. Equipment? Not really. I guess he's strong enough to perform like this. After all, he is the son of the regiment commander's comrade, so the adjutant can only say good things about him. When did you start talking nonsense? Han Mingxian turned around and glared at him. The adjutant smiled sheepishly. Captain, I think it's very likely that he isn't a jobless person. Han Mingxuan's expression softened slightly. Well, you think so too? Yes. The adjutant glanced at Zhang Yawei in the stands. How could someone as strong as Lu Sheng not have awakened? Lu Sheng, he definitely has a profession, and it's an extremely rare combat profession. These words obviously hit Han Mingxuan's heart. But they all swear they saw Lu Sheng fail in his job transfer. What do you think? Captain, people's hearts are hard to predict. Perhaps they are jealous and collude to deceive you. After thinking for a moment, the adjutant added, another possibility is that there's something wrong with the job transfer crystal. That's better. Han Mingxian turned his gaze back to the light curtain. His expression became extremely solemn. Take someone to check the job transfer crystal right now and give me a detailed report. Yes. The adjutant received the order and retreated quickly. Han Mingxian stared at Lu Sheng. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fortunately, I came to the scene today. If it were anyone else, Lu Sheng would have been buried. If it really was a problem with the job transfer crystal, I must clear his name. If it was others who concealed the fact of rare combat professionals, that they are guilty of treason. It is not uncommon to suppress talented professionals. Especially for professionals who have just awakened, even if they are S-level professionals, they are still weak in the early stages. It takes a lot of resources to cultivate. Once it is formed, it will be the country's top combat power. But in addition to the National War Group, Dragon Country now also has large guilds and financial groups that control resources. They will recruit the awakened as their own. If you don't obey, I would rather destroy it. Long-term battles with monsters on the battlefield do not mean that Han Mingxian is unaware of the darkness inside. Good nephew, let me see what you are capable of. At the same time, inside the trial tower, Lu Sheng looked at the 2005 points on the panel. Lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the skill Sword Control. Sword Controlling Technique LV1, Sword, controlling the sword attacks, creating 10 sword shadows, dealing 10 times of sword damage to a 10-meter radius. Each time the damage is dealt to the same target, the damage dealt will be increased by 10%. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level 9. Constitution, 92. Strength, 93. Spirit, 61.8. Agility, 92. Talent, Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage cost is increased tenfold. Skill 1, Final Whisper, LV1, Talent bonus enabled, the host's attack will ignore 100% of the opponent's armor. Skill 2, Sword Control, LV1, Talent bonus enabled, sword control attacks, creating 100 sword shadows, dealing 100 sword damage within a 100-meter radius. Each attack on the same target increases the damage dealt by 100%. What the hell? Lu Sheng was stunned. The art of wielding a sword is a relatively advanced sword-related professional skill. Whether it is used to clear monsters or fight alone, it is a magical skill. After the talent bonus, the damage can no longer be described as exaggerated. Who can take my sword? Unfortunately. He glanced at the stone fragments scattered all over the ground. There is no target to attack now, so actual combat testing cannot be carried out. Lu Sheng planned to move on and find the hidden stone guards. Just about to leave. Rumble. The ground began to shake. Lu Sheng steadied himself. Seeing the stone fragments all over the ground, it was like being attracted by a magnet. They began to gather not far away. They are merging. In front of the light curtain. The entire venue burst into exclamations. It's a hidden boss. Stone Elemental Monarch. Lu Sheng is dead. Letting him kill the stone monsters, this has offended the Stone Tribe Emperor. Chapter 10. Zhang Yaowei's brows, which had been furrowed just now relaxed. He slapped his thigh excitedly. For the awakened ones who had previously passed the Stone Tribe, the elite monsters at the end of the level were either Stone Generals or Stone Elders. The Stone Elemental Monarch is a legendary boss. There are only rumors, no one has seen it yet. Today they finally met. Kill all the stone guards, and their resentment will directly summon the strongest boss in the dungeon. Stone Elemental Monarch. Level 20. HP, 50,000/50,000. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. If you say Rabbit Mountain is a small mountain, then this is one of the 5 mountains. It completely blocked out the sunlight. Han Mingxian was stunned. How could the Stone Elemental Monarch appear in the Tower of Trials? In a level 10 dungeon, level 12 monsters are elite monsters. From level 15 onwards, you'll reach the boss. Level 20 is the top boss in the level 10 dungeon, and its strength crushes the elite monsters in the level 20 dungeon. The trial towers open to new awakeners have been simplified. It is impossible for a boss monster to appear. This is bad. The damage received in the Tower of Trials is 50% of the damage received. Generally, if you die in a dungeon, you will be teleported out of the trial tower. Fatal injuries can also be converted into minor injuries. But if the injury is too serious and there is a risk of death, Lu Sheng, stay alive. Han Mingxian clenched his fists. The Stone Elemental Monarchs have gathered. Its eyes glowed red. Glancing at Lu Sheng on the ground, made a mechanical sound. How dare you, human, hurt my people? Facing the Stone Elemental Monarch, Lu Sheng was not nervous, but extremely excited. I just learned the sword-wielding technique, but I'm worried I'll have nowhere to put it to use. He held the branch and was eager to try. And the stone elemental lord has already launched an attack. A 5-meter-long fist smashed towards Lu Sheng. A huge stone fist came roaring towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. Lu Sheng was shocked. He didn't expect the big guy to be so fast. Fortunately, his agility was as high as 92 points, and he dodged its attack with a backflip. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and the fist of the stone elemental lord was embedded in it. The entire ground began to shake again. This attack! Lu Sheng swallowed. If I had been hit, I would have turned into a pancake. But he hadn't found his footing yet. Then he saw stone spikes rising from the ground, spreading towards him like waves. Clang clang clang! One after another, 3-meter-high spikes stabbed towards Lu Sheng from the pit where he was smashed. Lu Sheng dodges with a series of backflips. Every time it brushed against the edge of the spikes. Until 10 meters away, the spikes finally stopped. The stone elemental lord attacked again. Boom! 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 It began to pound the ground frantically. Pieces of stone flew up from the ground. As if it had eyes, it flew towards Lu Sheng. This big guy has so many ways of attacking. In this situation, Lu Sheng had no way to attack at close range and could only rely on his high agility to dodge. Hahaha! See? This is reality. Zhang Yue clenched his fists excitedly. So what if the attack power is high? The strength of the boss is not just in the numbers, but also in the mechanism. The students around also started talking about it. Not only is there a huge size difference, but he also has this kind of attack method. Lu Sheng is okay at fighting small monsters, but when he encounters a giant boss, he's completely defenseless. I guess he'll be exhausted to death. Will he survive? If he gets crushed? The man in sunglasses was recording the video. The image of Lu Sheng dodging was reflected in his sunglasses. For a moment, he actually forgot young Master Long's instructions and kept the recording function on. Just when everyone thought Lu Sheng was about to lose, the stone elemental monarch's attack stopped. It's the hard straight time. Lu Sheng gasped triumphantly. Haha! The continuous rolling was even difficult for him. Lu Sheng stared at the stone elemental monarch. The stone elemental monarch was now covered in red stones. Its elemental armor. To defeat it, you have to break its armor between attacks, and it will enter a weakened state. Only 10 seconds. The damage caused in these 10 seconds is the effective damage. It is the experience summarized by the awakened ones of all generations. After 10 seconds, the stone elemental lord will enter attack mode again until he is completely exhausted. Tired? Then it's my turn. Lu Sheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and clenched his left hand into a sword-like shape, holding it in front of his mouth. Sword control technique, break. The branch in his right hand soared into the air. Hundreds of afterimages appeared in the air. The afterimages spun, eventually forming a sharp sword formation. There is only one attack target within the range. Whoosh! 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 A sound like a laser gun breaking through the air was heard. 100 branches stabbed towards the standing stone elemental monarch. White 371. White 742. The elemental armor on the stone elemental lord shattered, revealing brown stone skin. 1482. 2968. 47488. A terrifying damage number popped up. Ah! The stone elemental lord let out a deafening howl. Countless branches were stuck on its huge body. With a bang, he fell to his knees. In an instant, there was a big hole in the chest, and a red stone like lava could be seen beating. Boom, boom, boom. Bang! The stone elemental monarch exploded. The light curtain was blocked by the broken stones. Ah! In the square, a female classmate covered her eyes. Although the other students didn't say anything, their bodies were shaking. The stone elemental monarch was killed instantly. No one responded to him. This is what makes the stone elemental lord so terrifying. Not only does it hurt like crazy. Moreover, it will explode when it dies. The explosion power is comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb. It is a real melee nemesis. Zhang Yue also stood there in a daze. After a long time, he finally laughed sinisterly. That was a close call. I was almost defeated by Lu Sheng. He broke into a sweat. Isn't this guy a jobless person? Why does he have skills? He had never seen the skills just now. But judging from the power, it is at least S-level. But it doesn't matter anymore. Even in the Tower of Trials, no one could survive the Stone Elemental Lord's self-destruction. There is really no trace left. You are still too young. Zhang Yue muttered softly, but he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Experienced awakeners know that when the Stone Elemental Lord's health is almost at the bottom, they must find a way to create distance and release defensive skills. Fortunately, Lu Sheng is just a novice awakener. The other side. Han Mingxian stood there. His body was trembling slightly and his fists were clenched. Medical team. He roared and ran towards the trial tower. Anyone who fails the challenge in the Tower of Trials will be ejected from the gate. The medical team did not dare to delay and quickly followed. Han Mingxian no longer looked like a demon. Standing outside the trial tower, he was at a loss, trying to rush in. He was held tightly by the medical team. Captain! You can't go in. Chapter 11. Get out of the way! Han Mingxian roared. Although the medical team was afraid, they still stopped him. The guards guarding the trial tower also came over. Captain, please calm down. If he's dead, the body will pop out. Corpse? What corpse? My little saint will not die. Han Mingxian roared. Everyone lowered their heads. Even they would have died in the explosion just now. Never mind a high school student who just participated in a job transfer ceremony. Having said that, Han Mingxian took off his hat and knelt down in front of the trial tower. Lu Sheng, dead. Or he died in the trial tower under his supervision. Everyone around lowered their heads. Old Lu, I'm so sorry. Han Mingxian kowtowed heavily. Tears fell to the ground. Captain! The soldiers could only stand beside him, not knowing how to comfort him. No one expected that the Stone Elemental Lord would appear on the second floor of the Tower of Trials. Lu Sheng, I'm afraid his body is gone. Otherwise, how come the body didn't pop out after so long? The whole place was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Even Zhang Yue didn't dare to laugh. Except for one person. The man in sunglasses has been filming the light screen. That scene just now was so shocking. Did Lu Sheng die just like that? The man in sunglasses thought it was impossible. Because the light curtain monitoring Lu Sheng never disappeared. The dust gradually faded away. In the ruins, a few stones were shaking. The man in sunglasses moved his sunglasses down a little. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "Look!" In the ruins, a pile of stones rose up. Lu Sheng got up. Sniff sniff. He shook his body to shake off the dust. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Sheng coughed twice and covered his chest. He looked at the place where the Stone Elemental Lord had just stood with lingering fear. Don't even want to die peacefully. You scared me to death. He broke into a sweat. The sudden explosion really made him feel uncomfortable. He was hit head-on by a rock that was much larger than his body. Fortunately, he is strong enough. Withstood the damage. I just feel terribly sore all over. With the reminder from the man in sunglasses, everyone noticed this scene. They all had their mouths open in amazement. A long time. Cheers broke out. Holy shit! He's not dead. Is this guy made of iron? It even withstood the stone elemental lord's self-destruction. Zhang Yue was so scared that he took a step back and slapped himself on the cheek. No. This is impossible. His face turned ashen. Not only is Lu Sheng not dead, he is also alive and well. How is that possible? Ding! Kill the stone elemental monarch. Gain 50,000 experience points. Obtain 2,000 points. Lu Sheng's level soared directly to level 13. Thanks to the stone elemental lord's self-destruction, he completed the upgrade. With the extra 40 points of physical fitness, there are also short invincibility frames that can be upgraded continuously. He dodged the fatal explosion and took the damage. And Lu Sheng opened his hand, holding a red stone. Heart of the Stone Elemental Lord. Special tools. Effect: carrying the heart of the Stone Elemental Lord into the Stone Tribe dungeon will activate a hidden quest. After defeating the big guys, this is what you get? Also entered the Stone Tribe dungeon. Lu Sheng collected the Lord's heart and put it in his backpack. Congratulations on defeating the second level boss. Do you want to go to the third floor? Lu Sheng dusted off his hands and raised them. The branch flew out from the ground and returned to his hand. Done. Heading to the next level. Zhang Yue finally came to his senses, his face looking extremely ugly. Damn it! How could this loser be so strong? He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The man in sunglasses glanced at him secretly, with the video recording function still on. He recorded the entire scene just now, including Zhang Yue's gloating expression just now. Han Mingxian stood up from the ground, wiped away his tears, and his voice trembled with excitement. Lu Sheng is fine. He's fine. The students around were talking about it. Is Lu Sheng cheating? He can even fight the stone elemental monarch alone. Is he still a human? I think he can clear the Tower of Trials. Don't brag, this is only the second floor. Inside the Tower of Trial, Lu Sheng has been teleported from the ruined stone tribe to a dark cave. At the same time, a prompt came from my mind. Congratulations, you have become the 52nd awakener to enter the third floor of the Trial Tower. Currently remaining awakened people, 43 people. Lu Sheng was shocked. What the hell? I thought I was pretty awesome. It seems that there are many students who have defeated the Stone Elemental Lord? I underestimated the strength of the awakened ones. That's true. Each profession has different characteristics. Or it is not impossible that there are professionals who are naturally superior to the Stone Elemental Lord. There are 43 others as strong as him. We need to speed up the process. There is only one spot to pass the level. The cave was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. As soon as Lu Sheng stepped in, he heard a rustling sound above his head. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless pairs of small red eyes flickered in the darkness. Bat. Densely packed bats hung upside down on the ceiling of the cave, at least several thousand of them. Before Lu Sheng had time to adjust to the darkness, a bat swooped down and scratched his shoulder with its claws. Hiss! Lu Sheng took a breath of cold air. There was a sharp pain in the wound, and then the whole person began to feel dizzy. Ding! You are poisoned. Loss 1% of current health per second. Duration, 60 seconds. Oh shit! Percentage of blood loss? Lu Sheng's face changed. This kind of blood loss was the most fatal, regardless of health. The more blood you have, the faster it falls. Outside the Tower of Trial, Han Mingxuan's tone was solemn. The third level is the Bat Cave. The toxins from these bats are very powerful. And there are a huge number of them, at least over 3,000. This stage tests the range-killing capability and sustained combat capability. When Zhang Yue heard this, he felt secretly happy. No matter how strong Lu Sheng's attack power is, he will be exhausted to death when facing 3,000 bats. What's more, there is a fatal percentage of poisoning. Humph, let's see how he dies this time. Zhang Yue sneered in his heart. Inside the cave, Lu Sheng felt his health rapidly draining away, and sweat began to form on his forehead. 60 seconds, which is 1 minute. According to the blood loss rate of 1%. He will be killed if he is hit twice at most. Must attack from a distance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. More bats were attracted by the smell of blood and swarmed towards him. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. Sword control technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shadows of branches flew out, drawing silver rays of light in the darkness. Even if you can't see the enemy's position clearly, the sword controlling technique will automatically lock onto the target. Puff puff puff. Continuous penetrating sounds were heard. Bats were strung together like candied haws by the shadows of tree branches and fell from the sky. Kill 100 venomous fang bats. Gain 10,000 experience points. Get 1,000 points. Chapter 12. 100. Lu Sheng was delighted. Adding the 2,000 points from the Stone Elemental Lord, there are just enough 3,000 points for the lottery. Outside the Tower of Trial, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Killing 100 of them in one move. Is this still a human? What kind of skill is this? Is it so awesome? Zhang Yue's face turned ashen. How is that possible? How could Lu Sheng hit the bat so accurately when he couldn't see the bat's position? Moreover, how did he kill a group of monsters in seconds? Isn't it a single target attack skill? Han Mingxian was also shocked. This skill actually has automatic enemy detection and ignores darkness. This is too perverted. Inside the cave, Lu Sheng did not rush forward, but started drawing lots on the spot. The sword-wielding technique has a cooldown period, so we can take advantage of this gap. Ding! 3,000 points consumed. Gain passive skills, skill expansion. Effect: all skill ranges are increased by 10 times, and single target skills are converted into group skills. Oh shit! Lu Sheng's eyes widened. This skill is simply amazing. Add to that the 10x bonus from talent, and that's a 100x range increase. His sword-wielding skills could originally only attack enemies within a range of 100 meters. Now it has directly become 10,000 meters. How big is the entire cave? Lu Sheng stood still, with an idea in mind. Sword control technique. The branch flew out again, this time with completely different power. Snort sniff. Countless sword lights shuttled through the cave, and each one could accurately lock onto the bat. Puff puff puff. The dense penetrating sounds rang out, like firecrackers. All the bats, no matter where they hid, were caught in one fell swoop. Kill 100 venomous fang bats. Gain 10,000 experience points. Get 1,000 points. Congratulations on reaching level 14. The status is cleared at the moment of upgrading. Lu Sheng's poisoning status was lifted. Health points are gradually recovering. The entire cave was extremely quiet. Tower of Trials. There was also dead silence. Everyone was speechless. Just stand there and kill the bats? Is this still a human being? Zhang Yue slumped in the chair, his face pale. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself, feeling completely broken. In the corner, the man in sunglasses quietly turned off the video. Get up and leave the venue. Young Master Long will definitely be interested in this video. Han Mingxian was shaking with excitement. Lu Sheng. What kind of monster is Lu Sheng? Inside the cave, Lu Sheng has been driving the sword technique. Until kill venomous bats *98. Gain 9800 experience points. Obtain 980 points. There are no more bats. The corners of his mouth turned up. The sword-wielding technique with a range of 10,000 meters is truly a magical skill for clearing monsters. There are no more monsters now. He also reached level 16. Next, it's time to find the final boss. With previous experience, Lu Sheng knew that the final boss would only be activated after encountering him. There is only one way into the cave. Lu Sheng walked forward, and the ground was covered with the corpses of bats. Walked to almost the end. There was a strange sound coming from inside. He, interesting guy. The sound was getting closer and closer. Lu Sheng gripped the branch in his hand tightly and walked forward slowly. Deep in the cave, a huge black shadow hung upside down on the ceiling. It was a 3-meter-tall bat monster covered with black hair, but the strangest thing was that it had a human head. His facial features were distorted, his mouth was full of sharp teeth, and his scarlet tongue licked his lips from time to time. Vasculophile, level 30 elite. The monster's information emerged in Lu Sheng's mind. The bat monster suddenly loosened its claws, fell from the top of the cave, and stood steadily on the ground, actually assuming a human-like standing posture. Human, you killed all my men. It grinned, revealing its sharp white fangs. But I admire your strength. Lu Sheng tilted his head. How can you, a bat, talk so much nonsense? Outside the trial tower, Han Mingxian frowned. Strange, is he chatting with bats? To everyone else, the bats just squeaked. Lu Sheng's mouth opened and closed, and he was obviously talking. But they couldn't hear clearly what was said. The bat monster laughed. Interesting, really interesting. You can actually understand what I'm saying. It paced back and forth in front of Lu Sheng, like a gentleman pondering something important. Human, you're very interesting. How about we make a bet? Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows. What's the bet? The bat monster stopped and stretched out a slender finger. If you lose, you have to get me out of this damn place. I've been locked up in the trial tower for hundreds of years and I'm tired of this life. There was a hint of longing in its voice. I want to find my master, the royal family of the bloodthirsty clan. Lu Sheng found it interesting. So I won. The bat monster chuckled and showed a mysterious expression. I know the location of a good sword. It's definitely 10,000 times better than that broken branch you have. It pointed at the weapon in Lu Sheng's hand. That sword is called Blood Moon. It's a treasure left behind by my master. If you can defeat me, I will tell you where it is. Lu Sheng thought about it. Since you have to play anyway, it's nice to have more bets. Okay, I promise. The bat monster rubbed his hands excitedly. Great. I haven't met such an interesting opponent in a long time. It took a few steps back and assumed a fighting stance. But let me warn you, I'm no match for those little bats. As soon as the words fell, the bat monster's body began to tremble violently. Puff puff puff. 1, 2, 3. Countless identical bat monsters separated from its body. In the blink of an eye, 20 bat monsters appeared in the cave. He. Human, do you think I win only by numbers? All the bats said in unison. Each of my clones possesses the same combat power as the original. Outside the trial tower, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Can this boss split himself into two? 20 level 30 elite monsters, who can withstand that? Lu Sheng is probably going to be in trouble this time. Han Mingxian also became nervous. No matter how strong Lu Sheng is, it's impossible for him to win easily against 20 enemies of the same level, right? Zhang Yawei was excited. Haha. Now let's see what you can do. He stared at the screen fiercely. It's better to die in there. At the same time, in the corner of the venue, the man in sunglasses sneaked out, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Master Long, I have sent you the video. His voice was a little nervous. That Lu Sheng is indeed very strong, but there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The man in sunglasses was very nervous, thinking that young Master Long was angry. After a while, a low voice came from the phone. Go to the principal immediately and ask for Lu Sheng's contact information. We must catch this man no matter what. The man in sunglasses breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Master Long. Remember. The voice on the phone became urgent. Damn it, there are military personnel here. You must get in touch with Lu Sheng before the military personnel do. Clear. Chapter 13. The man in sunglasses hung up the phone and hurried to the principal's office. On the other side, on a luxury yacht, Long Tianhua suddenly sat up from the recliner, and several internet celebrities in bikinis around him wanted to continue acting coquettishly. Mr. Long, I haven't had enough fun yet. Get out of here. Long Tianhua pushed them away and strode towards the cab. Captain! Return immediately. Sail back to Xinghai City at full speed. The captain was startled. But young Master Long, the wind and waves are a bit strong now. I said immediately. Long Tianhua's face was extremely gloomy. We must not let the military get ahead of such a talented person. The yacht turned its bow and cut through the waves. Inside the Tower of Trial, in the cave, 20 bat stewards surrounded Lu Sheng in a fan shape. Human, do you regret it? They spoke at the same time, their voices echoing through the cave. Lu Sheng moved his neck, making a crackling sound. Regret? Lu Sheng smiled knowingly, I thought you had some special abilities. How is having a few clones any different from the bats out there? Don't talk too early. The bat monster was angry. At the same time, they jumped up. Lu Sheng also raised the branch in his hand. Sword control technique. Hundreds of shadows of branches flickered in the cave. Each one pierced the bat monster's body precisely. Puff! Puff! The 20 clones shattered one after another and turned into black mist and dissipated. In the end, only the real body was left curled up in the corner, covered in blood. Impossible! How could my clone? The bat monster's eyes widened. After living for tens of thousands of years, it still couldn't understand what had just happened. Lu Sheng retracted the branch and walked up to it. That's it. I thought it was amazing. Outside the trial tower, the crowd watching the battle went wild. What skill? 20 elite monsters killed instantly? Is this still a human being? What exactly is Lu Sheng's occupation? Zhang Yawei was gloating just now, but now he is dumbfounded. Han Mingxian was also stunned. Although he has confidence in Lu Sheng. But this battle was beyond his imagination. Lu Sheng walked up to the dying bat monster and raised the branch to give it the final blow. No, no, no. Let's talk it over. The bat monster raised its wings. Lu Sheng watched it with interest. His brow furrowed, how can I enter the next level if I don't kill you? The bat monster grinned, showing its fangs. I have a solution. It opened its mouth and uttered a string of strange syllables, like some ancient spell. Ding! Congratulations to the player for defeating the level 30 elite boss Bat Butler. Experience plus 50,000. Points plus 3,000. Gain access to the 4th floor. When the sound ended, Lu Sheng reached level 16. It didn't lie. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows. You're quite capable. The bat monster smiled triumphantly and stood up. Are you aware that you are being watched? On the outside light curtain display. The bat monster was pierced by a branch of Lu Sheng and died completely. The Blood Clan has plenty of ways to confuse humans. The bat monster laughed proudly. Lu Sheng tut. Okay, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me, where is the Blood Moon sword? The bat monster shook his head. The sword is not in the tower, it's outside. So, you have to take me out. Lu Sheng's face darkened and he put the branch against the bat monster's neck. You're really calculating. I have to take you out regardless of whether I win or lose, right? But I don't have to do this. As long as you die, no one will know about our bet. The bat monster was not panicked at all, but laughed instead. You won't. Why? Because you are a man of your word. The bat monster took out a blood-red sword like magic. Dark red lines flowed on the sword. This is my sincerity. Lu Sheng took the sword. Drinking blood. Quality, none. Attack power, plus 100. Special effect, blood sucking 100%, recovers HP equal to the damage taken when attacking. Durability. This thing is much better than your broken branch. The bat laughed. Lu Sheng weighed his hands and drank the blood. Nodded with satisfaction. The bat laughed strangely. The Blood Moon sword is 1,000 times more powerful than this sword. Imagine if you possessed it. Lu Sheng was moved. If this sword were placed in the outside world, it would be at least S-level. If it is already so powerful, how powerful must the Blood Moon sword be? Okay, I promise to take you out. Lu Sheng picked up the blood-drinking sword, but if you dare to lie to me, I will kill you at any time. You are insulting the credibility of the vampire butler. The bat monster said, and its body began to glow, eventually turning into an exquisite blood-red pendant. Lu Sheng put the pendant into his pocket and turned to walk towards the portal leading to the 4th floor. Outside the Tower of Trial, the audience went completely crazy. That sword, what level of weapon is it? Equipment actually dropped. Lu Sheng is so lucky. How can a bat have weapons on it? Han Mingxian was extremely excited. Weapons dropped by level 30 boss. Highlands is also an A-level artifact. Even within the military, it is a treasure. At this moment, the adjutant hurried back to Han Mingxian with a serious expression. Sir, the awakening crystal test is complete. How is it? Han Mingxian asked. No problem. Lu Sheng did fail in his job transfer. The adjutant lowered his voice. How so? I suspect someone interfered with the test results. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether he has a job or not now. Han Mingxian put this matter behind him for the time being. Looking at the light screen with interest. Zhang Yawei was in an awkward situation. The man in sunglasses came over. Principal Zhang. What for? Zhang Yawei replied impatiently. The man in sunglasses handed over the business card of Emgrand Group. Only then did Zhang Yawei come to his senses. Excuse me for a moment. Lu Sheng's contact information. Zhang Yawei frowned. No, I can't disclose students' information. Principal, this is a small token of sincerity from our group. The man in sunglasses took out a check. 100 million? Zhang Yawei rubbed his eyes. This is the sponsorship fee. If we can successfully cooperate with you in the future, we will have other rewards. Zhang Yawei looked at the check and then looked back at the venue. All right. He told the man in sunglasses all the information. The man in sunglasses was overjoyed and took out his cell phone to call young Master Long. Young Master Long, it's done. Great. An excited voice came from the phone. After the trial is over, go contact him immediately. Oh, and tell him that Long Yin wants to treat him to a meal. Long Yin is the real name of young Master Long. A name that can call the shots in Xingai City. The man in sunglasses was stunned. Master, is this not a good idea? What's wrong with that? Just do what I say. I'll be at school in 2 hours. No matter what method is used, we must win him over. On the yacht. Long Yin hung up the phone. He laughed arrogantly. This kind of genius must be used by me. Chapter 14. Inside the trial tower. Lu Sheng picked up the blood drinker and wanted to throw the branch away. But after watching it for a while, I found that this thing helped me get through the novice period. More importantly, it's rare to see such a standard wooden sword. He still put the branch into his space backpack. Holding the blood drinker, the red sword gleamed faintly in the darkness. Finally, he looks like a sword immortal. Congratulations, you have become the 14th awakener to enter the 4th floor of the trial tower. Currently remaining awakened people, 18 people. Do you want to enter the next level? Lu Sheng didn't rush to press OK. Instead, he opened his personal panel. I glanced at my points. After killing so many monsters, it should be enough for 2 draws. Finally opened it and took a look. Hiss. He himself took a breath. Because his current points have reached 18,000. You can draw 3 prizes. You can enter the dungeon at any time, but the lottery has to be held on the spot to feel the real thing. Lottery. 3 consecutive draws. There is a guaranteed bonus for 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the skill Sword Formation. Sword Formation LV1, deploy a sword formation within a 10-meter radius around the body, consuming 1% of maximum mental power per minute, and continuously casting spells. Within this range, critical hit rate increases by 10%, and critical hit damage increases by 10%. Host SSS Sword Immortal Talent Bonus detected. Sword Formation LV1, talent added, deploys a sword formation within a 10-meter radius around the body, consuming 10% of maximum mental power per minute, continuously casting spells. Within the range, critical hit rate increases by 100%, and critical hit damage increases by 100%. 100% critical hit damage increased to 3 times. The damage is exaggerated, but the consumption of mental energy also increased tenfold. The 3 growths of SSS-level Sword Immortals are all 10 points, only the spirit is 5 points. It can only be left there for 10 minutes at most. While checking the first skill, the second skill lottery also ended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the passive skill Frenzy. Frenzy LV1, normal attacks cause 30% splash damage to other enemies within a 5-meter range. Host SSS Sword Immortal Talent Bonus detected. Frenzy, talent added, normal attacks cause 300% splash damage to other enemies within a 50-meter range. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the passive skill Sword Heart. Sword Heart, as a sword immortal, the way of controlling the sword is well ingrained in your mind. The cost of all skills is reduced by 10%. Sword Heart, talent added, as a sword immortal, the way of controlling the sword is well known in your heart. The cost of all skills is reduced by 100%. Lu Sheng was stunned. Normal attacks deal 300% splash damage. Activate the sword formation, 100% critical hit rate, triple critical hit. Moreover, you don't need to consume mental energy to use skills. How to lose? I was just thinking about the pros and cons of the tenfold bonus when Kenshin came and filled the gap. Coupled with the endurance of the bloodthirsty sword, clearing the Tower of Trials is no longer a dream. Hey, what are you doing? A muffled voice came from his pocket. It's the bat monster from before. It saw Lu Sheng standing there for a long time with the blood-drinking sword in his hand. It's none of your business. Come to the teleportation array again. Enter the next level. A flash of white light. Lu Sheng's figure was sucked into it and disappeared inside the cave. Outside the Tower of Trial. The light curtain floating in the air was originally densely packed. Now, there are only 18 left. In each light screen, there are awakened people who are still fighting in the tower. Suddenly, a light curtain faded. The gate of the trial tower opens. In the dazzling white light, a student holding an axe was directly ejected from inside. He rolled over twice on the ground and fell face down on the ground, with the axe falling beside him. The medical team quickly stepped forward and carried him away. Isn't that Lin Feng? Even the A-rank berserker can't handle it. He's ranked 3rd in the school. The students talked about it in amazement. He looked up at the remaining light curtain again, his eyes full of awe. Except for Lu Sheng, everyone else still inside is an A-level professional. Lu Sheng? He can actually hold on until now. I thought it was a miracle that he survived. The miracles continue. The initial mockery of Lu Sheng was no longer heard from the crowd. Because from the previous battle scenes, Lu Sheng's strength is comparable to top professionals such as Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan. Zhang Yawei returned to the venue with the man in sunglasses. He stared at the light screen, thoughtful. Something's wrong. How could an unprofessional person make it from the first floor to this point? What's wrong? The man in sunglasses came forward and asked. Starting from the 3rd level, the number of people eliminated increases dramatically. The further you go, the greater the difficulty and the faster the elimination rate. So what? Zhang Yawei narrowed his eyes. Unless someone is cheating. Cheating? You said you can cheat in the Tower of Trials. Zhang Yawei's shadow was reflected in his sunglasses. Zhang Yawei glanced at Han Mingxian in the distance. He is the master of ceremonies at the Trial Tower and has a close relationship with Lu Sheng. Could it be that they are working together to steal the school's most valuable treasure? The more I think about it, the more I feel that way. They must have secretly changed the monster data in the Trial Tower to create a backdoor for Lu Sheng. Zhang Yawei stopped talking and thought about how to expose the crimes without offending the military. Just as I was thinking about it, another white light flashed by. Another awakened person was teleported out. Now, there are only 16 people left in the tower. Tick, tick. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Sheng appeared in a place that looked like a cave. But it is not as dark as the 3rd layer. Can see the surrounding environment clearly. Looking up, I saw stalactites hanging upside down. It was the sound of water drops from stalactites falling into the puddle. It's amazing. Lu Sheng came to the wall and touched the moss attached to the wall. The cave scene is only possible because of the glowing moss. Huge stalactites hang from the top of the cave, some of which are connected to the stalagmites below, forming natural stone pillars. Not far away, there is an underground river, flowing gently. The entire cave presents a primitive and quiet ecosystem. Lu Sheng advanced carefully with his sword. In the open space, I saw 10 ants, each half a meter long, with shiny black shells. It is using its sharp mouth parts and acid to corrode the bacterial colonies on the ground. Cryptant ant. Level 15. HP 500 attack, 285 physical defense, 120 magical defense, 90 skill 1, acid spray, sprays corrosive acid at the target, dealing 150% magic damage and reducing the target's physical defense by 10% for 5 seconds. Skill 2, Coordinated Gnawing. When multiple worker ants attack the same target simultaneously, the damage increases by 5% for each additional ant, with no upper limit. Chapter 15. Even the monsters are level 15, and their stats are much stronger than the previous levels. Especially the attack power. Lu Sheng muttered to himself. Because it is a single-player instance. The worker ants were unaware of Lu Sheng's presence and were continuing their primitive work. Lu Sheng formed a finger sword, and his mind moved. Sword control technique. In an instant, countless afterimages of blood-drinking swords flew up. With him as the center, it spread out towards the vast cave area with a radius of 10,000 meters. These afterimages have their own locking function and can accurately find 100 targets. They are mainly worker ants on the ground, and some monsters attached to the walls of the cave, disguised as fungi. Puff. Puff. 528-777-996 sword energy swept across the sky, leaving red damage numbers wherever it touched. The worker ants that were eating in front of him were hit by the sword energy, their shells broke, and juice splashed out. No soldier ant can withstand 2 sword energies. The sword-wielding technique is very strong. But there is a fatal flaw, which is the cooling time of up to 1 minute. The poison of the bats in the previous level was too deadly. In order to ensure safety, Lu Sheng chose to stay hidden and use sword-wielding skills to clear the monsters. Now, different. Because a large number of their own kind died suddenly, the worker ants realized something was wrong and entered combat mode one after another. And Lu Sheng also walked out from behind the stone pillar, holding a sword in one hand. He remained calm in the face of hundreds of soldier ants. Sword formation. Open. Lu Sheng muttered silently, feeling the power of the Sword Immortal surge into his body. He rushed towards the worker ants head-on. Idiot! Han Mingxian cursed when he saw this scene. This kid is really getting carried away. Han Mingxian clenched his fists and sweated profusely as he looked at the light curtain. He has recognized Lu Sheng's ability. But I still didn't expect that Lu Sheng would do such a stupid thing. The adjutant adjusted his glasses, stepped forward, and grumbled, "Yeah, the worker ants are different from the stone men. The stone men's attacks have a chance to stun, but their attack speed is slow. Worker ants are most dangerous when they're in swarms. Especially when the damage is stacked. Even the strongest tank wouldn't dare withstand a head-on attack from a worker ant." "That's right." Han Mingxian shook his head and said helplessly, "This level actually tests your observation skills. There are many blind spots in the cave that can only be attacked by 1 or 2 worker ants. We can completely pull them into a corner and launch a defensive counterattack. Unlike Lu Sheng, this kid is so desperate." Han Mingxian made up his mind to have a good talk with Lu Sheng after he came out. Outside the venue. Seeing this, Zhang Yawei's eyes flashed with excitement. Haha! Lu Sheng is indeed an idiot. He was just worried that Lu Sheng would be in the same situation as in the 3rd level, waiting for that strange and exaggeratedly damaging skill to cool down. Using that trick, you can definitely wear down the engineer ants. Then he entered the 5th floor unscathed. But he actually faced the attack of the engineer ant colony head-on? How arrogant! Zhang Yawei rubbed his hands excitedly. We have seen Lu Sheng being besieged and torn to pieces by the swarm of engineer ants. In the cave, Lu Sheng was already facing the surging army of engineer ants. He showed no fear. Just in time. Lu Sheng growled and turned the blood drinker in his hand. The red sword light drew a graceful arc. Slash with a sword. The first worker ant to rush up had its head chopped into 2 pieces. Green fluid splashed out. Puff. The worker ant next to him wants to fill the position. But an exaggerated scene appeared. Groups of soldier ants exploded at the same time. The blood-colored sword energy spread out like ripples. Wherever they went, the worker ants exploded and their shells broke. Not a single one survived. With one sword, the army of engineer ants was killed in seconds. Data keeps popping up on Lu Sheng's panel. Kill the worker ants and gain 200 experience points. Get 20 points. Kill the worker ants and gain 200 experience points. Get 20 points. Killed 98 worker ants at one time. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. The ancients never lied to me. If you don't have a berserker axe for melee combat, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Shaking off the green liquid on the bloodthirsty sword, Lu Sheng slowly moved deeper into the cave. The people watching the fight outside were all stunned. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Yawei's eyes popped out. Walter. The man in sunglasses also took out a lens cloth and wiped his sunglasses. He closed his eyes twice more. Am I seeing right? A single sword strike wipes out the entire group. Han Mingxian stood there with his mouth slightly open. He didn't react to what was happening. Sword. Sword Chi, the adjutant asked cautiously, this is an A-level skill for the sword class. No, it's not sword energy. Han Mingxian said affirmatively. He is a swordsman. The sword energy will cause tearing damage and will cut all the worker ants in front of it in half. This kid Lu Sheng is getting weirder and weirder. Kill the worker ants and gain 200 experience points. Get 20 points. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level 18. Constitution, 182. Strength, 183. Spirit, 91.8. Agility, 192. Talent, Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage dealt is increased tenfold. Skill 1, Final Whisper LV1, Talent bonus enabled, the host's attacks will ignore 100% of the opponent's armor. Skill 2, Sword Control LV1, Talent bonus enabled, sword control attacks, creating 100 sword shadows, dealing 100 sword damage within a 100-meter radius. If damage is dealt to the same target, the damage dealt is increased by 100% each time. Skill 3, Sword Formation LV1, Talent bonus enabled, deploy a sword formation within a 10-meter radius around the body, consuming 10% of maximum mental power per minute. Continuously casting spells within this range increases critical strike rate by 100% and critical strike damage by 100%. Skill 4, Berserker LV1, Talent added, normal attacks deal 300% splash damage to other enemies within a 50-meter radius. Skill 5, Sword Heart LV1, Talent added, as a sword immortal, the way of wielding a sword is well established. All skill costs are reduced by 100%. Lu Sheng continued to go deeper into the cave. The channel is sometimes narrow and sometimes wide. All the way to the huge underground lake. All the crypt worker ants encountered along the way, whether it is a small group or a few scattered individuals. They were all killed with one blow. He was even too lazy to use the sword-wielding technique. The level has also reached 18. But when we got to the lake, we found a cave in the karst cave. Worker ants continued to pour out from inside. The number increased, and there appeared larger worker ants with dark red patterns on their shells. This worker ant will spray a lava-like liquid, causing ranged damage. Unfortunately, he was betrayed by his teammates. As long as the worker ants get close to him, all other ants within 50 meters will be killed. Chapter 16. The cave in front should be the ants' nest. After clearing out the monsters, the ground was covered with green and red liquids. Preparing to explore deeper into the cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sharp hissing sound suddenly came from the cave. Then the ground began to shake. Lu Sheng stopped moving forward and drew his sword. It looks like the boss is about to come out. Outside the Tower of Trial. There are only 10 light screens left. Even Lu Ruyan was bounced out. Lu Ruyan was extremely unwilling, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. She pushed away the medical team members who came to support her and cursed, "It's all because of that beast Lu Sheng. If I had learned the fire rain skill." Ruyan. Don't be rude. Zhang Yaoi's voice came from behind. Principal. Lu Ruyan was stunned when she saw Zhang Yaoi waving at her. Tears just flowed out. He jumped into the principal's arms with a wow. Principal, if Lu Sheng hadn't snatched my skill book, I would have been able to reach the 5th floor. I won't accept this. Speaking of this, Lu Ruyan's eyes became sharp. He looked around with murderous intent. She was looking for Lu Sheng. After completing 4 copies, her level was raised to 15. Crushing Lu Sheng to death now is no different from crushing an ant. She wants to take back the skill book and attribute medicine that were taken away by Lu Sheng. The classmates who were looked at by her all subconsciously shrank their necks. Through the light curtain, one has witnessed Lu Ruyan's strength and her brutality. It is very different from the image of a school beauty. What are you looking for? Zhang Yaoi patted her shoulder. Where's Lu Sheng? Lu Ruyan asked coldly, Did he escape? All the soldiers looked at Lu Ruyan with strange expressions. Zhang Yawei patted her shoulder and pointed at Lu Sheng's light curtain. He's still on the 4th floor. What? Lu Ruyan widened her eyes. Lu Sheng is just a useless waste. It's okay to kill some rabbits on the 1st level, but the stone men on the 2nd level will definitely take his life. He actually made it to the 4th floor. What good luck! Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Then a cold look flashed in his eyes. Monsters in the Tower of Trials will not drop equipment or items. But every time you pass a level, you will get corresponding rewards. When Lu Sheng comes out, I will take it back with interest. Good, very good. Lu Ruyan raised the corner of her mouth slightly and whispered. Then he followed Zhang Yawei back to the stands and sat down. Hiss hiss hiss. A huge figure slowly crawled out of the cave. It was a giant ant that was 3 meters tall. It has wings and is completely black. There are dense stripes on the body. A pair of big eyes, flashing red light. Liquid flowed out of his mouth and dripped onto the stone, making a hissing sound. Queen Ant. Level 20. HP, 50,000. Skills, Endless Summoning, Ant Frenzy, Corrosive Venom, King's Pressure. Is a summoner. If it's remote, it's a bit tricky. If it's a summoner. Lu Sheng raised his lips slightly, you are really courting death. I couldn't understand what Lu Sheng said at all. The Queen Ant just made a hissing sound like boiling water. The image of Lu Sheng is reflected in the big eyes. It does not have the same wisdom as the vampire butler, only the most primitive killing instinct. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the roar of the Queen Ant, the ground beneath my feet began to crack. Dense swarms of ants swarmed out from the cracks. It is slightly smaller than the worker ant just killed. But the styles are all very strange. At the front are the heavily armored engineer ants with thicker shells. A slender warrior ant standing upright with limbs like mantis blades. There are also long-range ants that are completely fiery red and can spray lava. There are even magic ants with strange antennae that can release magical attacks. The mountain-like swarm of ants filled the entire cave. Dark and dense. There are at least thousands of them. Outside the Tower of Trial, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale when she saw this scene. These damn ants! I was exhausted to death by them. If I had the fire rain skill, I could get rid of these little ants. Damn it! Said. She glanced resentfully at Lu Sheng in the light curtain. His eyes fell on the blood-red sword in his hand. This sword looks great. When he comes out, I'll give it to Wang Hao as a gift. Facing the ant swarm like a tide, Lu Sheng did not retreat but advanced. Drinking blood and dancing lightly, the sword light is like a rainbow. Clang! With one slash of the sword, the 3 heavily armored engineer ants in the front were cut off. Lu Ruyan curled her lips in disdain. Instant kill of a tank? Not bad. But what's the use? The real danger lies in the magic ants in the back row. I was stuck with their magic, and I couldn't even run away. Zhang Yawei held his forehead, feeling helpless. Stop talking. Principal. Why are you also biased towards Lu Sheng? Lu Ruyan said dissatisfiedly. Zhang Yawei did not answer, but just looked at the light screen quietly. The next second, the entire stands gasped. Lu Ruyan turned around and looked at the light curtain. Instantly, she also gasped. The black mass of ants has now all turned into corpses. Whether it is the giant shield ants in the front row or the magic ants in the back row. Even the queen ant had wounds on her body. The queen ant was covered in wounds and stood alone at the entrance of the cave. It was visibly filled with fear. Kill the ant colony and gain 18,000 experience points. Obtain 1,800 points. Lu Sheng did not rush to attack, but carried the blood drinker on his shoulder. Hey, hurry up and summon. It's so cool to gain experience and points. The queen ant was stunned for a moment. Then it let out a terrified roar. It spread its wings and flew into the air, speeding away in the opposite direction. Lu Sheng frowned. Want to escape? It's too uncooperative. In that case, I won't keep it. Sword control technique. The blood drinker flew up from his hand and transformed into countless sword shadows in the air. Sniff sniff. The sword shadow flew towards the queen ant. The queen ant ran away very quickly, but still not as fast as the sword-wielding technique. The blood-red sword shadow pierced its body like lightning. 750. 1500. 3000. 6000. 12,000. Boom! The queen ant fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust all over the sky. There were still a large number of sword shadows that had nowhere to go. After circling in the air for a long time, they finally condensed into blood-drinking swords and flew back to Lu Sheng's hands. Kill the queen ant and gain 30,000 experience points. Get 3,000 points. Congratulations, you are the first awakener to pass the 4th level trial. Ah! Lu Ruyan opened her mouth and trembled all over. She fought with the queen ant for an hour and was exhausted to death. Because when the queen ant's health drops to 30%, she will summon an ant that can generate healing waves. If you cannot kill the queen ant when her health is less than 30%, or if you have skills that reduce the healing effect, you will just be exhausted to death by it. And Lu Sheng. Actually, he killed the queen ant instantly with almost full health. Chapter 17. Lu Ruyan's worldview collapsed. Zhang Yawei sighed, Ruyan, do you think there's still a chance for you and him to reconcile? Reconcile? Lu Ruyan pondered. It seemed like she underestimated Lu Sheng. If Lu Sheng really has this ability, it seems that it is not impossible. On the other side of the stands, Han Mingxian didn't pay much attention to the light curtain, but looked at Lu Ruyan. The deputy complained, Captain, why aren't you surprised at all? Han Mingxian looked back at the light screen. His expression became much calmer. I'm not surprised by anything this kid does. The deputy nodded, it seems so. Han Mingxian suddenly asked his deputy, who is that girl? When Lu Ruyan came out just now, she started cursing at Lu Sheng. Zhang Yawei saw this and quickly stopped Lu Ruyan, which led to the previous scene. The deputy took out the tablet and turned it over. That girl's name is Lu Ruyan. She's an A-rank magic awakener, and her profession is a hellfire mage. The deputy replied while flipping through the information, then raised his eyebrows. It seems that she has some emotional entanglement with Lu Sheng. What's going on? Han Mingxian asked. The deputy looked at Han Mingxian in disbelief. Captain, when did you start liking gossip? I'm just concerned about my old comrade's son. Han Mingxian replied. I'll go and ask around for you. Just as he was about to leave, Han Mingxian stopped him again. Wait a minute, is she almost here? The deputy raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. It's almost time. You really know how to pick the time. Of course. The commander only looks at the crucial stages. The first 4 stages are mediocre. Even if someone passes, they won't be in her eyes. Ordinary. Han Mingxian glared. The level designed by this woman is a bit beyond the standard. She calls it ordinary. Just then, the voice of the royal sister came from behind the two of them. I was just a little late, and you guys are talking bad about me behind my back. The two of them shut up instantly and stood up straight. Turning back, I caught a glimpse of someone wearing body armor. A beautiful woman with burgundy curly hair, a tall and curvy figure and fair skin. The two men immediately showed respect and saluted, Commander. The woman waved her hand and said, I've told you countless times not to reveal my identity outside. Just call me Chu Yu. Yes, Commander. Hey! Chu Yu glared at him. Han Mingxian swallowed his Adam's apple and immediately changed his tone. Yes, Commander Chu Yu. Chu Yu held his forehead. The commander of the 3rd Regiment is such a stubborn person. She ignored them and found a place to sit down. Looked up. There are still 8 light screens left. Not bad, it's worthy of being Xingai No. 1 middle school. There are actually 8 people who can enter the 5th level. Zhang Yawei heard the noise and looked over sideways. He was a little surprised. That devil-like man was actually groveling to a woman who looked not much older than Lu Ruyan. He snorted coldly. Tisk, another dead liquor. It was as if I heard Zhang Yawei's words. Chu Yu turned her head, looked at him and smiled. Zhang Yawei is already old, but he still feels a surge of love. Turn back quickly. Lu Ruyan also temporarily shifted her gaze away from the light curtain. She was also shocked by the woman's beauty. She is tall and her armor fits tightly to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Most importantly, the aura she exudes makes people want to surrender involuntarily. Even Lu Ruyan, who was known as the school belle of Xingai No. 1 middle school, felt a little jealous. Principal, who is this? Lu Ruyan asked dissatisfiedly. I don't know her. She might be the captain's mistress. Zhang Yawei felt inexplicably unhappy. What a joke. They let outsiders attend the trial ceremony. Chu Yu stared at the screen and muttered, What? We're still on the 4th floor? We can't even handle these ants. Han Mingxian was about to speak. Chu Yu crossed his legs impatiently and leaned back in his chair. Really? It seems like we can't even get through the 5th floor, let alone the hidden floor. It took me a lot of effort to catch that guy. Han Mingxian broke out in a cold sweat. Boss, what do you mean by hidden layer? It's the bonus level after the 5th level. Bonus level? Do we have to fight monsters? Yeah. Not too difficult, just one Abyss Lord. Oh, it turns out to be. Han Mingxian suddenly realized, what? The Lord of the Abyss? Yes. Chu Yu answered as a matter of course. Han Mingxuan's face turned green. Don't worry, he's just a small lord, not a demon king like Malona's. I would never let the children take such a big risk, right? Hey! These newly awakened students can't deal with ordinary Abyss Lords, right? Han Mingxian was so anxious that his voice changed. Ah? Isn't it? Chu Yu pondered, then the one I fought during the trial was the White Dragon Hiss. Boss! There are only a handful of geniuses like you in the entire dragon country, no, in the whole world. Han Mingxian was anxious. Is that so? Chu Yu disagreed. No one can pass the 5th level anyway. She raised her head and said, let me see how many people can make it to the end of the 5th level. Zhang Yawei had been eavesdropping on the conversation. I didn't hear anything else, just the 4 words Lord of the Abyss. His face was a little pale. Who is this woman? He just said that she was his mistress, but now it sounds like. This woman seems to be a level designer? And they also captured an Abyss Lord? Seeing Zhang Yawei trembling, Lu Ruyan asked curiously, Principal, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Zhang Yawei thought he had misheard. Tower of Trials. Lu Sheng was not in a hurry to go to the next floor. Instead, collect 15,000 points and start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the skill Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. The host can view the panel information of all units up to level 50 higher than the host's registered level. Because it is not a sword skill, but a general skill, it cannot get the bonus of Sword Immortal Talent. But this is a bit exaggerated. Only Rogue and Scholar classes can learn the reconnaissance skill. Even if you reach the highest level, you can only view the panels of units that are no higher than 10 levels above you. Ordinary awakeners can only see basic information about monsters, such as health, attack power, defense power, and skill names. Panel information is the same as viewing its own properties. Not only can you view the complete four-dimensional attributes and skill effects, but you can also view the opponent's talents. The awakened professions are all similar, except for their talents. It is the Awakener's trump card in battle. With the Eye of Insight, you can now view the panels of all people below level 70. Level 70. Han Mingxian, the leader of the 3rd Regiment, is only at this level. Chapter 18. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and obtaining the skill Fearless Body. Fearless Body, reduce 90% of physical and magical damage. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows. These two are general skills and cannot receive talent bonuses. However, they are all very practical. Especially the Fearless Body. 90% damage reduction basically makes you invincible. Do you want to go to the 5th floor? Sure. A ball of white light surrounded Lu Sheng. At the same time, the gate of the trial tower opened wide. 5 students were kicked out. Now, only Lu Sheng and Wang Hao are left. Cold. When Lu Sheng opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was that the temperature around him had dropped. I couldn't help but shudder. Look around. The environment is completely different from the previous 4 floors. Looking around, there is nothing but fog. There is a dark forest in front of me. There are twisted and dry trees with strange shapes. Dilapidated tombstones can be seen everywhere. Tisk, what a weird place. Lu Sheng took the blood drinker and walked along the forest path. Suddenly, a red wolf with a transparent body appeared. Rushing towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng subconsciously raised his sword to fight back. As a result, the knife missed. The sword slashed through the red wolf without any damage indication. Instead, he was bitten by the red wolf. A blue word appeared on the panel. -20. It's magic damage. Taking into account the damage reduction of Fearless Body and its own resistance, this guy's damage is as high as over 400 points. This is the damage value of being besieged by 10 engineer ants. The red wolf passed through Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was sweating profusely. No entity? How do we fight? Moreover, it seems that it is not just the red wolves, all kinds of spiritual creatures have appeared in the woods. Ghost wolf, ghost spider, ghost bear. Surrounded Lu Sheng in the middle. This won't do. Before they attacked, Lu Sheng used the sword controlling technique. Snort sniff. The sword shadows pierced the spirits and tore their bodies apart. Ouch! They let out mournful howls and their bodies dissipated. Kill the ghost wolf, gain plus 800 experience points and 25 points. Kill the ghost spider, experience plus 900, gain 30 points. Kill the ghost bear, experience plus 1000, gain 40 points. It is a mixed copy of multiple monsters. The difficulty increased again. Fortunately, I have the skill of wielding a sword, otherwise, I would be dead. In another light curtain. In the forest, Wang Hao was chased by a group of ghost wolves. Sword Chi. Wang Hao swung out a sword Chi with all his might, and it was incredibly powerful. But it was of no use. Just cut down a few trees. The spirit was not affected and pounced on Wang Hao. Just as it was about to be torn apart, the light curtain turned into a mosaic and then dissipated. Wang Hao rolled out of the portal of the trial tower in a panic. His equipment was tattered and his face was pale. Lu Ruyan ran over quickly and helped him up. Wang Hao, are you okay? Wang Hao stood up straight, pointed at the trial tower and cursed, damn it! The person who designed this lousy tower is a pervert. What the hell is that? I can't even hit it. Isn't this just a scam? These words reached Chu Yu's ears not far away. She glanced at Wang Hao coldly. Wang Hao was cursing vigorously and accidentally met Chu Yu's eyes. He stopped swearing. The whole person was stunned. This girl is so beautiful, isn't she? A delicate face like a doll, and big eyes that can speak. This figure, this appearance. Crush Lu Ruyan. Wang Hao was mesmerized by the sight. Lu Ruyan noticed Wang Hao's gaze and felt jealous. I nudged him with my elbow. What are you looking at? Wang Hao came back to his senses, tidied his hair, and walked towards Chu Yu. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Wang Hao, the top student in Xingai No. 1 Middle School and the heir to the Dehao group. Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. Can you tell me your name? Me? I'm the pervert you're talking about. What? Wang Hao stood there in a daze. This incredibly beautiful girl in front of me is the designer of the Tower of Trials? What a joke! Wang Hao thought she was teasing him and wanted to approach her to strike up a conversation. Han Mingxian drew his sword directly, pointing the tip of the sword at Wang Hao. If you don't want to die, step back. In an instant, murderous aura enveloped Wang Hao. Wang Hao was trembling all over. They are not awakened people of the same level at all. The pressure from Han Mingxian made Wang Hao feel like he couldn't breathe. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly took several steps back. Chu Yu held up his face lazily. Without even looking at Wang Hao, he said, this level tests your ability to understand the dungeon. If you're a clergyman or a magician, you can just kill all these ghosts. If you're a physical class, you need to find the altar in the forest and destroy it, and these ghosts will disappear. Then the necromancer will appear. Of course, he'll be a weakened version. You should be able to handle him. Chu Yu replied nonchalantly. Wang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Questions like this? Treat them as devils? He couldn't think of any way to get through the mountain of ghosts and into the forest to find the altar. Chu Yu continued, when exploring the wild, you often encounter all kinds of strange situations. Brute force alone is not enough. Everyone nodded. Chu Yu propped up his face and looked at the only two remaining light screens with boredom. It seems that no one can pass the test. Suddenly, her eyes widened. In the picture, Lu Sheng is waving a flying sword. The sword shadow drew a graceful arc in the air, tearing the ghosts into pieces. Sword control. Chu Yu sat up straight. This is the signature skill of the legendary S-level professional swordsman. Moreover, this level of proficiency definitely doesn't mean he just learned it. Just then, a ghost bear that had escaped the net pounced from the side. The huge bear paw slapped Lu Sheng on the head. Logically speaking, the ghost bear's attack power is as high as over 500 points. Even a level 30 awakener would be crippled by this slap. But in the picture, Lu Sheng was only photographed taking a step back. Not even blood? Who is this? What's his profession? There was a glint in Chu Yu's beautiful eyes. Han Mingxian and his deputy looked at each other. He's Lu Sheng, the son of Lu Wentao. His occupation is... Oh? Uncle Wentao's son? Is he also a sword master? No. He failed in his job transfer. A rare expression of astonishment appeared on Chu Yu's face. Oh, I see. She nodded and said nothing more. Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan looked at the screen. I'm so angry. Zhang Yawei whispered into Wang Hao's ear. Do you feel something is wrong too? There must be something wrong with that kid. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, I can't even hit these monsters. How can he kill them instantly? Zhang Yawei nodded his chin towards Han Mingxian. Wang Hao immediately understood what Zhang Yawei meant. He pushed Lu Ruyan away and strode up to Chu Yu. He fell to his knees with a thud. He bowed and looked at her. Sir! I want to report Lu Sheng for cheating. Han Mingxuan's cheek twitched. What did you say? The trial tower is a national trial. How could there be cheating? Of course ordinary people can't cheat, but what if it's you, the team leader? Wang Hao was not willing to be outdone and looked at Han Mingxian coldly. Then he kowtowed to Chu Yu. The examiner is suspected of protecting Lu Sheng. Please, beautiful commander, conduct a thorough investigation. Chapter 19. A hint of impatience flashed across Chu Yu's beautiful eyes. She had also heard about the children of powerful families secretly changing the trial data when carrying out trial tasks. Some time ago, the son of a conglomerate boss bribed an examiner. If she caught him on the spot, his qualifications as an awakener would be revoked. Captain Han, is this true? Chu Yu asked. Her voice still sounds very royal and pleasant. When it reached Han Mingxuan's ears, it was a completely different story. Han Mingxian was sweating profusely. No. Boss, I guarantee it with my life. This is absolutely not true. You're still saying no. Wang Hao's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at the light curtain and shouted, what's the difference between his move and my sword energy? Why can he defeat the spirit, but I can't? The students around nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's too ridiculous that Lu Sheng, as an unemployed person, can make it to the 5th level. Before the trial started, Captain Han even greeted Lu Sheng. Yes, I remember that Principal Zhang didn't allow Lu Sheng to participate in the trial tower, and he scolded him. There must be something fishy going on. The discussion grew louder. Seeing Han Mingxian lowering his head and not daring to speak, Zhang Yawei was overjoyed. Chu Yu waved her hand, enough, stop arguing. She simply raised her voice a little, and an air of majesty spread uncontrollably. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. She held her face lazily. Let's see how he performs next. Everyone's attention turned back to the light curtain. Now, there are 2 more light curtains. One is Lu Sheng. He was being chased by a group of ghost monsters, and could only fight back by using the sword control technique. And another picture. She is a girl with a peaceful look. Wearing a simple school uniform and holding a priest's staff. She was searching for the altar in the ghost forest. Who is this girl? Chu Yu asked. Yeruoxiu, an awakener from class 3 to 5 of senior high school, is a cleric. The adjutant quickly flipped through her information on a tablet and said with a hint of surprise, she's only a B-rank awakener. It has little to do with her profession. Chu Yu smiled knowingly, she is very smart. The Tower of Trials is a customized copy prepared for new awakeners. The difficulty is usually not too high. The important thing is to be able to see through the key to the copy assessment. Yeruoxiu is obviously the best among them. Her wand gleamed pale white. When the ghost pounced, it was enveloped by the holy light and dissipated instantly. Zhang Yawei was also a little surprised, as he was only focused on Lu Sheng and Wang Hao. I never thought that Yeruoxiu, who is usually quiet and has average grades, could reach the 5th level. Chu Yu nodded appreciatively. This is standard play. This level was tailor-made for her. And Chu Yu originally wanted to say that Holy Light is the nemesis of the Lord of the Abyss. If she can clear the ghost forest, she might become the first and only awakener in this session to clear the hidden level. But she still kept the matter of the hidden level a secret. In the picture, with the help of Holy Light, Yeruoxiu eliminated a large number of ghosts without much effort. Arrived at the ancient tomb deep in the forest. The stone gate is engraved with complex runes, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. Yeruoxiu took a deep breath. Recite the mantra. The stone door was slowly opened. Rumble. The stone gate opened. A low roar was heard from the dark mausoleum. A skeleton wizard in a black robe walked out of the mausoleum, holding a bone staff, with green ghost fire burning in his eye sockets. The Lord of the Dead. That's pretty impressive. We're almost at the final boss. This woman is a priestess, the nemesis of the undead. She must have passed the test. I'm so envious. In the picture, seeing the undead lord appear, Yeruoxiu immediately cast a holy light shield on herself. Golden holy light surrounded her. Then she raised her staff and prepared to cast the holy light spell. A very standard clergy play style. Han Mingxian also felt that Yeruoxia was sure to win. Only Chu Yu frowned. Just then, the undead lord stopped chanting magic. It tilted its skull head and looked at Yeruoxiu. Holy Light Shield is the nemesis of dark magic. The undead lord walked straight towards Yeruoxiu and looked at her with his head tilted. Then, he picked up the bone stick and moved the joints. Click, click. The next second, the boss of the mage profession actually rushed forward. Bang! A straight punch hit Yeruoxiu in the abdomen. The Holy Light Shield did not react at all. Because this shield can only resist magical damage. Yeruoxiu was also stunned as her spell was interrupted. This was not over yet. The Lord of the Dead swung his staff again and hit Yeruoxiu's neck. Yeruoxiu was knocked away. What's going on? Everyone widened their eyes. Watching a boss holding a staff chasing Yeruoxiu and beating her up. In a physical sense. Poor Yeruoxiu didn't even have the chance to cast any spells and was beaten to the ground. Finally, she reluctantly turned into a beam of white light. Before the light curtain disappeared, the undead lord also posed in front of the screen like the ancient star warrior Li Long holding nunchakus. Yeruoxiu was also kicked out of the trial tower. The whole audience was silent. Chu Yu held her cheek and said as a matter of course. Priesthood alone isn't enough. The undead lords are all transformed from ancient high priests. He is not only knowledgeable, but also knows a little bit about fighting. Everyone was frowning. The designer of the Tower of Trials has a really unusual way of thinking. According to your design, who can pass the level? Wang Hao asked unwillingly. Chu Yu looked at the last light curtain with a smile. Isn't there another person here? In the picture. Lu Sheng finally cleared out the ghost monsters. I must learn holy light enchantment when I get back. This fight is so disgusting. Lu Sheng wiped his face. Being chased by a group of undead, I couldn't fight back and could only wait for the sword control technique to be out of CD. What a shame and humiliation. It would be different if there was an enchantment, these ghosts could be killed with one knife. Fortunately, the number of ghosts is not as many as in the previous copies, and 20 sword controlling techniques can handle it. Only about 2,000. Lu Sheng has now reached level 19, just one step away from the novice watershed of level 20. Unfortunately, I only have 8,500 points, so I can't participate in the lottery for the time being. Without the interference of the undead, Lu Sheng began to explore the ghost forest. Unlike Yeruoxiu, he saw the guide sign at the entrance of the forest and it took him some effort to find the tomb. A mausoleum. Without saying a word, Lu Sheng raised his bloodthirster and chopped down the tomb gate. Idiot! Chu Yu couldn't help but swear. The students around couldn't help laughing. Only Han Mingxian looked distressed. The mausoleum comes with a veil of darkness, a barrier with 500,000 health points. To make it easier to pass through, they have engraved the spell on the gate of the tomb. Reading the words on the tomb will break the barrier. Lu Sheng actually used a knife to chop the door. There is absolutely no common sense. Actually, this is not Lu Sheng's fault. How could he have thought of the door? Gaia, grant me strength. It could be a spell, I thought it was a prank by the level designer. Boom! Slash down with one sword. The Lu Sheng cup popped open. Lu Sheng was stunned. Looking at the exaggerated health bar in front of him, it was a full 500,000 points. Could this be the final boss? Chapter 20. Outside the screen, the students were already laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Chu Yu also looked disgusted. But in the picture, Lu Sheng was holding the sword in front of him. Chu Yu was confused. What does he want to do? Is he really going to break the barrier? Lu Sheng held his breath and concentrated. Staring at the mausoleum in front of him. As long as it dares to show its health bar, I will kill it. Sword control technique, break. Sniff sniff. The blood drinker floated in the air and transformed into countless sword shadows, flying towards the mausoleum gate. The first sword. 870. The mausoleum's barrier merely rippled. The second sword. 1740. The barrier was calm and even emitted a luster as if in provocation. The third sword, the fourth sword. The ninth sword. The barrier began to break down, and even the gate of the mausoleum began to crack. The number 222,720 floated up. The 10th sword. The blood drinker seemed to sense that the killing line had arrived, and the extra sword shadows disappeared. It condensed into a giant sword shadow 10 meters long. Against the backdrop of the dark forest, the red sword gleams with a blue sheen. It presents a strange scene. What is this? Chu Yu stood up. The previous laughter had completely disappeared. Whoosh! Boom! The huge sword pierced through the black curtain and directly stuck into the gate of the mausoleum. Click! Click! Cracks appeared on the gate of the mausoleum. The barrier covering the mausoleum exploded. As a result, the mausoleum was blown to pieces. As the dark curtain exploded, the dark forest was covered by black fog. The light curtain was grey and nothing could be seen. Cough cough cough. Lu Sheng rubbed his nose and felt a little uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that he was poisoned. Lose 20 health points per second. What do you mean by poison? I thought I had a cold. Compared to the bat poison on the 3rd level, this poison can be completely ignored. 192 points of constitution, increased health by 19-20 points and health regeneration rate by 19 points per second. This amount of poison is not enough. The black fog finally dissipated. A skeleton in a tattered robe stood in the center of the ruins. There was fire burning in his eyes, real fire. Its wizard robe was tattered, as if it had been burned by fire. There was still some darkness on his face, like a student who had just walked out of a chemistry laboratory. The previously eerie and gloomy tomb has turned into a pile of rubble. The undead lord raised his staff tremblingly. FK, are you alive? Lu Sheng thought it was just a decoration. He quickly cast an insight spell. Undead Lord. Level 30. Race, Undead. Strength, 55. Constitution, 32.5. Spirit, 58. Agility, 31.5. HP, 50,000. Skill 1, Black Light Shield, casts a magic shield on yourself that blocks 20,000 points of damage. While the shield is in effect, you are immune to all control skills. Skill 2, Death Ripple, deals 112 damage to non-undead units within a 50-meter range. Skill 3. It's a strong enemy. The sword controlling technique has just been used up, and there are still 2 minutes of CD time. As long as I can get through this period. Wait a moment. Lu Sheng suddenly realized something. The Lord of the Dead doesn't actually have the spirit skill, it's physical. Hahaha. Lu Sheng was delighted. Pick up the bloodthirster and point it at it. You're done. In the square. Everyone was so shocked by what had just happened that they were speechless. He really broke the veil of darkness. A barrier of 500,000 blood. This idiot doesn't play by the rules at all. Wang Hao took 2 steps back unconsciously. No. Impossible. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale as she muttered softly, this is too exaggerated. What kind of skill was that just now? Although I don't know what skills Lu Sheng used. But the last sword was so cool. The 10-meter-long sword pierced through the dark curtain and went straight into the gate of the mausoleum. Blow up the house of the undead lord. No wonder the undead lord is so angry. Chu Yu frowned, recalling the battle scene just now. It really looked like the sword-controlling technique of a sword cultivator. She knew a sword cultivator who was familiar with this skill. The damage increases in an arithmetic progression. She quickly did the reverse calculation in her mind. If 10 swords can break the barrier, then Lu Sheng's attack power should be around 500 points. Is this the value that a newly awakened student can achieve? Chu Yu glanced at Han Mingxian, who looked relieved. Without saying anything, he continued to look at the light curtain. The black fog dissipated in the light curtain. The necromancer's voice echoed, "Foolish human! You've destroyed my resting place. I will make you my slave. Rebuild the palace for me." The undead lord raised his staff, and black magic power condensed around him. Black light shield. The body of the undead lord is covered by a pitch-black shield. Then, it began to chant the spell of Death Ripple. The signature skill of the level 30 Death Lord, the damage is ridiculously exaggerated. And the chanting speed is extremely fast. It is the nightmare of the vast majority of awakened people. This was also the main reason why Yeruoxu cast the Holy Light Shield when they met just now. Moreover, because of the existence of the Black Light Shield, the spell cannot be interrupted at all. You can only retreat 50 meters to avoid harm. But Lu Sheng had no intention of dodging at all. "I'm not interested in being your servant, but I can help you with your salvation." As soon as the words fell, Lu Sheng held the sword in front of him and gently brushed his fingers across the blade. "Sword domain. Open." His bangs were gently blown by the wind. With Lu Sheng as the center, a formation appeared within a range of 100 meters. Dense sword shadows appeared in the air. For a while, the onlookers couldn't tell who was the boss. What kind of skill is this? It's too exaggerated, right? The deputy was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to his shoulder. It's a domain skill. Han Mingxian, who is also a sword-type professional, narrowed his pupils slightly. Domain skills are not uncommon. But a range of 100 meters is really too exaggerated. Chu Yu stood up, no longer with the lazy look he had just had. Staring at the light curtain, Lu Sheng rushed towards the undead lord, and the sword shadows in the sword domain moved with him. The death waves of the undead lord were still chanting, and the black magic fluctuations on the wand were becoming stronger and stronger. However, Lu Sheng's speed was a bit exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the undead lord. "Drink blood and hold it high. Stab the head of the undead lord." Clang! The black light shield did not react at all. 2640. The health of the undead lord dropped a lot. "What? The black light shield has no effect." Zhang Yawei shouted, "This is too fake. And you still say there's no cheating?" "Because Lu Sheng deals physical damage," Chu Yu explained, "the black light shield is mainly used to deal with mages and immune control skills." The necromancer thought Lu Sheng would attack head-on. But it didn't expect that its health would drop so quickly. In a hurry, the death ripple took action. Chapter 21. Buzz buzz buzz. Blood-red waves exploded on Lu Sheng's face. Puff. 11.2. Lu Sheng felt a mosquito bite and his face started to itch. The fearless body's 90% spell damage reduction makes the undead lord's magic less powerful than the black mist poison just now. No. Impossible. The NPC necromancer, who was supposed to be unconscious, muttered. "Damn it, you dare to fight back." Lu Sheng was furious and chopped it on the head with another sword. The undead lord raised his staff to block. A red ripple appeared where they touched. There were actually cracks on the staff. Not only can it not withstand Lu Sheng's damage, even its weapons are no match. Realizing that something was wrong, the undead lord took 2 steps back. Just when everyone thought that the undead lord was preparing to use his ultimate move, Dark Blast. Turn around and run. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he became angry. The same goes for the Queen Ant and the Necromancer. He actually wanted to escape. He has no dignity as a boss at all. Want to escape? Lu Sheng chased after him. Lu Sheng's agility is 202, while the necromancer's agility is only 35, a huge difference. There is no way to get rid of Lu Sheng. When he catches up, he will strike with his sword. Moreover, when Lu Sheng attacks, the sword shadows in the sword domain will attack at the same time. The health of the undead lord dropped rapidly. It has dropped to 40,000 health points. Physical salvation, let me learn about it. The blood drinker in Lu Sheng's hand kept flashing red light. The undead lord said nothing and just ran away. This scene is like a martial arts master beating up a powerless wizard. It was an exact replica of the scene where Yeruoxia was beaten just now. The roles are reversed. The square was completely silent. Everyone just stared at the scene in a daze. A level 30 boss was being chased and attacked by a new awakener who was no more than level 20. Is there any justice in the world? In the corner, Yeruoxia's pupil shrank. She covered her still aching abdomen, her eyes full of surprise. Just now, she was beaten by the undead lord physically and had no power to fight back, and was tortured to death. But now, Lu Sheng was beating this scary guy like a sandbag. Come on, Lu Sheng. She whispered softly. His fingers inadvertently grasped the pendant around his neck. The undead lord was defeated by Lu Sheng. The blood volume dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. It tried to cast other spells, but, what was the use? Even the strongest death ripple is just a tickle to him. But every time Lu Sheng stabbed his own aorta, he did so. I thought you were so powerful. Lu Sheng stopped chasing. Sword control, CD has been completed. He intended to give the undead lord some respect. The necromancer stopped running. The fire in his eyes grew even stronger. The dignified lord of the undead, the former high priest. I was actually humiliated by a young boy. Human. I want you to pay. Oh? Have you come to your senses? Lu Sheng looked at it with a smile. Finally stopped running away. The undead lord uttered strange syllables and black mist surged around his body. Summoning the dead. With a sharp scream, the ground began to shake. Countless skeletons emerged from the soil. The skeletons quickly assembled and turned into skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors armed with swords, axes, sticks and other weapons surrounded Lu Sheng. Oh! Lu Sheng counted the number of skeleton warriors. As many as 100. The undead lord waved his hand, my men will tear you to pieces. Let me show you what true terror is. As soon as the words fell, the skeleton warriors rushed towards Lu Sheng at the same time. One sword. 2640 damage. After the berserker's splash, the damage multiplier increases to 7920. Not only were the skeleton warriors killed in one blow. The undead lord also lost half of his health. The undead lord covered the broken bones in his chest. My whole body was shaking. You. The undead lord was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? His most proud magic damage was ineffective, and physical attacks were no match for him. If you summon your men to fight in a group, will you be the one who suffers? Impossible. Remember this. The undead lord has one last trick up his sleeve, which is to turn himself into black smoke and escape. As long as they can hold out for 24 hours, humans will be teleported out of the trial tower. It will survive. Lu Sheng clapped his hands and watched the body of the undead lord gradually turn into smoke. The game is over. The blood drinker flew up again. Snort sniff. 3 sword shadows completely turned the undead lord into powder. Kill the deadly monarch. Gain 50,000 experience points. Obtain 3,000 points. The ashes of the undead lord's bones scattered in the air. Lu Sheng covered his nose, not wanting to inhale the ashes. But the surrounding plants seemed to be attracting them. The ashes formed a string of bright light in the air, flying towards the edge of the forest. As we passed by, the dark forest gradually became colorful. Congratulations! You've become the first awakener to clear the dark forest. It's over. Lu Sheng was also admiring the strange scenery before him. A knowing smile. The Tower of Trials has 5 floors in total. After returning, I can legitimately ask Zhang Yawei for the Sword 28 skill book. Legend has it that this is a skill created by the founder of Xingai No. 1 Middle School, a man known as the 7 Sword Masters. Thanks to this move, he ranked 10th among sword-type professionals in the world. As for why he came to the small city of Xingai, Lu Sheng was a little confused. Lu Sheng is waiting for the clearance prompt. But, the wait never came. Until the dark forest turned into a lush green woodland. A portal appeared at the original location of the tomb. Hints flashed through my mind. Ding! The hidden level has been opened. This level is optional. Do you want to start the challenge? Hidden levels? This is a pleasant surprise. Now that we have come this far, there is no reason to give up halfway. Confirm. Lu Sheng chose the challenge without hesitation. The portal opened and Lu Sheng slowly walked towards it. Outside the light curtain, Chu Yu raised the corners of her mouth. Lu Sheng's straightforwardness exceeded her imagination. I was just worried that Lu Sheng would give up the challenge out of caution. After all, according to the rules, passing the 5th level of trial means passing the trial tower. You can get a lot of material rewards provided by the military. Is this kid crazy? Han Mingxian was shaking with anger. He even dared to challenge the hidden level. Are you questioning the level I designed? Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him. No. I dare not. Han Mingxian immediately became listless. Really, Lu Sheng had no idea what a terrifying monster was behind the portal. At this time, Wang Hao brought a group of classmates and came to Chu Yu again. Beautiful commander. Lu Sheng must have discovered a loophole in the trial tower. Right. Either he secretly altered the data, otherwise how could there be such an outrageous clearance record? That is. This is totally out of the ordinary. Chapter 22. Everyone was clamoring and expressing dissatisfaction with Lu Sheng's clearance result. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale and he was about to get angry. Chu Yu turned to her classmates and smiled. Everyone, don't worry. Lu Sheng chose the hidden level. I designed the hidden level myself, and Han Mingxian only just found out about its existence. Of course, it's impossible to tamper with it, or even leak information in advance. She turned to look at the light curtain and her smile grew brighter. Whether it's cheating or not, it will be clear from now on. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Hidden level. Zhang Yawei was stunned. It was the first time he heard of this kind of design. Chu Yu also took this opportunity to announce the content of the hidden level. A hidden level with no monsters, only a boss. She had her back to the crowd, and her silhouette looked like a goddess. And this boss is the Abyss Demon King that I specially captured from the demon realm. The Demon Lord of the Abyss. The students held their breath. Zhang Yawei's eyes widened even more. Students may not know what level of monster the Abyss Demon King is. Zhang Yawei knows it very well. Monsters in the demon world are also divided into 3 levels, DSSS. The Demon King of the Abyss is the peak of A level and the S-level goalkeeper. An Abyss Demon King can easily destroy a town. Destruction is its specialty. The most terrifying thing is its curse. Cannot be eliminated until the host dies. Death is not the end. After death, the soul will become a servant of the Demon King of the Abyss. When it comes to the Demon King of the Abyss, everyone is terrified. I went to the demon realm specifically to capture an Abyss Demon King and placed him in the Tower of Trials as a hidden level. Even the Demon King had to stand up and let Chu Yu sit in the main seat. Looking at her back again, it was no longer blind admiration, but more of a sense of fear. Of course. Chu Yu saw everyone's concern and smiled. When I captured this Abyss Demon King, I beat him half to death and took out the demon core from his body. Now it's just a harmless little pitiful creature. Its strength is roughly equivalent to a level 30 boss. If you can defeat the necromancer, dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ruyan and Wang Hao looked at each other. A look of joy flashed in his eyes. Just now they were worried about Lu Sheng coming out of the trial tower, as his strength was far superior to theirs. Now that's good. The Demon King of the Abyss is a real creature from the demon world. It is an extremely cruel monster that feeds on humans. Different from ordinary monsters, they have intelligence and a unique skill system. It is the perfect mirror image of human beings. For a level 30 A-level awakener, it would be absolutely easy to eliminate an unprofessional person who is no more than level 20. Lu Ruyan leaned on Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Let's see how arrogant he can be this time." Han Mingxian did not show his emotions on his face like the students did. He just glanced at Chu Yu nervously. "I always feel that the commander is too willful and a little careless in doing things. Just hope nothing goes wrong." Not far away, Yeruoxu tightly grasped the pendant around her neck. He whispered, "Lu Sheng, don't get into trouble." Tower of Trials. Lu Sheng stepped into the portal. This time, there was no direct transfer to another new scene. But walking in the fog. Until the fog clears. Lu Sheng stood in an abandoned courtyard. The sky was grey and it was drizzling. Only the broken walls here and there show any traces of human beings or human-like creatures living here. The ground was covered with weeds and showed signs of being trampled upon. You can see the head in the haystack. There are human skulls and monster skulls. What is this? Lu Sheng frowned slightly. The human skull is nothing special, but this monster skull is as tall as him. Obviously, there is a very scary monster here. Lu Sheng carefully stepped over the scattered bones, trying to avoid objects that might make noises. He didn't care that the rain soaked his hair. Ding ding ding. The sound of heavy chains dragging came from deep within the ruins. Lu Sheng clenched his blood drinker and moved closer to the sound. As soon as he arrived at this floor, he used the sword controlling technique, but did not find any target. It seems that we have to explore the monsters first. Sudden. Lu Sheng felt a terrible force coming. Subconsciously stepped back. Just as he stepped back, a huge figure fell from the sky like a meteorite and hit the place where he had just stood. The ground shook for a long time. Lu Sheng steadied himself and looked up. A small hill. It had bison horns on its head, seemed to have no lips, and had dagger-like fangs sticking out. His entire body was purple and covered in scars, and his upper body was strong and muscular. The most conspicuous. Its lower body is abnormally fat. There are two upper body widths. The extra part forms a tail-like structure behind the body. Man. Manorath. Lu Sheng shouted subconsciously. The monster instantly became furious when he heard the name that Lu Sheng blurted out. Human. Its voice was hoarse and low, but mixed with immense anger. How dare you, a lowly ant, address the demon lord Manorath by his name? The fangs of the Abyss Demon King flashed coldly in the rain. The purple skin turned a little bright red because of anger. Lu Sheng ignored its second-degree antics and used his insight technique instead. Demon Lord of the Abyss. Level 30. HP, 80,000/80,000. Strength, 121. Constitution, 102. Spirit, 62. Agility, 43. Skills, Abyssal Trampling, Hellfire Rain, Horrible Howl, Abyssal Summoning. Status, Magic Core damaged, all attributes decreased by 80%. When Lu Sheng saw the skill name, his heart moved. What a big butt! I blurted out subconsciously. In my favorite cyber cricket fighting video in my previous life, its strength was quite impressive. Especially in terms of monster killing, it is comparable to my own berserker. Big A. The Lord of the Abyss repeated. Suddenly, he stood up angrily. Ignorance! I am Bartok, the Demon King of the Abyss. How can you humans humiliate me so wantonly? Bartok suddenly raised his front hooves and stomped them hard on the ground, trampling the abyss. The ruins were shaking, and the ground cracked into several deep gullies, spreading towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng rolled and jumped backwards continuously. Finally stopped at the edge of the ravine. You are very fast. Bartok was a little surprised. Then, he showed a cruel smile. Then I'll give you a taste of hell. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed burning fireballs towards Lu Sheng. Hellfire rain. Unlike in the game, the rain of fire does not fall from the sky, but comes out of his mouth. Fireballs rushed towards Lu Sheng like an overwhelming force. Each fireball was the size of a basketball and had a small flaming tail. Lu Sheng was dodging flexibly. At the same time, he wielded the blood drinker and shattered several fireballs. But there were too many fireballs. A few of them still grazed his body. Several holes were burned in the clothes and a burning pain came from the skin. Lu Sheng's health dropped by nearly 200 points. Hahaha. Human, this is what happens when you provoke the Demon King. Bartok laughed wildly. Wait until I kill you, and then I kill that stupid woman. I will present your bodies to Lord Manoroth. Chapter 23. Lu Sheng glanced at the clothes that were still on fire and had holes in them. He simply tore off his clothes and threw them on the ground, revealing bodybuilding muscles. Lu Sheng raised the corners of his mouth. Interesting, his stats are down 80% and he's still so powerful. I'm really looking forward to fighting you in your perfect form. Bartok's laughter stopped. What did you say? Lu Sheng pointed at Bartok and waved his sword in the air to drink blood. Look at how dead you are now, with chains tied to your feet and your magic core is damaged. With your character, you still have the nerve to call yourself the Demon King. You deserve to be called Big A, Gongsun A Buto. Although he did not understand what Lu Sheng said specifically, Bartok realized that he was humiliating him. Purple's face turned red. It hit a raw nerve. He was beaten half to death by that weird woman who could transform into a dragon, and her magic core was melted away. The strength has dropped significantly. Now it can't even muster 1/10 of its strength. Shut up! Bartok roared, a long-handled spear appearing in his hand. Even if my strength has decreased, it's still easy to kill a piece of trash like you. Said. A purple light appeared on its body. Open your bloody mouth. The terrifying syllables entered Lu Sheng's ears, making him feel a little numb. Bartok grinned and said, Now, you have become weaker too. Die. Wielding a long-handled spear, Bartok rushed towards Lu Sheng like a chariot. Ding ding dong dong. The sound of blood drinking and long-handled hair colliding could be heard. In the square. Everyone looked unhappy. The terrifying howl that just came from the light curtain. It's like a sound that hits the soul. The legs of the lower-level combat professionals went weak. The life professionals collapsed directly on the ground. What kind of monster is this? The sound is so horrible, it makes me feel sick all over. Can Lu Sheng really deal with this ghost thing? Chu Yu's expression was equally grim. But she wasn't affected by the terrifying howl. Instead, he kept thinking about the conversation between Lu Sheng and Bartok. Manoroth. Chu Yumo muttered the name and looked at Lu Sheng whose weapon collided with Bartok's in the light curtain. How did he know this name? It's a top secret of the Dragon Nation. Han Mingxian noticed that Chu Yu was abnormal and asked, Boss, is there any problem? Chu Yu snorted coldly. The conversation just now also contained some content that concerned her. The anger in my heart is growing. Because just now, Bartok had been scolding her. Stupid woman, bad woman. Chu Yu clenched his fists and yelled, "You biga deserves a beating." The sudden burst of swear words left Han Mingxian confused. "Kill it! Lu Sheng!" Chu Yu shouted at the light curtain, very emotional. Tower of Trials, hidden level. Lu Sheng and Bartok had fought for a while. He is indeed a strong enemy. Only by opening the sword domain can I compete with him. Let's change to other students. Every one of them was killed in seconds. Lu Sheng couldn't understand why the trial tower could hide such a powerful monster inside. It was clearly a trap. Bartok attacked with his spear and kept spraying people. "You idiot! Just as weird as that stupid woman. It's not that it hasn't killed people before, it has even killed a lot of people. But the only one who left as deep an impression on it as Chu Yu was Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng's hands were already numb. This guy didn't have much skill, but he was really strong. Numbers aren't everything. Lu Sheng looked for an opportunity, blocked Bartok's horizontal slash, and quickly dodged backwards. His speed was greater than Bartok's, which was his only clear advantage. Because of the howl of fear, the attack power dropped by 50%. "You can't escape. Human!" Bartok twisted his huge body and chased Lu Sheng, his butt bouncing up and down. When they had almost closed the distance, Lu Sheng stopped. "Who told you I was going to run away? Sword control technique, break. Even if the attack is reduced by 50%, it's just a matter of having one more sword. Even the dark curtain of 500,000 HP can be broken with only 80,000 HP. It's awesome to be able to withstand 7 swords. Phew." Bartok's chest was pierced by a huge sword. It did not die immediately, but stood there, looking at its chest in disbelief. Purple blood spurted from the wound. "No. Impossible." Bartok looked at the pierced body. The eyes that were flashing red gradually dimmed. The blood drinker flew back into Lu Sheng's hands. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That's it." Lu Sheng brushed off the purple blood stains on the blood drinker. "I thought we could fight longer." Bartok supported himself with his spear. Even if vitality is rapidly draining away, it also wants to maintain the devil's last dignity. "Humans! Lord Malonas will not let you go." It roared with the last of its strength. Lu Sheng disagreed and raised an eyebrow. "Does Grom know that you're so arrogant?" "Ha ha ha." Bartok laughed intermittently and did not respond to Lu Sheng. "I would rather die than be captured by you humans again." Bartok closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But at this moment, its eyes suddenly widened. The body undergoes abnormal changes. The muscles that had already been penetrated were bulging irregularly. It's like something is moving under the skin. The whole body expands and contracts, looking extremely strange. "What's going on?" Lu Sheng was frightened and took a few steps back, his face full of confusion. There's even an execution animation. Outside the trial tower. The classmates were also watching this scene in amazement. Did Lu Sheng use some strange skills again? This picture looks so disgusting. But most people felt relieved. After all, Lu Sheng killed the Abyss Demon King. After all, they are classmates. It is naturally a good thing to be able to have someone close to you. Except for a few students and school leaders, their expressions were not very good. Chu Yu, who had been very relaxed before, now had a serious expression on his face. "Abyss energy." Chu Yu blurted out, his voice trembling slightly. "The source of energy is Tower of Trial." "What's wrong, boss?" Han Mingxian asked hurriedly. Chu Yu took a deep breath and no longer had the leisure and ease she had before. There was a hint of awe in his tone. "I underestimated Manaratha's strength. These Abyss Demon Kings are actually its clones." "What do you mean?" Han Mingxian and his adjutant looked at each other. This was their blind spot in knowledge. Chu Yu seemed to be talking to herself. This guy named Bartok got caught on purpose. He's acting. No. Lu Sheng is in danger. In the trial space, Bartok's physical changes became more and more drastic. The wound actually healed. Lu Sheng suddenly came back to his senses. Oh no! It was just like what was shown on TV. I was inexplicably controlled for more than 10 seconds after transforming. Lu Sheng then came to his senses. An oppressive reverberation sound came out of Bartok's mouth. Human, you actually know Grom. Its skin turned grayish-white and its body became larger. Lu Sheng looked at Bartok blankly. Are you changing to a larger size? Chapter 24. Bartok's body swelled to twice its size. The purple skin turned to a dark gray. A terrifying pressure emanated from it. Lu Sheng was forced to retreat by this pressure. So strong. Lu Sheng tried to use clairvoyance, but found. Can't see it. Can't see its panel. This means that the opponent's level is above his level 50. Lu Sheng felt like it was becoming difficult to breathe. Human, I am not Bartok. A low and majestic voice came from its mouth. Bartok is just a part of my soul. In the mouths of you humans, I have another name. Lord of the Abyss, Manoroth. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Is it really Manoroth? The Flayer. The Destroyer. The Burning Legion's worst leader. How did it get here? You mentioned Grom just now. That's very interesting. Manoroth swayed his huge body and walked in front of Lu Sheng. How could a human know the name of the orc chieftain? Lu Sheng swallowed his Adam's apple. What a joke. Tell it you've played games? After waiting for a few seconds, seeing that Lu Sheng didn't speak, Manoroth's eyes flashed with impatience. Since you don't want to tell me, let me dig it out of your memory myself. In an instant, an even more terrifying pressure enveloped the entire space. Lu Sheng was actually stalling for time and preparing for the sword controlling technique. But this time, the body seemed to be bound by invisible chains. Forget about using any skills, I can't even move my eyelids. At the same time, outside the Tower of Trial, the light curtain disappeared with a snap. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, they saw a huge demon figure. Just looking at it makes me feel suffocated. Why is it gone? Is Lu Sheng dead? But why didn't he come out? According to the rules of the Tower of Trials, the challenger either passes the level or fails and is ejected. Now the light curtain disappears. Lu Sheng is still inside, there is only one possibility. He's dead. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale in an instant. Chu Yu. What's going on? He no longer cared about the relationship between superiors and subordinates and started questioning directly. Chu Yu bit her lower lip and also looked unhappy. I didn't expect this to happen. Her voice gradually lowered. Manoroth, the Lord of the Abyss. He was able to descend into the trial space through his clone. What do you mean? Han Mingxian asked anxiously, how is Lu Sheng now? I don't know, but... Chu Yu closed her eyes and opened them again. Her pupils had turned red, and red runes appeared on her fair skin. A pair of dragon wings also grew on her back. Her eyes became deep, no longer an innocent little girl, but more like a decisive and ruthless legion commander. Technician, help me locate Lu Sheng's previous position. Chu Yu stared at the trial tower. Han Mingxian, Lu Sheng may be dead. But his sacrifice will not be in vain. I will kill it and avenge him. Dead, dead. Han Mingxuan's legs went limp and he fell backwards. Fortunately, the adjutant was quick to support him. The technician's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard. The team leader replied, location in progress. Estimated to take 20 minutes. The atmosphere around became tense. Most of the students didn't know what exactly happened. But from the conversation between Han Mingxian and Chu Yu, they heard the key information. Lu Sheng is dead. Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, and a hint of unconcealable joy flashed in their eyes. Zhang Yawei also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Sheng really died in the Tower of Trials, the school's treasure was saved. He no longer has to worry about retaliation. Trial space, burial ground. Lu Sheng was pinned down by Manoratha's pressure. I can't see your memories. Manorath glared at Lu Sheng. Human, you are quite interesting. It snapped its fingers and untied the restraints above Lu Sheng's neck. I have a suggestion. How about becoming my subordinate? Be your subordinate. Yes. Manorath grinned, his fangs wide. I can grant you immense power. Bah! I'm not interested in being a dog. What a joke. Collaborating with the devil? Even if it means living a life worse than death. If you don't accept my offer, I'll punish you. Manorath raised his heavy spear. I'm just asking you a symbolic question, and you take it seriously. Do you think you have a choice? The tip of the gun flashed purple. It's the devil's curse. Completion. I don't want to become a monster like the Doom Guardian. But I can't move at all. What hidden level in the Tower of Trials? Harm people. Just then, Lu Sheng suddenly felt something strange in his body. The power that bound him was weakening. Something was jiggling in my pocket. A bat badge appeared. Transformed into a vampire butler. Its entire body was shrouded in red light, and it looked completely different from the bat monster just now. Your Excellency, Lord of the Abyss. The vampire steward bowed and said, I hope you can let him go. The vampire butler's voice was calm. But you can still hear the nervousness in him. Manorath stopped casting the spell and looked at the vampire butler. Humph, a mere vampire dares to make demands of me. I am the butler of the Scarlet family. The vampire butler reported his master's name. Manorath was stunned for a moment. Oh? Scarlet. After a few seconds of silence, he snorted again. So what? Anyone who dares to defy my will must die. It really doesn't work. The vampire butler turned his back to Lu Sheng. Human, to be honest, I can't defeat it. But if you die here, I won't be able to get out. Tell me something I don't know. You're on your own. After saying this, the vampire butler formed seals with his hands. The secret technique of the blood clan unsealed. It turned into a pool of blood and flowed into Lu Sheng's body. The restrictions on Lu Sheng were instantly released. Ding! Gain temporary talent, bloodline power. Bloodthirst, when any damage is caused, the same amount of health will be restored. Blood pool, transform yourself into blood, becoming immune to all damage for 5 seconds. There are many skills, 20 in total. But they are all vampire skills. This skill alone is useless. I still can't beat him. But... etc. Do you have sword skills? Blood Sword LV Max, consumes 30% of your maximum health, condenses your own blood into a giant sword, and deals magic damage equal to 10% of the enemy's current health plus 100 times your own maximum health. Blood Sword LV Max, talent added, consumes 300% of your own health to condense into a giant sword, causing magic damage equal to 100% of the enemy's current health plus 1000 times your own maximum health. 100%. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. And his current health is 2400 points. There is an additional 24 million damage. But, the consumption is a bit exaggerated. Manorath saw Lu Sheng resume his actions and was unimpressed. Become my servant. It chanted the Demon King's curse skill again. Sword Domain. Open. Chapter 25. Countless sword shadows appeared in the air, covering the entire space. Because of the vampire's talents, the sky and the earth turned red. I would rather die than be a servant of the devil. He bit his finger and blood spurted out of the wound. Blood sword technique. A steady stream of blood flowed out of his body and condensed in the air, formed into a huge blood-red sword. The sword flashed with an eerie red light, emitting an aura of pressure even more terrifying than that of the Lord of the Abyss. What? Manorath stopped chanting. It instinctively felt something was wrong and wanted to hide. But it was too late. The blood sword was so fast that it pierced through his chest before he could react. -1.67 billion. A number with countless digits floated in Lu Sheng's sight. Manorath looked at his chest in disbelief. You can see the air behind you. No. Impossible. How could a human have such strong attack power? Lu Sheng's blood was drained. His clothes were also torn apart by the huge pulling force. The sword domain was unlocked. He lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Manorath still wanted to attack. But the body began to disintegrate and turned into countless pieces of flesh. Okay, very good. Boy. I'll remember you. Come to the abyss, I will make you see true despair. After uttering the harsh words, it completely turned into minced meat. After Lu Sheng fell to the ground, the vampire butler flew out of his body. Looking at the minced meat all over the ground, it also gasped. To think there was such exaggerated damage, this human. However, looking at Lu Sheng's pale face and body covered with wounds, the vampire butler shook his head. What a pity, your body simply can't withstand the force just now. Otherwise, the young lady should like guys like you. The vampire butler scratched his head. Prepare to turn back into a bat and return to the third floor to wait for the next destined person. But something unusual happened. The minced meat on the ground turned into red blood balls. As if there was a pulling force, they all rushed towards Lu Sheng. These blood cells rushed into Lu Sheng's body. The pale body gradually regained its color. It's a bloodthirsty skill. When damage is dealt, an equal amount of health is restored. Lu Sheng, lying on the ground, moved his fingers. Woo! His whole body was in pain, but he still supported himself and stood up. What's going on? I'm not dead yet. Lu Sheng just felt like his body was torn apart. 300% maximum health, 2 lives have been overdrawn. But now my body doesn't feel any pain at all. He was a little confused. Open the data panel. Constitution, 313. Strength, 285. Spirit, 153.8. Agility, 235. The attributes actually increased? Moreover, after calculating, it happens to be Bartok's attribute value? Lu Sheng suddenly understood. So that's it, it's the vampire's talent. Just now, the vampire butler possessed Lu Sheng, and he briefly gained the vampire talent. The vampires are a race that grows stronger by absorbing the power of their enemies. The vampire butler also reacted. Looking at Lu Sheng, he returned to his previous arrogant look. Human, I helped you. Now you should fulfill your promise and take me out. Well, by the way, I have a gift for you. Skill acquired, absorption, primary kill elites, bosses, and other players to absorb some of their attributes. The vampire steward thought to himself, let me give you a taste of the sweetness first, and then when you meet the eldest lady, I will invite you to join the vampire clan. After releasing the skill, it turned into a pendant again and flew to Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng patted the pendant and said with a smile, thanks, brother. The badge flashed red, as if responding to him. Congratulations on defeating the Abyss Demon Lord Bartok. Experience gained, 100,000 points. Points earned, 10,000 points. Congratulations, you are the first awakener to pass the hidden level of the trial tower. Please contact the military to claim your reward. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by. Lu Sheng's level has been raised to level 20. Also have 14,000 points. After receiving the clearance prompt, a portal appeared in front of me. It is the portal to leave the Tower of Trials. Outside the Tower of Trial, Chu Yu was meditating and gathering energy. Technicians are operating the positioning equipment. It will take another 5 minutes, the technician said, sweating profusely. Han Mingxian was running around anxiously. Just then, Chu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. She felt a strange energy. The gate of the Tower of Trials is open. In the light and shadow, a dark figure of a man appeared. Take a big step forward. It's Lu Sheng. Chu Yu stood up and stared at Lu Sheng with wide eyes. Lu Sheng was also surprised. When he walked out of the trial gate, the person who greeted him was not Uncle Han, but a woman. This woman is very beautiful, but the runes flashing on her body, her red pupils, and the wings on her back. It's obvious at first glance that he is an awakener of a high level. You. Without waiting for Lu Sheng to speak, Chu Yu blushed. You hooligan. Chu Yu quickly turned her face to the side. Lu Sheng was a little confused. Following Chu Yu's gaze, he moved downwards. Only then did I realize that I had nothing on. The clothes were all torn to pieces in the battle just now. No wonder Chu Yu was staring at him just now and then not looking into his eyes. Just when I felt embarrassed, Han Mingxian ran over. He was trembling a little and put his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder. Lu Sheng smiled and said, Uncle Han. I passed the level. Okay. Okay. Han Mingxian hugged Lu Sheng, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers also applauded. The adjutant pushed up his glasses and told his men, go get some clothes. Lu Sheng took the clothes handed to him by the adjutant and put them on. His cheeks flushed slightly from the embarrassment he felt just now. But more of it is excitement. As the first place in the trial tower, his reward was a universal exchange voucher. Can be exchanged for any item in the Awakener Guild warehouse. Equipment, skill books, consumables. The highest quality equipment of the Awakener Guild is A-level equipment. Thank you, Uncle Han. Lu Sheng solemnly took the card shining with golden light. Han Mingxian patted Lu Sheng's shoulder and looked at the blood drinker on his back with admiration. Nephew, use this universal exchange voucher well. You will definitely reach a higher level. The students watching cast envious and jealous looks at them. Universal redemption voucher. In the entire Xingai city, there is only one per year. This will. Chu Yu also returned to normal form, walked up to Lu Sheng, and stretched out his hand. Congratulations. Her voice was a little awkward, and she was still shy about what had just happened. Lu Sheng put his hand on hers. Thanks. But who are you? Han Mingxian was stunned and whispered, she is the designer of this year's trial tower, Chu Yu. You designed it? Lu Sheng looked at her in astonishment. Humph. Chu Yu twisted her hair, are you surprised? Guang Sheng was shocked. Chapter 26. Okay, tell me, how did you escape? Chu Yu said coldly. You mean Bartok? It's a bit difficult to play, it took me a lot of effort. Didn't you escape? Will he let me escape? Of course I have to kill him. Lu Sheng said seriously, his blood is really thick. Defeated Manoroth? Although it is just a clone, this is something that a primary awakener cannot do. Chu Yu had an expression of disbelief. Just then, her cell phone rang. Just as I was about to hang up, I glanced at the caller. She answered the phone. What? Out again? Okay, I'll be right there. Chu Yu hung up the phone and glanced at Lu Sheng. Then, in front of everyone, it transformed into a red dragon and flew away. Everyone watched the scene in amazement. They finally reacted. Known as the Red Dragon Queen, Chu Yu, Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Front Military Region. Zhang Yawei had been watching from the crowd, and he had completely lost his previous arrogance. Want to slip away? But unexpectedly, Lu Sheng, who had come to his senses, stopped him. Principal Zhang. Zhang Yawei stopped and his expression froze. Then he came back with a smile. Lu Sheng. You are truly the pride of Xingai No. 1 Middle School. Congratulations. Where is our bet? Lu Sheng asked coldly. Isn't it the school's treasure? I'll take it out from the treasury tomorrow. Zhang Yawei patted his chest. But this is the school's treasure, Lu Sheng, shouldn't you cooperate with the school to promote it? Han Mingxian was furious. How dare you mention that? You previously stopped Xiao Sheng from participating in the Tower of Trials. No. Zhang Yawei's face turned pale. I'm just worried about him. Ahem. Lu Sheng, since you've passed the Tower of Trials, according to school rules, this is 1 million Xingai coins as a scholarship. We'll also erect a bronze statue for you to encourage other students to learn from you. Thank you, Principal Zhang. Lu Sheng bowed and took the bank card without any hesitation. Lu Ruyan squeezed in from the crowd and said to Lu Sheng with a smile, Congratulations, Lu Sheng. Congratulations. Lu Sheng snorted coldly, remember to pay the money back. Wang Hao stood on the edge of the crowd. Looking at Lu Sheng who was surrounded by people, a feeling of frustration surged in my heart. As the third place, he only got a C-level exchange voucher. Can only be exchanged for Awakener Guild C-level and below equipment items. He has the money to buy this thing himself. What a humiliation! Wang Hao was in no mood to stay any longer. Crumple up the voucher and throw it away. Turned around and walked towards the school gate. Wang Hao, you are really rich. A mocking voice came. Wang Hao turned his head and saw a bronze-skinned man picking up the C-level exchange voucher he had just thrown away. Long Yin. You came to peek at my awakening ceremony. Wang Hao's voice was filled with obvious hostility. Long Yin is his half-brother. And he is the son of the main wife. He inherited the surname Long and his status in the family was much higher than his. Long Yin played with the exchange voucher in his hand and said with a scornful smile, You overestimate yourself. I have no interest in a stray dog. The man in sunglasses bowed slightly and said, Master Long, this is not how you use a stray dog. Shut up. Long Yin glared at him and turned to look at Lu Sheng in the crowd. He is much more valuable than you. You want to hire Lu Sheng? Wang Hao clenched his fists. Don't even think about it. How can we let an outsider like him enter the family dungeon? That's not up to you. Long Yin flicked Wang Hao's face with the exchange voucher. Wang Hao clenched his fists, but just gritted his teeth and left in shame. Han Mingxian walked up to Lu Sheng and patted his shoulder heavily. Xiao Sheng, are you interested in joining our 3rd regiment? Han Mingxuan's words made the students who had not yet walked far stop again. The 3rd regiment? The most elite combat group in the country, so many people try their best to get in. Lu Sheng shook his head. No, Uncle Han, I want to prove myself by passing the college entrance examination. Han Mingxian was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, haha. Ambitious. As expected of old Lu's son. This time he hit Lu Sheng harder, causing him to stagger. Xiao Sheng, the door of the 3rd regiment is always open to you. Whenever you want to come, just come to me. Thank you, Uncle Han. Han Mingxian nodded, and suddenly his face darkened. He waved to Zhang Yawei. Principal Zhang, come here. Zhang Yawei walked over with his head held high. Han Mingxian pulled him aside and said, Principal Zhang, I'm warning you. If I find out that you embarrass Xiao Sheng again, I will fill up your Xingai No. 1 middle school. Zhang Yawei nodded repeatedly, no. Lu Sheng is the pride of our school, how could I embarrass him? That's better. Han Mingxian let go of his hand. Zhang Yawei almost lost his balance. I watched Xiao Sheng grow up. If he gets wronged at school again, I won't let it go. I understand. Zhang Yawei wiped his sweat. I will definitely take good care of Lu Sheng. Han Mingxian nodded and returned to Lu Sheng. Xiao Sheng, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Remember what I just said. Take care, Uncle Han. Han Mingxuan's men have already unlocked the teleportation array of the trial tower. Zhang Yawei breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing the people from the 3rd Regiment leave. He looked at Lu Sheng with fear in his eyes. Lu Sheng, don't take what happened just now to heart. I'm just concerned about you. Zhang Yawei came over with a smile on his face. Look, tomorrow I'll take out the school's treasure and give it to you. Also, the school has decided to set up a special scholarship for you, 10,000 Xingai coins per month until you graduate. Lu Sheng glanced at him and said, Principal Zhang is so polite. Of course I should. Zhang Yawei waved his hands repeatedly. By the way, do you want to consider recommendation? With your ability, Xingai University is your choice. No, I still want to take the college entrance examination on my own. Good, good. You have ambition. Zhang Yawei secretly groaned in his heart. Why is this kid so stubborn? If he could be admitted, he would have no more worries. It's okay now. Before the college entrance examination, this big Buddha statue must be enshrined in the school. Student Lu Sheng, could you help the school with some publicity? Just take some photos, write some testimonials, or something like that. Okay. Lu Sheng nodded, but I have a condition. What conditions? Lu Ruyan owes me money, the school will help me get it back. Zhang Yawei was stunned, then nodded repeatedly. No problem. Leave it to me. He turned to look at Lu Ruyan who had not yet left. Principal Zhang. Ruyan, you owe Lu Sheng money. Find a way to get it together and pay it back before graduation. 5 million, how can I afford it? Principal. Lu Ruyan begged in a low voice. When you asked Lu Sheng for money, why didn't you think about paying it back? I gave all my money to Wang Hao. I don't care about you. You must pay me back within a month. Zhang Yawei shouted, if you can't pay it back, forget about graduating from Xingai No. 1 middle school. Lu Ruyan bit her lips and her eyes were red. She knew that Lu Sheng was no longer someone she could afford to offend. I understand. Chapter 27. The trial is over. Lu Sheng returned home. A dilapidated rental house in an urban village. The walls were peeling and the house was damp. There was only an old wooden bed. He lay on the bed and took out the card from his pocket. With $1 million scholarship, I could move tomorrow. Thinking of just bragging in front of Zhang Yawei, Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing. He doesn't even have a villa in the city center. That's pure nonsense. The purpose was to trick Zhang Yawei into taking out the school's treasure. If he really lost the bet, Lu Sheng would have to bear a debt that he would never be able to pay off for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered the hidden level of the Tower of Trials. I feel a little scared. Manorath, his strength is still too terrifying. If the vampire steward hadn't come to his aid, he would have been in trouble. What is the origin of the vampire butler? He didn't tell me where he was going. After coming out, the pendant has been silent. Lu Sheng picked up the bat badge and looked at it for a while, wanting to call him out, but got no response. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Sheng thought it was the landlord who came to collect the rent, which had indeed been delayed for a month. Here it comes. Lu Sheng opened the door. The person standing outside the door was not the bald landlord, but two strange men. A man wearing an expensive handmade suit, with bronzed skin, who looks a bit like an idol. Another one was wearing sunglasses and carrying a suitcase late at night. Who are you? Lu Sheng asked vigilantly. The man in the suit squeezed directly into the house. He glanced around and shook his head. I didn't expect that a master of the trial tower would live in such a shabby place. Lu Sheng's face darkened. Please leave. The man took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it. Let me introduce myself. I am Long Yin, the third son of the Emgrand Group and the future heir of the Emgrand Group. Emgrand Group? Lu Sheng thought of Wang Hao. His surname is Long and he is the legitimate heir. Oh? So what? Lu Sheng said unhappily, get out. Long Yin blew out a smoke ring and said unhappily, you haven't heard of my name. The man in sunglasses hurried forward and opened the suitcase in his hand. There are star C coins neatly stacked inside. Mr. Lu Sheng, Long Yin Youth admires you very much. This is a small token of my appreciation. That's right. We at the Dahao Group don't care about your background. As long as you are willing to be a warrior under my command, I will train you with all my strength. The monthly salary is 10 million, and the dungeon costs, as well as equipment and prop wear and tear, will all be reimbursed by the group. Long Yin added. In his opinion, how could a poor boy living in such a shabby place refuse such generous conditions? However, next second, he felt a huge force coming at him. Lu Sheng had already exerted his strength and lifted the two people up, one in each hand. Thrown out of the house. Bang! The door slammed shut. After a while, the door opened a crack again. The box was also thrown out. Long Yin fell in the corridor, his suit wrinkled. He immediately got up, knocked on the door and shouted, is 10 million too little? 20 million will do too. There was no more sound from inside. The man in sunglasses picked up the suitcase and whispered, Master, he's too arrogant. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Long Yin supported his waist and shouted again, 30 million. Still no response. I don't know how long he kept yelling, but Lu Sheng had already fallen asleep. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng came to the Awakener Guild. It is a building with more than 20 floors. The exterior walls are all reflective glass, giving it a high-tech feel. People were coming and going in the hall. Awakeners dressed in strange costumes came in and out, making it look like a comic convention. Lu Sheng walked to the reception desk to register. Profession. The receptionist was a girl with red curly hair. Unemployed. Lu Sheng registered truthfully. Unemployed. Well, the job transfer failed. The girl looked up at him, her face full of contempt. Then why are you here at the Awakeners Guild? You should be at the labor market next door. Those without a job have the lowest status in this world. Not even as good as professional life workers. The principal asked me to come. Lu Sheng took out the certificate. If you are not registered with the Awakener Guild, you will not be able to take the college entrance examination. The documents were complete, she glanced at them and stamped them. What a lousy school, issuing certificates to unemployed people. Lu Sheng ignored her and took out the Awakener certificate. Came to the exchange area. Open the redemption page. See prices for consumables above. Lu Sheng took a breath of cold air. A bottle of advanced recovery potion that can restore all health points within 10 seconds costs 100,000 yuan. The prices in the equipment area are even more exaggerated, with so many zeros at the end that it's hard to count them. No wonder the awakened ones are so rich. The cost of maintaining basic combat is astronomical. So, the equipment should be very valuable? Lu Sheng came to the front desk again. Excuse me, how do I sell things to the guild? Selling things? We don't accept junk. What good things can come to someone who has just failed in his job change and cannot even be called an awakener? Lu Sheng slammed the blood drinker on the table. Like this. What a piece of junk, take it away quickly and don't delay my work. the receptionist said unhappily. Just then, a middle-aged man happened to pass by. I had already walked over there, but then turned back. He just glanced at it casually. The whole person was stunned. The aura emanating from this sword. Wait a moment. The man called to the receptionist. Boss, this person. The man pushed the receptionist aside and picked up the blood drinker to examine it carefully. The blood-red lines on the sword were faintly visible under the light, emitting strange magical fluctuations. 100% life-sucking? Infinite durability? 100 attack points? The supervisor was stunned. As a senior appraiser, he has seen countless equipment. High-level weapons usually have exaggerated attributes. In addition to attack, additional attribute values will be added, and the entries will be more complex. For example, an A-level weapon that I saw not long ago. The entry is soul chasing. Every 3 normal attacks will deal 10% of your maximum health as true damage. The weapon in front of me has no complicated entries. Just simple blood sucking. And it has unlimited durability and will not be damaged. The panel data is also exaggeratedly high. He didn't know how to rate this weapon for a moment. Little brother, do you want to sell this sword? Lu Sheng replied nonchalantly, I just want an estimate. The supervisor pondered for a moment. If sold to our Awakener Guild, it would be worth 100 million. But if you're willing to wait, you can take it to the trading house for consignment. It's guaranteed to sell for 500 million. Lu Sheng was shocked. Calmly put away the blood drinker. It turns out that equipment is so valuable. It seems that I have underestimated the value of the Universal Exchange Voucher. I heard the words Universal Exchange Voucher. The supervisor was stunned again. Do you have a Universal Exchange Voucher? Lu Sheng nodded. The supervisor immediately put on a smile and said, Please follow me. He took Lu Sheng to the VIP reception room. The receptionist was stunned. An unemployed person was invited into the VIP room by his supervisor? Chapter 28. In the VIP room, the supervisor poured Lu Sheng a cup of tea. The Universal Exchange Voucher can not only be exchanged for goods in our guild, but can also be exchanged for goods at the trading house. Honestly, the guild's equipment is all mass-produced junk. Who would sell truly valuable treasures like this? The trading house is different. Many high-level professionals will consign the equipment they have found but don't need. The supervisor lowered his voice. I suggest you consign your Universal Exchange Voucher and try your luck at the trading house. The service attitude is awesome. Lu Sheng was very satisfied. Boss, you are such a good person. No, it's our duty to serve the awakened ones. The supervisor laughed. Okay, then I'll go trade. Yes, sir. You are always welcome to come to the guild to take on quests. Lu Sheng stood up and said goodbye. As soon as he left, the supervisor's smile disappeared. He took out his cell phone and sent out the blood-drinking photo he had just taken secretly. A weapon with attributes comparable to S rank was discovered. The owner is a newly registered unemployed person. He's on his way to the trading house now. Finished sending the message. The supervisor walked to the window and watched Lu Sheng leave the guild. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boy, I'll teach you a lesson today. Lu Sheng followed the route his supervisor told him and walked for a long time, making many turns. But found that it was parked in a remote alley. Where is the trading house here? There was not even a single person in sight. Lu Sheng frowned. There are no navigation apps on mobile phones in this world because all resources are monopolized by the Awakener Guild. If you want to find a place or a copy, you have to pay. He turned around and wanted to go back to the Awakener Guild. But then I saw several burly men walking out from the depths of the alley. Blocked the way. The leader was a bald man with a green dragon tattooed on his neck. Boy, I heard you have a nice sword. The bald man licked his lips and was followed by 4 younger brothers. Lu Sheng took a glance. These people are all awakened people around level 10. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is considered a master. Who are you? Lu Sheng asked knowingly. Don't act stupid. Hand over the sword and we can make you suffer less. The bald man waved his hand, and his subordinates scattered and surrounded him. Lu Sheng reacted and realized, what the hell, he was set up. The supervisor brought him here on purpose. Want this sword? Lu Sheng raised his hand, and the blood drinker appeared in his palm. In the sunlight, the blood-red sword blade gleamed. The moment he saw the blood-drinking creature, the bald man's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good sword, stronger than any weapon they had ever seen. Hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. The bald man threatened. Lu Sheng smiled and touched the sword. Want it? Come and get it. Court death. The bald man rushed forward with an axe. The intelligence they received. Lu Sheng is just a newly registered unemployed person with no fighting ability at all. 1 second later. They regretted it. Lu Sheng swung his hand and cut off the axe in the bald man's hand. The people around also fell to the ground due to the splashing force. His body was covered with sword wounds and blood was flowing. Ah! Screams echoed in the alley. Lu Sheng wiped the blood off the sword. He had already shown mercy. If he had struck with all his strength, these people would have been killed. A few little hooligans dared to target him. Lu Sheng put away the blood drinker and turned to leave. Straight back to the Awakener Guild. The supervisor is still sitting in the VIP room, checking his phone from time to time. It's almost time to succeed, right? With an S-level weapon, he can get a lot of benefits. Just as I was thinking about it, the door of the VIP room was pushed open. Lu Sheng walked in. When the supervisor saw it was him, his face changed drastically. Why are you back so soon? And seemingly unharmed? Hey, little brother, why are you back? The supervisor pretended to be calm and put on a smile. I'm lost, Lu Sheng said. I can't find the trading house on the route you just mentioned. Ah? Impossible. The supervisor pretended to be surprised. Let me tell you again. He described the route again and drew a simple map. Lu Sheng leaned on the sofa, looking at him with a smile. Boss, are you kidding me? I heard the trading house isn't in that direction. How is that possible? I've worked here for so many years, I definitely wouldn't remember it wrong. The supervisor replied confidently. Just then, the phone rang. The supervisor glanced at the caller ID and his expression turned grim. He subconsciously wanted to hang up. Answer it. Lu Sheng said with a smile. At the same time, he slammed blood drinker onto the coffee table. With a bang, the glass of the coffee table cracked, but it did not collapse because of the magic power. The supervisor swallowed and picked up the phone. Hello. Old Wu. What kind of false information are you giving us? That guy seriously injured all of us brothers. Didn't you say he was just an unemployed person? This. The supervisor stammered. Because the roar was so loud, the sound was still echoing in the VIP room. Lu Sheng sat opposite him, looking at him with a half-smile. Old Wu. You have to reimburse us for these medical expenses. Cold sweat broke out on the supervisor's forehead. I have work to do. We'll talk later. He hung up the phone directly. Boss, what's going on? Lu Sheng suddenly stood up, put the blood drinker on his neck, and asked in a cold voice. What do you want to do? This is the Awakeners Guild. The supervisor turned pale with fear. You still know this is the Awakened Guild. You do something like this to deceive the Awakened. Do you think they will forgive you? The supervisor opened and closed his mouth but couldn't say a word. If this matter were to be exposed, he would definitely be fired. And the awakened ones who were robbed before will also come to cause trouble for him. I. But. Lu Sheng suddenly put away his sword and sat back on the sofa. I'm a good talker. As long as you show enough sincerity, I can pretend that this matter never happened. The supervisor's face darkened. Are you trying to blackmail him? What do you want? I don't want anything expensive either, Lu Sheng said. A detailed map of Xingai City, including the distribution of monsters in each leveling area. Map? This is sold to the outside world for 5 million copies. That is all. That's it. Lu Sheng nodded. Okay. The supervisor gritted his teeth and made a phone call to his subordinate. It was the girl who had received me before who brought me an electronic map. Lu Sheng took the map and took a look at it. It was fully marked. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and put the map into his backpack. It's a pleasure to work with you. He turned and left the VIP room. The supervisor leaned back on the couch. Completion. If Lu Sheng catches me, I will definitely not let it go. We must inform our superiors immediately. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Master Long. I have an important situation to report. A lazy voice sounded on the phone. What's going on? There's a junior awakener named Lu Sheng. He has a quasi-S-class weapon and is very powerful. The supervisor reported the matter in detail. S-class weapon. The voice on the phone changed. Send his information. Chapter 29. Emgrand Group Headquarters, Top Floor Office. Long Xing leaned back in the leather chair, tapping the table with his fingers. Lu Sheng's detailed profile was displayed on the screen. The top student in the entire grade at Xingai No. 1 Middle School, the son of the Lu couple. But the job transfer failed. Young Master Long frowned. How can a loser who failed in his job transfer get an S-level weapon in the Tower of Trials? And all of Wu Daihu's thugs were seriously injured? There is definitely something wrong here. He wrote down Lu Sheng's home address. This weapon called Bloodthirster must be obtained. The only thing his warrior lacks is a top-notch weapon. On the other side, Lu Sheng was holding a map. Following the signs above, we arrived at the trading area. The trading area is like a small commercial street. There are signs and neon lights everywhere. The most eye-catching thing is the more than 10-story building facing the commercial street. There is a conspicuous sign on the roof. Treasure Pavilion Trading House. Lu Sheng walked into the lobby, which was luxuriously decorated like a 5-star hotel. Go to the valuation window. Hand over the universal exchange voucher. Could you please estimate this? The waitress was a well-dressed woman. He took the exchange voucher and glanced at it, his expression changing slightly. Universal exchange voucher? This. I need to ask the supervisor to take a look at this. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over. Sir, this voucher is indeed genuine. The market value is around 30 million. The supervisor said politely, if you want to consign it, you need to pay a consignment fee of 50,000 yuan first. We will take a 30% commission after the transaction. 30%? Lu Sheng frowned. Why is the commission so high? The supervisor smiled calmly and said, Sir, you are not a professional. Our Treasure Pavilion is the most famous trading house in Xingai City, with a huge traffic volume. The service staff echoed, exactly. Apart from our Treasure Pavilion, which other trading house has such a large flow? These days, flow is king, understand? That's right, any awakener worth a name in Xingai City will come here to buy and sell equipment. The supervisor looked at Lu Sheng with a smile. Lu Sheng suddenly lost interest. It's okay to be exploited in the previous life. As a job changer, do I still have to serve these masters? Dream. Forget it, I'll think about it. Lu Sheng put away the universal exchange voucher. Hey! Sir, wait a moment, the waiter shouted. The supervisor scolded, what are you yelling about? Do we need this one voucher? Little guy, I don't know where you found the exchange coupons and you brought them to us to sell. If you don't have equipment or money, don't come to the treasure pavilion to show off. Get out of here. Lu Sheng walked out of the treasure pavilion without looking back. Come to the flower bed at the door and sit down. Lu Sheng took a look and found that several other trading houses were indeed doing very poorly. There were hardly any people to be seen. The treasure pavilion is so awesome. It's not because of good reputation. But it is because Treasure Pavilion is a trading house controlled by Dehao Group. With its wealth and power, the Dehao Group has attracted a group of the top individual awakeners in Xinghai City and provides them with equipment on a regular basis. I have the goods and the money, sir. But Lu Sheng doesn't indulge them. He decided to try his luck at an auction house that looked decent. I looked up and heard a voice. Sir, would you like to know more about Morning Light Trading Company? Not far away, there was a thin figure handing out flyers to the people passing by. She was wearing the school uniform of Xinghai No. 1 Middle School, but it was very old. He also wore thick glasses. People passing by ignored her and just took the flyers and threw them on the ground. Lu Sheng felt a little familiar. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Yeruoxiu? He had some impression of this girl. During my 3 years of high school, he was the only person who could compete with him in academic performance. She always wears old clothes and doesn't communicate much with others. He is a nobody in school. Yeruoxiu bent down and picked up the flyer on the ground. A hand reached out and helped her pick it up. Thank you. Yeruoxiu raised her head and was stunned when she saw Lu Sheng. Then his face turned red and he quickly looked at the ground. Lu Sheng? Why are you here? Lu Sheng picked up the flyer and took a look at it. Morning Light Trading Company? Do you work here? Yeruoxiu shook her head, it's not a part-time job. We opened it ourselves. You? Me and the dean. We sat down in front of a cold drink shop and Lu Sheng brought us 2 cups of milk tea. Give. Thank you. Yeruoxiu lowered her head and took the milk tea. Lu Sheng, if you have any equipment, can you come to our trading house to sell it? We can do it without taking any. If you don't take a cut, how will you make money? Lu Sheng said with a smile. No wonder Yeruoxiu has always been so withdrawn. She grew up in an orphanage. All the resources of the hospital were used to cultivate her studies. Now I have become an awakened one. She wanted to open a trading house and auction off the equipment she had obtained to give back to the orphanage. She smiled bitterly and took a sip of milk tea. I was still too naive. I didn't expect it would be so difficult to open a trading company. You've become a clergyman, right? Why are you still opening a trading house? The cleric is an ace support that many teams need. Moreover, as an auxiliary, you don't need to pay money, the team will support you. Yeruoxiu shook her head, I can't abandon them. Them? The brothers and sisters in the orphanage. Yeruoxiu whispered, they are mostly disabled or mentally challenged children. It is impossible for them to become professionals. They can only do simple jobs. Since the emergence of self-employed professionals, it has become more difficult for ordinary people to find jobs. Consumption levels are getting higher and higher. Yeruoxiu clenched her fists. One day, I'll have to leave them. I want to start a trading company so they can support themselves. This way I can go to the capital to study with peace of mind. Seeing her serious look, Lu Sheng smiled. It's great to have dreams. After drinking the milk tea, Yeruoxiu looked at the time and jumped up. Lu Sheng, I have to continue handing out flyers. Thank you for the milk tea. Wait. Lu Sheng stopped her, I have something I want to try out at your trading house. Yeruoxiu's eyes widened, really? Lu Sheng took out the universal exchange voucher. This is it. Isn't this the reward from the Tower of Trials? It can be exchanged for any equipment. Yeruoxia was stunned. Yeah, it should be able to sell for some money. Lu Sheng stretched and stood up. Yeruoxia's eyes were shining as she held the universal exchange voucher. He said nervously, but our trading house has just been open for a short time, so there may not be much customer traffic. Lu Sheng waved his hand. It's okay, only with equipment can you have customers. I believe in you. Lu Sheng gave her a thumbs up. Wait for your good news. Yeruoxia clenched the universal exchange voucher and watched Lu Sheng's departing back. Lips slightly raised. Okay. Gotta keep working on it. Just then. Treasure house, in the office. The man in sunglasses sat in front of the general manager's desk, sweating profusely as he watched the video. I picked up the phone with some trembling hands. Master, this is bad. Lu Sheng came to the Treasure Pavilion trading house and was kicked out. Chapter 30. Manager yet. The man in sunglasses looked at the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, who was shivering in the corner. Young Master Long asked you to answer the phone. He handed over the phone. Manager Ye seemed to be taking on a hot potato. I just took the phone and haven't held it firmly yet. A barrage of curses came. You useless idiot. Don't you have eyes? There's only one universal exchange voucher per year. How can an ordinary person get one? Manager Ye was sweating profusely. Master, I didn't know he was Lu Sheng. I don't know shit. Invite him back immediately. Not only will we not charge any fees, we'll even give him a reward. You have to keep him, you know. If I don't see Lu Sheng today, you'll have to pack up and get out. Without giving manager Ye a chance to explain, the phone was hung up. The man in sunglasses came over and took back the phone. He patted manager Ye on the shoulder twice, then opened the door and left. Manager Ye leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground. Who did I offend? Lu Sheng left the business district. Arrived at the city gate. Outside is the dungeon area. There are many awakened people waiting in line to leave the city. Lu Sheng stood in the team and took out the map of Xingai City to check it. The dungeon area of Xingai City has been divided up by the three major guilds. The Suzaku Guild's Star Sea branch occupies the best leveling point. The Spark Guild controls most of the high-level dungeons. The mining area is occupied by the Emperor Guild under the Dahao group. What remains are copies with fewer monsters and lower drop rates. Lu Sheng is already level 20, and can only upgrade by looking for copies above level 20. Among these three major guilds, Suzaku and Xingguo are both large national guilds with deep backgrounds and are not easy to mess with. In comparison, the Emperor Guild under the Dahao group appears to be much weaker. It's you. Lu Sheng put away the map, registered, and left the city. Head straight to the mine. The mine is located in the western suburbs of Xingai City and is an abandoned quarry. There are many kinds of monsters in it, including zombies, skeletons, centipedes, maggots, bats and so on. It's a hodgepodge. Because the monsters are so diverse, the equipment and consumables they drop are of many varieties. Mines can also dig out minerals such as recast stone and refined stone. It was openly occupied by the Imperial Guild. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng arrived at the mine entrance. Two awakeners wearing the Emperor Guild uniforms were sitting at the door chatting. Ah, another day of watching the door. There's nothing we can do. It's because our level is low. I also want to go in and upgrade. At this time, Lu Sheng was seen approaching. The two men stood up. Stop. This is the territory of the Emperor Guild, no one is allowed in. The awakened person on the left waved his hands to drive them away with an extremely arrogant attitude. Lu Sheng stopped and said, "This is a national open copy. Anyone can enter." Ha! The awakener on the right sneered, "Are you stupid? Didn't the Awakener Guild tell you that this is the Emperor Guild's territory? Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Lu Sheng glanced at the panel information of the two people. Name, Wang Haha. Level, 15. Occupation, Hammer Hand. HP, 450/450. Name, Li Tianming. Level, 15. Occupation, Magician. HP, 280/280. Lu Sheng laughed. Oh, so it's because your level is too low, so they won't let you play and let you guard the door here. What did you say? Being hit in the sore spot, Wang Haha instantly became furious. A wooden mallet appeared in his hand. Boy! It's too late for you to regret. Li Tianming also took out a box of playing cards and shook it up and down in his hand. How dare you insult the Emperor Guild? You're courting death. As soon as the words fell, a branch appeared in Lu Sheng's hand and flashed. Normal attack. -300. Wang Haha didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground in seconds. All the cards in Li Tianming's hand were broken, and his clothes were torn in several pieces. Lu Sheng's branch was against his neck. Wait. 180. With a light touch, Li Tianming also fell to the ground. As long as your health is not depleted, you will not die. But the injuries on the body are not so easy to recover. Lu Sheng had already precisely targeted the damage to the point where it was just enough to knock them down without being fatal. Solved the watchdog. Lu Sheng swaggered into the mine. It was dark and damp inside, and filled with a disgusting smell. Mining lamps are lit on the stone walls along the way to provide lighting inside the cave. The roars of monsters and the shouts of the awakened ones could be heard from time to time. It seems like it's very lively here. Lu Sheng gripped the branch tightly and walked in the opposite direction of the sound. As you go further in, the cave becomes gradually wider. The light of torches appeared ahead. After turning a corner, the view suddenly became clear. What a large underground space! It is as large as 2 football fields. More than a dozen awakened people wearing the Emperor Guild uniforms are besieging a giant skeleton monster. Monster, Skeleton General. Level, 22. HP, 85,000/120000. Priest, heal the waves. Shieldman, be careful to attract aggro. Don't let it attack the assassin. Use your skills to smash it. A captain-looking man wearing a green cloak was directing the battle. Lu Sheng observed for a while. This team is well equipped, but its output is too low. An elite monster with 120,000 HP only lost more than 8,000 HP after fighting for a long time. Hey! You guys over there! The captain noticed Lu Sheng and shouted, "This is the Emperor Guild's private leveling ground, get out of here!" Lu Sheng folded his arms across his chest. You said the Emperor Guild's territory is the Emperor Guild's territory? I said it's my home. What are you doing in my house? Get out! The captain's face turned pale. He was about to open his mouth to curse. Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Awoo! A red light appeared in the skeleton general's eyes. Its health dropped to 60,000 and it entered a frenzy state. Its skeleton turned red, and the giant sword in its hand ignited black flames. And its movements were no longer slow, but so fast that they left after images. Oh no! He's going berserk! The captain's face changed drastically. He was so busy arguing that he forgot to give orders. It's too late. The skeleton general slashed with his sword. Snap! The alloy shield in the hands of the shield bearer in the front was split in half. The armor on his body was split apart and he flew backwards. The health bar hits the bottom. Priest! Heal quickly! Before he finished speaking, the skeleton general struck back with his sword again. The pastor didn't even have time to scream before blood flowed all over the floor. For a moment, the team was in chaos. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The captain panicked and turned to run. The skeleton general caught up in a flash, holding up his giant sword. Bang! The captain was stabbed in the back. He knelt on the ground dejectedly and vomited a mouthful of blood. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, his face ashen. Completion! The skeleton general raised his giant sword above his head again. There are risks in killing monsters. Just as the giant sword was about to chop down. Sniff sniff! The Six Paths sword, no, the shadow of a tree branch passed by. The skeleton general's body was pierced by a huge branch. 44200. Chapter 31. The skeleton general fell to the ground with a loud bang, his bones turned into ashes and floated everywhere. The captain rubbed his eyes. I thought I was seeing things. And Lu Sheng had already walked over with a branch. The skeleton general died, but his weapons remained. Inside the ashes, there was a book. Lu Sheng picked up the big knife. Po Jun. Quality, Grade A. Level requirement, Level 25. Attack power, plus 80. Unidentified. Skill book, Rage. General skills. Effect, when HP drops below 50%, enters a frenzy state, attacks become area damage, and attack speed increases by 200%. Lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown for 1 day. Neither of them is useful. Lu Sheng shook his head. Put the knife and book into your backpack. Just about to go further in. Etc. The captain struggled to his feet. Although they were rescued, their eyes turned red when they saw Lu Sheng taking away the spoils that belonged to them. That's our monster. Leave the things here. I won't hold you accountable for trespassing. Lu Sheng glanced back. If it weren't for me, you would be lying on the ground now. How dare you ask me for equipment? Put it down, the captain gritted his teeth. If you dare take the Emperor Guild's assets, don't even think about leaving the mine. Lu Sheng smiled, really? He turned around and waved the branch in his hand gently. The captain was so scared that his face turned pale. I thought Lu Sheng was going to use the skill that killed the skeleton general in 1 second. Lu Sheng just waved in the air. Seeing him holding his head, his shoulders shook. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. The few remaining members of the Emperor Guild who were still standing also felt their legs go weak and they knelt on the ground. Wait until Lu Sheng leaves. Someone cried out, Captain, which big guy is here to steal the monster? The captain's face was pale and his mouth was trembling. Took out cell phone. President. Something big has happened. A random person broke into the mine, and he... What? An angry voice came from the phone. How dare he act so recklessly in our Emperor Guild's territory? I'm sending someone to kill him right now. Lu Sheng continued to walk deeper into the mine. There are very few monsters in the mine. They were almost killed to extinction by the Emperor Guild. However, Lu Sheng discovered another business opportunity. This is where the Emperor Guild gathers, there must be elite monsters and bosses. In the next few hours, Lu Sheng specifically chose places where members of the Emperor Guild gathered. Wherever there are elite monsters and bosses, there must be people from the Emperor Guild leveling up. Lu Sheng was also welcome. Just wait for the opportunity to use sword-wielding skills to kill the boss in seconds, and then pack up the equipment. All the members of the Emperor Guild who refused to obey were knocked down by him with one sword. A-hole! The Centipede King was robbed. Who the hell is this guy? Report to the president quickly. As more and more people report it, the Emperor Guild's president could no longer sit still. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Sheng finally reached level 21. The backpack is already full. 5 pieces of A-level equipment, 12 pieces of B-level equipment, and an S-level breastplate. They are all unidentified and have special entries. I'm too lazy to even take the blank equipment. In addition, I also obtained 30 skill books, including those for various professions, but there were no sword skills. Almost done. Lu Sheng clapped his hands. Under the fearful gaze of the Emperor's leveling team, they walked towards the mine entrance. Walk to the place where you met the skeleton general before. Suddenly, a cold arrow streaked across Lu Sheng's cheek. It left a red mark on it. -1. Lu Sheng was shocked. Then more cold arrows flew towards him. Sniff sniff. He raised his hands to shield his eyes. The sharp arrow hit him, making a tinkling sound. Until the attack stopped. Lu Sheng roared, looking for death. Coming towards them was a fireball as huge as the cave entrance. Boom! The fireball exploded on Lu Sheng. Captain, the enemy has been eliminated. A woman in a black wizard robe came out. As expected of you, Lena. No awakener below level 30 can survive your explosive flame technique. A group of 2-meter tall, muscular black men wearing Emperor Group combat uniforms walked out. It is a team of 20 people. Behind the team, there is a professional who is operating a drone and taking photos. How dare you run wild in our Emperor Guild's territory? Don't you think twice? Lao He snorted coldly. You guys, go and take out his backpack. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the dust from the explosion cleared. In the black fog, there stood a figure. He was as black as if he had just been mined out of coal. Everyone was shocked. You are not dead. It's better if you're not dead. Lao He hooked his finger, hand over the equipment and props you stole, kneel down and apologize, and I can make you suffer less. Lu Sheng uses clairvoyance. These people in front of me are much stronger than those in the leveling group. They are all awakened people above level 30. Pity. Still not good enough. Sword control technique, break. A formation appeared behind Lu Sheng. The afterimages of countless branches flew out from the formation. It broke out instantly, covering Lao He's entire team. The powerful firepower network and instant skills gave them no time to react at all. All of them were in rags and fell to the ground. I'm in a good mood today. I won't kill anyone. Lu Sheng walked past Lao He, who had rolled his eyes, and walked straight towards the guy at the back of the team. This guy has been hiding in the corner since the beginning. He was holding a drone in his hand, and the drone's camera was flashing red light. Don't kill me. I'm just controlling the situation. Lu Sheng walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Don't worry, I don't kill people indiscriminately. Lu Sheng gave the drone camera a middle finger. The mine belongs to Xingai, to Dragon Country, and to the people. It is not the private property of your Emperor Guild. There will be a next time. He wiped his neck, rolled his eyes, and stuck out his tongue. After taunting him, Lu Sheng threw the drone back to him. He turned around and swaggered out of the mine. Lu Sheng thought it was the Emperor Guild's president watching them carry out their mission. Little did they know. They are broadcasting live. They want to publicly execute those awakened people who don't take them seriously in front of the whole city to serve as a warning to others. The scene just now was also broadcast live. The professionals in Xingai City were dumbfounded. One person, one branch. Killed the Emperor Guild's disciplinary committee in seconds? Is this still a human being? Emperor Group Building, top floor. Long Xing slapped the table and broke it into pieces. Openly provoking the Emperor Guild. And even broadcasting it live. Long Xing gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone. Dial the number of Lin Tianese, the president of the Emperor Guild. Are the discipline committee members all useless? They were wiped out in one blow by just one person. Lin Tianese said tremblingly, no. They are at least among the top 100 awakened people in Xingai City, Agaro is only ranked 30th. I don't care. This guy must be killed. Long Xing roared, or you can just quit. Yes. Chapter 32. Dehao Group Building, 1 floor below Longxing's office. Long Yin was sitting with his legs crossed, staring at the computer with great interest. Live broadcast screen, familiar figures. Waving branches, he swept across the discipline committee. He sat up straight with excitement. I told you my vision is never wrong. Long Yin slapped his thigh. He is not good at fighting, but when it comes to business, Long Yin is proud that he has never lost to anyone. Just because of my sharp eyes, I can find unpolished gems from the garbage dump. This excitement made him feel his blood boiling. The man in sunglasses stood aside. Seeing his young master like this, he couldn't help but speak. Master, are you sure you want to continue recruiting him? His attitude towards you. What's wrong with my attitude? Long Yin crossed his arms, leaned on the table, and continued to stare at the screen with narrowed eyes. There are too many people who kowtow to me, and this one is not the only one. I only look at his value, not his attitude. He is definitely not simple. I really want him. The man in sunglasses adjusted his tie awkwardly. Could it be that the young master has this kind of hobby? It hasn't been discovered for more than 20 years. Lu Sheng returned to the business district with a backpack full of equipment. 5 A-level equipment, 12 B-level equipment, and that S-level breastplate, all in unidentified status. If you want to sell these things at a good price, you must find an appraiser to appraise them. But Lu Sheng didn't know any appraisers in Xingai City. Just when I was thinking about whether to call Lin Ruoxiu, a man came up to me with a smile. Sir, do you have any equipment that needs to be appraised? Lu Sheng took a closer look and found that it was the supervisor of the treasure pavilion. This guy no longer had the arrogant look he had before, and was rubbing his hands like a pug. Nothing, Lu Sheng replied unhappily. It's just a pile of junk. Just as he was about to leave, the supervisor suddenly knelt down and hugged Lu Sheng's thigh tightly. Grandpa Lu. Please come to our trading house for appraisal. Lu Sheng frowned. I'm just a poor guy, I don't have the money for appraisal. No charge. Free appraisal. The supervisor was so anxious that he almost cried. Please just have pity on me. Lu Sheng thought, is there such a good thing? What's wrong with you? Lu Sheng looked at him curiously. But since it was free, he didn't refuse. Follow the supervisor to the treasure house. The treatment this time was completely different from that in the morning. He was directly invited into the VIP room. 10 senior appraisers came in one after another under the leadership of the manager. There was even a special masseur to massage Lu Sheng's shoulders. The awakened ones are treated well. Lu Sheng leaned comfortably on the leather sofa, thinking that whoever had the equipment could be the boss. The appraisers began to work, and as soon as the first A-level equipment was appraised, the whole room fell silent. Shadow Blade Dagger. Quality, Grade A. Attack damage, plus 45. Special entries. Bloodthirst recover 2% of HP after attacking. Shadow attacks have a 15% chance to trigger invisibility for 3 seconds. Double entries. The leading appraiser's voice was trembling. The following equipment is more shocking than the last. Furious Boots, movement speed plus 30%, stepping on the enemy has a chance to stun. Phantom Cloak, dodge rate plus 25%, has a chance to create a clone when attacked. Thunder Wristbands, attacks inflict lightning damage and have a chance to paralyze the enemy. When the last S-level breastplate was identified, everyone was stunned. Dragon Scale Breastplate. Quality, S. Defense, plus 120. HP, plus 500. Special entries. Dragon Might when attacked, there is a chance to stun surrounding enemies. Set effect: gather all 3 pieces of the Dragon Scale set to activate Dragon Soul Awakening. Suit. It's actually a component of a suit. The manager's voice broke. The set of equipment is legendary throughout Xingai City. A complete set is worth at least 1 billion or more. After identification, the manager begged Lu Sheng to put the equipment on consignment with them. You won't need the equipment anyway, so we won't charge any fees. Please. Lu Sheng looked at the supervisor who was also praying. Why are you so attentive? Weren't you quite arrogant this morning? The supervisor was so frightened that he dared not speak, and Lu Sheng shook his head. I still like your unruly side. I don't want to do business with you when you're like this. The supervisor was stunned. The manager winked at him frantically. He had no choice but to pretend to be arrogant again. You have the nerve to bring this pile of junk to the treasure pavilion? Take it away now, it's an eyesore. That's enough. Lu Sheng snapped his fingers and began to pack up his equipment. Then I won't bother you anymore. Thank you for your appraisal. Goodbye. The manager and supervisor were both dumbfounded. They knelt down with a plop, and one of them hugged one of Lu Sheng's legs. No, don't go. Grandpa Lu, I was just kidding. This thing of yours is worth more than my life. Just then, the door of the VIP room was pushed open. Long Yin and the man in sunglasses walked in. Brother Lu, we meet again. Long Yin was smiling, not paying any attention to the two people kneeling on the ground. I once again sincerely invite you to become a warrior under my command. He held out his hand and spoke solemnly. As long as you nod, this treasure house will belong to you. The manager's face turned pale instantly, and the supervisor fell to the ground. If Lu Sheng becomes the boss, they will be completely finished. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sheng shook his head. No, I'm not interested. Long Yin was shocked. Is my sincerity not enough? Brother Lu, I really admire you. I'm not trying to use you. Lu Sheng stood up and patted his clothes. People with different ideals cannot work together. After saying that, he pushed away Long Yin who was blocking the door, opened the door and walked out. Long Yin stood there in a daze, not moving for a long time. No one in the house dared to move. The manager and supervisor were horrified, thinking that this was the end. Young Master Long is definitely going to get furious. After a while, Long Yin spoke. He roared, I've told you, in business, harmony is the most important thing. If I find you offending customers again, you, just quit. All bonuses for this year will be deducted. Long Yin waved his hand and left angrily. The man in sunglasses followed behind, feeling a little surprised. Is this something young Master Long Yin could say? Leave the treasure house. Lu Sheng went straight to Morning Star Exchange. Compared to other magnificent trading houses, this is just an ordinary two-story street shop. In the glass display case on the first floor, there was only a universal redemption voucher, which looked shabby. Several children were helping a kind old lady clean. Young man, are you here to buy something? The old woman put down her broom and greeted Lu Sheng with a smile. I'm here to look for Lin Ruoxiu. The old woman stared at him for a moment, then smiled and said, You are Lu Sheng, right? Lu Sheng was a little surprised by the old woman's words. Grandma, how do you know my name? Lin Ruoxiu often mentions you. She covered her mouth and smiled. My name is Sally, and I'm the director of Xingai Welfare Home. You can think of me as Lin Ruoxiu's grandmother. She smiled gently. Chapter 33. When Ruoxiu is in a bad mood, she will go to the floating bridge to enjoy the fresh air. Yet. Lu Sheng nodded and said goodbye. The floating bridge in Xingai City is just outside the commercial street. Across the artificial lake, the afterglow of the sunset shines on the lake, making the ripples sparkle. Lin Ruoxiu stood in the middle of the bridge, staring into the distance in a daze. Student Lin Ruoxiu. Hearing someone calling her, Lin Ruoxiu turned around. Seeing it was Lu Sheng, he blinked. Lu Sheng, how did you find this place? The dean told me. Lu Sheng put his hands on the floating bridge and stood beside Lin Ruoxiu. Lin Ruoxiu blushed and hurried to explain. Well, I just admire your good grades, so I often mention it. Don't misunderstand. Lu Sheng leaned on the railing and turned to ask, did work go well today? Lin Ruoxiu shook her head, her voice choked with sobs. It's not good. We don't have the funds, we can't get the supply, and we don't have any customers. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. She covered her eyes. I feel so useless that I can't even do such a small thing. Lu Sheng touched the top of her head and said, this is not your problem. I have a solution. The next day. The trading area of Xingai City is extremely bustling. Flyers printed with exquisite equipment patterns fell from the sky and flew all over the streets. What the hell? Which unscrupulous merchant is cheating people out of money again? A passing awakener caught a flyer that flew into his face. I wanted to crumple it up and throw it away. But when I took a look at the content above, I froze. S-grade dragon scale armor? A suit component. He quickly unfolded the flyer and took a closer look. It clearly showed the set of equipment that Lu Sheng had appraised in the treasure pavilion yesterday. Each piece was marked with detailed attributes and prices. Most importantly, at the bottom of the flyer was a line of eye-catching words, Morning Star Exchange, opening today with big promotions. Holy crap! Is this true? He ran to the Morning Star Exchange. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Morning Star Exchange, it was already crowded with people. A queue dozens of meters long formed in front of the originally deserted little shop. Everyone line up. First come, first served. Director Sally stood at the door to maintain order, and several children from the welfare home helped distribute number plates. I was here first. An awakened person in his 20s wanted to cut in line. Everyone around him looked at him as if he were a fool. Bang! A tree hit him in the face. He was slapped and sent flying 20 meters away. Line up! Do you understand the rules? Lu Sheng clapped his hands. But the awakened person who just cut in line has fainted. Lu Sheng frowned and pointed at an awakened one. Please help call the pastor. Oh. Yes. After yesterday's live broadcast, all the low-level awakeners knew Lu Sheng. He is not only powerful, but also speaks to the lower-level awakeners. The truly awakened one. All professionals around level 20 regard Lu Sheng as their idol. Only a few foolish people dared to cut in line in front of Lu Sheng. Inside the store, Lin Ruoxiu was introducing equipment to the awakened people who were watching. Everyone, this Dragon Soul Awakening suit is indeed very expensive, starting at 60 million for each piece. When they heard the price, many people gasped. But Lu Sheng walked back and said with a smile, we at Morning Star Exchange have a special sales model. What mode? Someone in the crowd asked impatiently. Group buying. Lu Sheng snapped his fingers, and a detailed price list was immediately projected on the wall. As long as you can bring 10 customers to the store, you can enjoy a 20% discount. Bring in 20 customers, 30% off. 50 customers, 50% off. And so on. Also, every time you successfully recommend a customer, you'll earn points as a reward. Points can be redeemed for various discounted items in our store, which even ordinary awakeners can afford. As soon as the words fell, the awakened ones began to calculate. Suddenly realized. The store instantly became lively. Really? I'm going to find my brothers in the guild. I'll send a message to my friends right away. Take a photo quickly. Post it in the group. It's not just buying, consignment here counts as well. Lu Sheng added. In the hall, the awakened ones took out their cell phones. I took a lot of pictures of the equipment and price list. In less than 10 minutes, these photos flooded the major awakened groups. Holy crap! What kind of magical operation is this from Morningstar Exchange? Buy S-level equipment in a group? And get points as rewards. Brothers, charge! I'm on my way. Lin Ruoxiu stood aside, looking at the increasingly crowded store, and was completely stunned. The exchange, which was deserted yesterday, has become like this today. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Lu Sheng. This man can always create miracles. Yesterday he said he had a way, but she was still skeptical. I didn't expect such an effect to appear overnight. Thank you, Lu Sheng. Just then, the store entrance suddenly became quiet. The originally noisy crowd fell silent. A powerful pressure came from outside the door, making it almost impossible for the low-level awakeners present to breathe. Lin Tianese brought 2 people and cut in line directly into the store. The aura of a level 45 awakener was released without reservation. The air is a little cold. I heard there's S-level equipment for sale here. He glanced around the store and finally stopped his gaze on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng said coldly, yes, but you have to queue. Queue? Haha. Lin Tianese said coldly, Lu Sheng, these are all the property of our Emperor Guild, and you dare to ask me to queue. If you want to buy, line up. If you don't want to buy, please leave. Lu Sheng added. Lu Sheng, I'll give you another chance. Lin Tianese narrowed his eyes. Return the things to our Imperial Guild now and make a public apology. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The pressure from him erupted again, making it almost suffocating for the low-level awakeners. Lin Ruoxiu's face turned pale. If you offend the Emperor Guild, you will no longer be able to run a store in Xingai City. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Tianese. I repeat, the mine is the public property of the awakened people in Xingai City, not the back garden of your Emperor Guild. Lin Tianese clenched his fists. In the entire Xingai City, no one has ever dared to speak to him like this. A voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. Lu Sheng is right. Why do you occupy the mine? Lin Tianese was stunned and looked at the young boy in the crowd who dared to speak. A level 10 awakener. He grabbed the young boy in the air and lifted him up. What did you say? The young boy was terrified. And at this time, a hand grasped Lin Tianese's wrist. The power is domineering and tyrannical. It was Lu Sheng. No one can use violence in my shop. Except me. Chapter 34. Lin Tianese was stunned. I turned around and saw Lu Sheng's determined eyes. His body began to tremble. It's not a scare. Instead, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yet, Lin Tianese burst out with energy, and Lu Sheng only felt a powerful force pushing on his chest. He was knocked back 3 steps. Hit the wall. The mouth tastes salty and astringent. When I wiped it with my hand, it was blood. Lu Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Lin Tianese. Insight. Lin Tianese. Level 45. Occupation, S-Blade Maniac, Awakening. Knife Mania Talent, when using a knife weapon, the damage caused will be accompanied by bleeding, losing 1% of the maximum health per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Physique, 172 Strength, 150. Spirit, 35. Agility, 95. Skills, Critical Hit Boost, Bloodthirsty Will, Mad Blade. The attribute panel is average, but the talent is a bit powerful. Moreover, there is an awakening behind his career. What is it? Lu Sheng was just confused. Lin Tianese laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you really think that you can be invincible just by defeating a few level 30 losers? Today I'll show you what suppression is. He stretched out his right hand, and a large sword with an ancient shape appeared. The evil spirit spreads from the blade. FK. Moon in the Well. The only S-class sword in all of Xingai City. The legendary artifact that can split water and prevent it from gathering together. Lin Tianese obviously enjoyed the feeling of being feared. He held the moon in the well in one hand, with the other hand behind his back, the tip of the knife pointing at Lu Sheng. Using violence, hey? Let me give you one hand, come on. Everyone in the store was so scared that they ran out and hid outside the store to watch. The child who was helping in the store was so scared that he started crying loudly. Lu Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. This guy is a little better than the disciplinary committee, so we need to take it more seriously. His eyes focused, and the blood drinker appeared in his palm. Then I'll leave you with one hand. No. Yeruoxia was hugging two children who were crying and trembling with fear. She wanted to stop it too. But the person opposite is Lin Tianese, the president of the Emperor Guild. She even had difficulty standing. The glass cabinets containing treasures in the trading house began to tremble slightly. The tables and chairs creaked. Flying sword. Just when Lu Sheng's sword technique was about to condense. You're not lying to me, are you? How can a small trading house like this have an S-grade dragon scale breastplate? A slightly lazy voice came from the door, breaking the calm before the storm. Long Yin walked in with the man wearing sunglasses. As soon as they entered the door, they were stunned. Isn't this a trade? Why did it become a fighting arena? Young master, this isn't. The man in sunglasses saw Lin Tianese's shadow reflected in his sunglasses. Lin Tianese? Are you here to buy the dragon scale breastplate too? But why did you take out the knife? Long Yin frowned. Meet Long Yin. Lin Tianese put away his knife, turned around and bowed with a smile, Master Long. Why are you here? Long Yin frowned, why did you even take out the moon in the well? Lin Tianese quickly responded, Master Long, he stole our equipment and is selling it openly in the commercial district. I'm here to get it back. Hearing this, Lin Tianese, you are the president of the Emperor Guild, and you are resorting to violence in the commercial district? Do you want to embarrass Big Brother? I wouldn't dare. Lin Tianese quickly replied, he's stealing your treasure pavilion's business. I'm helping you. Help me. Long Yin thrust his hands across his chest. I'm doing business legally and honestly, and I believe in fair competition. I'm here to buy equipment today. If you don't want to buy anything, get out of here and don't waste everyone's time. Lin Tianese's expression changed. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. But I still held back. Long Yin is the younger brother of Long Xing, the financial backer of the Emperor Guild, and is not to be trifled with. Okay, Master Long. The moon in the well in Lin Tianese's hand disappeared, and he bowed and said, I won't disturb your leisure time. He turned around and rolled his eyes at Lu Sheng, his eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then he turned around and strode out of Morning Star Trading House. The onlookers outside automatically made way and stayed away. After he left, Long Yin smiled triumphantly and walked in front of Lu Sheng. Ah, Lu Sheng, you've offended the Emperor Guild. It's going to be hard for you in Xingai City. Would you like to join me? With me here, not to mention the Emperor Guild, even the Spark Guild has to give me some respect. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Tianese who was leaving with cold eyes and retracted his blood drinker. Only then did he look at Long Yin. What are you doing here? Making trouble. Hey, I just saved your life, and this is your attitude. Long Yin was a little dissatisfied. Lu Sheng chuckled, you're overthinking it. If a fight really breaks out, he'll definitely be the one to die. What a joke. Hey. Long Yin looked at Lu Sheng in disbelief. Lu Sheng, you're the top student in theory class at Xingai No. 1 Middle School. Don't you really think you can beat an awakener who's one level higher than you? High level. Long Yin was speechless for a moment, and after a while he said, you are only around level 20, right? Lin Tianese is level 45, and a rare S-level awakener. Level 40 is a hurdle, and you can't reach it just by relying on experience points. To upgrade from level 40 to level 41, you need to complete the career advancement quest in the Temple of Destiny before you can continue to upgrade. He's completely crushing you across levels. One level higher, his damage to you increases by 50%, while your damage to him is halved. I can't figure out how you win. After all, he came from another world, so Lu Sheng didn't know much about the knowledge system of this world. After listening patiently, Lu Sheng pinched his chin and stared at Long Yin. You look dull, but I didn't expect you to know so much. Long Yin raised his hand and said with a smile, then. He suddenly realized what was happening and his face darkened. Hey, I'm the third young master of the Emgrand group after all. I've received elite training since I was a child, so how could I not have this common sense? Lu Sheng spread his hands and said, it's no use knowing more. Just checked it with insight. Long Yin is just an ordinary person, he doesn't even have a job. As soon as the words came out, everyone inside and outside the store stared at Lu Sheng in amazement. The man in sunglasses broke out in sweat on his forehead. He looked at Lu Sheng and then at Long Yin. Long Yin's joking expression disappeared. His voice also became extremely serious. Lu Sheng, you are so rude. Hey! Lu Sheng looked at him puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Long Yin sighed deeply. There was no continued attempt to recruit Lu Sheng as usual. Instead, he turned and left the trading house. The man in sunglasses followed closely behind, glanced at Lu Sheng and shook his head before leaving. Order was restored in the store. It's just that the atmosphere is more depressing than before. Lin Ruoxiu asked the dean to take care of the business and pulled Lu Sheng out of the store. Lu Sheng, young Master Long seems to be treating you well, how can you say that about him? What did I say? He just doesn't have a job. Don't you know about the Long family? Lin Ruoxiu widened her eyes. What's up? Even the Long family cannot awaken. Chapter 35. Lu Sheng's nonchalant expression changed slightly, can't awaken? Then how can the Long family become the number one family in Xingai City? A world where the strong prey on the weak. Without the power to protect the family, it will only be swallowed up by other companies. Rely on the Emperor Guild? Joke. If the Long family was not capable, Lin Tianese alone could replace them. Lin Ruoxiu hesitated for a long time before explaining, the Long family is special in that once you obtain the position of Patriarch, you will automatically be promoted to a level 99 Night Devil. Even if the three guild leaders of Xingai City joined forces, they would still be no match for him. This was the first time Lu Sheng had heard of such a thing. A bit funny. But he didn't care. Anyway, he never thought about developing in Xingai, no matter how powerful the Long family is. Anyone can master the sword controlling technique with 100 overlapping rounds. Level suppression is just an extra sword. Night. After a busy day, Lu Sheng returned home and lay directly on the bed. The bed made a creaking sound. Lu Sheng opened his phone and took a look at today's earnings. All the equipment in the trading house, including the universal exchange coupons, were sold out. Except for the dragon scale breastplate, there are too many bidders and the bids are still coming in, so the buyer has not been determined yet. There is an extra 100 million in Lu Sheng's bank card. No wonder consumables are so expensive. The awakened are making too much money. Lu Sheng grinned. Such a long string of zeros, I have never seen so many happy beans in my previous life. Chenxin Trading House, which was established less than a month ago, topped the short video and community hot search list in Xingai City. It feels so good to be rich. Lu Sheng sprawled out on the bed. As a billionaire, he still lives in a shabby little house of less than 20 square meters. I'm going to buy back the villa that was sold tomorrow. Because I was too excited, all the tiredness was gone. Lu Sheng couldn't sleep at all. He took out the map of Xingai City and studied other copies. He has already killed the boss and elite monsters in the mine, so he can't get any good stuff for the time being. You have to try your luck in other copies. Lu Sheng picked up the map. Orc Tribe, level 35 instance, passable. The Mad Lizard Swamp seems pretty good, a level 38 dungeon. Why don't we go to the Forest Fantasy? Level 40 should be enough to fight. These are all areas controlled by the Spark Guild. The most numerous group of Awakeners in Xingai City are between levels 10 and 35, because the dungeons from levels 35 to 50 are basically monopolized by the Spark Guild. This time, let's use Spark as the target. Just choose the Orc Tribe. Lu Sheng is planning the route. A yellow vortex suddenly appeared on the map and gradually took shape. This map is attached with magic and will refresh instantly. That is to say, this is a newly updated copy. Place 2 fingers on the edge of the copy to zoom in. This time I can see it clearly. It is a newly created copy. Yellow Wind Secret Realm. Secret Realm. In this world, the location of the copy is not fixed, and will appear randomly due to space distortion. The guilds divided the areas by conquering them themselves. The appearance of a new copy will immediately attract the attention of the guild. Secret places are hard to come by. It's a one-time copy. Once someone passes through the secret realm, they will disappear. With the emergence of the secret realm, not only guilds but also individual awakeners will flock to it. Refreshing right under his nose, Lu Sheng naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Why are you still sleeping? Head straight to the secret realm of yellow sand. The secret realm bosses and treasures are all unique. Moreover, the secret realm will disappear after you pass it, and even if you die in it, the law enforcers will not notice. Killing people and stealing treasures is commonplace. Lu Sheng decided to get there first. On the river beach in the suburbs of Xingai City, we saw the portal to the yellow sand secret realm. It was quiet all around. There was no sign of anyone. I was the first one to arrive. Lu Sheng stepped into the golden vortex. A flash of white light passed by. Lu Sheng opened his eyes. Everywhere you look, it's all yellow. Not far away is an ancient gate. There are rugged rocks and dead trees all around. This is Shaman Village? Lu Sheng had an idea and walked to the wooden bridge instead of going to the main gate. Instead, he jumped under the bridge. Following the path, I saw a small pond. Just as he expected. A big frog wearing cloth clothes was drinking water with a gurgling sound. It suddenly stopped drinking water and looked up at Lu Sheng. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. Countless tadpole-shaped lightning bolts poured out of its mouth and headed straight for Lu Sheng. The speed was so fast that Lu Sheng didn't even have time to dodge. 2020. Although the damage caused by each lightning ball is not high, but he was hit by nearly 100 lightning balls. Lu Sheng's health dropped directly to below half. A feeling of numbness spread throughout the body. Holy crap! Is this the strength of the secret realm? What the hell? It's just the first elite monster in Huangfengling, how can it be so powerful? It was a bit unexpected that Lu Sheng was not killed in one strike. He stuck out his long tongue, which turned into thunderbolt, lowered his body, and pounced towards where Lu Sheng was. Sword control technique. Lu Sheng didn't dare to act recklessly anymore and directly condensed his fingers into a sword. The blood-drinking sword shadow directly pierced the waves into skewers. Ding! Congratulations on killing the elite monster Langla Jibo. Gain 20,000 experience points. Reward points 1,000 points. The waves that fell into the pool quickly dissolved and turned into blood cells that flowed into Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng's health is fully restored. At the same time, part of the properties of the waves in the wave were also absorbed by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng opened his own panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level 21. Constitution, 363. Strength, 345. Spirit, 188.8. Agility, 315. Talent, Natural Born Sword Immortal, all sword damage caused is increased tenfold. Skill 1, Final Whisper LV1, Talent Bonus, the host's attack will ignore 100% of the opponent's armor. Skill 2, Sword Control LV1, Talent Bonus, sword control attacks, creating 100 sword shadows, dealing 100 sword damage to a 100-meter radius. Each time the damage is dealt to the same target, the damage dealt is increased by 100%. Skill 3, Sword Formation LV1, Talent Bonus, unfolds a sword formation within a 10-meter radius around the body, consuming 10% of maximum mental power per minute, continuously casting spells. Within this range, critical hit rate increases by 100%, and critical hit damage increases by 100%. Skill 4, Berserker LV1, Talent Bonus, normal attacks deal 300% splash damage to other enemies within a 50-meter radius. Skill 5, Sword Heart LV1, Talent Bonus, as a sword immortal, the way of wielding a sword is well established. All skill costs are reduced by 100%. Skill 6, Eye of Insight, the host can view the panel information of all units up to their registered level 50. Skill 7, Fearless Body, reduce 90% of physical and magical damage. Skill 8, Absorption LV1, killing elites, bosses, and other players absorbs 10% of their 4-dimensional attributes. Chapter 36. Lu Sheng's panel data is much more exaggerated than Lin Tianyi's at level 45. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a numerical monster, it would have been killed instantly by the wave just now, and not even a corpse would have been left. There is also a prop shining with golden light in the pool. Lu Sheng jumped into the pool and picked it up. There are 2 books. Skill, Thunderball Bombing. Description, limited to magic classes, A-level skill. Summons 10 lightning balls that smash into the ground, dealing area damage multiplied by your mental power. 1 more lightning ball can be summoned for every 100 points of mental power. I can't use it myself, but A-level skills are hard to come by. A priceless treasure. If it were put up for auction, it would definitely be a skill book that any magic professional would spend all their money to get. Another book is Dan Fang, Extreme Speed. Description, medicine-based life profession only, after learning, you can make speed pills. Because Lu Sheng is not a professional, he cannot see the effect of the speed pill. But think about it, a bottle of ordinary life recovery potion costs $100,000. The price of this kind of elixir with special effects will only be more exaggerated. The secret realm is really full of treasures. Putting the 2 books away, Lu Sheng walked up the stone steps and entered the territory of Shaman village. Just walked across the plank road. Then I heard a squeaking sound. Lu Sheng stopped. Before my eyes was a black army of rats. Some held spears and round shields, some held crossbows, and some held scepters. Rat Captain, level 40, HP 8000. Rat Crossbowman, level 40, HP 8500. Rat Sikong, level 45, health 12500. They gathered at the entrance of the village, in a state of alert. They seemed to have sensed the intruders and had gathered together. Even the monster's health is close to 10,000. This is a level 40 or higher instance. There are over 100 of them. Swordsmanship alone is not enough. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Sword domain. Open. The sky around them darkened, and the army of rats, staring intently at the gate, turned around. Lu Sheng, holding the blood drinker, rushed into the formation like a killing god. Lu Sheng's basic attack is twice the sum of his strength and agility, plus 100 points of attack from Bloodthirster. The basic damage value is as high as 1420. With the blessing of the sword formation, it has 100% critical strike rate and triple critical strike damage. Damage increased to 4260. The existence of the final whisper allows him to ignore armor and deal full physical true damage. Plus the 300% splash of Berserker. A mere 10,000 health points is not enough. 12780. 12780. 12780. With one strike of the sword, a large number of blood-red characters appeared. At the same time, the bodies of a group of rats exploded directly. On the contrary, the rat that was directly attacked only had its arm broken. Squeak, squeak, squeak. 40 rats were killed instantly with one strike, and the remaining rats reacted. The rat captain raised his round shield and surrounded Lu Sheng. The rat crossbowman aimed his crossbow, and Rat Sikong waved his scepter, and lightning appeared and disappeared. Sword control technique. Snort sniff. Like the king's treasure, countless sword shadows formed a hurricane, tearing all the remaining rats into pieces. In Shaman village, blood flowed like a river. Kill the rat captain, gain 4000 experience points and 40 points. Kill the rat crossbowman, gain 4000 experience points and 40 points. Kill Shu Sikong, gain 4500 experience points and gain 45 points. The experience bar increased significantly, and the points reached 18,560 points. Happy! Lu Sheng shouted and broke the sword formation. Even though he was struck by lightning released by two Rat Sikongs just now, the fearless body reduced 90% of the damage and his skin was not even peeled off. Lu Sheng's health is restored to full. They are all ordinary monsters and cannot gain attribute points. But the equipment fell all over the floor. Yellow sand crossbow. Required level, 10. Attack power, 50. Durability, 100/100. Golden sword. Required level, 10. Attack power, 80. Durability, 100/100. Golden staff. Required level, 10. Magic attack, 70. Durability, 100/100. Although they are all blank equipment, there are no special entries. But for a level 10 crossbow of the same type, it would be good if it could have 20 points of attack. The yellow sand crossbow has a power of 2.5 times. A true supermodel outfit. Newbie benefits. There are not many of them, only 35. Lu Sheng put all of them into his backpack. After collecting his equipment, Lu Sheng headed up the mountain. Outside the village, the teleportation array flashed again. Figures walked out of the portal one after another. They wore the same uniform and held a variety of weapons, including spears, swords and shields, staffs, and bows and arrows. The most exaggerated one was the tall man walking in the front, carrying a sword that was nearly 2 meters long. It's Lin Tianese. They are none other than the Emperor Guild's pioneering team. A strong person with an average level of 38. Boss, this secret realm looks quite large. It's been a long time since I saw the secret realm. I heard that the treasures in the secret realm are priceless. We are going to be rich. The members of the pioneering team were very excited. The portal flashed twice more. It's Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan. Wang Hao said with a flattering expression, President Lin. Thank you so much for bringing us to the secret realm. With their newly awakened identities, their level is just over 10, and they are not qualified to enter the secret realm at all. Lu Ruyan also nodded repeatedly. Yes, President Lin, with a leader like you leading the team, we will definitely return with a full load. Lin Tianese snorted coldly. Wang Hao, I only brought you 2 burdens to the secret realm for Mr. Long's sake. I don't expect you to kill monsters, but don't cause us any trouble. Otherwise. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Wang Hao felt a chill on his neck, swallowed his throat, and said with an apologetic smile, "Yes, we will definitely follow President Lin's arrangements." Lin Tianese looked at the gate of Shaman village in front of him. "Everyone be careful, the monsters in the secret realm are usually of high level. Pay attention to the long-range fire support, shield guards, clear the way ahead, we're going in." "Yes." The 12-man team passed through the plank road cautiously. Entered Shaman village. But once you enter the village, everyone was dumbfounded. Everywhere you look, there are piles of dead rats. Some of them were so broken that the shape of the mouse could no longer be seen. The blood dyed the yellow sand on the ground red. A rough estimate is that there are at least hundreds of them. What's going on?" An analyst squatted down and examined the body. He is just a professional in life and has no combat ability. But he can check the properties through the corpse. It is a rare non-combat auxiliary. 8000 HP? Level 40. The analyst looked a little surprised. A large man holding an axe said unhappily, "Level 40, with the boss here, can't we just fight as we please?" At this time, Lin Tianese also squatted down. "I checked the body of a rat which was still relatively intact." As a senior awakener, he could sense that these monsters were not simple. Rat Captain, level 40, good at both offense and defense, slightly low magic resistance. Rat Crossbowman, level 40, high attack and low HP, good at sneak attacks. Rat Sikong, level 45, magic attack with paralysis. Analysts reported the results. Lin Tianese nodded. "The sound is slightly heavy. These monsters can be killed with one strike." Chapter 37. What? Kill with one strike? Yes. Lin Tianese frowned. He was too lazy to explain to others. For any sword wound, one can judge the approximate strength of the killer just by looking at the wound. However, he was not surprised. Because he felt that although the opponent could kill the rat captain with 8000 HP in seconds, it was definitely not the credit of one person. There must be a clergyman behind the scenes adding various buffs. He can do the same. What really worries him is the secret realm has only been open for an hour, and someone's already here. Lin Tianese looked solemn. Others realized the seriousness of the problem. "Boss, could it be from the Spark Guild or the Suzaku Guild?" the assassin asked in a low voice. Lin Tianese clicked his tongue. "Probably not. The presidents of the Spark and Suzaku Guilds are not in Xingai City right now. If they get the news and rush to the dungeon, it will be tomorrow morning at the latest. Xingai City, who else has this kind of strength?" Wang Hao reminded, "President Lin, since someone has taken the lead, shouldn't we speed up the process?" "Yeah, that's right." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. In return, Lin Tianese rolled his eyes. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The two men were forced back by his momentum and lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. "Everyone, hurry up!" Lin Tianese urged, "We can't let others take all the treasures." Lin Tianese waved his hand. Of course he knew he had to speed up. But only he can bring it up. The pioneering team is just about to set off. Sudden! The sound of gongs and drums came from all around. Ding ding ding! Everyone became alert. "Call out!" A fire crossbow arrow flew straight towards Lin Tianese's head. He reacted extremely quickly, raised his knife to block, and knocked the crossbow arrow away, which stuck into the body of a rat. And this is just the prelude. A large number of rat crossbowmen appeared on the city walls and rooftops. They were completely surrounded. Captain Rat came from all directions, holding golden spears and iron shields. Lin Tianese's face changed drastically. "We've been ambushed. Shield guard! Release the shield stance! Surround us!" A yellow ball of light covered them all, turning into a spherical barrier. The crossbow arrows were bounced off when they hit it. But this shield was obviously not invincible. After being hit by a round of volleys, several cracks appeared on it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Captain Rat has arrived and started a hand-to-hand street fight with the pioneering team. Lin Tianese raised his sword and slashed it down. 5 strikes could kill a rat captain. But no matter which angle he tried to attack from, he couldn't cut the body in half like the corpse he had just seen. The skin of these rat demons is so thick. Lin Tianese was still able to fight off the siege of Captain Rat, but the others were in a miserable state. The scene turned into a melee for a while. Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan were originally hiding in the middle of the team. But with the rush of Captain Rat, they had to join the battle. The two were besieged by 5 rat captains. Lu Ruyan cast petrified skin on herself, but was still stabbed by a bullet and vomited a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao stood in front of Lu Ruyan, waving his sword to block, looking flustered. But at least Lu Ruyan had enough time to sing. A huge fireball exploded among the group of rat captains. After blowing them away, Wang Hao went up to finish them off. There is no rat captain left in the formation. The pioneers kept Captain Rat out. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale and she collapsed to the ground. He muttered to himself, who on earth could kill these monsters in one blow? Could it be the old man? Wang Hao was shocked. Judging from this, his biological father seems to have this ability. But, can he leave the manor now? Wang Hao couldn't figure it out. At this time, Lu Sheng stepped over the corpse of a lightning rat and pushed open the wooden door. From a distance, I saw a rat wearing armor and holding a sledgehammer sitting on the ground. Next to it was a dwarf-sized rat, chattering away. Son! How could a father not know the sufferings you described? But until the king comes out of the valley, you and I have to endure for another day. Only by enduring can we survive. The sound of the wooden door opening reached their ears. The 2 mice stopped talking and looked up the slope. Lu Sheng, holding the blood drinker, slowly walked towards the 2 rats. King of Sand. Level 50. HP, 20,000. Constitution, 160. Strength, 150. Spirit, 56.8. Agility, 300. Sagiro. Level 50. HP, 1 million. The father and son are of the same level, but their attributes are very different. They stared at Lu Sheng blankly. King Sand licked his lips. 2-legged sheep. Fresh meat is delivered to our doorstep in this damn place. Shajilin stood up. There was also a bloodthirsty desire in his eyes. He swung the sledgehammer and charged towards Lu Sheng. Facing a hammer larger than himself, Lu Sheng raised his sword to block it. 100. Even if blocked, it can still cause nearly 1,000 points of damage. Its power is indeed strong. Sha Erlang's attack cup was blocked by Lu Sheng, and it didn't react for a while. The hammer couldn't be pressed down no matter what. He suddenly became furious and raised the hammer above his head again, intending to start the second attack. The sword control technique was still cooling down, and Lu Sheng planned to strike Sha Erlang with a sword. Just as the sword was about to cut through Sha Erlang's body, a stone flew over and hit Lu Sheng in the face. Lu Sheng's attack was interrupted, and Sha Erlang's sledgehammer had already smashed down. As a last resort, Lu Sheng could only choose to dodge sideways. With 313's agility, when it bursts out at full power, only an afterimage is left. The hammer had hit the ground, creating a crater. Son! I will block his escape route, and you kill it. King Sha, who was hiding behind, raised another big stone. Encouraged by his father, Shajilin was excited. It raised the hammer again and chopped towards Lu Sheng. At the same time, a stone appeared at the point where Lu Sheng moved. After all, Lu Sheng relies on agility to dodge independently, rather than evasive skills, so he cannot be completely predictable. The evasive route was actually seen through by the King of Sha. He steadied himself and stood on tiptoe. The shadow that blocked out the sun blocked out the light. Shatterlang raised his hammer high with a grim smile on his face. This time Lu Sheng didn't have time to block. Instead, he took Shajilan's heavy blow head-on. Boom! A dull sound was heard. The sledgehammer hit Lu Sheng on the forehead. But Lu Sheng did not fall. Blood flowed from his forehead and dripped onto the ground. 1200. Lu Sheng shivered. This bone-shattering pain. I haven't felt this way in 2 days. The last time it hurt this much was when I faced Manaratha's clone. Shajilan was a little surprised. The human in front of me was not smashed into a meat patty? It raised its hammer again, ready to send Lu Sheng to heaven. Blood flowed along Lu Sheng's left eye, drawing a red line on his face and dripping onto the ground. Facing the sledgehammer that was falling again. Lu Sheng rushed forward, jumped up, and drew circles in the air. The tip of the sword landed on Shajilan's face. From the eyebrows to the chin, a perfect straight line is drawn. Ah! Ah! Chapter 38. Shatterlang's hammerhead fell to the ground with a clang. He fell to his knees, holding his cheek. Son? Son! Get out of the way! King Sha became angry and raised a bigger rock. But Lu Sheng won't give them another chance. Time is up. Sword-wielding technique. The blood-drinking sword flew out of his hand and turned into 100 sword shadows in the air. Completely cover King Sand and Jiro Sand under the fire network. Until all the swords disappeared. Shatterlang had been stabbed into a bloody mess. But it's not dead yet. The King of Sha had just burrowed into the ground and was unharmed. Son! King Sha let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes bloodshot. It throws away the stone in its hand. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and rushed towards Lu Sheng madly. The blood drinker flew back into Lu Sheng's hand. Lu Sheng just swung the stick lightly, and the stick broke, and a bloody mark appeared on King Sha's chest. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Lu Sheng pinched its neck and held it in front of him. Ah! King Sha screamed in pain and looked at Lu Sheng with despair on his face. Please, let us go. We are willing to work like slaves to repay you. The blood solidified on Lu Sheng's face and turned into a bloody tattoo. Makes him look like the Grim Reaper. Didn't you want to eat me just now? That's a misunderstanding. My father and I have been hungry here for too long, and seeing a living thing. The King of Sha had not yet finished speaking. Shatterlang, who was on his deathbed, suddenly grabbed the hammer again. Dare to touch my father? I'll kill you, you two-legged sheep. Shajilan was seriously injured and his movements were slow. Lu Sheng was one step ahead of him, throwing away the King of Sand and rushing forward. A sword pierced Shajilan's chest. 12780. Shatterlang's hammer didn't fall down after all. Its huge body fell heavily to the ground. The dust on the ground was raised. Kill Shajilan and gain 100,000 experience points. Get 500 points. King Sha was completely devastated when he saw his son die. You will die a horrible death. It wanted to use sand escape again and dive into the sand. After killing Shatterlang, Lu Sheng's health was restored. Plus an additional 30 points of agility. Before it could use its escape technique, Lu Sheng had already pierced its body with a sword, nailing it to the ground. The King of Sha was unable to move and could only turn around and beg for mercy. Please spare me, sir. Please spare me, sir. I won't dare to do it again. It's too late. With one strike of the sword, the head of the Sha King was cut off. Kill the Sand King and gain 50,000 experience points. Get 500 points. Kill 2 elite monsters. Absorb. Constitution plus 100. Strength plus 25. Spirit plus 7 points. Agility plus 65. Adding the huge amount of experience points just now, Lu Sheng's level has been raised to level 23. After 3 days of awakening, he reached level 23. Constitution, 483. Strength, 410. Spirit, 206.8. Agility, 400. Even if an A-level professional reaches level 99, he cannot reach such an exaggerated value. His health was fully restored, but Lu Sheng's head was still a little buzzing. After the death of the King of Saudi Arabia and his son, their bodies turned into yellow sand. But a lot of good things were left behind. Yellow sand warmer. Required strength, 200. Unidentified. Based on the blow he just struck, Lu Sheng dared to assert that this was definitely not an ordinary thing, at least S grade. In addition to this unidentified hammer, a spirit was left at the original location. Shatterlang Spirit. Quality, S. Attribute, Attack plus 100. Special entries. Rage, when health is below 50%, double attack power. Earth Shatter, when equipped with a heavy hammer weapon, attacks will cause an earth-shattering effect, and the normal damage range is increased by 10 meters. Knocking the Mountain, active summon Shajilan, swinging the golden hammer, dealing 5 times the damage of the equipment holder's attack and causing a stun effect. The stun duration is related to the wearer's strength. An S-level accessory with no level limit. Even if I don't use the hammer, it's hard to reduce my health to half. But this basic attribute only adds 100 points of attack, plus an active stun effect. Lu Sheng finally got his second piece of equipment. When equipped with the essence of Shatterlang, the only difference in appearance is that there is a purple crystal sticker like a tattoo on the left arm. But the power that surged out was indeed real. On King Sha's side, a small bag fell. Open it and you'll find a top-grade healing potion inside. 10 bottles in total. In addition, a piece of paper fell. Soul of Yellow Sand. Description: when changing jobs in the Temple of Destiny, use the Soul of Yellow Sand to change to a yellow sand job regardless of job type. It is a valuable item for job transfer. Countless people suffer from life and career troubles due to job changes. With this thing, it is equivalent to having one more opportunity to choose. After confirming that there is nothing else, put the items into the backpack. Lu Sheng moved towards the location of the next elite monster. At the same time, Longxia Military Research Center, hundreds of kilometers away from Xingai City. Report. Strong spatial fluctuations detected near Xingai City. A young female officer walked into the control room. She was wearing a military uniform, and the rank on her shoulders showed her identity. Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Front. Chu Yu. What's going on? Chu Yu's voice was calm, but everyone present could feel her majesty. The scientific researcher in charge of monitoring stood up. Commander, we have discovered a brand new secret realm. Chu Yu walked to the big screen and looked at the data displayed on it. It's just a level 40 secret realm, what's the big deal? The researcher explained, Commander, this secret realm is different from ordinary secret realms. Why is it different? Ordinary dungeons can be thought of as countless parallel universes. Every time an awakener enters, the monsters and treasure chests inside are refreshed. Time does not flow. But in this secret realm, the researcher paused, time in this secret realm is fluid. What do you mean? Chu Yu asked impatiently, can you guys finish what you want to say at once? The monsters in the secret realm may have developed intelligence and even have their own organizations. The researcher said with lingering fear. Chu Yu finally understood. It seems like there are more and more secret realms like this, as if the demonic realm is trying to open a door into the human world. This kind of secret place is too dangerous for ordinary people. Chu Yu's face darkened. He ordered his adjutant, notify Han Mingxian immediately and have the 3rd Regiment seal off the area surrounding the Yellow Sand secret realm. No one is allowed to enter. The secret realm has only appeared for an hour, so no one should have entered it yet. Chapter 39. Shaman Village. Lin Tianese cut off the head of the last rat Sikong. The blood trough of the moon in the well sucked Shushu's blood into his body. After wiping out the rat defenders of Shaman Village, he was still in good shape, but his men had been beaten to pieces. Rest here, drink blood, and remove the negative status. After giving the order, Lin Tianese walked to the city wall. Looking at the dead rats all over the ground, I felt depressed. The monsters in the secret realm were much stronger than I had expected. The 10 members of the reclamation team are all top-notch experts in Xingai City. Facing the siege of 300 monsters was already very difficult. Captain, our potions are running out a bit too quickly. The analyst walked over to him and reported the situation. Lin Tianese nodded and said, try to give the spiritual potions to the priests and the recovery potions to the melee. Recover first. This secret realm is more dangerous than you think. The analyst whispered, President, do you think that this gentleman has arrived? Lin Tianese was stunned. I remember when I first entered the village, the ground was covered with dead rats, all of which were killed with one blow. In the entire Xingai city, after much thought, the only person who can do this is the head of the Long family. There was a moment of silence. Lin Tianese shook his head. Impossible, he won't come to the outside copy because it doesn't make any sense to him. Who could that be? The analyst asked doubtfully. To be able to clear all the monsters within half an hour of opening the dungeon, what strength? No matter who he is. Anyone who dares to steal the treasures of our Emperor Guild must die in the dungeon. Lin Tianese's eyes narrowed. He shouted to the resting team at the foot of the wall, guys, cheer up. Let's go. Tap tap tap. Walking on the rocky mountain path, it was so quiet all around. Occasionally, a small group of rat demons would appear, and Lu Sheng could kill them with just 2 strikes without even needing to use his swordsmanship. A cave filled with evil spirit appeared before my eyes. It is Sha Dalan's lair. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Lu Sheng felt a strong evil spirit. He clenched the blood drinker and glanced around. According to the level settings of the previous life game, Sha Dalan should be inside. But after waiting for a long time, the cave was surprisingly quiet. There wasn't even a rat demon. Lu Sheng explored inside carefully. A spacious stone chamber appeared in front of us. In the center of the stone chamber, there are 2 golden treasure chests. Hey! Lu Sheng came forward and observed carefully. After checking the surroundings and making sure there was no danger, I started opening the treasure chest. In the first treasure chest, there lay a long sword shining with a cold light. Frost blade. Quality, A. Required level, 30. Attack power, plus 180. Unidentified. Attack 180. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. This is even more powerful than the blood-drinking attribute in his hand. But I can't wear it yet. The second treasure chest, when opened, contains a piece of light armor. Shadow Dance Armor. Quality, A. Required level, 30. Defense, plus 120. Unidentified. These 2 pieces of top-quality equipment are tailor-made for me. Lu Sheng put them all into his backpack without hesitation. Where's Sha Dalan? Walked around in the cave. There's nothing there except a treasure chest. Did he go out hunting? He vaguely remembered killing King Sha, and it seemed that he needed some props to lure out Sha Dalan. It's useless even if you take out Sha Erlang's spirit. Although I felt a little disappointed that I didn't find Sha Dalan. But getting 2 pieces of S-level equipment for free is not considered returning empty-handed. Since there are no elite monsters here, continue exploring other areas. The other side. Lin Tianese's team was also walking on the rocky mountain path. Captain, there is a door here. The thief walking in front waved his hand. Lin Tianese went forward to check. At the door lay the corpse of a huge rat demon. And behind the door, there were 2 puddles of minced meat lying on the ground. One big and one small. It was none other than the king of Saudi Arabia and his son. Damn it! Lin Tianese stabbed through the head of King Shah, which fell to the side. Whoever dares to steal the things from our Emperor Guild will have to pay the price. Everyone, listen up. Speed up the exploration. We must catch up to that BD before he reaches the bottom of the level. Yes. After passing through several caves, Lu Sheng came to an ancient temple. Crouching Tiger Temple. The dilapidated temple has peeling red walls and broken green tiles. There were 2 stone lions standing in front of the door, but they were missing arms and legs and covered with moss. A fishy smell wafted from the temple. Lu Sheng pushed open the creaking wooden door. The yard was overgrown with weeds and piles of dead branches and leaves. Directly ahead, there is a pool of blood. The water in the pool is as red as blood. The evil spirit was coming from the direction of the blood pool. By the blood pool, a huge tiger was lying by the pool drinking water. Tiger Vanguard. This guy was 3 meters long, with blood-red hair covered with black stripes. The word king on his forehead was stained with blood. Each of the 4 is as thick as a Lu Sheng man. He carried a large knife on his back. Tiger Vanguard. One of the most imposing bosses in the previous game. Lu Sheng clenched his fist and drank blood, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Hearing footsteps, Tiger Vanguard raised his head. The blood-red pupils glanced at Lu Sheng. Tiger Vanguard. HP, 3 million. Level 50. Constitution, 463. Strength, 645. Spirit, 40. Agility, 300. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and activated his mental strength. Sword control technique. The blood-drinking sword glowed green. It transformed into hundreds of sword shadows that whizzed out. The first sword shadow cut through the air and went straight for Tiger Vanguard's head. The Tiger Vanguard suddenly stood up in human form. He folded his arms in front of him and let out a thunderous tiger roar. Skin of iron. Its fur instantly turned golden. The sword shadow hit Tiger Vanguard and was bounced away, making a clanging sound of metal collision. What? Lu Sheng's pupil shrank. Because he only lost 20 points of health. His physical skills ignore armor. Unless, it's physical damage reduction. 1900 points of damage reduced to 20 points? At least 90% damage reduction. Is this the magic of immortality? The second sword shadow followed closely. The power of each sword will be doubled. -40. -80. -160. At the beginning, all sword shadows will be bounced away. But as the sword controlling technique is stacked, the damage becomes higher and higher. Even the Tiger Vanguard's iron skin and bones were cracked. The damage gets higher and higher later on. The copper skin and iron bones shattered with a sound. The 10th sword shadow caused 20,000 points of damage. Blood gushed out like a fountain. As if being strafed by a Gatling gun, Tiger Vanguard's figure kept shaking in the sword shadows. The remaining sword shadows turned into an extremely huge sword. Cut the Tiger Vanguard into 2 pieces from the middle. Amazing! Tiger Vanguard murmured something, and his body split apart. The pool of blood was completely dyed red. Several blood balls floated up from Tiger Vanguard's body and poured into Lu Sheng's body. Constitution plus 46. Strength plus 64. Spirit plus 4. Agility plus 30. Kill the Tiger Vanguard and gain 200,000 experience points. Get 1,000 points. Chapter 40. Lu Sheng put away the blood drinker and walked to the body of Tiger Vanguard. Pick up the tiger head knife that fell into the pool of blood. Tiger Soul Sword. Quality, A. Required level, 35. Attack power, plus 200. Special effects. Tiger Roar. There is a 30% chance of triggering a tiger roar when attacking, shocking the enemy for 3 seconds. Additional attribute, Strength plus 20. Nice knife. Lu Sheng picked up the knife and wiped away the blood. He put it in his backpack and walked out of the crouching tiger temple. At the same time, Lin Tianese stood in front of the empty treasure chest, his chest boiling with anger. The treasure chest was empty. There is not even a copper left. Oh shit! Lin Tianese kicked away the gravel beside him. The members behind him all hung their heads and dared not say a word. No one dares to bring bad luck at this time. President, it's strange that we didn't see the monster's corpse. The analyst pushed his glasses. It's just a hidden cave. Lin Tianese roared. Not all treasure chests are guarded by elite monsters. Lin Tianese's anger had reached its peak after being overtaken by a mysterious man again. We have to hurry. Otherwise that guy will take everything away. Along the way, there were no monsters and no treasures. Is this still a secret place? Just as everyone was about to leave, a sinister laugh came from deep within the cave. Hee hee hee, fresh human flesh delivered to my door. The sound was erratic and echoed. Lin Tianese became alert instantly and took out the moon in the well and held it horizontally in front of him. Who are you? Get out here! As soon as the words fell, a huge rat demon jumped down from the top of the cave. Shadalan! Form a formation and fight! Lin Tianese used the insight technique, but was unable to see any information about the guy in front of him. Its level is above level 50. All you can see is that its health is 1.8 million. Lin Tianese's heart sank. This value has exceeded the level of the strongest boss that the Emperor Guild has ever encountered. And that weird look just now. Definitely a tough opponent. Hee hee hee. Shadalan licked his lips and pounced towards the crowd. Lu Sheng stepped out of crouching tiger temple. The mountain wind blew in with the smell of blood. He has become accustomed to the taste. The mountain road winds upwards, and the fog becomes thicker as it goes higher. The stone steps under my feet are so broken that they will break if I step on them. Are we going to keep killing until we get to the great sage Yellow Wind? Lu Sheng looked up. The mountain is very high, but there is not a single cloud. As far as the eye can see, it is all yellow. Half an hour later, finally climbed to the top of the stone steps. There is an open platform in front of you. In the center of the platform stood an ancient stone tablet with vague words engraved on it. Lu Sheng was about to go forward to check when a sudden gust of cold wind blew. Lu Sheng immediately became alert and gripped the blood-drinking sword tightly. Where are all the children? The voice was old and eerie. The platform is empty, with no obstructions except the central stone tablet. But the sound was clearly nearby. Where are all the children? The voice rang out again. This time it was clearer. Lu Sheng looked up suddenly. A thin figure was squatting on top of the stone tablet. He was an old man, hunched over and wearing a tattered tiger skin coat. His face was full of wrinkles, his nails grew like claws, and the strangest thing was his eyes flashing with a green light. Found it! The old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Another lost child. The old man jumped down from the stone tablet with nimble movements. As he spoke, the old man had already circled Lu Sheng halfway. The speed is astonishingly fast. But no attack was launched. Lu Sheng held the sword and always kept facing him. The old man twitched his nose and sniffed. He stopped and the smile on his face turned ferocious. Kid, you smell like a tiger. At first, Lu Sheng thought it was a neutral monster in the secret realm. I just remembered it now. This old man is a tiger's lackey. The souls of people who are eaten by tigers will linger after death and become ghosts that specifically guide tigers. Tiger Vanguard is your master. Lu Sheng said coldly, then you are too late, it is already dead. Dead? Whose face suddenly changed? His eyes, flashing green, were filled with anger. Impossible! My tiger is so powerful, how could he possibly die at the hands of a human like you? If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself, Lu Sheng said with a smile. The body is still soaking in the pool of blood. Whose henchman was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The whistle was shrill and echoed in the valley. It's sending a signal to Tiger Vanguard. I called out several times but got no response. The tiger's face turned pale. Really dead? My tiger is really dead. The old man muttered to himself and his body began to tremble. Don't worry, I'll send you to reunite with your master now. Lu Sheng was about to use the sword control technique. The tiger's henchman was originally just an ordinary monster, but his aura changed. Tiger's minion. Level 45. HP, 850,000. Skills, Ghost Step, Tiger Claw Tearing, Ghost Possession. Special status, Rage of Vengeance, attack power increased by 200%, defense power decreased by 50%. Human. The tiger's henchman suddenly raised his head, his eyes had turned blood red. You killed my tiger, I want you to pay with your life. Before he finished speaking, the tiger's henchman disappeared in an instant. Lu Sheng was shocked. A sharp claw had already scratched his chest. 180. What a fast speed! Lu Sheng was knocked back by this powerful blow. The second attack of the tiger's henchman has arrived. This time it was an attack from the back. 5 claws scratched across Lu Sheng's back. 180. Lu Sheng didn't even see how it was done. Only a shadow could be seen moving back and forth near the stone tablet. Lu Sheng leans against the stone tablet. Concentrate your mind and breath. Another afterimage came flying towards Lu Sheng's head. Lu Sheng raised his sword to block. Clang! The claws hit the sword, making a crisp sound. But the tiger's henchman was repelled by Lu Sheng's block. After the tiger's henchman landed on the ground, his figure disappeared again. This old guy's attack is really high. In the state of revengeful rage, each attack of the tiger minions deals 180 damage. You should know that Lu Sheng has 90% damage reduction. Continuous attacks caused Lu Sheng's health to drop rapidly. After the battle with King Shat, Lu Sheng discovered the weakness of the swordsmanship. If the opponent is in a hidden state, the sword controlling technique will not be able to lock onto the opponent and will become ineffective. The name of Ghost Step sounds like Wind Step, and it might also be an invisibility skill. We have to catch this old guy in the act first. Lu Sheng deliberately exposed a flaw. The tiger's henchman was fooled. The afterimage suddenly appeared, and its claws rushed towards Lu Sheng's heart. Just as it was about to pierce his heart, Lu Sheng raised his sword to block the claws. He broke out in a cold sweat. Although he still had a lot of blood left, he couldn't guarantee that he would be completely killed by this blow. Fortunately, we finally caught this guy. The tiger's henchman was sent flying, and it did a somersault and landed on the ground. Sword control technique. Drinking blood and turning into sword shadow. The first sword shadow stabbed at the tiger's wrist. 1900. What? Hu Minion was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the damage to the human in front of him was so exaggerated. Faced with the torrential rain of sword shadows, the tiger minions got on all fours and ran around wildly. Chapter 41. 3800. Dodge. Dodge. 7600. The damage of the sword-wielding technique kept doubling, but Hu Minion managed to dodge several sword attacks with his speed. Its blood volume is dropping rapidly. Just when Lu Sheng was about to kill Hu's henchman, the sword shadow in the air lost its target. It flew around for a while, and finally synthesized into the blood drinker, and flew back to Lu Sheng's hands. And the tiger's henchman is not dead yet. Human, you want to kill me? The tiger's henchman grinned. I've already died. At this time, the tiger's body became transparent. Lu Sheng has seen this situation before. Spiritual state. Now it's my turn. Tiger's henchman laughed heartily. Possessed by a vengeful spirit, the tiger's minions transformed into a black shadow and tried to get into Lu Sheng's body. Not good. Lu Sheng then realized that he had underestimated these guys. They are not brainless monsters like orcs and goblins. They are all monsters and fallen gods. Outside the secret realm, Han Mingxian rushed to the scene with soldiers from the 3rd Regiment. Hundreds of people have gathered outside the portal to the Yellow Sand secret realm. There are members of the Suzaku Guild and the Spark Guild, as well as many high-level individual players. There are even people who come from other places. They were clamoring to form a team at the door, preparing to enter the secret realm to get a share of the pie. 3rd Regiment, listen to my orders. Han Mingxian shouted. Arrive. 200 fully armed soldiers responded in unison. Seal the portal immediately, no one is allowed to enter. Yes. The soldiers acted quickly, surrounding the portal and evacuating the crowd. The evacuated awakened people became dissatisfied. What are you doing? Why is the secret realm sealed off and we are not allowed to enter? The military wants to monopolize the secret realm's resources. This is not a military restricted area. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction, but the soldiers were responsible for carrying out orders and ignored them. A middle-aged man wearing a high-level wizard's robe walked out of the crowd. I am Zhang Hua, the vice president of the Xingai branch of the Suzaku Guild. May I ask this officer, what right do you have to prevent us from entering the secret realm? Han Mingxian looked at him coldly. This secret realm is extremely dangerous and has not yet been officially opened to the public. Please leave immediately. Danger. Zhang Hua scoffed. The spatial fluctuations in Xingai City are stable, and no dungeons above level 50 have ever appeared. This secret realm is only level 50 at most. What kind of danger could there be? I think you just want to monopolize the resources. That's right. We firmly oppose the military's monopoly on resources. Why should you take all the benefits? With Zhang Hua taking the lead, others followed suit. The atmosphere on the scene gradually became tense. Han Mingxuan's face looked extremely ugly. He also didn't know how dangerous the Yellow Wind secret realm was. But it was an order given by Chu Yu herself. The person who could make her say the word danger must be extremely terrifying. I'll say it again, leave immediately. Han Mingxian shouted sternly. Who do you think you are? A level 41 dual-blade warrior stepped forward. I've been roaming the secret realm for over a decade, and it's not even your turn to teach me a lesson. As soon as the words fell, a cold light flashed. Han Mingxuan's sword was already on the warrior's throat. Han Mingxuan's whole body was shrouded in golden light. At level 70, the terrifying aura of a 3rd-level professional suddenly erupted. Everyone was frightened by the momentum and took 2 steps back. I'm warning you again, leave immediately. Those who disobey military orders will die. Han Mingxian said coldly. The knifeman, whose neck was held by Han Mingxian, was sweating profusely and his face was pale. Yes, I understand. The noisy atmosphere at the scene also cooled down. No one dared to say another word. Han Mingxian retracted his sword, and the arrogant swordsman, without caring about his image, crawled away the moment he retracted his sword. Level 70 and level 41. The 3rd and 2nd turns are insurmountable chasms. Seal the portal. Han Mingxian sheathed his sword and gave orders again. The crowd has been evacuated and we are ready to form a formation. Just when we were about to start setting up the formation, the president of the Xingai City Awakener Guild ran over panting. Wait! Captain Han, you absolutely cannot do that. Han Mingxian frowned. President Jian, what are you doing here? Captain Han, the portal can't be closed. President Jian wiped the sweat off his face. Someone has already entered the secret realm. What? Han Mingxuan's face changed drastically. Who went in? When did it happen? An hour ago, 2 teams entered the secret realm. President Jian said humbly. 2 teams. Han Mingxian said in a cold voice, how dare you let anyone enter the unopened secret realm? This. I didn't know it wasn't open yet. President Jian didn't dare look directly at Han Mingxian. Generally speaking, copies can be entered at will. Unless it is the black secret realm of the demon clan. But such a secret place has never appeared near Xingai City. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, who went in? Han Mingxian was furious. One is the Emperor Guild's reclamation team, led by President Lin Tianese himself. What else? There is another one, a lone player. But I'm not sure about his specific identity because he hasn't reported to the guild. President Jian didn't dare to look Han Mingxian in the eye. Han Mingxian grabbed his collar and lifted him up. How could you let someone enter the secret realm without reporting it? I. President Jian was so scared that he couldn't speak. Tell me. Who is that random person? I don't know. President Jian looked at a man in the distance. It was the supervisor who set up a trap for Lu Sheng yesterday. Wu Minghui. Come here. President Jian shouted. The map of the Awakener Guild, in addition to marking the locations of secret realms and dungeons, has another function. That is, each map has a number, and entering the dungeon and secret realm will be automatically recorded by the guild's computer. One of the maps was sent out by Wu Minghui. Wu Minghui's lips trembled with fear. He had come here to see if there was any chance to make money, but ended up getting dragged into this mess. Tell me, to whom did you sell map number 443? President Jian found the target of his anger and yelled at Wu Minghui. Yes, it's an unemployed person named Lu Sheng. Wu Minghui replied in a crying voice. He was already frightened by Han Mingxuan's aura. Han Mingxian was petrified on the spot. What did you say? His name is Lu Sheng. He stole the map from me. It's none of my business. Xiao Sheng, are you in the Yellow Wind secret realm? Han Mingxuan's tone changed. His face was extremely pale. Yellow Wind secret realm. Lu Sheng tried to stand up tremblingly, but the pain in his chest was too intense. He vomited a mouthful of blood, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and knelt on the ground. A black shadow flew out of Lu Sheng's mouth. In front of Lu Sheng, it condensed into shape. It's the tiger's lackey. Hu Chen looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. He's not dead. Possessed by evil spirits is a spell that starts tearing the enemy apart directly from within their body. Not to mention humans, even few monsters can withstand it. This guy is still alive. Chapter 42. But it doesn't matter. The tiger's minions showed their sharp claws, and Lu Sheng was no longer able to resist. Tiger, I'm here to bring you food. The tiger's claw slapped Lu Sheng's forehead. Lu Sheng suddenly raised his head and stared at Hu's henchman. Thousands of sword shadows appeared behind him. Sword control technique. Even though he was almost losing consciousness due to the pain, Lu Sheng still gritted his teeth and released his last skill. The tiger's henchman was hit by the sword shadow, which he did not expect. How did you? The sword shadow was like a surging tsunami, covering the tiger's minions. Having just used the vengeful spirit possession skill, the tiger henchman cannot transform into a spirit again. His body was pierced by sword shadows. Finally, it turned into black mist and completely dissipated into the air. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 35. Spirit plus 20. Agility plus 60. Kill the tiger's minions and gain 150,000 experience points. Get 500 points. As the tiger's minions died, the blood drinker absorbed some of the health points and gave them back to Lu Sheng. Feeling the recovery of his health, the severe pain in his chest eased a little. He gasped for breath and sat down against the stone tablet. A moment of fear. The attack from the tiger's henchman almost took his life. If it weren't for the fearless 90% magic damage reduction that saved his life, he would have been doomed. What a hell of a place! Lu Sheng cursed and stood up. There is no trace of the tiger's minions left. A skill book was left at the place where he disappeared. Ghost Step. Description: ranged classes can learn skills. Activating this skill consumes mental energy. After hitting an opponent with a normal attack, you can designate any location within 10 meters and teleport to that location. It was this skill that caused me so much trouble just now. Damn, why can it only be learned from a distance? Lu Sheng thought of the tiger's minion's elusive attack method just now, and wished he could learn it. This book is at least an SS-level skill. Archers or gunners have terrible lethality, but their weaknesses are also obvious. They are fragile and have no ability to counterattack once they are approached. This skill can directly maximize the survivability. It's a pity that I can't learn it myself. Lu Sheng put the book into his backpack, his body still aching. Attributes can only be used as a reference. No matter how high your physique is, it will only increase your ability to withstand blows. If the head is chopped off, even the top priests cannot save it. It's just that ordinary monsters don't have this kind of attack power. This secret place is so weird. Lu Sheng dragged his heavy body to the stone tablet. Continue to look at the text on the stone tablet. Master Lu, you can only go this far and no further. After seeing the text clearly, Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Donor Lu? Are you referring to yourself? His name was actually written directly on this stone tablet. What the hell is going on? Lu Sheng circled the stone tablet. There is also a line of small words. The Yellow Wind Secret Realm is an ancient ominous place, haunted by the Yellow Wind monster. Any mortal who enters here will die with no chance of survival. Donor Lu is gifted, so don't be greedy. Stop here. If you insist on moving forward, you will encounter disaster. Namo Amitabha. After reading these words, Lu Sheng became even more confused. Is this stone tablet specially prepared for him? But the thing is, his arrival here was completely accidental. Who could have known in advance that he would come? Who cares? We're already here, why don't we go in and take a look? Lu Sheng looked up at the bridge behind the stone tablet. It was an ancient stone bridge. Under the bridge is a bottomless canyon with rolling black fog. The other end of the bridge was hidden in thick fog, and it was unclear where it led to. Just as Lu Sheng was about to step onto the bridge, he suddenly felt his body frozen. Please stay, benefactor. A childish voice came from behind. Then, he saw a child in blue monk's robes floating in front of him. It's Mate Rhea. Lu Sheng stared at the little monk in front of him, shocked. Isn't this an NPC? The dog hasn't appeared yet, how could he appear here? Mate Rhea seemed to have read Lu Sheng's thoughts and was a little surprised. Donor Lu, do you know me? Lu Sheng then discovered that he could speak. The pain in my chest also disappeared. Well, I've seen your picture before. Morocco scratched his head, confusion on his childish face. You are a truly peculiar fellow. As he spoke, Mate Rhea sat down cross-legged in front of the stone bridge, supporting his chin with his little hands. This road is not prepared for you. You are strong, but you are only a mortal after all. If you go any further, you will surely die. Lu Sheng sneered. Are you afraid that I might get the remains of the great sage? Morocco's head shot up, his eyes widening. How do you, a human being, know this? Lu Sheng didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Mate Rhea clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and seemed to be trying something. Lu Sheng instantly felt an invisible force trying to invade his mind. He gritted his teeth and fought hard. Get out! Moroku opened his eyes, shock written all over his face. In your eyes, we are just a bunch of data. Lu Sheng was stunned. What did this little monk actually read? I don't know what you're talking about. Moroku suddenly laughed. Interesting, really interesting. He stood up and patted his robe. Master Lu, I'm not deliberately cutting off your chance, but if you go any further, your, well, skills won't be able to handle your opponent. As he spoke, Mate Rhea made seals with his hands and muttered something. A golden light flew out from his hand and surrounded Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng wanted to dodge, but found that his body was completely unable to move. The golden light condensed into a transparent light shield, trapping him inside. What do you mean? Lu Sheng roared. Moroku shook his head. Donor, your strength is indeed good. But the yellow wind monster in front is not comparable to a small monster like the tiger's minion. So what? Lu Sheng was unconvinced. With the sword-wielding skill in hand, the damage is overflowing, so why should you be afraid of the yellow wind monster? Moroku sighed. The tiger's minion is a fierce ghost, and the yellow wind monster is an ancient demon king. No matter how many skills you have, facing it will only lead to death. Lu Sheng's heart sank. Ancient demon king? The monster system in this world is really diverse. If compared with Manoroth, it is indeed not something he can deal with now. But I don't care if he's a demon king or not. I just know that the remains of the great sage are right in front of me. Lu Sheng stared at Mate Rhea. You can't stop me. Mate Rhea smiled bitterly and said, Donor, do you know why the remains of the great sage are here? I don't know. I'm not interested. Lu Sheng began to try to crack the golden light seal. He tried to use sword control. The golden light shield has a blood bar, but after performing a set of sword controlling techniques, there was no sign of golden light causing any loss of health. The Buddhist Vajra seal is specifically designed to suppress evil spirits. Mate Rhea shook his head. If you can't even deal with it, how can you expect to deal with a big monster? Lu Sheng didn't believe it and used the sword control technique again. Still motionless. Damn it! Lu Sheng was angry. Chapter 43. Mate Rhea stood up and walked to the light shield. Donor, please listen to my advice and go back. This is not the place for you. What else can I do if I can't beat the other party? Lu Sheng is a sensible person. Okay, then don't go. Let me out. Mate Rhea said with a smile, Donor, do you know why the great sage perished here? It's just you guys. Lu Sheng was about to speak when he remembered that he couldn't beat this guy. I'm not sure. Don't you know? The great sage discovered the true nature of the world, which is why he was suppressed by the heavenly court. Mate Rhea said with a smile, his remaining body is the key to unlocking the secret. Lu Sheng was completely stunned. Mate Rhea is worthy of being the future Buddha, he knows everything. What does that have to do with me? It's not your turn yet. I'm protecting you. Mate Rhea said seriously. Don't even think about the great sage's remains. If you come across them, there's no going back. But I can give you a gift. Mate Rhea waved his hand lightly, and the golden light shield dissipated instantly. Lu Sheng stretched his arms and legs. I was just about to complain. Mate Rhea suddenly appeared in front of him. She stretched out her finger and tapped his forehead lightly. A warm feeling surged into my mind. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Forbidden Word Spell. Forbidden Word Spell, after activation, mental power will be converted into double attack power. During the effect, skills and props cannot be used. It's just a small gift. Mate Rhea said with a smile, you can't use it now, but it might be useful in the future. As soon as the words fell, the entire space began to vibrate violently. Yellow sand flew all over the sky and the stone bridge began to collapse. Lu Sheng subconsciously took a few steps back. But he found that Maitreya was still standing firmly in the same place. It was as if these changes had nothing to do with him. Congratulations on clearing the Yellow Wind Secret Realm. A yellow crystal appeared in his palm. Please bring your clearance certificate to the Awakener Guild to claim your rewards. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Completed the game? Isn't it over yet? The stone tablet in the center of the platform slowly disappeared. Instead, there is a golden portal. Morocco walked to the portal, curiously reaching out to touch it. Bang! A ripple appeared. Maitreya was thrown back and rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Ouch! Morocco stood up, rubbing his butt, his face full of surprise. What a magical world! Even I can't get through it. Lu Sheng couldn't help laughing. The little monk who looked mysterious just now looks like an ordinary child. Donor Lu. Maitreya patted his butt. If you want to leave, do it quickly. Otherwise, your friends will probably die. Friends? Lu Sheng was puzzled. He had clearly come here alone, so where did his friends come from? Outside the secret realm. Han Mingxian paced back and forth. Lu Sheng had been in there for 2 hours. Should I break in? Han Mingxian stared at the portal in a daze. At this moment, a dragon roar was heard from the sky. A huge red dragon blocked out the moon. It is getting bigger and bigger in people's sight. It suddenly swooped down. It was about to hit the ground. A few meters above the ground, it transformed into a human form. The body is light and it lands on the ground on tiptoe. Chu Yu. All the awakened ones stared at her. According to legend, he is the strongest awakener in the eastern part of Dragon Country. Han Mingxian stepped forward quickly and saluted. Boss Chu. Chu Yu glanced around. Why are there still so many people? Didn't we tell you to evacuate? Report. Han Mingxian shouted, I request to enter the secret realm. Enter the secret realm. Chu Yu sneered, do you know what you are talking about? I know. Han Mingxian gritted his teeth and said, but Lu Sheng is trapped in the secret realm, I must go and save him. Chu Yu's expression changed. Lu Sheng? Why is he in the secret realm? He came here right after the secret realm was refreshed, and we haven't had time to seal it off yet. Chu Yu's expression froze. Walk to the gate of the secret realm and look at the vortex-shaped scene inside the gate. His face turned serious. That's not easy to deal with. Chu Yu said in a low voice. Commander Chu, what is in the secret realm? Han Mingxian asked. This is also the question that the majority of awakened people want to know. Chu Yu said in a deep voice, there is a very scary monster in the secret realm. The energy levels are beyond what we can currently monitor. Simply put, based on the level classification, it's at least an S-level 999 or higher, a super dangerous monster. The scene was extremely quiet. All the awakened ones widened their eyes. S-level. Above level 999? What is the concept? The strongest awakener ever recorded was only level 600. Level 999, that's the Demon King, no, the King of Demons. Impossible. Zhang Hua asked, how could such a terrifying monster appear in a place like Xingai City? This kind of dangerous secret realm usually only appears in the Lost Land. It's a place where no one lives. Because monsters with this kind of strength are likely to come out of the secret realm. Chu Yu ignored Zhang Hua. Instead, he muttered to himself, even I might not be that guy's opponent. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Lu Sheng may not be able to get that far. I request to enter the secret realm to rescue him. No. Chu Yu flatly refused, you'll just die if you go in. Han Mingxian still wanted to argue. Chu Yu has arrived at the gate of the secret realm. I'll bring him out. Commander Chu, you. Han Mingxian was no longer concerned with helping Chu Yu conceal his identity. Chu Yu also became serious for the first time when dealing with a level 999 monster. Just as Chu Yu was about to step into the portal began to tremble violently. Then, Lin Tianese, Wang Hao, Lu Ruyan, and the analyst were directly ejected from the secret realm portal and fell to the ground. Lin Tianese's body was covered with nasty wounds, so deep that the bones were visible. The other three only suffered minor injuries. Lin Tianese. Zhang Hua recognized the president of the Emperor Guild. It was the first time he saw him in such a miserable state. Lin Tianese used the moon in the well to support himself and stood up. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded and turned into doubt. Why am I here? Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan hugged each other and burst into tears. They almost became Sha Dalan's food. In front of the powerful secret realm boss, these awakened people who are only at level 10 are no different from ants. Everyone was shocked. President Jian stepped forward and said, "Once someone clears the secret realm, the others will be teleported out. Pass the secret realm." Chu Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the gate of the secret realm. Sure enough, it has begun to blur. Is it Lu Sheng? Han Mingxian was overjoyed and ran to the portal. But Lu Sheng didn't come out for a long time. How could this be? Han Mingxian looked around, but didn't see anyone except the four people who had just popped out. Lu Sheng might have died together with the secret realm boss. Chu Yu said indifferently. This was the only explanation she could come up with. Chapter 44. The light and shadow of the portal gradually faded. After clearing the level, the entrance to the secret realm will be closed. Everyone's breathing stopped. Han Mingxuan's pupils contracted as he looked at the portal. A moment before the portal disappears, a dark figure appeared at the door, and the outline of a person could be vaguely seen. But the dazzling light prevented them from seeing the man's face clearly. Swish! There was a flashing sound, and the portal disappeared completely like a star. Everyone was blinded by the flashing light. When I opened my eyes, I could only see a ragged man standing on the river bank, carrying a dark red long sword. Lu Sheng. Xiao Sheng. Han Mingxian ran up with a trembling voice and hugged him in his arms. Ouch, it hurts. Han Mingxian then let go of his hand embarrassedly, put his hand on his shoulder, stared at his face with a proud smile on his face. Xiao Sheng, you're out. Yet. Lu Sheng smiled knowingly. Looking past Han Mingxian, he saw Chu Yu standing not far away. Chu Yu had no expression on her face, but her sharp eyes kept looking at Lu Sheng. Aside, Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan were completely dumbfounded. In the secret realm, the one who killed the monsters in seconds before them and snatched away the elite monsters and treasure chests was actually Lu Sheng? Impossible. Thinking of those terrible rat spirits, the two still felt a lingering fear. Even the level 30 warriors of the Emperor Guild's reclamation team found it difficult to deal with, but Lu Sheng actually managed to get through it alone? And Lin Tianese also recognized the guy in front of him. It's you. Lin Tianese was furious. He picked up the moon in the well with both hands and strode towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng! How dare you plot against our Emperor Guild? Lu Sheng looked at him in confusion. What did I plot against you? You're still quibbling. Lin Tianese roared, you stole the treasure chest. And Lin Tianese continued to attack. Han Mingxian had already turned around and stood in front of Lu Sheng. Put your hand on the hilt of your sword. The sword has not been unsheathed, but the pressure of a level 73rd level swordsman has already burst out. One more step forward and you'll die. Lin Tianese was shocked by this momentum and took a half step back. But when I think of the reclamation team that died tragically in the secret realm and the empty treasure chest. He roared unwillingly, you military, can you be so unreasonable? He stole our treasure chest and destroyed the secret realm. Should we just keep silent? Instigated by Lin Tianese. The awakened people around also complained. Yet, we came all the way here from out of town, and we didn't get anything. How could a level 20 brat like him possibly clear the secret realm? He must have used some despicable tricks. Is the military biased towards him? He must have cheated. Everyone began to doubt Chu Yu's words. Because no matter how you look at it, Lu Sheng doesn't look like someone who can pass through the secret realm alone. A level 999 boss. Arabian Nights. Shut up. Han Mingxian glared at everyone. Our military never favors anyone. Stop talking. Just then, Chu Yu walked slowly towards Lu Sheng. She pushed Lin Tianese, who was blocking the way, to the side, and Lin Tianese staggered 6 or 7 steps, his body still swaying. Han Mingxian turned sideways tactfully. Chu Yu stood in front of Lu Sheng and stretched out her hand. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Put your hand on it. The result is the next second. He felt as if the bones in his hand were broken. Pain. Lu Sheng really didn't expect that the small hands that looked so white and tender could be so strong. Who the hell wants to shake your hand? Chu Yu's temples were bulging with veins. He loosened his hand and shook it twice in the air. Hand over your secret realm video. Secret video. Lu Sheng played dumb. Chu Yu grabbed his wrist again, hand it over. Lu Sheng was pinched so hard that tears were about to come out. This woman is even scarier than Sha Erlang. When an awakened person enters a new secret realm or dungeon, a chip will be generated in his backpack to record the images inside. It is valuable information for researching new secret realms and dungeons. Generally, no one will steal it. Unless she is so strong. Anyway, there is nothing much to study about Huang Fengling for Lu Sheng. Commander Chu. Han Mingxian said, Xiao Sheng just came out, he might be scared, otherwise, wait a few days. No. Chu Yu kept staring at the road, hand it over now. The awakened people around also joined in the fun. Yes. Hand it over. Show us how he got through it. I don't dare take it out, there must be something fishy. Wang Hao came to his senses at this moment, walked to the front of the crowd and said, this isn't the first time Lu Sheng has cheated. He also cheated to get through the Tower of Trials. He's just an unemployed person who failed to change his job. Why can we only pass through the secret realm? Who said I don't dare to take it out? Lu Sheng shook his arms and looked at Chu Yu resentfully. It's not something shameful. Here you go. He took out a blue chip from his backpack and threw it to Chu Yu. Chu Yu took it and put it in his pocket. Then he turned around and walked towards Wang Hao, who was still shouting. Take out yours too. And you three. Collect the chips of all the people coming out of the secret realm. Chu Yu waved his hand and repelled all the people on the open space. Accompanied by a dragon roar. Her shape changed rapidly. It transformed into a giant red dragon more than 10 meters long. Flapping its wings, it soars into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the clouds. Among the awakened people in Xingai City, the strongest is only the 3rd level Han Mingxian. He has never seen such a scene. He just stared in amazement at the red dragon flying away. Until Chu Yu disappeared completely. Lin Tianese came back to his senses. Now that Chu Yu was gone, he felt like he was fine again. Lu Sheng. Don't think you'll be alright just because the military favors you. Today, if you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving here. Others also gathered around. Their purpose is very clear, which is to make Lu Sheng spit out the treasures in the secret realm. Why can an unemployed person have the opportunity alone? Clang. A crisp sound of sword. Han Mingxian drew his sword, and a fierce murderous aura filled the entire place. Are you guys just turning a deaf ear to what I, Han Mingxian, say. I'm putting my words here. Anyone who dares to embarrass Lu Sheng again will be an enemy of our 3rd Regiment. The clamoring awakened ones were frightened by the murderous aura and fell silent. This is the first time I've seen the military step in to protect a cheating unemployed person. The secret realm has disappeared and the treasure cannot be obtained. Everyone did not stay any longer and dispersed. When President Jian saw Han Mingxian protecting Lu Sheng, he understood what was going on. As long as Lu Sheng is fine, Han Mingxian won't cause them any trouble. The matter is over, and President Jian also wants to leave. President Jian. Lu Sheng's voice came. After all, as soon as you enter the Awakener Guild, you can see the photo of President Jian, and anyone who has been there will have an impression of him. Wu Minghui, who was following behind President Jian, froze. When the honey trap was set, he just thought Lu Sheng was a newcomer who had just changed jobs. Who would have thought that he had such a strong background? He lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Sheng, praying that Lu Sheng did not recognize him. Lu Sheng trotted up to President Jian, holding the golden ball obtained when completing the level. President Jian, when I cleared the level, the system prompted me to take this item to the Awakener Guild to claim my reward. What is the reward? Chapter 45. There are small golden balls in President Jian's pupils. He hurriedly reached out to take it. Lu Sheng retracted his hand. President Jian was not embarrassed and explained with a smile, Brother Lu Sheng, this is called the Secret Realm Crystal Ball, and the rewards are all inside. You can get rewards as long as you open it. I don't know what's inside. But this thing requires a special kicker, which only the Awakener Guild has. Said. He took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Sheng. This is the gold pass of our guild. With it, you can enter the Awakener Guild at any time. My office is on the 20th floor. You can come over any time and I will open the crystal ball for you personally. Thank you, President. Lu Sheng took the pass. Only then did he notice Wu Minghui behind him. Wu Minghui buried his head even lower, his body trembling. Thank you, President Jian and Manager Wu. Lu Sheng took the business card with a smile. Wu Minghui was as if pardoned. President Jian said a few polite words and left quickly. Xiao Sheng. Han Mingxian came over, come back to the camp with me. You've cleared the secret realm this time, and word will spread quickly. I'm worried hyenas will target you. Hyena. Yes, they are criminals who specialize in robbing awakened people. You are a piece of fat meat now. Lu Sheng smiled and said, it's okay, Uncle Han, this is too much trouble for you, and it's not convenient for me to go to the military camp. Seeing Lu Sheng's insistence, Han Mingxian stopped trying to persuade him. Be careful. If anything happens, just call me and I'll come right away. Thank you, Uncle Han. After the crowd dispersed, Han Mingxian sent Lu Sheng back to the city, gave him a few more instructions, and then left. Lu Sheng did not go home. There's no need to go back to that shabby house. He went directly to the Xingai Hotel. I booked a presidential suite for $200,000 a night. This feeling is just different. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the brightly lit night view and landmark buildings of Xingai City. It feels great. Lu Sheng fell on the 3-meter-wide bed, and his whole body bounced out in a big letter shape. No need to go back to the dirty rental house in the urban village anymore. Lu Sheng lay on the bed and turned up the TV volume to the maximum. Start counting today's harvest. He took out the spoils from his backpack and placed them on the bed one by one. I have already equipped the S-level accessory Shatterlang Essence. 1 unidentified S-grade weapon and 3 A-grade equipment. 35 pieces of equipment with no level and no attributes were dropped, and their attributes are absolutely superb, which will definitely sell well in the market. In addition, he obtained an A-level skill book Lightning Bombing and an SS-level skill book Ghost Step. There is also a recipe for a life profession, as well as a job transfer item for switching to an SS-level job. The scrap metal I found yesterday was sold for 100 million. All these things add up to at least tens of billions. Even Bing Zixi doesn't dare to advertise like this. Lu Sheng seemed to have seen the title of richest man waving at him. I turned over twice in bed. Lu Sheng finally calmed down. In fact, Lu Sheng has no plans to sell most of the things. For high-level professionals, money is just a symbol. Pills, skills, and equipment used to improve attributes are the key. It would be a waste to sell such an incredible SS skill as Ghost Step. Soul of Yellow Sand. The job-changing item is even more precious and in short supply. Lu Sheng put the items away. What I really plan to sell are the blank equipment dropped by Rat Captain and Rat Sikong. No entry, but supermodel attributes. There are 35 pieces in total. Even if each piece only sells for a few million, the total income is still a considerable amount. Let's have these pieces of equipment appraised tomorrow and hand them over to the trading house. Lu Sheng lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level, 23. Constitution, 513. Strength, 468. Spirit, 246.8. Agility, 460. There is also a new skill called the Forbidden Word spell. This trip was really fruitful. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sheng laughed loudly in the soundproof room. At the same time, Longxia military base. The technical office was brightly lit. Chu Yu crossed his arms and stared at the big screen in front of him. There are 5 battle scenes on the screen. Lin Tianese, Wang Hao, and Lu Ruyan belong to the same team. They are struggling to survive in the secret realm. Surrounded by a group of rat demons, he tried his best to resist. On the contrary, in another picture, Lu Sheng just swung his sword and cut a large group of rat monsters in half. The rat demon didn't even have a chance to resist. The gap is too big. A researcher muttered to himself. Chu Yu, however, acted as if it was a matter of course, and even felt that Lin Tianese and the others were acting. Keep looking back. Chu Yu gave the order. The camera switches to the cave. The picture freezes at the keyframe. Lu Sheng clearly entered the cave earlier than Lin Tianese and the others, but he took the treasure chest safely. But when Lin Tianese and the other 2 arrived, they were faced with an empty treasure chest and an enraged Sha Dalan. This is why Lin Tianese feels it is unfair. Chu Yu touched his chin, puzzled. At this time, a researcher with long blonde hair walked behind her with coffee in hand. You're still studying the clearance video this late at night? Dr. Li. Chu Yu greeted him politely. Dr. Li glanced at the screen and suddenly called out to the technician who was working on the progress bar, "Move Lu Sheng's image 13 frames ahead." The technician did so immediately. Dr. Li put down his coffee cup and moved his face closer to the screen. Stare carefully at the dark area on the screen. Is this the elite monster called Sha Dalan? Following his finger, I saw a pair of red eyes in the darkness, floating above the cave. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. The scene continued to play. Sha Dalan kept staring at Lu Sheng but did not launch an attack. Instead, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, "Shouldn't Sha Dalan be here?" The picture froze again. Chu Yu also frowned slightly. How does he know the name of the elite monster? Dr. Li shrugged and said, "That's impossible. Secret realms are all unique, and there's no information about this secret realm in the military database. There's something weird about this kid." Chu Yu clicked his tongue. Repeat the scene several times. Dr. Li finally discovered the abnormality. "Commander Chu, look at this." He pointed at the Sha Erlang spirit that Lu Sheng had taken out. Just when the spirit appeared, "Sha Dalan, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack from above, completely stopped his actions. And he turned and left. This thing should be a mission item. With it, I won't be attacked by Sha Dalan. And Lin Tianese and the others don't have any props, so... Chu Yu suddenly realized. You mean, Sha Dalan considers Lu Sheng one of his own? Chapter 46. Very likely. This makes sense. Why was Lu Sheng able to take the treasure chest safely, while Lin Tianese, who did not touch the treasure chest, was beaten to death by Sha Dalan? The two continued to watch the video, their expressions becoming more serious. On one side is an all-professional team facing Sha Dalan. On one side, Lu Sheng challenged Tiger Vanguard alone. The Tiger Vanguard attribute crushed Sha Dalan, and was killed instantly by Lu Sheng's sword. Except for Lin Tianese, who still had the strength to fight back, the others were no match for Sha Dalan's attack. The gap in strength is too big. The picture continues to play. It is the battle scene between Lu Sheng and the Tiger minions. At first, I thought Lu Sheng was going to kill Hu Minion in 1 second, but Hu Minion transformed into a spirit to avoid the fatal blow and poured into Lu Sheng's body. Reappearing, Lu Sheng was seriously injured. But he still used the sword-wielding technique to kill the tiger's henchman in seconds. Lu Sheng stood up and walked towards the stone tablet. He showed a look of astonishment. Immediately following, Russell. A mosaic appeared on the screen. What's going on? Chu Yu and Dr. Li were both stunned. Dr. Li immediately took over the researcher's position and attempted a technical repair. But found no problem. The mosaic lasted about 10 minutes. The picture became clear again. Lu Sheng faced the portal, and there was a strange noise. Rewind and watch it again. Dr. Li hurriedly operated and rewound the video to the scene where the tiger's minions were torn to pieces by the sword-wielding technique. Chu Yu asked him to press the pause button. This is not the secret realm boss. The tiger's henchman's data appeared on the screen next to it. A mere level 45 monster. The military sealed off the secret realm not because time flow occurred in it. Instead, a monster with an energy level above 999 was detected wandering in the secret realm. The strength of the tiger's henchman is just like an ant in front of this monster. Why does Lu Sheng pass the level just by defeating the tiger's minions? There must be something wrong. Chu Yu narrowed his eyes. After the tiger's minions were eliminated, mosaics appeared. She could see Lu Sheng's strength. It's so hard to beat the tiger's henchman, and you still want to beat this old monster? Could it be that he reached an agreement with the real boss of the Huangfeng secret realm? And deliberately let him pass? Dr. Li whispered. Very likely. I'll try to repair the mosaic. That's not necessary. Chu Yu sneered and cracked his knuckles. Just arrest Lu Sheng and beat him up, and find out everything. Wait, wait. Dr. Li quickly stood up and stopped Chu Yu. Commander. Let's wait for the research results to come out. What if Lu Sheng really has special abilities that can deal with a level 999 boss? Maybe he can help with that disaster. If we beat Lu Sheng up now, even if we get to the bottom of it, we will still be at odds with the military. Chu Yu snorted coldly. How can a guy who has just awakened for 3 days be of any help? Having said that, she still stopped. All right, you observe first. Oh, and call the swordsman from the 2nd Regiment over here. I have something to ask him. Chu Yu has confirmed that Lu Sheng's most commonly used skill is sword control. However, although it is the same sword controlling technique, why haven't I seen the sword cultivators of the 2nd Regiment have such exaggerated strength? She wants to find out what's going on with Lu Sheng. The next day, the treasure house has just opened. Supervisor Li Wenbo is holding a morning meeting with employees. As long as you walk through the door, you are our customer and we will greet you with a smile. As he was speaking, a young man walked in from outside. Li Wenbo said unhappily, we haven't opened yet. Please come back in 10 minutes. The word come was not uttered. Li Wenbo's pupils shrank. The one who walked in with a swagger was Lu Sheng. He quickly turned around and shouted, "Dismiss." Then, he walked towards Lu Sheng with his hands in his pockets. "Master Lu. Why are you here?" Li Wenbo bowed. "Have you thought clearly about those equipment?" "I'm here to identify the equipment," Lu Sheng said. He didn't know any appraisers in Xingai City either. "The equipment was previously appraised in the Treasure Pavilion, and I plan to try my luck today." Upon learning that the equipment needed to be inspected, Li Wenbo immediately invited him to the VIP room. "What do you want to identify?" He rubbed his hands and stood beside Lu Sheng with a nervous look on his face. Lu Sheng picked up a biscuit from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. "I remember I said yesterday that I like your rebellious side." Li Wenbo's face turned pale. I almost knelt down to Lu Sheng. "Grandpa Lu. Please stop making fun of me. Yesterday, I was blind to the truth. Please be magnanimous and treat me like shit." He had a sad face. Lu Sheng felt a little bored. "You're giving in so quickly. There's no challenge at all." He was too lazy to tease Li Wenbo anymore. He took out 4 pieces of equipment from his backpack and placed them on the table. "Call the best appraiser." 4 pieces of equipment. They all emit a faint luster, and you can tell at first glance that they are not ordinary items. Li Wenbo was stunned for a moment. Is Lu Sheng engaged in wholesale? 20 pieces yesterday, and 4 more today? Although he is not an appraiser, he has a good eye. The equipment in front of me is definitely A-level, and there are even S-level treasures. Yes. I'll go right away. Li Wenbo ran out. 2 minutes later, he came back with 2 people. One is the manager of the treasure house, and the other is an old man wearing a monocle and a luxurious suit that represents his identity as an appraiser. "Mr. Lu, you are here." As soon as the manager entered the door, he extended his hand warmly and was respectful. But Lu Sheng didn't reach out, he just leaned back on the sofa. "I'm here to do an appraisal, don't be so polite." The manager awkwardly withdrew his hand and said with a forced smile, "This is our Treasure Pavilion's chief appraiser, Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhang nodded slightly to Lu Sheng as a greeting. His attention had long been drawn to the equipment on the table. After getting permission from the manager, Mr. Zhang put on white gloves. Carefully pick up the frost blade. The blue light of the frost blade became clearer in his hand. It is an appraisal certificate, an exclusive skill of the appraiser. A moment later, Mr. Zhang took a deep breath. Equipment information is also projected onto the screen in the VIP room. Frost blade. Grade, A. Required level, 30. Attribute, attack plus 180. Special effects. Frost, 20% chance of adding frost effect when attacking, reducing the target's movement speed by 15% for 3 seconds. Blade, critical hit rate plus 10%. Lightness, agility plus 15. 3 entries. Li Wenbo exclaimed. A-level equipment usually has only 2 attributes. Those with 3 attributes are all top-notch. Zhang Lao added, there are more than just 3 attributes. A level 30 sword's attack usually fluctuates between 50 and 120. 180 attack is a hidden term in itself. Said. Mr. Zhang ignored their astonished looks. He put down his sword and picked up the Shadow Dance Armor. Shadow Dance Armor. Grade, A. Required level, 30. Attribute, defense plus 120. Special effects. Shadow Escape, passive increases dodge rate by 10%, which can be stacked linearly. Toughness, health limit increased by 1000. Swiftness, agility plus 20. Another top quality A-level equipment with 3 attributes. Chapter 47. Li Wenbo wanted to speak again, but the manager covered his mouth. Mr. Zhang looked solemn. He picked up the yellow sand hammer. When I touched the war hammer, I felt a violent aura. The light of identification technique is brighter than before. The properties of the warhammer emerge. Everyone held their breath. Yellow sand warhammer. Grade S. Required strength 200. Attribute attack power plus 350. Special effects. Earthshake, active skill, slams the ground, causing physical damage of 150% of the strength value to enemies within a radius of 5 meters and stunning them for 1 second. Sandstorm, active skill, summons a sandstorm to envelop the player, lasting 10 seconds. During this time, it increases defense by 30% and deals continuous damage to surrounding enemies. Titan's Power, passive, every 10 points of strength attribute, an additional 1% of the warhammer's basic damage. Toughness, items cannot be destroyed and automatically recover durability. Mr. Zhang's hands began to tremble. He has appraised quite a few S-level equipment in his life. However, such exaggerated properties have never been identified. There are 4 entries, 2 active skills, 1 passive damage increase, and automatic durability recovery. A divine weapon tailor-made for top fighters. S-class. It's really S-class. The manager's face flushed. He turned his head quietly and winked at Li Wenbo. Li Wenbo understood what he meant and ran out immediately. The manager sat in front of Lu Sheng, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Lu. Can you entrust these pieces of equipment to our treasure pavilion for auction? We guarantee. These 3 pieces of equipment will be worth 1 billion. No. 2 billion. If the price is lower than this, our treasure pavilion will make up the difference. Lu Sheng leaned on the sofa, playing with the yellow sand war hammer. It was as if he didn't hear what the manager said. The manager was sweating profusely. When you are ready to continue increasing your investment. The door to the VIP room opened. Long Yin walked in with the man in sunglasses. When he saw Long Yin, the manager immediately bowed. Long Yin treated him as a transparent person and walked straight to sit opposite Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked up at Long Yin and said with a smile, Master Long, long time no see. We just met yesterday. Long Yin gritted his teeth. He was still upset about Lu Sheng mocking him in public yesterday for being unable to awaken. But, seeing the 3 artifacts on the table, Long Yin's pupils shrank. These 3 artifacts, let alone Xingai City. Even in the entire Dragon Country, it is a must-have for middle-class professionals. Brother Lu, are you going to consign this batch of equipment to the treasure pavilion? I didn't say that. Lu Sheng smiled, I just came here to verify it. Tell me, how much is it? Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows at Li Wenbo. Li Wenbo didn't dare to speak, he just laughed dryly. Brother Lu. Long Yin suppressed his unhappiness and said, I know you want to help that little girl named Lin Ruoxiu. You want to auction this batch of equipment at Morning Star Trading House, right? Lu Sheng nodded. You know me quite well. Long Yin's face twitched. He continued, to be honest, you have a good business sense. The profit-sharing model you proposed is a model for business. With your help, it's only a matter of time before Morning Star becomes a top-tier trading house in the Star Ocean. Long Yin leaned back on the sofa and moved his chin, pointing at the yellow sand war hammer. But I'm telling you the truth, Morning Star, it can't eat this load. Forget about this S-class warhammer. Even these 2 level 30 A-class top-grade items are enough to attract countless hyenas. What's the background of Morning Star Auction House? A group of old, weak, women and children. The only awakened person is the manager Lin Ruoxiu, who is also a newly awakened clergyman. She doesn't even have a decent bodyguard. Leaving billions worth of goods there isn't helping her, it's hurting her. There's no need to wait for the auction to start. He might be mauled to death by hyenas the very day the news is released. Long Yin kept staring at Lu Sheng while speaking. Lu Sheng had to admit that Long Yin was right. Morningstar Trading House is too weak now. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Giving these 3 pieces of equipment to Lin Ruoxiu might bring disaster. Long Yin still looked indifferent and said, "The treasure pavilion is different. We are the Dahao group behind it, so there is no need to worry about its safety. Moreover, I can guarantee the final transaction price. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Lu Sheng was silent for a moment. Suddenly laughed. "Master Long, you are really good at doing business." Long Yin snorted lightly, "I don't know how to fight, I only know these crooked ways. I can give you the equipment, but I have a condition. I can send these 3 pieces of equipment to the treasure pavilion for consignment. In exchange, you have to give me some equipment. I don't want good equipment either. C rank or B rank will do. Level 20 or so is fine. Just give me 8 or 10 pieces." Lu Sheng talked to himself. Long Yin's expression froze and he interrupted Lu Sheng. "What did you say? For you?" "Yes." Lu Sheng was surprised. "Do you want me to pay?" Long Yin's expression became somewhat distorted. He felt his blood pressure soar. "Hey! Lu Sheng! Do you know how much 10 pieces of B-level equipment cost? You're blackmailing me." Lu Sheng spread his hands and said, "So there's no room for negotiation. Absolutely impossible." "Okay." Lu Sheng stood up, put the yellow sand warmer into his backpack, and reached out to touch the frost blade. "I think Tianbao Tower should be very interested in these equipment. Tianbao Tower is the 2nd largest trading house after Treasure Pavilion." "You!" Long Yin slammed the table in anger. "Lu Sheng, don't go too far. How is it too much?" Lu Sheng's harmless smile was reflected in Long Yin's pupils. Long Yin clenched his fists. "Oh shit! What Lu Sheng said is true." He had already looked at the properties of the yellow sand hammer. The basic damage is 360, and 10 points of strength increases the damage by 1%. It is equivalent to an equipment with infinite growth. It's no exaggeration to say that it's level 80 equipment. Such a top-grade weapon appeared in the treasure pavilion. The value and prestige it brings cannot be matched by billions. If it was snatched away by Tianbao Tower, it is a fatal blow to the treasure pavilion. Just thinking about giving away nearly 100 million worth of equipment for free made Long Yin grit his teeth in hatred. He is bound to bear this loss. There was silence for a long time in the VIP room. The manager and supervisor didn't dare to say anything and could only lower their heads. The man in sunglasses was also surprised. "This is the first time I see young Master Long being controlled in business." After a long time, Long Yin stood up. "Okay, I promise." Lu Sheng smiled slightly. "Why are you so reluctant? Is this a cooperative attitude?" Long Yin forced a smile from under his skin, biting his lip and said, "Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to work with you." "That's right." Lu Sheng patted Long Yin's shoulder. A moment. 10 pieces of B-level equipment were placed in front of Lu Sheng. "The properties are pretty good." Lu Sheng was not polite and accepted them all. He signed his name on the consignment agreement. "Master Long, you've made a killing." Lu Sheng walked to the door and turned back to smile at Long Yin. "You must promote the yellow sand war hammer. It's a peerless artifact. From now on, when people see the user, they will think of the name of Xingai City's treasure pavilion." "Thank you so much." Long Yin glanced to the side. Chapter 48. The manager and supervisor sent Lu Sheng to the door of the treasure pavilion. Only Long Yin was left sitting alone in the VIP room. Looking at the S-class warmer. He no longer had the uncomfortable expression of having eaten shit, but his face was solemn. Even Lin Tianese couldn't deal with this monster, but Lu Sheng was killing the chicken to get the eggs. What on earth is going on with Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng came to Morning Star Trading House with 10 B-level equipment he had just obtained. When Lin Ruoxiu saw him, she immediately came forward and said, Lu Sheng, you're here. Lu Sheng looked at the people registering in the store, as well as the professionals who stopped in front of the glass cabinets to carefully examine their equipment. He smiled and said, business is good. Hehe, it's really all thanks to you. Lin Ruoxiu smiled. In the past 2 days, Morning Star Trading House has appeared in the public eye because of the top quality equipment consigned by Lu Sheng. In addition to those who come to buy Lu Sheng's consignment equipment, some awakened people have already started to consign their loot. Its reputation surpasses that of most trading houses. By the way, this is for you. Lu Sheng took out the equipment and placed it on the counter one by one. This, so many B-level equipment. Lu Sheng, you. Lin Ruoxiu widened her eyes. I just caught this. Is it okay for you to sell it here? No, no. Absolutely no problem. Lin Ruoxiu asked the children to move the equipment into the warehouse. She stood beside Lu Sheng and whispered, Lu Sheng, thank you so much. There's a new fried chicken shop on Commercial Street. To thank you, I'd like to treat you to a meal, right? Let's do it another day. I have something else to do. Lu Sheng refused directly. Oh. Lin Ruoxiu was a little disappointed, then smiled again, okay, I have to go to the Awakener Guild too. I'll treat you next time when I'm free. Hey? You're going to the Awakener Guild too? Lu Sheng turned around and looked at her. The two went to the Awakener Guild side by side. Lin Ruoxiu wants to apply for security qualifications for the trading house. Without security qualifications, it is impossible to hire awakened people to protect the trading house. Actually, I've wanted to do it for a long time, but it hasn't been approved because our transaction volume is too low. Lin Ruoxiu sighed. Lu Sheng doesn't care much about business matters. Just nodded. The two stepped into the Awakener Guild Hall. As soon as you enter the hall, the two of them checked in at the front desk. Lin Ruoxiu frowned when she saw a man staggering towards her. It was he who always made things difficult for Lin Ruoxiu. For a security qualification, he asked her to run 7 or 8 times and submit more than 10 certificates. Lin Ruoxiu felt uneasy and signed with her head down. The man came over as expected. Standing next to Lin Ruoxiu. Manager Wu, I'm here today to apply for security. Oh, I just said it looked familiar. Isn't this brother Lu? Lu Sheng had just finished signing when he looked up and saw that it was Wu Mingui. Oh, I can't even get close to a good brother like Manager Wu. Lu Sheng snorted coldly. Wu Mingui smiled shyly. He glanced at Lin Ruoxiu, who was holding Lu Sheng's arm because of nervousness. His smile became more pronounced. Brother Lu, is this your girlfriend? You're so lucky. Ah. Lin Ruoxiu blushed, no, Manager Wu. None of your business. Lu Sheng frowned. Will the money stay there? Yes. The president specifically told me to wait for you here. I'll take you up right away. Wu Mingui made a gesture of invitation in front. Lin Ruoxiu shouted, Manager Wu, I'm here to apply for security qualifications. Can you please? Wu Mingui doesn't remember Lin Ruoxiu. But since they were all Lu Sheng's friends, he didn't dare to make things difficult for them. He smiled apologetically and said, security qualifications? No problem. It just so happens that we can go find the president together. Oh. Lin Ruoxiu was a little confused. It was only when she stood in the elevator that she realized what was happening. Lu Sheng actually knows the president of the Awakener Guild? President's office. President Jian was holding a cup of wolfberry tea and leisurely watching short videos. Suhei. President. Wu Minggui's voice suddenly came, scaring President Jian. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw Lu Sheng walk in. He quickly turned off his phone and stood up. Xiao Lu, you're finally here. I heard about the Yellow Wind Secret Realm incident. You did a good job. We are the pride of Xingai City. Lu Sheng was not polite and directly took out the golden crystal ball as a reward for clearing the level. President, can you open it? Of course. Because Han Mingxian was there last night, President Jian was a little nervous and didn't look closely. Now look at this crystal ball. It glows faintly with golden light and has ancient patterns on it. This definitely doesn't look like an ordinary reward. President Jian also became serious. He asked Wu Mingui to go down and took Lu Sheng and Lin Ruoxiu to the core area of the guild. It is a device similar to the time machine in science fiction movies. Put the crystal ball on it. The president said while standing next to the computer. Lu Sheng carefully placed the crystal ball on the disc. After taking a few steps back, President Jian turned on the switch. As flashes of electricity passed by, the entire room was covered in golden light. The light dimmed. The crystal ball no longer exists where the disc originally was. There are only eggs with strange patterns. There was also a chubby little head poking out from the crack. Big sapphire eyes took up 1/3 of his face, and there was a slight bump on his forehead. Is it a snake? The little snake jumped out of the broken egg and rolled twice on the ground. Then, he crawled towards Lu Sheng. Very fast. Lu Sheng subconsciously raised his foot, and the little guy had already climbed onto his body along his ankle. She wrapped her arms around Lu Sheng's neck, stuck out her tongue towards him, and licked the tip of his nose. Shoo! Ah! Lu Sheng's whole body was covered with fur. He grabbed the little guy and threw it back to the ground. What the hell? The reward for completing the Yellow Wind Secret Realm is a pet snake? Being thrown on the ground, the little guy seemed a little aggrieved. He wanted to climb onto Lu Sheng again, but Lu Sheng kept dodging. He has no hobby of raising exotic pets. The little guy's cheeks puffed up. Then, it actually flew. Fly directly to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's face turned pale. You, don't come over here. And just at this moment, Lin Ruoxiu stood in front of Lu Sheng and pointed a finger at the little guy. The little guy stopped sliding and looked at Lin Ruoxiu curiously. Lin Ruoxiu gently tapped its head with her finger. Her face was already red, and her eyes were full of stars. So cute. Chirp. The little guy went around Lin Ruoxiu's shoulder and rubbed his little head against her face. Then it began to fly around Lin Ruoxiu. Lu Sheng's face turned pale. He really couldn't understand what was so cute about this thing. Chairman Jian stared at it in amazement. He had seen flying snakes, but at least they had to have wings. The snake flies as if it is swimming. Beyond his understanding. Lu Sheng looked at the little white guy and was not so disgusted anymore. And if you look closely, it doesn't seem to be pure white, it's a bit yellowish. No, it's golden. Could this be Eastern Dragon? Chapter 49. President Jian stroked his chin and looked at the flying snake. Interesting, I've never seen a creature like this before. He walked over to Lin Ruoxiu and held out his hand. Little guy, can you let me check your ability? President Jian stretched out his finger and wanted to touch Xialong's head like Lin Ruoxiu. The flying snake became alert, took a breathing gesture, and spit out its tongue towards President Jian. His sapphire eyes widened and he growled threateningly at President Jian. Ha! The voice was so babyish, but it scared President Jian. President Jian was stunned. Wiping his sweat, he said, "This little guy has quite a personality." He reached out his hand again, and the little snake opened its mouth, revealing a row of tiny but sharp teeth, as if it was about to bite. Forget it. President Jian waved his hand. Sat back in the chair. It seems that it only recognizes you as its master. Lin Ruoxiu stretched out her fingers and gently stroked the little snake's back. The little snake became docile, squinted its eyes comfortably, and made a purring sound. That's so cute. Lin Ruoxiu couldn't let it go. Lu Sheng, what's its name? Lu Sheng shook his head. Just hatched, no name yet. Can I give it a name? Lin Ruoxiu looked at Lu Sheng eagerly. Lu Sheng thought about it and decided that this little thing didn't look like a powerful fighting partner, so it would be better. How about I give this little guy to you? Lin Ruoxiu widened her eyes. Is it really possible? Such a precious. The words haven't been finished yet. The originally docile little snake suddenly flew up. It flew straight towards Lu Sheng, opened its mouth and bit Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng was quick to catch it in his palm. Turned over. The little snake was still screaming, waving its short claws in the air. It has no lethality and instead looks even cuter. Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. Are you protesting? The little snake stopped struggling, raised its head and glared at Lu Sheng, its eyes full of grievance. President Jian watched with great interest. It seems that this little thing knows that you are its master. Little guy, I won't take it away from you. Lin Ruoxiu stretched out her finger again. The little snake turned its head and bit her finger. Ah! Lin Ruoxiu exclaimed. Pull your finger back. Just took a sip. Lin Ruoxiu quickly pulled back her fingers. There were no teeth marks on the fingers, the little guy was just protesting. But the stinging sensation just now was very obvious. President Jian noticed something unusual and came over to check. I found that the little snake's body was covered with a layer of faint electric current, which was crackling and flashing. It's a thunder attribute pet. He frowned deeply. I've never heard of such a creature. Lu Sheng had the answer in his heart. It's another black myth copy, and it's the shape of an oriental dragon. In all likelihood, the little guy in his hand is Kong Jinlong. Only. It's so small, just like a newborn. Looking at the little thing in my palm, it was showing its fangs and claws, without any deterrent effect at all. There are fine and soft golden scales on the body. Although it is small, it has the shape of a dragon. Lu Sheng stretched out his finger and scratched its belly. The little guy stopped struggling and started whimpering. The four little paws were curled up and the tip of the tail was wagging gently. The weak electric current covering the body surface dissipated. Kong Jinlong. Jin. Lu Sheng thought thoughtfully, from now on, I'll call you Xiao Jin. He picked the name at random. The little guy seemed to understand what he said. There was an even more cheerful purring sound. She also rubbed Lu Sheng's fingers, appearing extremely intimate. After letting go of its hand, it refused to go to Lin Ruoxiu again. Instead, she climbed up Lu Sheng's arm and onto his shoulder, finding a comfortable position to lie down. Blue eyes looked around. It's rare to find such a spiritual pet. President Jian praised. Lin Ruoxiu reached out to tease Xiao Jin. Although I feel a little sad that I can't hug it anymore. But in my heart I was happy for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, congratulations. Congratulations? I think it's quite troublesome. Lu Sheng shook his head. Then Xiao Jin bit him. It seems that there are no eastern dragons in this world. People's general impression of dragons is that of a western dragon like Chu Yu, with huge wings and fire breathing out of its mouth. On strength, Kong Jinlong is one of the 28 constellations. Maitreya can't beat low-level monsters like the Yellow-Winged Great Sage, so he can easily beat them. Unlimited potential for development. I just don't know if I can live to see the day it grows up. The matter was settled, and Lu Sheng prepared to leave. President Jian, thank you very much for today. We will take our leave now. It's a small matter. President Jian laughed, you can come and have tea with me if you have time. Just when I was about to leave. Lin Ruoxiu said, President Jian, I have something else I want to trouble you with. President Jian looked at her kindly, what's the matter? She took out a document from her backpack and handed it to President Jian with both hands. President Jian, this is the information from our Morning Star exchange. We want to apply for official security qualifications. After she finished speaking, her expression became somewhat apprehensive. I have applied 10 times, and each time was rejected by Wu Minghui due to various non-compliances. President Jian took the document and glanced at it casually. Oh, Morning Star Exchange, it's very popular recently. He pinched his chin, only looked at the cover, and then turned to the back. Not even opened. He nodded and said, it's a small matter. Come on, follow me to the office. Back to the office. President Jian took out a form from the drawer, stamped it and signed it. The whole process went smoothly. All right. President Jian handed the document to Lin Ruoxiu. Just sign it and come pick up the certificate tomorrow morning. Lin Ruoxiu was stunned. A problem that had troubled her for a month. Is that the solution? It took less than 5 minutes. She quickly signed her name and bowed, handing it to President Jian. Thank you, President Jian. What's there to thank me for? It's just official business. President Jian waved his hand and smiled. Speaking of which, shouldn't Wu Minghui be in charge of this? Lin Ruoxiu didn't know how to start. Lu Sheng said, Manager Wu refused to do it for her, saying this and that were not up to standard. She's been running back and forth more than 10 times. As soon as he finished speaking, President Jian frowned. Is there such a thing? He directly dialed the number and called Wu Minghui to his office. The exchange is our bread and butter. Is this how you treat your parents? I think you should quit your job and go to an orphanage for a month to learn how to take care of people. He was scolded all over, and Wu Minghui lowered his head, not daring to say a word back. I've almost finished scolding you. President Jian said, you have lost your bonus this month. Since Mr. Lu spoke well of you, I will not hold you responsible. Yes, thank you, Brother Lu. Wu Minghui gritted his teeth and expressed his gratitude to Lu Sheng. Chapter 50. Wu Fugui sent the two out of the guild. Walking along the park path in front of the guild hall. The summer afternoon breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. Lin Ruoxiu turned her head to look at Lu Sheng from time to time, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She stopped until she walked out of the park. Lu Sheng, thank you so much today. Thank me for what? Lu Sheng was confused. Lin Ruoxiu pursed her lips and smiled, if it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take to get the security qualification. Chairman Jian's seal was more of a face giving to Lu Sheng than a stamp to Morning Star Exchange. Lu Sheng heard this and smiled helplessly. It seems that no matter which world we are in, the human relationships and social customs are the same. We arrived at the intersection outside the park, and it was time to say goodbye. I have to get back to the trading house. Well, be careful on the road. Lin Ruoxiu nodded, but did not leave immediately. She trotted across the street, then turned around and waved at Lu Sheng across the busy street. Student Lu Sheng, good luck on your college entrance exam. Her voice cut through the noise and reached Lu Sheng's ears clearly. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment and raised his hand to respond. Only after seeing his response did Lin Ruoxiu smile knowingly. As she turned around, her long hair drew a jumping arc in the air and disappeared around the corner. Lu Sheng stood there and watched her leave. In my impression, Lin Ruoxiu always keeps her head down and doesn't like to talk much. Now it seems that this is not the case. Speaking of which, it's time to prepare for the college entrance examination. We returned to the presidential suite and spent another night there. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng returned to Xingai No. 1 Middle School. I have to go get my admission ticket and find Zhang Yawei to get back what belongs to me. In the Academic Affairs Office, Lu Sheng handed over the information. The teacher in charge glanced at him and said, Lu Sheng, you failed in your job transfer, and you still want to take the college entrance examination. Being jobless is also a profession. Lu Sheng said with a smile. You'd better not embarrass yourself. The teacher pushed the document away and refused to stamp it. Lu Sheng was about to argue with him. Just then, a bald man holding a thermos cup walked into the office. Director Lu. The teacher in charge of registration shouted as if he saw a savior. Lu Sheng turned around and saw that it was Lao Lu, the director of the Academic Affairs Office. During the awakening ceremony that day, he witnessed Lu Sheng coming out of the trial tower. This student named Lu Sheng, despite failing to find a job, still wants to take the college entrance exam. Do you think he should be punished? At this time, Lu Sheng also turned around and looked into Director Liu's eyes. Director Liu felt a tightness in his heart. Depend on. Don't bring trouble to me. It's none of my business, you can handle it yourself. Director Liu turned around and wanted to leave. Teacher Liu, you see, I can't get my admission ticket. It doesn't matter if I don't take the college entrance examination, but I'm afraid my uncle will be unhappy. When mentioning Han Mingxian, Director Liu broke out in a cold sweat. He sighed. Walk up to the registration teacher. The registration teacher looked very proud and said, You, a student, can tell from the first glance that you didn't study hard in high school. If you had learned well, would you have failed in your job transfer? Teacher Li. Lu Sheng is our student. Isn't it natural for him to get an admission ticket? But the registration teacher was stunned, he failed to change his job. So what if the job transfer fails? Even if he dies, he is still a student of our school. Director Liu widened his eyes. Seeing Lu Sheng narrow his eyes, he whispered, Isn't this just an analogy? The registration teacher was completely confused. Then Director Liu started scolding again. Do it for him. Now. Immediately. After completing the formalities, Director Liu wanted to slip away. Lu Sheng called him again. Teacher Liu, is Principal Zhang in the office? Director Liu was stunned when he walked to the door. He turned around and forced a smile, Principal, he's not here. Not here. Lu Sheng frowned. Where else could he be if he's not in school at this hour? What a coincidence. The principal is out on a business trip. He said he's going to an important meeting at the Alliance and won't be back for several days. Is that so? Lu Sheng nodded. Then I'll go to his office myself. Hey! Wait! Director Liu wanted to stop Lu Sheng. As a result, they couldn't stop him at all and didn't dare to stop him. I could only watch helplessly as Lu Sheng opened the door to the principal's office. In the office, Zhang Yawei was holding his mobile phone, staring at the screen intently. Shake your head to the dynamic music. The door suddenly opened and Zhang Yawei stopped shaking it. He looked at Director Liu and Lu Sheng at the door in surprise. Director Liu slapped his cheek and said, Principal, I still have to urge the students who haven't got their admission tickets to get them. I'll take my leave now. He turned around and ran away, faster than a rabbit. Zhang Yawei quickly turned off his phone and forced a smile, Lu Sheng, why are you here? Lu Sheng locked the door and walked straight to the desk. Pull out the chair opposite him and sit down. He placed his arms on the table and shook his hands with his palms facing upwards. Zhang Yawei pretended to be dumb and said, Lu Sheng, what are you doing? This is. According to the bet, Sword 28 is now mine. Look at my memory. I'm old now and I can't remember a lot of things. Zhang Yawei slapped his forehead. What bet? Why don't I remember it? Lu Sheng was too lazy to argue. He took out his cell phone, clicked it twice, and put it to his ear. Uncle Han, are you feeling well recently? I happen to be free, so I called to say hello. Zhang Yawei's face darkened. He suddenly ran out from behind the desk and pressed Lu Sheng's phone. Take a closer look. The Lu Sheng phone isn't a call interface at all. This kid is cheating him. Zhang Yawei's old face turned red. He was actually caught by the little devil. I was angry and annoyed, but helpless. He sighed and became completely depressed. All right, I'm scared of you. Come with me. The two walked through the teaching building and came to an independent building behind the school. School History Museum. At this moment, a group of high school students are visiting the museum. A squinty-eyed male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood in front of a glass display case. Classmates, this is the treasure of our Xingai No. 1 middle school. A skill book written by our school's founder, Gu Xingai Sword 28. Inside the display case, under the soft light, a simple ancient book is placed. This skill book represents the glory of our school. The Sword Immortal of the land, powerful enough to break mountains and seas. It's not just a skill book, it's also a symbol of the spirit of Xingai No. 1 middle school, a sacred object in the hearts of sword cultivators. His voice was full of adoration. When he turned around and looked at Sword 28, his eyes were full of piety. It is untouchable and no one can take it away. It will always be here, inspiring generations of Xingai students to embark on the path of swordsmanship. The students were all moved by his passionate speech. Everyone's blood was boiling as they stared at the skill book. Just then, make way, make way. Chapter 51. Zhang Yawei pushed the students aside and came to the display case. He took out a card and swiped it on the display case's sensor area. Drop. A soft sound. The glass cover slowly rose. The teacher and students who were explaining the lesson were stunned. Under their astonished gaze, Zhang Yawei took out Sword 28. Then he frowned and stuffed the book into Lu Sheng's arms. I'll give it to you. Is that okay now? Lu Sheng took the skill book. Get slightly. Sword 28. Description: Sword type professionals can learn this skill, but only SS level or higher professionals can comprehend it. Skill effect: invisible and formless, condenses one's own mental power into a sword shadow, causing penetrating damage in a straight line. Nice one. What a magical skill. Lu Sheng now only has one sword controlling skill, and his attack method is a bit simple. With this skill, you can make up for the damage during the CD period. Lu Sheng was about to put the skill book into his backpack. Suddenly, someone grabbed my wrist. Wait a moment. Lu Sheng looked up and saw that the person who grabbed him was the teacher who had just been explaining. His eyes were red as he stared at the skill book in Lu Sheng's hand. Look up at Zhang Yawei. Principal. What are you doing? This precious treasure is the pride of our school. How could you give it to a student? His voice began to tremble with excitement. Zhang Yawei turned his head away and pretended not to hear. Lu Sheng flicked his wrist lightly and broke free from the other party's grip. He lost a bet with me and is willing to accept the loss. The teacher staggered back and looked at Zhang Yawei. Cough. Zhang Yawei just coughed and didn't dare to look at him from beginning to end. It's already accepted. No. Impossible. The teacher muttered to himself, his face pale. The light in his eyes disappeared. It was because of Sword 28's encouragement that I came to teach at Xingai No. 1 middle school. It is my belief and the goal I pursue throughout my life. He suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Sheng. You can't take it with you. Clang. A tang sword appeared in his hand. He drew his knife and pointed the tip at Lu Sheng. The students around were terrified and stepped back screaming. Teacher Zhou is crazy. He actually drew his sword on his students. Oh my god, Mr. Zhou is a level 40 swordsman. What is he going to do? A faint sword energy emanated from the tip of the knife. You want to take it away? You'll have to step over my dead body. Lu Sheng scratched his head and looked at Zhang Yue. Principal, what should I do? Zhang Yue was obviously happy to see this scene. He kept looking elsewhere and said nonchalantly, this is none of my business. Teacher Zhou said solemnly, I want to duel with you. If you lose, you will leave it behind and get out of Xingai No. 1 middle school. Everyone was speechless. A long-established elite teacher at level 40 challenged a student to a duel. It's really outrageous. You'd better return the book. A female classmate advised. Lu Sheng looked straight at teacher Zhou. Nodded slightly. Good. The museum fell into silence again. Immediately following, some students held their foreheads. Oh my god! Is he crazy? Dueling with teacher Zhou. Teacher Zhou put away the tang sword. The excited expression gradually calmed down. Well, at least you have the courage. Let's go to the dueling arena. He turned and walked out of the museum. Lu Sheng prepared to put away sword 28. Zhang Yue rolled his eyes and came forward to cough. Okay. Then I'll be your witness. I'll help you keep the book. He reached out to take the skill book. Lu Sheng glared at him and said, I'll keep it myself. He immediately retracted his hand and said with a wry smile, okay. The students watching looked at each other in confusion. Why is Principal Zhang afraid of students? Who is this person? Come to think of it, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Amidst the discussion, the group walked towards the duel arena. Dragon Country Research Institute. Chu Yu stood in front of the huge display screen with his arms folded. On the screen, the scene of Lu Sheng instantly killing Tiger Vanguard in the copy was playing. Standing in front of her was a man carrying an ancient long sword. His name is Li Qingyun. He is the deputy leader of the 2nd Regiment and a level 65 SS class swordsman. He is considered the master of swordsmanship in the Dragon Kingdom. He has made great achievements in sword skills. He stared at the screen without saying a word. He didn't stand up until the picture was finished. Commander Chu, this is indeed the sword control technique, but... After not speaking for a long time, Chu Yu became impatient. Just what? Can you sword cultivators please not use the Riddler? Li Qingyun quickly waved his hands, I don't know how to put it, but there's something wrong with his injuries. As he spoke, he began to move the mouse. The scene cuts back to the scene where Lu Sheng uses the sword technique. He pointed at the screen and began to analyze. Sword controlling technique is an advanced skill for sword cultivators. It creates 10 sword shadows, each dealing equal damage to units within a 10-meter radius. If you hit the same target, the damage value will increase by 10% each time. This is the burst and area damage skill of the sword cultivator, but... Li Qingyun shook his head again. Freeze the picture at the moment when the sword shadow flies towards Tiger Vanguard. There are at least 100 sword shadows here. He pointed to Lu Sheng's location again. There's at least 30 meters between him and the boss. The picture continues to play. Look at the damage. In the picture, Tiger Vanguard was able to deflect the sword shadows at first, but after 10 swords, it clearly felt something was wrong. The body was pierced. At the last moment, Tiger Vanguard even tried to fight with Lu Sheng. But the remaining sword shadows have merged into one. It transformed into an extremely huge sword shadow and pierced through the Tiger Vanguard. The momentum is as high as a rainbow. No monster can withstand this damage. Li Qingyun said helplessly. Although this skill looks very similar to swordplay, it's not. Chu Yu stared at Li Qingyun. What do you mean? This is a skill he created himself. No. Li Qingyun shook his head. Creating your own skills requires a very high level of attainment. I've never heard of a profession below level 100 being able to only create its own skills. Without waiting for Chu Yu to urge him, he hurriedly said, I suspect this is the 10,000 swords technique, an advanced skill of the sword control technique. 10,000 swords technique. Chu Yu muttered to himself. Li Qingyun's voice began to tremble. I've only heard of the 10,000 swords technique, and it's very similar to this move. However, the 10,000 swords technique has disappeared for over 300 years. I haven't seen the real 10,000 swords technique either, so I can only speculate. No matter what, this kid is very dangerous. There was a hint of unwillingness in Li Qingyun's tone. Even if he dealt with Tiger Vanguard, it probably wouldn't be so clean and neat. Chu Yu nodded slightly. Then she asked the technician to retrieve another video. This time it was in Shaman village. The scene where Lu Sheng killed a group of monsters with one sword. Li Qingyun observed it repeatedly several times and shook his head. This is definitely not a sword cultivator's skill. Chapter 52. A sword cultivator's ranged attack relies on sword energy. And I can't see any trace of sword energy in the picture. His skills are a bit like the berserker of a regular swordsman, with attacks that have a splash and split effect. But it's not the same as ordinary splitting. The damage to the main target of Lu Sheng's attack is far less than the damage to the target damaged by the splash damage. This is totally against common sense. Chu Yu frowned and asked, could it be a skill like crushing? Impossible. If it is shattered, there will be spatial fluctuations. Do you see any of that in this picture? The swordsman sighed. This Lu Sheng's moves are truly bizarre. What's his profession? Chu Yu didn't answer, but just waved his hand. I know, you can go out. Li Qingyun saluted and walked out of the research institute. After he left, Chu Yu stood in front of the screen. On the big screen was Lu Sheng's determined eyes. She stared at the picture, lost in thought. An 18-year-old high school student masters the 10,000 swords technique that has been lost for 300 years? Do you have other professional skills? This is totally inconsistent with the basic rules of professionals. Just as Chu Yu was thinking, Dr. Li ran over. Commander Chu, we've made a discovery. What discovery? Chu Yu was shocked. I restored part of the video. Dr. Li whispered, but it's not suitable to be shown here. Chu Yu nodded and followed Dr. Li. And after leaving the institute, Li Qingyun was puzzled. Sword cultivation is not a profession that can be changed through an ordinary awakening ceremony. He is a direct disciple of Longhu Mountain, and his job was changed through the awakening stone of his master. Outside the military base, Li Qingyun did not leave immediately. Lu Sheng's figure kept appearing in his mind. The more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. Sword cultivation is not a profession that can be awakened through ordinary job transfer ceremonies. Like him, he is the sword cultivator of Longhu Mountain. He practiced in the mountains since he was young and was awakened through the special formation of Longhu Mountain. Moreover, he has dabbled in sword techniques from various schools and factions. The skills Lu Sheng just displayed were beyond his comprehension. He doesn't look like an ordinary high school student at all. No, I have to go and see for myself. Li Qingyun stood up and formed seals with his hands. The ancient long sword behind him floated up and floated in front of him. He stepped on it. Go to Xingai No. 1 Middle School. The Qing Feng sword trembled slightly, making a sword-ringing sound. Li Qingyun stepped on the flying sword and flew into the air, flying towards Xingai City. Faster than an airplane. Li Qingyun stood on the sword with a serious expression. He had a guess in his mind. 300 years ago, many hidden sects were attacked by beast tides and wiped out. Could Lu Sheng be a disciple of one of these sects, wandering among the people? Inherited the lost swordsmanship. If this is true, Lu Sheng is very important. Xingai No. 1 Middle School, Dual Arena. The news that swordsmanship teacher Zhou Yu was going to fight with his students had already spread. Many students came to watch. On the duel field, Zhou Yu took out the tang sword. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yu, and I'm a level 40 swordsman. Zhou Yu bowed. If you want to take sword 28, you must defeat me. He looked serious. Lu Sheng used insight and glanced at Zhou Yu's attribute panel. Name, Zhou Yu. Level 40. Occupation, swordsman. Strength, 82. Agility, 75. Constitution, 88. Spirit, 45. This attribute is even worse than that of the rat captain of Shaman village. There is no need to use blood drink to deal with him. Lu Sheng took out the branch that had been following him and bowed like him. Lu Sheng, a person without a job. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was shocked. Is he Lu Sheng? The top student in school who failed to awaken. He failed to awaken yet still dared to accept Mr. Zhou's challenge. And what's his weapon? A tree branch? Zhou Yu, who was standing opposite, also had a gloomy expression. Are you insulting me? Zhou Yu asked in a deep voice, with a hint of anger in his tone. No. Lu Sheng weighed the branch in his hand, it's just fairer this way. The students around were talking about it. Is Lu Sheng crazy? Fighting a level 40 professional with a branch? We're done for now. Teacher Zhou is definitely going to take ruthless action. I think Lu Sheng is crazy about being in the spotlight. Zhou Yu gripped the tang sword tightly in his hand. The brilliance of the professional is looming. Lu Sheng, since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. He suddenly broke into a sprint. The blade pierced Lu Sheng's chest. Lu Sheng dodged sideways and tapped the branch in his hand lightly, just touching Zhou Yu's wrist. Zhou Yu only felt his wrist go numb and he almost couldn't hold the sword. How is this possible? He quickly stepped back and adjusted his fighting stance. But the following battle was completely beyond people's expectations. Lu Sheng was stirring the branch in his hand. Although the tang sword in Zhou Yu's hand was not a divine weapon, it was still able to crush the branches. Weapons are both tools and protective gear. Generally speaking, for swordsmen, a sword is not only a weapon, but also used to block damage. A branch would definitely break with the touch of a tang sword. But Lu Sheng didn't use any branches to resist. Just use yourself to dodge. Then use branches to fight back. Zhou Yu tried every possible way, but couldn't even touch Lu Sheng's body. Either he would hit the afterimage, or he would dodge sideways. On the contrary, he couldn't avoid Lu Sheng's attack at all. From time to time, I was pointed at by branches. A large number of red spots have appeared on the body. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Yu stared at Lu Sheng, panting. He was already out of breath after the battle just now. His eyes were full of resentment. He is a level 40 swordsman, just one step away from the second level. He couldn't even handle a high school student. Or a high school student who failed to change jobs. Teacher Zhou, level isn't everything. Lu Sheng waved the branch. Skill is also important. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yu gritted his teeth and activated the mental power in his body. The swordsman's skills, fighting spirit enhancement. As the fighting spirit burst out, Zhou Yu was enveloped in a golden light. The students all gasped. Teacher Zhou is serious. Fighting spirit is the magic of warriors. It is also the core skill of the swordsman. As long as it is covered by Do Qi, all magic damage will be greatly weakened. At the same time, Do Qi itself has a certain hardness and can be used as a weapon. If you are entangled by fighting spirit, you will be torn into pieces. Zhou Yu, this is murderous intent. Zhou Yu, who was enveloped by fighting spirit, began to pounce on Lu Sheng. Come again. Facing Zhou Yu's attack again, Lu Sheng dodged left and right. But the branches are useless. Lu Sheng simply stopped hiding. He caught Zhou Yu's knife with his bare hands. This time I was really hurt, but the damage is so low that it can be ignored. Zhou Yu wanted to put away the knife, but Lu Sheng held it with both hands. Twist with the backhand. Zhou Yu turned the wrist holding the knife and felt a dislocation. He fell to the ground. Lu Sheng tapped the branch on his shoulder and said with a smile, "I win." Chapter 53. The whole audience was silent. Zhang Yawei opened his mouth wide. Previously, I had only seen Lu Sheng kill various monsters in seconds in videos. The shock it brings is far less than seeing it with your own eyes. How come Zhou Yu is also an elite teacher at Xingai No. 1 Middle School? Lu Sheng knocked him over with a branch. The classmates looked at Zhou Yu, who fell to the ground in disbelief. A feeling of unease began to spread. Lu Sheng originally just wanted to go through the motions, and since Zhou Yu wanted to play, he just played along. But after Zhou Yu fell to the ground, he felt a strange feeling. The temperature around seemed to have dropped. Lu Sheng stopped. This feeling reminded him of Bartok. He turned around and saw Zhou Yu lying on the ground. He covered his chest and stood up staggeringly. I haven't lost yet." After saying that, Zhou Yu suddenly tore open his clothes, revealing his strong muscles. "That's not enough." He scratched his chest with his claws. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere. A large piece of flesh was torn off his chest. The female students present were so scared that they screamed. Zhang Yawei was also stunned and shouted from the stands, "Zhou Yu, that's enough." "No. I didn't lose." Zhou Yu's eyes turned red. "I will never allow someone who disrespects the way of the sword to take away sword 28. After saying that, he tore off another piece of flesh. As if in severe pain, he howled towards the sky. The cold feeling spread again. "It's not an illusion." Zhou Yu's pupils disappeared and turned white. Like a wild beast. Zhang Yawei's face turned pale. Director Lu said, "I remember now. When Zhou Yu joined the school, he said that he had been cursed in the secret realm of the demon world. He didn't want to become a monster, so he chose to be a teacher." Zhang Yawei wiped his sweat. "Didn't you say you were going to urge your classmates to get their admission tickets? Why are you here? Also, does what you said have anything to do with this scene?" "Yes." Director Lu said solemnly. He said that the curse is that when you lose your mind, then what will happen? Stop keeping me in suspense. It will. Zhou Yu's body began to swell and turned into a giant. Moreover, a steady stream of black energy gushed out from the wound and covered his body. It looks like fighting spirit, but more intense. Demonization. Demonic energy covered Zhou Yu's entire body, replacing the original transparent fighting spirit. His body shape also changed. The muscles swelled and the whites of the eyes turned white. His tang sword also became twice as big. Lu Sheng was equally surprised. Check out the dashboard now. Strength, 820. Agility, 750. Constitution, 880. Spirit, 450. This attribute is even more exaggerated than that of a level 80 professional. Taller than myself. Kill. Kill you. After being demonized, Zhou Yu uttered unclear syllables. Holding a tang sword, he rushed towards Lu Sheng again. This time the speed was as fast as Lu Sheng. And the tang sword was constantly waving. Lu Sheng couldn't dodge easily anymore and raised the branch to resist. Click! The branches couldn't withstand the blow at all and broke directly. Lu Sheng could only do continuous backflips to avoid Zhou Yu's attacks. The evil energy that permeated the air began to surge towards the stands. Students who are contaminated by the evil spirit will develop wounds. This evil energy is like a blade and seems to have life. "Teacher Zhou, please wake up!" Zhang Yawei shouted. The evil energy was already rushing towards him. Director Lu grabbed Zhang Yawei and ran out. The classmates were also scared and ran away. There was chaos in the duel arena. After the first round of attacks, Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after a moment of pride. He looked at Zhou Yu, who had turned into a monster. He sighed, and a blood drinker appeared on his hand. His expression also became serious. Since you are no longer human, don't blame me. Zhou Yu now has the ability to threaten himself. No more mercy. After a slight adjustment, the demonized Zhou Yu rushed up again. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left. Lu Sheng swung his sword to meet the attack, and the sound of sword and knife clashing was clear and distinct in the noisy duel arena. In just a moment, the two had fought dozens of rounds. Even though he had the final whisper that ignored defense, he was crushed in terms of attributes, and all of Lu Sheng's attacks were blocked. He was ready to use sword-wielding skills to end the battle. Just then, an ancient long sword fell from the sky and stuck into the ground in front of Lu Sheng. Use this sword. A strange voice came from above. Lu Sheng looked up. I saw a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back stepping on a flying sword. Although he didn't recognize the person coming, he still pulled out the sword on the ground. Exorcism. Attack power, 60. Special effects. Exorcist, can purify demonic energy and eliminate the demonic nature in the human body. It is a weapon to restrain the demonized Zhou Yu. Lu Sheng was a little puzzled. But he still raised the demon-repelling sword. Sword control technique. Hundreds of sword shadows condensed together. Spinning behind Lu Sheng, the sword heads were pointed at Zhou Yu. Then, it shot towards the demonized Zhou Yu. The first sword had average effect. With the second sword, the demonic energy began to be diluted. With the third sword, the evil spirit was cut open. By the fifth sword, Zhou Yu's body could no longer bear it. The evil energy covering his body completely disappeared. He also returned to his original appearance. And the remaining sword shadows have begun to gather. This is the signal to kill. Lu Sheng saw that Zhou Yu had turned back into human form, was seriously injured, and fell to his knees. He interrupted the sword-controlling technique, and the demon-repelling sword flew back into his hand. Ahem! Zhou Yu covered his chest and fell to his knees. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a splattered ink pattern on the ground. Well done! Li Qingyun jumped from the air and walked in front of Zhou Yu. He raised his hand, and the demon-repelling weapon in Lu Sheng's hand flew into Li Qingyun's hand like a drone. I never thought that someone would degenerate into such a state. The demon's curse. Li Qingyun shook his head. Zhou Yu raised his head blankly, the hostility in his eyes no longer there. Li Qingyun slashed down with his sword without hesitation. Ah! The students who had not left yet screamed when they saw this scene. Clang! Just when Tui Mo was about to chop Zhou Yu's neck, the blood drinker stood in front of him. Did I give you permission to kill? Go ahead. Lu Sheng stood in front of Zhou Yu. Li Qingyun frowned slightly. Lu Sheng, why are you stopping me? Lu Sheng did not answer, but asked, Uncle, who are you? Uncle. Li Qingyun's cheek twitched. I'm Li Qingyun, the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment. It's my duty to exorcise demons and monsters. He has been assimilated by the demons. I want to kill him. Uncle, don't be impatient. Lu Sheng said, don't you think this is too coincidental? Coincidence? Li Qingyun was stunned. It just so happens that he's been demonized, and there's a magic weapon right in front of him. Lu Sheng sighed. Teacher Zhou has been teaching at the school for over 10 years, but he's never had a history of murder. Could it be, it's just a coincidence? Chapter 54. What? Li Qingyun frowned. Are you behind this? Lu Sheng pointed his sword at Li Qingyun. Li Qingyun was stunned and scratched his cheek. Little brother, your imagination is too big, isn't it? He pushed Lu Sheng's sword away. If I want to harm him, is it necessary to go through so much trouble? Your appearance is such a coincidence. Lu Sheng said. It just so happened that Zhou Yu turned into a demon, and he happened to be carrying a demon-killing sword. Lu Sheng smelled a conspiracy. It's indeed a coincidence, but I'm not here for him. But he's become demonic and needs to be dealt with. Li Qingyun raised the demon-repelling sword again. You're going to kill him. Lu Sheng did not move aside. What else? You'd love to persuade him. Li Qingyun pointed the tip of his sword at Zhou Yu's chest. Do you see this thing? Look along the tip of the sword. There was a wound on Zhou Yu's heart. You can see a black crystal under the skin, which is beating. There is also a faint red halo around it. This is a magic core, equivalent to a human heart. Zhou Yu has been to the Great Rift before. He probably encountered a high-level monster. Once a demon core is implanted, it's only a matter of time before I become a demon. Once activated, it will eventually turn into a monster. Li Qingyun sighed, this is God's will. Lu Sheng turned around. Zhou Yu has regained his human form. But his whole body was as white as a dead ghost, and his breathing was extremely weak. The magic core in the chest was beating, and the blood flowing out of the wound sometimes flowed out and sometimes was sucked back in. What Li Qingyun said is true. Lu Sheng was about to move aside. At this time, a childish voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Master, that looks delicious, can I eat it? Lu Sheng was stunned. This sound. Is it Xiaojin? What the hell? Where's the food? Lu Sheng was puzzled. A golden light flashed, and Xiaojin flew out of Lu Sheng's consciousness space. Xiaojin circled Zhou Yu twice. Lu Sheng was stunned. This is not food. If Xiaojin eats Zhou Yu, even if it's a demonized teacher, it will also be defined as a ferocious beast. It will be humanely destroyed. You, come back here. Lu Sheng reached out to grab Xiaojin's tail. Xiaojin took the lead and crawled into Zhou Yu's chest. What happened just now? Li Qingyun's eyes widened. He saw a small snake crawling into Zhou Yu's body. And then the magic core in Zhou Yu's body began to glow. He was enveloped in white light. Woo! Zhou Yu, who was already unconscious, frowned. Then it gradually eased. It's like being cured. The demonic energy floating outside also began to gather towards Zhou Yu's demon core. All disappeared. Belch! After Xiaojin swallowed the magic core, he crawled out of the wound, flying back onto Lu Sheng's shoulder. Lu Sheng didn't react to what was happening. Zhou Yu's eyelids moved. Opened his eyes. Looking around blankly. What's wrong? Seeing Lu Sheng, he struggled to get up again. Oh right, I'm dueling. Ugh, why is it so painful? Li Qingyun glared at Xiaojin. I was speechless for a long time. He lived for more than 40 years, traveled far and wide, and saw countless rare and exotic animals. But the little thing in front of him made him feel the feeling of great suppression. He just felt that he seemed to be very afraid of this little guy. What kind of pet is this? I've never seen it before. Li Qingyun straightened his body and looked at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Aren't you a sword cultivator? You don't even recognize a dragon. Dragon? Li Qingyun was stunned. Chu Yu's figure appeared in my mind. The dragon is just like her, noble and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament, and exuding an awe-inspiring aura. But this little thing in front of me. Although there is pressure, it has nothing to do with the first two. Is this really a dragon? What kind? It's a dragon. As for the species, maybe a Kangjin dragon. Kangjin Long. Li Qingyun took a breath of cold air. Unheard of. Okay, stop making trouble. Lu Sheng ordered Xiaojin to return to his consciousness space. Zhou Yu has completely recovered to normal. He propped himself up and sat up, looking around blankly. The tiles on the training ground were broken and debris was everywhere. A large number of seats in the stands also fell over. I did this. His voice was trembling. I vaguely remember some of the things that just happened. Fighting with Lu Sheng, I felt frustrated when I was beaten without being able to fight back. Then, he was consumed by anger and jealousy. There's a feeling of wanting to destroy everything. I am still demonized. Zhou Yu lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists. It seems that you know very well what you did. Li Qingyun walked in front of Zhou Yu. Checking him again, I could no longer see any trace of demonic energy. Who are you? Li Qingyun, Deputy Commander of the Dragon Nation's 2nd Regiment. As soon as he announced his name, there was a burst of exclamations from all around. The 2nd Regiment, National Strategic Resources Development Group. No wonder he's so strong. I thought it was Lu Shengqiang, but it turns out he's helping. Li Qingyun glanced at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng shrugged and said he didn't care. Deputy Captain Li. It was you who saved me. Zhou Yu looked at Li Qingyun with tears in his eyes. It wasn't me. Li Qingyun waved his hand. He saved you. Zhou Yu knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Deputy Captain Li, for lifting my demonic state and purifying the demon core that was planted in me. Thank you so much. He kowtowed 3 times. Li Qingyun, didn't you hear what I said? It's not me, it's... Lu Sheng shook his head at him. Li Qingyun was stunned for a moment and said nothing more. The kids might not know. But Zhou Yu must be aware of the horror of demonization. It's normal not to believe that a kid in his early 18 years old could defeat the demonized him. Student Lu Sheng, Zhou Yu said, you are an expert swordsman. You seem to be the most suitable successor to the Sword 28. Please be kind to this book. Please. He kowtowed to Lu Sheng again. Lu Sheng nodded and said, don't worry. Zhou Yu. See Zhou Yu returned to normal. Zhang Yawei and Director Lu, who had been hiding in the corner and observing secretly, ran over. Principal, What are you talking about? Zhang Yawei cursed, look at what you've ruined this place. I can pay for it. Pay me money. Paying me money isn't enough. You're fired. Zhang Yawei said to Director Lu, put it on his record. Zhou Yu lowered his head. Yeah. Sorry. At this time, a group of students ran over. They surrounded it in the middle. Woo woo, Teacher Zhou was so scary just now. Are you okay now? Zhou Yu smiled slightly and touched a classmate's hair. Aren't you afraid of the teacher? Teacher Zhou is such a good person, he won't hurt us. Yes, Principal, please don't fire Teacher Zhou. Chapter 55. The classmates stood in front of Zhou Yu and faced Zhang Yawei. You guys want to be expelled too? Zhang Yawei snorted coldly, look at how ruined this is. He straightened his collar and cursed, next time he turns demonic, I'll kill you all. It won't become a demon anymore. Li Qingyun said, the magic core is destroyed. It will no longer have any magic power. And he is no longer a professional and will not harm students. Zhou Yu has been avoiding this matter. After Li Qingyun said it out loud, he became even more depressed. People in different professions are divided into high and low levels. Those without jobs are just the firewood of the city. The cost of repairing the duel arena after it was damaged like this would be astronomical. Zhou Yu, who is in his 40s and no longer a professional, finds it difficult to find a job that can pay off his huge debts. If he's not a professional, he should be fired. Before Zhang Yawei finished speaking, Lu Sheng's voice came. Principal, I think Teacher Zhou can stay. Zhang Yawei glared at Lu Sheng, you know shit. I don't understand, but Uncle Han definitely knows. Let me ask for you. Lu Sheng took out his cell phone. Zhang Yawei was so angry that he blew his hair. What do you want to do? I just think that Teacher Zhou is the teaching elite of our school. Moreover, he is a high-level professional who has actually been to the demon race dungeon and has extensive combat experience. Even if he's no longer able to fight, he can still pass on his experience to students. Experience is more important than book knowledge, isn't it? Lu Sheng's words shocked everyone present. Dungeon experience? What dungeon experience does he have? He just cleared the levels without thinking. Zhang Yawei cursed. Principal, this is where you're wrong. When it came to the Tower of Trials, didn't the designer say that strength is one part, and the ability to read copies is another? Right now, Xingai No. 1 Middle School's teaching system is too outdated. I think we should add practical dungeon classes to teach students how to analyze and deal with dungeons. And Teacher Zhou is an expert in this area. Zhang Yawei's face turned pale. Opening new courses requires a lot of money. Where does the school have the budget? I think this is a good suggestion. Li Qingyun came over. Our 2nd Regiment is very optimistic about this idea. 2nd Regiment? Oh, you are the principal, right? I am Li Qingyun, the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment. Nice to meet you. Zhang Yawei took a deep breath. Look at Lu Sheng, then look at Li Qingyun. This brat, another relative appeared? Deputy Captain, your vision is very unique. I admire you very much. It's just, no school has ever offered this kind of course. I don't know how effective it will be. As for the Education Bureau's funding. Zhang Yawei rubbed his hands and said with a fake smile. Isn't this better? Special courses will definitely attract more students to apply. Lu Sheng added. Zhang Yawei really wanted Lu Sheng to shut up. I just don't dare to speak. Especially when seeing Li Qingyun's sword surrounded by flowing light. When the students around heard this, they all looked at each other. A practical dungeon course? Sounds impressive. Don't you have to memorize boring theories anymore? Teacher Zhou is truly an expert in this field. I love listening to him tell stories about dungeons. Can Teacher Zhou stay? Zhang Yawei's face turned pale. Glanced at Li Qingyun. All right. Just give it a try. Zhou Yu, I'm giving you a chance to mend your ways. If you vandalize public property again, I'll fire you. Great. The students applauded. Zhou Yu just stood there looking at it blankly. It was only then that I realized what had happened. I don't have to leave school and can continue to work. He looked at Lu Sheng and lowered his head. Thank you, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng waved his hand. Now you recognize me as the successor of Sword 28, right? Lu Sheng, come with me. Li Qingyun interrupted the conversation between Lu Sheng and Zhou Yu. What's the matter, Deputy Captain Li? Some things need to be discussed alone. Li Qingyun brought Lu Sheng to the back mountain of the school. Lu Sheng had no choice but to follow. The two of them walked in silence until they arrived at a secluded open space in the back mountain. Li Qingyun stopped. Turn around and face Lu Sheng. Where did you learn the sword-wielding technique? Tower of Trials. Lu Sheng replied. Tower of Trials. Li Qingyun frowned. You are not being honest. Really? Lu Sheng sighed. You can look up the information. I failed to change my job and was still an unemployed person when I entered the trial tower. Oh. Li Qingyun remembered this. Used insight on Lu Sheng. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, none. Level 21. HP, 4573/4573. He stared at Lu Sheng for a while. Really? What's up with that health? Even Li Qingyun, a top-level swordsman, does not have such a thick blood volume. A level 21 unemployed person actually has higher health than him? It goes against common sense. I learned the sword-wielding technique in the Tower of Trials. Lu Sheng spread his hands. There was no way he could tell Li Qingyun about the Sword Immortal System. Li Qingyun tried hard to calm himself down. How's your sword control skills damage? What's your level? It's okay, only level 1. I want to try. Li Qingyun faced Lu Sheng. You attack me, let me see the power of your swordsmanship. This is not a good idea. Lu Sheng hesitated. It could kill people. Absolutely not. Li Qingyun patted his chest. I'm a level 65 SS swordsman. I have a 50% reduction in sword damage. I won't activate my defensive skills, I'll just test your damage. But Lu Sheng was a little worried. The initial damage of sword control is 2100 points. What if Li Qingyun is killed in an instant? He is the one who murdered the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment. Even jumping into the canal can't wash it off. Is that really okay? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Li Qingyun took a defensive stance. Lu Sheng had no choice but to summon the branches. Use this? Do you look down on me? Li Qingyun frowned. Let's try it first. The branches flew up, turning into hundreds of branch afterimages. Shoot towards Li Qingyun. Snort sniff. The sword shadow hit Li Qingyun. He didn't lie to himself. There is indeed damage reduction. The first hit only does 1050 damage. But when the second blow came, he could no longer stand. He was knocked 10 meters away by the sword shadow and hit a tree. Puff! Li Qingyun vomited blood. Then, the branches began to converge and turned into an extremely huge branch. The kill line is here. Lu Sheng was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his attack. Deputy Captain Li, are you okay? Li Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. 2100 damage. He whispered, you still call that damage? Lu Sheng said helplessly, I told you people would die. Is this the second blow? What happened to the big branch just now? That's when all the sword shadows converge together during the killing. Behead? Chapter 56. Li Qingyun's face turned pale. No wonder the elite monster called Tiger Vanguard was killed instantly. Who can bear this? Do you want to try again? No, no. Li Qingyun waved his hands. Commander Chu also has his moments of misjudging people. Li Qingyun stood up straight and straightened his clothes. The blow just now woke him up. The high school student in front of me is much more capable than I imagined. No wonder the principal is so obedient to him. This principal is a person who loves talents. Lu Sheng. Li Qingyun asked solemnly, are you interested in joining the 2nd Regiment? Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. Come again? With your current strength, you can definitely play a role in the 2nd Regiment. As long as you come, I promise to tilt all resources towards you as much as possible. His tone was sincere. To be honest, I'm planning to retire. I can train you to take my place. Please, how old are you? You're already retiring. Lu Sheng shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Head Li, but I'm not interested. Not interested? Li Qingyun was a little surprised. The position of Deputy Commander of the 2nd Regiment. How many people are fighting for this position? This guy refused without even thinking? My only goal now is to take the college entrance examination and prove myself, Lu Sheng replied. Li Qingyun frowned. JAKO? You already have this ability, why do you still care about the JAKO? Of course I do. Why? Lu Sheng smiled and said, I want to enter Longhai College. Longhai College? Li Qingyun thought for a moment. Laugh out loud. You have ambition. Longhai College is the top institution in the country. They admit no more than 100 students each year. He patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. But with your strength, entering Longhai College shouldn't be a problem. Lu Sheng nodded. Li Qingyun was silent for a while and then spoke. Since you are unwilling to join the 2nd Regiment, I can't give you any resources. He looked up at the sky. However, I can teach you a skill. What skills? Lu Sheng was curious. Li Qingyun raised the corners of his mouth. The ancient sword behind him flew out and stopped in front of him. Sword flying. Do you want to learn? Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Is this true? Can you teach me? Of course it's true. Li Qingyun stepped on the sword. The long sword carried Li Qingyun into the air and circled in mid-air. So cool. He also did a few stunts. What? Do you want to learn? Li Qingyun shouted in the air. Think. Think. Lu Sheng shouted. Only then did Li Qingyun control the flying sword to slowly descend. Then, he held onto a tree and began to vomit. In order to attract Lu Sheng's attention, she did several difficult spinning moves and became dizzy. Ha, thank you. Li Qingyun capped the mineral water bottle and felt much more comfortable. Flying with a sword is a high-level skill for sword cultivators, and can usually only be learned after reaching level 40 or above. However, if your mental strength is over 50 points, you should be able to try. You don't have even 50 points of mental strength, do you? Lu Sheng took a look at his mental attributes. It is indeed the lowest. Only 202 points. Just enough. Lu Sheng said with a smile. That's good. Li Qingyun stretched out his finger and touched Lu Sheng's forehead. Close your eyes and don't resist. Lu Sheng did as he was told. A warm feeling came over me. Lu Sheng felt like there was something extra in his body. Ding! Obtained skill, Sword Flying Level 1. Sword Flight LV1, consumes mental power to make the weapon fly, with a maximum distance of 50 meters from the ground and a maximum speed of 80 km per hour. The duration depends on the mental power consumed. Talent bonus has been enabled. Sword Flight LV1, consumes mental power to make the weapon fly, with a maximum distance of 500 meters from the ground and a maximum speed of 800 km per hour. The duration depends on the mental power consumed. How is it? Have you learned it? Li Qingyun withdrew his hand. Yeah. Lu Sheng nodded, I think I learned it. Hahaha, don't think you can use skills at will. It took me a long time to learn how to fly with a sword. Come, I will teach you how to control the flying sword now. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and summoned the blood drinker. Follow the knowledge in your head. Infuse spiritual power into drinking blood. The blood drinker began to glow and floated up. Lu Sheng stepped on it. Just like controlling the balance on a bicycle. Lu Sheng didn't stand steadily at first, but after a while, he floated steadily in the air. Success! Lu Sheng was extremely excited. Although it's only 1 meter above the ground, it feels so cool. Yeah, you are worthy of being my disciple. Li Qingyun nodded. First, get used to your sense of balance, and then trying to steer. As soon as Li Qingyun finished speaking, Lu Sheng had already started trying to move. The blood drinker carried him slowly forward, although not at a fast speed. But the feeling of moving freely in the air made Lu Sheng extremely excited. Slow down! Li Qingyun shouted, don't be too aggressive on your first flight. But Lu Sheng wouldn't listen. His mind was now filled with the thrill of flying. Mental power continued to be injected into the blood drinker, and the sword's light became more dazzling, carrying Lu Sheng higher and higher. FK. Lu Sheng couldn't help but swear, it felt so good. From 1 meter to 3 meters, then to 5 meters, and 10 meters. Lu Sheng. Are you crazy? Flying so high on your first flight. It's okay, Deputy Captain Li. I feel fine. Lu Sheng shouted in the air, and then began to try various moves. Turn left, turn right, dive, pull up. The blood drinker was extremely agile under his control, not at all like a novice flying for the first time. This kid. Li Qingyun widened his eyes, isn't his talent too terrifying? When he was learning to fly with a sword, it took him 3 days just to fly. Not to mention such difficult moves. Lu Sheng became more and more excited as he flew and began to try more complex operations. Spiraling upwards and diving rapidly. Then suddenly pull it up when it is only 2 meters from the ground. Oh my god! Li Qingyun was startled. This guy is simply a lunatic. Lu Sheng. Get down here. It's too dangerous. But Lu Sheng couldn't stop at all and was completely immersed in the joy of flying. The maximum speed is 800 km per hour and the maximum altitude is 500 meters. Although he has not yet reached his limit, it has already far exceeded Li Qingyun's imagination. Again. Lu Sheng yelled and started trying even crazier moves. He controlled the bloodthirster to do a perfect backflip, then a side flip, and finally a 360-degree spin. Li Qingyun was completely stunned. How could this be his first flight? He was a true master of flight. What kind of monster is this kid? Li Qingyun muttered to himself. This kind of talent, this kind of strength. It doesn't look like a human at all. Just then. There were exclamations from afar. Look! There's someone flying in the sky. What is that? Flying with a sword. My phone couldn't even capture it, it was so fast. Chapter 57. Only then did Li Qingyun realize that they were still in school. At that moment, on the top floor of the school office building, Zhang Yawei was in his office, losing his temper. This Lu Sheng is really going too far. He's actually interfering with the school's personnel management. Zhang Yawei's face flushed. The principal's authority was completely shattered by Lu Sheng's disturbance. We must find a way to drive this plague out of the school. Director Lu wiped his sweat. Principal, let's stop talking about Lu Sheng. This kid is too weird. Weird? Zhang Yawei sneered. No matter how weird he is, he's just a student. Why should I be afraid of him? But principal. What are you afraid of? Can he fly? Zhang Yawei said, walking to the window and drawing back the curtains. Then. Lu Sheng was gliding past in front of him, riding on a long sword. And waved at him. Zhang Yawei's face turned pale. He quickly drew the curtains. Let's talk about the college entrance examination. Lu Sheng landed on the ground and the blood drinker flew back onto his back. Li Qingyun stepped forward. You can fly like this on your first sword flight. You really are, a genius. He couldn't think of a better adjective than this word. Li Qingyun was even more puzzled. With Lu Sheng's strength, he was actually judged as an unemployed person. He felt that something must be fishy. Hehe, thank you, Deputy Captain Li. Li Qingyun said to Lu Sheng, the college entrance examination is coming, I don't know about other schools. But Longxia Academy requires a minimum of level 30 awakeners. Lu Sheng was stunned. Level 30? Yes, that's the unspoken rule. I told you this in secret. Li Qingyun looked away. Lu Sheng is only level 21 now. There is still some way to go before reaching level 30. In fact, students who want to take the entrance exam for Longxia College only need to do one thing after awakening, which is to level up. Level represents attributes, and attributes represent combat effectiveness. Level 30 is just a threshold. The higher the better. As one of the top universities in the country, it is normal to have high requirements. Li Qingyun patted Lu Sheng's shoulder. With your current strength, upgrading is not a difficult task. It's just that time is a bit tight, the college entrance examination is less than a month away. Lu Sheng calculated the time and it was indeed a bit tight. Li Qingyun pondered for a while. I have a suggestion. What? Have you heard of the Spirit Time Room? Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Spiritual Time Chamber? 24 hours inside equals 1 hour outside. Li Qingyun was stunned. How do you know this? The Spirit Time House is a special area open only to high-level awakeners. It is impossible for ordinary people to access relevant information. Lu Sheng laughed awkwardly. I saw it in a magazine. I thought it was just random writing. Li Qingyun looked at Lu Sheng suspiciously. These dog bloggers dare to film anything. Forget it, since you know about the Spirit Time Room, it will be easy. A golden ticket appeared in his hand. This is a coupon for the Spirit Time House experience, good for a day. You can use it. Besides changing the time, the Spirit Time Chamber can also digitize the monsters you've encountered in the past. You won't get any loot from fighting them, but it's perfect for leveling up. All bosses? Then the upgrade speed must be amazing. This gift is too expensive. I feel a little embarrassed. Lu Sheng said as he put the ticket into his pocket. Li Qingyun still held a corner of the ticket. You don't look embarrassed. Thank you, Deputy Captain Li. Li Qingyun sighed deeply. Then he laughed. Okay, it's getting late, I should go back. The Spirit Time Room is in the Awakener Guild. When you go in, someone will guide you. However, I suggest that you don't use the Spirit Time Chamber unless it's absolutely necessary. Its side effects are also very obvious. Side effects? Lu Sheng wanted to ask, but Li Qingyun had already stepped on the flying sword. Smiled at Lu Sheng. See you again if fate allows. Lu Sheng waved at him. Thank you, Master. Li Qingyun paused in the air. With a slight smile on his lips, he increased the speed of flying the sword and disappeared into a flash of light. After Li Qingyun left, Lu Sheng didn't fly away on his sword because it would be too conspicuous. At this time, Lu Sheng saw Wang Hao in the distance. Wang Hao stared at the ticket in Lu Sheng's hand. His eyes were full of jealousy. Spirit Time House experience ticket. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. This is a top-level ticket that even the Long family cannot buy. Only high-level awakeners have it. The only one who is qualified is the head of the family. Lu Sheng, a guy who just awakened, actually got it. Why? Wang Hao clenched his fists. Lu Sheng saw his eyes and smiled slightly. He shook the ticket for a moment before putting it back in his pocket. Night. Lu Sheng returned to the presidential suite again. I forgot about buying a house again. Forget it, now is not the time to care about this. Lu Sheng took out the Sword 28 skill book. Study. But. Learning failure. How could I fail in my studies? Lu Sheng was puzzled and took a look at Jian 28's book. Sword 28. Description: Sword-type professionals can learn this skill, but only SS-level or higher professionals can comprehend it. Skill effect: invisible and formless, condenses one's own mental power into a sword shadow, causing penetrating damage in a straight line. This skill needs to be understood, not learned. A prompt came from the panel. Lu Sheng took a breath of cold air. Is there such a troublesome thing? I opened the book and read a few pages. Sword 28, the Sword Immortal's lifelong secret skill. First style, Green Lotus Sword Song, the sword is stained with a 3-inch green light. Second move, White Rainbow pierces the sun, sword energy turns into jade and breaks through the air. Third style, Purple Lightning, sword intention attracts thunder from the 9 heavens. They are all incomprehensible words and pictures. Completion. Lu Sheng lay on the bed. Do you really want to learn it? In this world, everyone who learns swordsmanship has spent more than 10 or 20 years. He doesn't have the energy for that. Now I just want to learn skills quickly and raise my level to level 30. Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Even if I can't learn Sword 28, don't I still have 20,000 points? I haven't participated in the lottery for a long time and forgot about this place. Open the lottery interface. In that case, let's do 2 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Holy Spirit Medicine *3. Holy Spirit Medicine instantly restores the user's status, clears negative buffs, and grants a shield equal to the user's maximum health. Before the shield disappears, the user is immune to any control effects. Stuff is good, but it's not a skill. Lu Sheng was a little disappointed. Unfortunately, you can only draw twice now, and you can't get the guaranteed 10 draw prize. Again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Immortal experience. Sword Immortal's experience contains the Sword Immortal's lifelong insights, which can help users understand the true meaning of swordsmanship. Chapter 58. A string of knowledge flooded into Lu Sheng's mind. Lu Sheng was stunned at first. Then, he remembered Sword 28. Pick it up and take a look. Sword 28, First Style, Blue Lotus Sword Song. The sword was stained with a 3-inch green light, intending to condense the sword energy and form an extremely sharp blade extension. Second Style, White Rainbow Piercing the Sun. The sword energy turned into jade and broke through the air, compressing the sword energy to the extreme and bursting out a penetrating attack. Third Style, Purple Lightning Shocking Swan. The sword intent draws upon the 9 heavens thunder, and with the help of the power of heaven and earth, it unleashes a range attack with lightning attributes. So that's how it is. Lu Sheng suddenly realized that these 3 sword moves were linked together and could be released continuously with increasing power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the skill, Sword 28. Sword 28, Elementary can release 3 sword moves, no mental energy consumption, cooldown time 10 seconds. Lu Sheng also tried to look down. I'm tired today, so I'll stop here. Please master the first 3 moves before continuing. The words on the book disappeared, leaving only this sentence. Is this possible? Lu Sheng couldn't wait any longer. As long as he controlled the power, he should be fine. He gestured with a branch. Blue Lotus Sword Song. The branches began to glow. Lu Sheng already swung with minimal effort. Still. Whoosh! A dazzling crescent-shaped sword energy flew out as the branch was swung. Straight into the floor-to-ceiling windows. Boom! The specially modified explosive glass exploded instantly. The sword energy did not stop and continued to fly towards the moon. Fortunately, this is the tallest building in Xingai City. Otherwise, Lu Sheng was a little scared. Standing in front of the window, the whistling night wind blew in. The curtains were blown in disorder. Lu Sheng stood in front of the French window, feeling the night breeze. FK, I haven't even tried hard yet. He touched the back of his head awkwardly, he was in trouble now. A shrill alarm sounded in the hotel. The red warning light flashed. Bang, bang, bang. Listen up, everyone inside. Get away from the windows immediately. A flying monster is attacking. A gruff male voice boomed from outside the door. Lu Sheng froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. His previous sword strike had shattered the hotel's reinforced glass, setting off the alarm. He opened the door and was about to explain. The security captain rushed in immediately when he saw the broken window. Press Lu Sheng under him. He picked up the intercom and shouted, 9001 Presidential Suite was attacked by an unidentified flying monster. The super-reinforced glass was shattered. Notify the Awakener Guild immediately. Wait, wait. Lu Sheng struggled to push the security guard away. Brother, listen to my explanation. The security captain didn't listen at all and continued to report into the walkie-talkie. The monster should have escaped. There is a survivor at the scene and we are protecting him. Brother, there is no monster. I did it. The security captain glanced at him. Only with your small body. The reinforced glass in our hotel can withstand a full-strength attack from a level 50 monster. Who do you think you are? You did it. Lu Sheng nodded awkwardly. It was really me who did it. Stop pretending, the security captain shouted angrily. Kid, monster attacks are no joke. Those things can really kill people. Do you know how terrifying a monster that can shatter super-strengthened glass is? Lu Sheng looked at the security captain's excitement and knew that words alone wouldn't cut it. He picked up a branch from the ground. Brother, watch this. He took a deep breath. Qinglian's sword song attacked again. A large sword energy flew out. Strong winds whipped up winds inside the house. The security captain's eyes widened, and his body unconsciously retreated under this energy. He was a level 35 awakener. He was carried away by the gust of air and couldn't stand steadily. How is this possible? The security captain stared at the flying sword energy in amazement. Lu Sheng put down the branch and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Do you believe it now? The security captain was stunned. After a while, he trembled and picked up the intercom. Main station, cancel the alarm. What's wrong, Captain? Did you kill the monster? A question came from the intercom. The security captain looked at Lu Sheng with a strange expression. Monster, found it. Lu Sheng was brought out by the security captain. Sir, which guild are you from? I'm not a member of a guild. Lu Sheng replied casually. Does a casual awakener have such strength? What kind of monster is this? The elevator stopped at the top floor. The manager is waiting for you in the office. Pushing open the office door, a young man in a suit and tie stood up. Sir, I'm so sorry, the manager said with a smile. It's all due to our hotel's inadequate security that you got scared. Lu Sheng waved his hand. I broke your window. I'll compensate you. The manager and the security captain exchanged a bewildered glance. Compensation? No, you're kidding. The manager waved his hands repeatedly. How can we ask you for money? You're kidding. A sword that can shatter super-strengthened glass with a single blow. What level of boss does this have to be? Not to mention a window. Even if they demolished the hotel, they wouldn't dare ask for compensation. No compensation. Lu Sheng was a little surprised. Really? The manager nodded. Then why did you call us here? Well, because the glass is gone, it's very dangerous to live in, so, we arranged another room for you. The manager said, wiping his sweat. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed the manager's hand. There are still many good people in the world. Then I won't be polite. No, it's my duty, it's my duty. The manager smiled nervously, wanting to pull his hand back but not daring to. The security captain could only watch secretly. A few minutes later, Lu Shenbei was arranged to stay in another presidential suite. The security captain said cautiously, please don't destroy the windows anymore. Lu Sheng nodded, don't worry, I will control the strength. No, I won't use any more skills. Yet. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a good sleep. The security captain quickly closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. After Lu Sheng left, the manager picked up the phone. Hello, Boss Long? It's me. I told you I don't like to be disturbed outside of working hours. A cold voice came from the phone. Look, aren't you looking for a powerful awakener? There happens to be one in the hotel. The manager reported what had just happened. There was a long silence. What's his name? Lu Sheng. What? Long Xing sat on a luxurious bed of 100 square meters, listening to his subordinates' reports in disbelief. Lu Sheng, using a branch to shatter super-reinforced glass? Didn't he cheat to get through the secret realm? Did you really get the treasure? Long Xing thought for a moment and asked, what weapon did he use? It seems to be a branch. A branch? Interesting. A divine artifact that looks like a branch? Okay, no matter the cost, get that branch. Chapter 59. Early the next morning. Lu Sheng yawned as he came to the front desk. 9002 checkout. He yawned and handed the room card to the front desk. The front desk clerk took the room card and operated on the computer. Suddenly stopped. Look up at Lu Sheng. Are you Mr. Lu Sheng? Yes. Please wait a moment, our manager wants to see you. Lu Sheng felt a tightness in his heart. It's over, I have to pay compensation. If I had known this, I would have run away last night. Now that things have come to this, just wait. After a while, the manager I met last night came running over. Shaking Lu Sheng's hand enthusiastically, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Manager Wang, you're too polite. Regarding what happened last night? Our hotel is deeply sorry about what happened last night. Manager Wang bowed to Lu Sheng. Lu Shenbei was confused. You are? We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused to you last night. To express our apology, we decided to give you a gift. Said. Wang's Haiqiang took out a black card from his pocket. This is the Black Gold membership card of our hotel. Cardholders can stay in our presidential suite for free for 1 month and enjoy the best discounts on all hotel services. Lu Sheng took the card. Didn't come back for a trial. What's going on? He blew up the windows of their hotel himself. Do they have to give away their own membership? How can this be so embarrassing? Mr. Lu, you must accept it. Wang's Haiqiang stuffed the card into his hand. This is not just an apology. It's also our hotel's return to our excellent customers. Honestly, it's our honor to welcome such a powerful awakener like you to our hotel. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Lu Sheng reluctantly accepted the black gold card. Then I won't be polite. Lu Sheng decisively put the card into his pocket. Stay in the presidential suite for a month for free. It's not much more comfortable than any high-end apartment in the city. It's my duty, it's my duty. Manager Wang bowed and said with a smile. Okay, I'll leave then. Mr. Lu, there is one more thing. Manager Wang stood in front of Lu Sheng. Today is our hotel's 10th anniversary. There will be a celebratory reception at 7 p.m. You must come. Cocktail party. Yes. There will be many well-known people from Xingai City attending, and it will also be a good social opportunity. A distinguished customer like you is our VIP. I sincerely invite you to attend the cocktail party tonight. Lu Sheng thought about it. It seems that there are no special plans for the evening. I've never attended any cocktail parties. There's no harm in trying it out. 7 o'clock, right? I'll come when I'm free. Lu Sheng waved his hand. You must come. I'll call you and let you know. Hey? Why? No. Nothing, I just wanted to get to know you. Lu Sheng was a little puzzled. But then I thought about it. It seemed like I was too eye-catching yesterday. It's normal for the big boss behind the hotel to want to get to know me. But Lu Sheng has no interest in accepting any invitation from any Xingai City company. Xingai City is an economic city. There are some very good living professionals in this city. More than half of the mainstream apps in the country were developed in this city. But speaking of combat effectiveness, Xingai City has nothing to do with it at all. Lin Tianese, the president of the Emperor Guild, is a level 45 second level professional. You can put your name on the list. Looking across the country, it's really incredible. Walk out of the hotel. Lu Sheng took out a map. To enter Longhai College, you must at least reach level 30. I'm currently level 21, so I should choose a level 30 dungeon. He looked at the map. A bit embarrassing. The level 30 copies are basically in the hands of the Spark Guild. Never mind. Go grab the monsters. Lu Sheng made up his mind and walked out of the city. Follow the map instructions. Lu Sheng arrived at the dungeon entrance located in the eastern district of Xinghai City. As I approached, I heard the sound of a huge crowd of people. Is this really the Spark Guild's private copy? Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Hundreds of people gathered in front of the copy portal. Moreover, they were making loud noises. Level up your team in the level 30 dungeon. Spark Guild's elite team, guaranteed to pass and level up, come with sincerity. The individual team is short of damage output, and requires to be above level 25, and look at the equipment first. Buying level 25 equipment, fair price, cash transaction. Various hawking sounds came one after another. Lu Sheng thought he had arrived at a vegetable market. He came to the copy. Staring at the dungeon's portal. It is a huge stone arch. There is a blue swirl inside. There is a stone tablet in front of the door with basic information about the copy written on it. Instance, Dark Ruins. Level requirement, 25 to 35. Recommended number of people, 5. Difficulty, difficult. Rewards, experience points, B-level or higher equipment and skill books. Lu Sheng was looking at the instructions above. A young man in leather armor came over and greeted him. Little brother, are you alone? Lu Sheng glanced back. Is a thief or assassin professional? Well, brother, I want to ask you something. Lu Sheng asked. The other party seemed very enthusiastic and patted his chest. We're already brothers, what else is there to say? Just ask. Isn't this the Spark Guild's copy? Lu Sheng looked around. In addition to the members of the Spark Guild, there are also many individual players. The thief laughed. Brother, it looks like you're still a newbie. Why did the Spark Guild occupy the instance? He in turn asked Lu Sheng a question. Lu Sheng tilted his head and thought for a while. Isn't it to monopolize resources? Come on, what era is this? You're still trying to monopolize things. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Alliance? The thief shrugged. He smiled and looked at Lu Sheng. You look like you just graduated. Yes. Do you see the registration desk over there? Follow his gaze. You can see a few people from the Spark Guild standing in front of a small stall. They were actually setting up a stall. What is the most important thing for an awakened person? Without waiting for Lu Sheng to answer, he spoke to himself. It's money. With money, you can get equipment and skills. The Spark Guild, they make money through dungeons. But I thought it didn't cost money to enter the dungeon. Lu Sheng took a look and it seemed that there was no mention of money. The model of charging money to enter a dungeon has long been eliminated. Now it's all free. The thief raised his head triumphantly. Look at all these individual players, many of them are very low level. What should they do if they want to enter the dungeon? Of course, I'll ask someone from the Spark Guild to lead it. This dungeon is quite difficult. After saying that, he smiled and looked at Lu Sheng again. Do you want to team up with us? We're still short of an output. What's your profession, brother? Swordsman. Lu Sheng replied casually. Swordsman, great. The thief's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand. My name is Zhang Dai, a level 24 shield warrior. That's our captain, Brother Li. Chapter 60. Brother Li. After the introduction, he waved at the man. Brother Li walked over and looked at Lu Sheng. Seeing that he didn't bring any equipment, he frowned. What level are you? 21. Where's the equipment? That's all I have. Lu Sheng pulled out a branch. Brother Li frowned and glared at Zhang Daiyai. Turning around, he said to Lu Sheng. Brother, it's not that I look down on you. But your level in this dungeon and your equipment. You'll be killed in seconds if you go in. Zhang Daiyai was also a little embarrassed. I felt something was strange when I first introduced the background to Lu Sheng. Now it seems that I am just a complete clown. I spent a lot of time explaining to an idiot. Brother, why don't you go to those level 10 dungeons and kill some monsters first? Lu Sheng smiled and said, it's okay, I don't want to form a team. Lu Sheng turned and left. Prepare to go to the copy intersection to register. There was a commotion in the crowd. Get out of my way. Lu Sheng looked back. I saw 3 people walking out from the crowd. Walking in front were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a level 20 warrior suit. He wears the Imperial Guild emblem on his chest. It was Wang Hao. The woman next to him. He was wearing a blue wizard robe and holding a staff inlaid with red gems. It was Lu Ruyan. And the person who was cursing just now. It was a middle-aged man walking in front of them. He is tall and strong, wearing heavy armor. Carrying a huge stick. Judgment. Lu Sheng blinked. Brother, you have good taste. Zhang Daiyai's voice came from the side. Good. I didn't expect Song Jian to come too. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Daiyai's forehead. Song Jian? Is he famous? In fact, there is no need for Zhang Daiyai to explain. Song Jian from the Emperor Guild, is he here too? Oh my god, a level 41 awakener. Why would he come to a level 25 dungeon at such a high level? What else can you do? Lead the others. You see those 2 guys at the back? The crowd made way. They looked at Song Jian with awe. Wang Hao obviously enjoyed this feeling. He held his head high and chest puffed out, his face full of pride. But soon his smile disappeared. Because he saw a bunch of shit. Hey, isn't this Lu Sheng? Are you here to play the dungeon too? Wang Hao deliberately raised his voice. Lu Sheng turned his face away, too lazy to pay attention to him. Lu Ruyan came close to Lu Sheng. He laughed and said, how dare you, an unemployed person, come to the dark secret realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone around looked at Lu Sheng in surprise. Unemployed? Is this true? How dare you come to a dungeon without a job? Lu Ruyan crossed her arms over her chest and said coldly, it's okay for him to have no job, but he's also a cheater. Cheater? That's right. Wang Hao pointed at Lu Sheng. It was him who cheated his way through the Yellow Sand secret realm. He also stole our treasure. Zhang Daiyai, who had just wanted to invite Lu Sheng to form a team, turned pale. He took a few steps back and pointed at Lu Sheng, are you a liar? I just find it strange that you don't have any equipment on you, yet you say you are only level 21. Brother Li shook his head. Fortunately, I didn't team up with Lu Sheng. If you don't come, you will get yourself killed. There were discussions all around. What is a jobless person? You're just a piece of crap who failed to change your job. You're not even as good as a life professional, and you still want to clear dungeons. What is he doing here? You want to mix the equipment and sell it for money. People like this should get out of Xingai City. Lu Sheng picked his ears. He squinted his eyes and looked at Wang Hao. I now believe that you are from the Long family. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Nonsense, do you still believe it? You are as idiotic as Long Yin. Wang Hao was stunned. How do you know third brother? Does he recognize you as his brother? You. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and sneered, forget it, I won't argue with a loser like you. Don't think you're awesome just because you've tricked the secret realm. A person without a job is always a person without a job, just like garbage is always garbage. Song Jian spoke. Wang Hao, Lu Ruyan, stop wasting time. We still have a dungeon to clear. Brother Song, I'm here. Wang Hao followed with a flattering smile. Walk to the portal. Wang Hao turned and smiled at the onlookers. Excuse me, everyone. Today's Dark Secret Realm boss has been contracted by our Emperor Guild. The most valuable items in the dungeon are bosses and elite monsters. Refresh once a day. If you want to get top-level equipment and skill books, you have to defeat the boss. The onlookers were a little frustrated. With a strong man like Song Jian around, they are indeed no match. Lu Sheng also came to another registration office. The registrar looked up at Lu Sheng. You want to go in? Aren't you a jobless person? Are you going in there to die? That's my business. The registrar chuckled and let Lu Sheng pass. Lu Sheng arrived at the portal. About to step in. But he was bounced out by a powerful force. The onlookers burst into laughter. He wants to enter the dark secret realm alone. I believe it now. He is indeed a jobless person. I didn't even know that one person couldn't enter the raid. At the same time, Lu Sheng heard a mechanical prompt tone. A single player was detected attempting to enter a team instance. The Dark Ruins is a team dungeon, requiring at least 3 people to enter. Current team size, 1. Not eligible to enter the dungeon. The registrar sneered, you're the only one who wants to enter the dark secret realm and see who's willing to team up with you. Lu Sheng frowned. There are also things like team dungeons. It's always been a solo play. I never expected this. He finally found the copy that was most suitable for him to level up. What was holding him back was not rank or money. But no one formed a team. What's wrong? Do you still want to go in? The registrar asked sarcastically. Then he shouted to the crowd. Is there anyone willing to team up with a jobless? The crowd laughed again. The jobless want to find someone to team up with? Dream on. Who teamed up with him and got cheated of his equipment? Let's go out and kill chickens. Lu Sheng stood at the dungeon door. The team restrictions are a bit troublesome. But if we really want to form a team, it's not impossible. Just planning it out. The other side. Song Jian has completed the registration. Preparing to enter the copy. Wang Hao pushed Lu Sheng, who was thinking about something, aside and said, go away, you useless person. Don't block the way. Lu Sheng was thinking about something and almost fell down when he was pushed. Coming back to his senses, he stared at Wang Hao coldly. He unconsciously exuded a murderous aura. Wang Hao's mouth twitched and he restrained his attitude a little. By the way, Lu Sheng, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. Last time you cheated in the dungeon and stole the treasure chest, causing us to be ambushed by the boss. President Lin is very angry and said he will never let scum like you go. It's better not to let us run into you in the dungeon. Chapter 61. Although the Alliance Convention states that professionals cannot kill innocent people indiscriminately. That's only in cities. Outside the city, the wilderness and dungeons are all good places to kill and rob. Lin Tianese, President of the Emperor Guild. How did this jobless person offend Lin Tianese? Then he's finished. Which dungeon in Xinghai City doesn't have members from the Emperor Guild? Wang Hao was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Wait for death. Lu Ruyan spat, Lu Sheng, you are just an opportunistic liar. Do you really think you are so powerful? It was Han Mingxian who helped you. Song Jian has been watching Lu Sheng coldly from the side. You are the one who killed my brother. Lu Sheng was originally in no mood to pay attention to them. But he also doesn't allow others to put accusations on him. IFG. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll explain them to you one by one. First of all, Lu Ruyan, you'd better find some good equipment in the dungeon and pay me back the money you owe me. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly changed. I just finished writing my short essay and was about to start writing. Lu Sheng didn't give her any chance at all. Looking at Song Jian coldly. I didn't even know Lin Tianese and the others were in the Yellow Wind secret realm, let alone harming them. But it doesn't matter. The strongest people in the guild are usually the ones who open up new dungeons, right? Why aren't you here? That's so hard to guess. The corner of Song Jian's cold face twitched. If it weren't on the territory of the Spark Guild, he wished he could tear his mouth apart right now. Song Jian took down the judgment, and his arrogant aura burst out. The low-level professionals were all shocked and retreated several steps. Lu Sheng stood still, looking straight at him. Song Jian snorted. Something. But you should be thankful that no one is teaming up with you. If you encounter any accidents in the dungeon, it's hard to explain. The threatening intent of this sentence is obvious. The expressions of the surrounding independent professionals changed. If he really teamed up with Lu Sheng, he would offend Song Jian and the Emperor Guild. The consequences are predictable. Okay, stop wasting time with this trash. Song Jian turned around and was about to leave. Wang Hao stood still. Seeing Lu Sheng turning around, he called out to him. Hey, didn't you say everyone should come one by one? What about me? Don't you have anything to say to me? You're an idiot. UFG. Wang Hao clenched his fists. Let's go, brother Hao, there's no need to bother with him. Lu Ruyan pulled Wang Hao and sneered before leaving. Those without a job should just go work in a milk tea shop and not embarrass themselves by coming to a dungeon. The three of them left behind some harsh words and disappeared in the light of the portal. The scene fell silent. The individual players looked at each other in confusion. I originally wanted to come here to get equipment, but now Song Jian says he wants to book the whole place. If you are afraid of death, you will not get anything out of it. Zhang Dai, who had just enthusiastically invited Lu Sheng to join a team, is now staying away. Brother Li also had a look of relief on his face. Fortunately, I didn't team up with this unemployed person. Otherwise, you won't know how you died when you enter the dungeon. Brother, you'd better leave quickly. A kind-hearted professional whispered to Lu Sheng. The Emperor's Guild is not to be trifled with. You can't defeat them alone. Yeah, that old man Lin Tianese is very ruthless. Anyone who offends him will have a bad ending. Another professional also advised. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face. He looked at the dungeon entrance and then at the crowd around him. Anyone want to team up with me? Lu Sheng asked loudly. There was complete silence. Almost everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Song Jian just made a statement, who would dare to team up with him? Are you crazy? Zhang Dai couldn't bear it anymore. Although he is a psychopath, he still doesn't want Lu Sheng to die in vain. Song Jian and the others just went in, and you still want to die. Brother Li also sighed, I suggest you move out of town and stop dreaming about being a hero. Those who tried to persuade him with good intentions also quickly backed away. Afraid of being found by Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng looked at the crowds dispersing around him, as if they were avoiding the plague. Sighed. A level 25 copy. It's like fighting the scourge. Forget it, if I won't stay here, I'll find another place that will. Lu Sheng was about to try his luck in another dungeon. A man in a suit came over. He wore the emblem of the Spark Guild on his chest. Brother, I saw everything that happened just now. The man came forward. Lu Sheng was delighted, you want to team up with me? The man raised an eyebrow and said, of course, and many people want to team up with you. He pulled Lu Sheng to a secluded location. Took out a business card. Spark Guild, Zhao Yun. Your name is Zhao Yun. Have you heard my name? Lu Sheng looked at the man in front of him. He was in his 30s, wearing a well-tailored suit and with his hair standing up. He is just an insurance salesman, the kind who goes into the market. He smiled and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. I'm not a combat professional, I'm just the controller of the Spark Guild. Zhao Yun coughed. I just heard Song Jian threaten you. I'm deeply angry. I strongly condemn this behavior. Then, Zhao Yun lowered his voice. Don't worry about no one joining your team. Spark Guild is a century-old institution, and its reputation is guaranteed. Our thugs are among the best in Xingai City. As long as you pay, they can help you kill through the dungeon and help you level up. Of course, the equipment belongs to us. What? With us here, Song Jian, we will never dare to attack you. Listened for a long time. Lu Sheng finally understood. Are you playing with me? Playing with you? Well, most people call us substitutes. Zhao Yun frowned slightly, as if he didn't like this title. In that case, is there any female companion? Zhao Yun nodded immediately. Yes, yes, yes. The female professionals in our Spark Guild are role models in the industry. He snapped his fingers. A list appeared in his hand. When I opened it, there was information about people who were looking to play with me. No, professionals for hire. How about this one? Xia Rongjiu, a level 35 swordsman with a queenly demeanor. You can just watch from the side. Besides her class being an A, everything else is AD. And this one, Li Xia, a level 32 ice mage with a really sweet voice. And there's also the level 28 priest sister Shen Yushu, who will always keep you at full health and mana. Lu Sheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's not because of the name. But the prices on the list are shocking. 2 million an hour? Are you serious about playing with others? Lu Sheng handed the roster back. Zhao Yun's smile froze. Why are you not serious? Do you know how expensive it is to hire a professional? Just tell me, do you want to enter the dungeon? If there's a cheaper deal, I'll take it. Lu Sheng said, I just want someone to team up with me. Zhao Yun had an ugly expression. Recently, the professional level has increased, and business has become difficult. Today, a newbie finally arrived. We have to keep him here first. Okay, let's just be friends. Chapter 62. Zhao Yun turned to the last page of the roster. A level 20 archer, about the same level as you. Lu Sheng looked at the information and found that the price was indeed cheaper. Only 50,000 an hour. Xiaogui. But it's barely acceptable. That's her. Zhao Yun took the money and took out his cell phone to make a call. Bring Lu Sheng to the rest area. Paid a down payment of 1 million. Just completed the formalities. An archer with long golden hair and wearing green leather armor walked in. She looks like a pretty little sister. Lu Sheng felt that the money was well spent. Xiaohu, come here, Zhao Yun waved to her. Then, covering one side with his hand, he whispered to Lu Sheng, she's a bit active, you'd better be mentally prepared. Active? It's better to be more active. I'm afraid of being dull. Lu Sheng stood up and reached out to her. Hello, You just ordered my unemployed. Xiaohu did not shake hands with Lu Sheng, but instead pinched her chin and looked him up and down. Then he laughed and patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder. You don't look rich, are you a little chick who wants to experience the life of an awakened one? Lu Sheng's face turned dark. Not good. That Fruljord accent. Don't worry. Even though you're a loser, I'll protect you. Come on, call me Sister Yu. Hello. My name is Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng pretended not to hear. Lu Sheng? You're the only one who calls yourself a saint. Brother Yun, can you change my code name to Lu Sheng from now on? Zhao Yun turned his head away, not daring to let Lu Sheng see his expression. Lu Sheng finally understood what Zhao Yun meant when he signed the contract just now. It's cheap, and there's a reason for it. This girl is really poisonous. Zhao Yun thought about all the sad things in his life before clearing his throat. Xiaohu, customers are family. You can't be rude to your family. We're family, and you're still being unreasonable? You don't mind, right, brother? Don't mind, don't mind. Lu Sheng urged, let's go to the dungeon. Wait a minute. Xiaohu remembered something. Dark Secret Realm, it takes 3 people to enter the dungeon. We are still 1 short. Zhao Yun immediately started to promote his product, then let's have another one. I recommend. Stop yelling. Xiaohu interrupted him. Look at how poor he is. If he had money, would he choose me? I'm even introducing him to someone else. Zhao Yun was stunned for a moment. He winked at Xiaohu and opened and closed his mouth. Xiaohu ignored him completely. Pulled Lu Sheng out of the rest area. Hey buddy, wait here. I'll get you someone here for free. Lu Sheng blinked. This girl seems to be okay in other aspects except her mouth. Now that you have spent the money, you might as well give it a try. Xiaohu came to the registration office to look for suitable teammates. Brother, let's go to the dungeon. She patted a warrior on the shoulder. The warrior looked back and saw that it was a female archer, and a beautiful one at that. I was very happy and wanted to recruit her into the team. It's not me, there's also someone called unemployed. Unemployed people are like that, burdened by no job, okay. Unemployed. The soldier's expression changed immediately. You're not saying it's Lu Sheng, are you? Oh, that guy doesn't look that great, he's quite famous. No, please find someone else. After looking around, Xiaohu couldn't find anyone willing to form a team. She walked back puzzled. Why are all of you cowards today? You don't even dare to bring an unemployed person with you. Lu Sheng saw that she was really recruiting people everywhere. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Forget it, You can't just let it go like this. I'm telling you, I won't leave you until we clear the dungeon. It takes time to pull people in. Lu Sheng immediately erased the impression he had of her from his mind. Because of Song Jian, no one would team up with him. Lu Sheng held her back. Forget it, I'll order someone else to play with me. He didn't want to waste any more time. Just then, the individual player area of the dungeon became a buzz. Level 20 Cleric, what are his skills? Holy Light, Resurrection, and Group Holy Damage. Can I add buffs? Girl, you must join my team. What? You are Lin Ruoxiu. I've heard of your name. You're ranked first in the Xingai City Trial Tower. Lu Sheng was stunned. Lin Ruoxiu? He looked up and saw a beautiful girl in a white robe standing in the individual team area. Is it really her? As a top-level support, he also has considerable combat power. Lin Ruoxiu and Lu Sheng's situations are exactly the opposite. She is the only one who gets to choose her teammates. Oh, this support is good. Xiaohu broke away from Lu Sheng and ran over. Sister, our team is still short of 1 person, can you come? Lin Ruoxiu saw an archer inviting her to join a team, and he was a level 20 archer. I wanted to politely decline. However, following Xiaohu's hand, I saw Lu Sheng outside. Lin Ruoxiu was stunned. Lu Sheng. Brother Li and Zhang Daiyai are also trying to win over Lin Ruoxiu. Hearing Lu Sheng's name, they quickly advised, Miss Lin, it's okay if you don't want to team up with us, but please don't team up with him. It's bad luck. He has offended the Emperor Guild, and he will be punished when he goes in. Lin Ruoxiu seemed not to hear their voices. Walk straight towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, I didn't expect to meet you here. You came to the Dark Realm too? I was wondering why you have so many high-level equipment. Well, why don't you take care of the business? With the dean watching, no one dares to cause trouble in the store. That's good. Xiao looked at Lu Sheng, then at Lin Ruoxiu. Eyes widened. Do you two know each other? Yeah. Lin Ruoxiu nodded. Are you forming a team? Can you add me? Everyone was stunned. Hey! Miss Lin. He's a trap. FK, this world really is all about looks. If you're handsome, girls will throw themselves at you. I think I'm no worse than him. Whoever pees yellow, pees so he can see himself clearly. Lu Sheng looked at Lin Ruoxiu's welcome. He sighed, you're really popular. Brother Li and Zhang Dai also came over. Looking at Lu Sheng with some jealousy. Brother Li complained, you are really lucky. The first place winner of the trial tower this year is teaming up with you. Zhang Dai bit his clothes and said, woo woo woo, if you hadn't offended Songjian, I would also like to team up with you. Come on, you guys. Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain, you know Lin Ruoxiu, but you don't know me. Damn, my grades are better than hers. Xiao laughed out loud, you dare to compete with others? Do you know what the level is like to be the first in the trial tower? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Can you please stop talking? Actually, Lin Ruoxiu felt a little embarrassed and was about to say that Lu Sheng was the first place. Xiao urged, hurry up, the dungeon has been open for an hour, and you're still chatting here. He put his arm around their shoulders and pushed them towards the registration desk. Chapter 63. According to the contract, Xiao is the team leader, and the team leader has the right to distribute equipment. This is also a way for them to make money. Lu Sheng and Lin Ruoxiu were waiting on the side. Aren't you busy with the trading business? Do you still have time to go to the dungeon? Lin Ruoxiu smiled and said, I also have to prepare for the college entrance examination. If I don't become a very strong awakener, I won't be able to protect the children. You are really full of energy. Lu Sheng exclaimed. He is busy with trading house affairs every day. I also quietly rose to level 20. All of this was seen by others. They were all stupid. The first in the Tower of Trials, the priesthood of the Star of the Sea of Stars. I actually met a loser who failed to awaken. And look at Lin Ruoxiu's eyes. The relationship between the two is very unusual. Wait a minute. Just as Xiao was registering, a level 25 heavy armored warrior walked over. Ms. Lin, do you really want to team up with this jobless person? He took off his helmet. A rather handsome face was filled with resentment. Of course. Lin Ruoxiu said coldly, does it have anything to do with you? Yes. Of course. The heavily armored warrior pointed at Lu Sheng, he's a loser and will only drag you down. Priest, you can only unleash your greatest strength by cooperating with a strong man like me. Team up with me. I'll give you all the equipment. The heavily armored warrior looked at Lin Ruoxiu lovingly and held her hand. Lin Ruoxiu quickly broke free and wiped her hands on her robe. Before Lin Ruoxiu could speak, Xiao came over. She stood in front of Lin Ruoxiu and Lu Sheng, what are you doing? I'm against you forming a team. They're a talented man and a beautiful woman, and they're in love. How could a monster like you object? You wear this huge armor and act like a muscle man, but your small body is no match for my chickens. Xiao didn't care about the heavy armored warrior's unpredictable expression. Pushing the two of them towards the portal. The formalities are complete. Let's go into the dungeon. The heavily armored warrior was still unwilling to give in and shouted from behind, Lin Ruoxiu, you'd better think this through. You're a priest with no combat ability, and you're teaming up with these two losers. You won't even have a front line. Besides, he has offended Song Jian. If he enters the dungeon, he will only wait for death. Lu Sheng couldn't bear to listen any longer. Just wanted to shut him up. Lin Ruoxiu smiled and said, "Wait for me." She turned and walked towards the heavily armored warrior. The heavily armored warrior's face lit up with joy. "Ruoxiu, have you changed your mind?" Bang! Lin Ruoxiu slapped him in the face without any hesitation. "Knock him to the ground." Everyone around was stunned. A level 20 priest slapped a level 25 heavy armored warrior. Lin Ruoxiu clapped her hands. He walked back to the stunned Lu Sheng and Xiaowu. "Let's go." Xiaowu was happy. "Sister, I like your personality." Lu Sheng then remembered that Lin Ruoxiu was the second in the exam at that time and was also a powerful character who defeated the undead lord. He asked Lin Ruoxiu curiously, "Why are you number 1 in the trial tower?" Lin Ruoxiu replied, "Because hidden levels are not included in the leaderboard, your ranking is not shown on the list." "So there is such a thing." Lu Sheng seemed to be lost in thought. Lin Ruoxiu covered her mouth and smiled, "Have you never paid attention to the news? What else does this thing do except fan the flames of anxiety?" Lu Sheng complained. Xiaowu agreed, "That's right. Bro, you really suit my taste. After the game is over, add me as your friend and come to me when you want to place an order from now on. Just lead your way." Lu Sheng rolled his eyes at her. The three of them walked towards the portal. Brother Li and Zhang Daoyi's team were watching from behind. Brother Li looked at the heavily armored soldier who was knocked unconscious on the ground and became curious. Said to Zhang Daoyi, "Let's go into the dungeon too." Zhang Daoyi wondered, "Are we still lacking in combat effectiveness? If they're not afraid, why should we be afraid?" Brother Li watched the three people disappear from the scene and said, "The dungeon can be played anytime. If you miss out on such interesting people, you will never see them again." Zhang Daoyi snapped his fingers, "Oh! I see, Brother Li, you are attracted to Miss Lin Ruoxiu." Brother Li glared at him, "What nonsense!" Another team member echoed, "That's right, Brother Li has a crush on Lu Sheng." He was punched away by Brother Li. The light of the portal flashed. The three of them appeared in a desolate land. The sky is grey. The howling of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. There were only a few dilapidated wooden houses in sight. Several NPC villagers were warming themselves around a campfire. "Welcome to the dark secret realm." Xiaowu opened her arms and introduced the dungeon like a tour guide. "This is the most popular dungeon in our Spark Guild. It's very difficult and has a high drop rate." Lin Ruoxiu looked around. "It feels so depressing here." Lu Sheng was sweeping the camp. "Looks familiar, what's up?" "Especially the woman wearing the purple headscarf." "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Xiaowu patted her chest, "I'm an experienced driver, I can guide you through the game even with my eyes closed." She pulled out a map and spread it out in front of the three of them. "As usual, let's start by going to the wild caves. The monsters there are only level 15, perfect for training. After defeating the grotto, I'll take you to the tomb. There's an elite monster called Blood Raven. It's an archer, but not as good as me." Then, Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Isn't this the world of Diablo 2? Although it is a randomly generated world. But the iconic building is still there. You can even see the teleportation stone formation. Xiaowu is still planning the route. Lu Sheng came over. "Don't bother with that. Let's go straight to the monastery." "Hey!" Xiaowu paused, her fingers still mid-air, her eyes widening. "Brother, are you crazy? The monastery is the final boss area of this dungeon. If we go there at our current level, what else could it be but suicide?" Lin Ruoxiu was also a little worried. "Lu Sheng, let's do as Xiaowu said." "It's okay." "Yes." It's very important. Xiao said, without the great god, it would take a whole day just to walk through the maze of the frozen plains. Let me make it clear first, the dark secret realm closes at 8 p.m. sharp. It's okay, I know the way. Lu Sheng said confidently. Since time is limited, let's pick the ones that are worth fighting. Cold Crow, Blacksmith, Ashes, and Andariel. Xiao's expression froze. She stared at Lu Sheng blankly. You still know Andariel? I've played through so many dungeons, but I've never seen her true form. Sister An, we're old acquaintances. Lu Sheng smiled. But before that, we have to go to the Black Swamp. The Countess of the Forgotten Tower is more valuable than her. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu were stunned. You really cleared it. Chapter 64. No, it's my first time here. Lu Sheng replied truthfully. This self-righteous attitude made Xiao so angry that she almost vomited blood. She patted Lu Sheng's shoulder vigorously. It's your first time here, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? I almost believed it. Once you come to the dark secret realm, you should listen to me, the captain. She puffed out her chest proudly. My plan is to take you two to level up in the Blood Wasteland first. The main monsters here are zombies and a small monster called the Fallen Demon. They are not very high level, 18, just right for us to level up. I'll take you to level 22 or 23, then I'll take you to the Boneyard. There's a level 25 mini-boss there called Blood Raven. It has a chance to drop B-level equipment, the kind with one attribute. You guys can almost reach level 24, today is almost enough. Lin Ruoxiu nodded repeatedly, yes, Xiao's plan is very reasonable. Lu Sheng sighed. Didn't you listen to what I said at all? No. Lin Ruoxiu smiled, Lu Sheng, we are only level 20. Two difficult levels are not suitable for us to challenge now. Exactly. Look at how smart Ruoxiu is. You, an unemployed person, are so ambitious. I'm really worried you'll die in the dungeon. Xiao took out a bow and arrow and put an arrow on the string. Finally, he stopped looking so sloppy and became a bit more heroic. Don't waste time, let's go level up. Lu Sheng shook his head and said, Blood crows can't produce any good equipment. What do you know? Xiao rolled her eyes. A level 25 boss, Ruoxiu, and I might not even be able to defeat it. Lu Sheng scratched his head. Xiao, let me take charge of this dungeon. If anything goes wrong, I'll be responsible. No. Xiao was anxious. I have to get you out of the dungeon safely. You can't go to a place that's too dangerous. Lu Sheng extended 5 fingers to Xiao. Listen to me, I can give you a reward of 500,000. 500,000 isn't much. Confirmed the numbers again. Xiao swallowed. Really? Lu Sheng nodded. Oh my god. Xiao immediately perked up. You should have said it earlier. 500,000, brother, are you planning to support me? She only gets 50,000 yuan an hour for training, so she wants to delay the time in the dungeon as much as possible. Okay, you take charge. The customer is Yuba. You have the final say. Lin Ruoxiu was stunned. Xiao, are you sure? Just now safety was the priority, but now it's like that. What are you afraid of? Xiao patted her chest, you just want to see Andariel, sister will take you there. There is no problem that money can't solve. If so, it means it's not enough. Let's go. The three of them stepped out of Rogue Camp. Outside the camp, we finally saw other professionals. The plains of the Blood Wasteland were filled with the sounds of fighting. A 5-man team was fighting a group of red-skinned demons. These demons, holding scimitars, rushed towards the professionals with screams and howls. This is the Fallen Demon, a classic monster in the Dark Realm. Don't be fooled by their small size. They have high attack and agility, and they appear in groups, so they are very troublesome. And the guy with the staff, a fallen wizard, level 20, who can cast fireballs and resurrect fallen demons. As soon as the words fell, an awakened one who looks like a mage is surrounded by 3 fallen demons. He tried to use the ring of resistance fire to push the fallen away. But after being pushed away, the fallen demon immediately pounced back. The wizard dodged left and right, but was still stabbed in the chest by the scimitar. Blood gushed out. It looked like he was about to be chopped into meat sauce. He suddenly screamed. It turned into a white light and disappeared. Dead. Lu Sheng frowned. How can someone die from fighting a fallen demon? Haha, how is that possible? Xiaohu didn't hear Lu Sheng's muttering and laughed. This is the Spark Guild's dungeon. If professionals really die here, how can we continue to do business in the future? Have you brought your credentials to enter the dungeon? As long as you have the voucher with you, when you receive fatal damage, the voucher will release recall magic. Your health will be locked at 10 points and you will be teleported out of the dungeon. There's a dedicated team of pastors out there, so they usually don't die. Lu Sheng gave a thumbs up. You, the Spark Union, really know how to make money. Hey, the union makes money, but we, the grassroots employees, don't get any commission. Xiaohu curled her lips and rolled her eyes. By the way, brother, can you add me as a friend? I can take you to dungeons often in the future. I guarantee you'll have a blast. Lu Sheng ignored her. Walk straight towards the icy wasteland. Hey, don't ignore me. Xiaohu hurriedly followed. I'm a professional power player, my service attitude is super good. Lin Ruoxia followed behind. He gripped the scepter nervously. These monsters seem quite strong. The 3 of them walked along the deserted road. Along the way, occasionally a demon of the fallen would appear. Ah! Ouch! As soon as he showed his head, Xiaohu shot him in the head with an arrow. Ding! Kill the fallen demon, gain 45 experience points. How about it, brother? My archery skills are pretty good, right? Xiaohu couldn't wait to take credit. Lin Ruoxia glanced around. There are quite a lot of fallen demons here. How about we practice here to level up? To upgrade from level 20 to level 21, a total of 210,000 experience points are required. And Lu Sheng is already level 23. He only got 30 experience points. To reach level 24 requires 240,000 experience points, and you have to kill 8,000 fallen demons. Theoretically, it is possible, but there are too many people leveling nearby. Lu Sheng shook his head and said, the experience of the fallen is too low. If you really want to level up, you still have to go to Tristram. But there is no Kaleidec Cube. Otherwise, I will take you to the cow level. Stop! Xiaohu stopped. What are you talking about? I've never heard of it before. It's too complicated to explain. Lu Sheng decided to ignore Xiaohu. Hey, don't ignore me. Xiaohu hurriedly caught up and glanced at the fallen demons behind him. There are so many fallen demons, maybe there are elites among them. What a waste! The 3 of them came to an even more desolate land. The ground is dark red. Go to the stone wilderness. Xiaohu said nervously, be careful of the fallen rogue female warriors. They will shoot arrows from behind. There were only a few groups of professionals leveling up around. Lu Sheng is looking for the cave entrance. Suddenly, 5 huge stone pillars appeared in the distance. Then came the shouts of professionals. Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm numb from the electric shock. You have to hold on even if you can't. No, brother, this lightning will spread the damage. Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, a tank and a mage turned into white light and were carried out of the dungeon. FK. After witnessing everything, Xiaohu's face turned pale. She gripped her bow tightly and trembled as she said, I heard there's a powerful fallen demon in the stone wilderness. I didn't expect, it's true. Chapter 65. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the 5 stone pillars. Isn't this the entrance to the ruins of Tristram? However, without the scroll of the Tree of Eniphas, the teleportation array cannot be activated. No need to think about it, just touch the stone pillar to activate the teleportation array. These people still need to go outside to kill the fallen demons. Blue electric light jumped wildly around the stone pillars. Those professionals were electrocuted and screamed. Brother, I can't take it anymore. The lightning is too dense. A heavily armored paladin holds up a shield. But what's the use of a shield? In front of lightning, it's just a large conductor. He was already numb and couldn't even stand steadily. The bare-chested warrior next to him, holding 2 axes, was even more miserable. He was slashed in the chest by the blue demon. It immediately started to smoke and turned into white light. A blue fallen demon that is larger than an ordinary fallen demon is waving a scimitar proudly. It is in no hurry to attack. Instead, he enjoyed the roars of other fallen demons. It is different from other fallen demons. The whole body is covered with blue lightning balls. Like an issue. Lu Sheng's mouth corners rose slightly. This is a classic boss in Diablo 2, a super unique monster in the stone wilderness. Xiao looked confused, what is like an issue? Lu Sheng did not answer, and a blood drinker appeared in his hand. Holding the sword, he walked towards the center of the lightning. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu were stunned. Hey! Are you crazy? Xiao cursed, that's a super elite monster. You're going to die. Lu Sheng seemed not to hear her. A-hole! You don't listen to your sister. Xiao gritted her teeth and quickly followed. Lin Ruoxiu hesitated for a while. She was capable of holding Lu Sheng back. But she was a little curious when she saw Lu Sheng being so confident. Decided to follow. After all, he could release the magic shield, so it shouldn't be difficult to keep Lu Sheng alive. She followed him. When the 3 approached the battlefield, only one warrior with a great sword was left. He stuck the sword into the ground and his body was burned black. Damn it, even after trying my best, I still can't win. The great swordsman smiled bitterly when he saw Lu Sheng and the other 2 coming over. Brother, are you trying to steal the boss? I advise you to give up on this idea. This guy's lightning attack is too abnormal. We can't beat him. Lu Sheng didn't even look at him. His attention was completely focused on Lake Anishu. This little blue guy also noticed Lu Sheng. He cried out in a loud voice and rushed forward with his scimitar in hand. Be careful! Lin Ruoxiu raised the scepter and began to chant the spell. Lu Sheng just smiled. Rakanishu, when attacked, it will release a charged bullet. To kill him, you need to have extremely high magic resistance. Or else, one-hit kill. He raised his hand and drank the blood. A light blue light appeared around his body. A powerful sword intent burst out. Blue Lotus Sword Song. A crescent-shaped sword energy slashed out. The green sword energy swept across. Lakanisu, who rushed forward, was cut in half. Not even a charged bullet was released. Not just it. There are fallen demons and fallen demon wizards around. Wherever the sword energy reaches, not a blade of grass will be left. Ding! Kill Lakanisu, gain 8,000 experience points. Get 500 points. Ding! Kill the fallen demon wizard and gain 200 experience points. Get 20 points. Ding! Killed 15 fallen demons, gain 675 experience points. Get 10 points. The battlefield was bustling just now. Now there is silence. The ground turned blood red. The great swordsman opened his mouth, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. Xiao's arrow fell to the ground without her reacting. Lin Ruoxia was also shocked. She had thought Lu Sheng was strong, but she had never thought he was this strong. One sword. In just a few seconds, he killed the super elite monster that had left a team of professionals who dared to come to the stone wilderness to level up helpless. How is this possible? Xiao just got the hint. This elite monster is really called Lakenishu. A level 28 super elite monster, even stronger than the blood crow. The great swordsman trembled and said, Lakenishu's health was at least 50,000. How did you manage to kill him in one strike? Only 50,000, no wonder it's so cheap. Lu Sheng put away the blood drinker. After all, the health points of the Shatterlang and Tiger Vanguard we fought before all started at 1 million. He actually thought Qinglian's sword song was so powerful. Lu Sheng walked towards Rakanisha's body and summoned a staff. Rakanisha's staff, unidentified. Other than that, there's nothing. If this were the real dark world, there would be gold coins all over the floor. Lu Sheng felt sad, feeling like he had lost 100 million. Brother. Xiao walked over. What kind of skill was that sword move you just made? Why have I never seen it before? Lu Sheng casually said, Oh, it's the school's secret. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Does the school have any secrets? What university are you from? Xingai No. 1 Middle School. Lu Sheng put the staff into his backpack and added, I'm a graduate. Why is the sword technique only taught to ungraduated students? Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Sheng ignored her and shook his blood drinker. Continue to look for the entrance to the underground passage. The Countess is the primary target. The great swordsman was still kneeling there. The sword strike just now kept coming back to my mind. It's like the half-moon slash, but the range is too exaggerated. He has been leveling up in the stone wilderness for some time. I have met many masters. But I've never seen this level of damage. Kill a super elite monster with 50,000 HP with one sword? Is this a human being? My friend, are you okay? Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. The great swordsman screamed in fear, jumped up and pointed his sword behind him. Brother Li and Zhang Dayi were also startled by him. Hey, calm down. Zhang Dayi waved his hand and said, We don't mean any harm. The great swordsman calmed down. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sorry, that was so scary. Yeah, I understand. We've been watching too. Zhang Dayi looked at Lakenisha's body on the ground and swallowed his saliva. You all saw it. Nonsense, it's hard not to see such a big commotion. I thought that guy was a useless unemployed person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Brother Li walked to the body of Lakenishu, squatted down, and carefully examined the wound. All are smooth cuts. There weren't any blunt force injuries. Perfect cutting damage. This kind of large-scale instant kill capability cannot be achieved even with the combined attack skills of their entire team. Did the elite monster drop anything good? Zhang Dayi asked, rubbing his hands. The great swordsman shook his head. It was just a staff, and he took it away. What? Zhang Dayi's eyes widened. You were the ones who started the fight. And you just watched him take the things away. The great swordsman smiled bitterly, what else? Die with them. Everyone present was silent. Really? If you don't force him to take off his equipment, you are a good person. Brother Li sighed and said, It seems that our Songjian people have been deceived. Lu Sheng is not a useless person at all. This kind of strength is top-notch in the entire Xingai city. Chapter 66. Brother Li, what should we do now? Zhang Dayi asked. Glanced at the direction Lu Sheng left. Only a small shadow remained. Stop chatting and catch up. Brother Li said, gritting his teeth. Follow. Zhang Dayi was stunned for a moment. Brother Li, are you crazy? The underground passage is full of level 30 monsters. Just follow them. What if they die? Then just give it to me, stop talking nonsense. In the team, a little boy wearing glasses whispered, but, what if we anger him? Don't worry, we just need to keep our distance and not provoke them. Brother Li has already walked to the front. He saw that Lu Sheng did not attack the professionals in trouble. It can be seen that he is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. The great swordsman watched the group gradually walk away. Sudden. He followed. Brother Li, take me with you. At the same time. Burial place. Hahaha, the blood crow is nothing special. Wang Hao smiled and wanted to pick up the bow and arrow dropped by the boss. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Song Jian stared at him. He pulled his hand back. Song Jian put the blood crow's bow into his backpack. Although they didn't get the equipment, killing the blood crow increased Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan's experience bars by a large margin. You'll be able to reach level 22 soon. Brother Jian, where are we going next? Song Jian found a tombstone to sit on and slammed the judgment into the ground. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just waiting here for someone. Waiting for someone. Wang Hao was puzzled. Waiting for whom? Lu Sheng, he has already entered the dungeon. Song Jian said in a deep voice. A guildmate saw him and the two girls enter the dungeon with their own eyes. With Lu Sheng's level and strength, the best he could do was to bury his bones. They will definitely see this as a challenging destination. Just wait here, Lu Sheng will definitely come. So that's how it is. Brother Jian is wise. Wang Hao took the opportunity to flatter him. Lu Ruyan laughed and said, if that little loser Lu Sheng dares to challenge Blood Crow, I'll make sure he gets a good taste of the power of Brother Jian's big stick. They both saw with their own eyes that Song Jian killed a level 25 Blood Crow with one stick. Lu Sheng dares to come, but he has no way to escape. Underground passage. Lu Sheng walked in front, holding the blood drinker in his hand, and glanced around casually. Achoo! A loud sneeze echoed in the corridor. Lu Sheng rubbed his nose. Which sister is thinking about me? Xiaoyu and Lin Ruoxiu followed closely behind. He was frightened by his sneeze and his face turned pale. Because after sneezing, I heard the roar of a wave of monsters. Xiaoyu treated him as a formidable enemy and put 3 arrows on his bow. Sister Ruoxiu, give me an attack buff. Oh my god! Xiaoyu gasped. Huntress, the hairy monsters came in like a tide. It's so crowded that the road is blocked. Lu Sheng. This is all your fault. Xiaoyu scolded, use that skill you just used. What's wrong with me? Can you blame me for sneezing? Lu Sheng frowned. Very spicy. There are so many monsters, and they are so dense. No matter how powerful Lu Sheng's sword skills were, it would be impossible to clear them all. And powerful skills like this usually have a long CD time. Lin Ruoxiu added a magic shield to the 3 of them. Said, there are too many monsters, why don't we retreat first? What are you withdrawing for? Lu Sheng raised his sword. Sword-wielding technique. Countless sword shadows rose from behind Lu Sheng. Then it shot out from behind them like a rainstorm, making a whooshing sound through the air. The sword shadow seemed to have its own navigation, accurately hitting the monster's heart. Puff! Ouch! The sound of armor breaking and screams were endless. In less than 10 seconds, the monster tide turned into a pile of minced meat. The cave became quiet again. A white light flashed across Xiaoyu and Lin Ruoxiu's bodies. Their levels have all been raised to level 21. Lu Sheng's experience bar only grew a little bit. Xiaoyu was confused. I upgraded. Lin Ruoxiu also looked confused, me too. The two did nothing. I didn't even get to see what the monster looked like, but I gained a lot of experience points for no apparent reason. Xiao grabbed Lu Sheng's arm and said, "Brother, what skill is this? Are you a mage?" Lu Sheng shook the blood drinker and answered casually, "Have you ever seen a mage with a sword? Then that move you just made." Achoo! Lu Sheng sneezed again, interrupting Xiao's words. "It's too cold here. I'm catching a cold." He rubbed his hands. "Let's find a way out quickly." After saying that, he walked deeper into the cave, not taking the previous battle seriously at all. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu looked at each other. "Sister Ruoxiu, how did you get first place from this monster?" "I'm not number one, he is." "But isn't he a jobless person?" Lin Ruoxiu shook her head. She always felt that Lu Sheng's strength was a mystery. "Hurry up!" Lu Sheng urged when he saw that the two of them were not keeping up. "Here it comes. Why are you rushing me?" At the same time, not far behind them, Brother Li's team flashed out from the shadows. Just now, 6 sword shadows flashed in front of them. Although they chose to turn around and leave in the end, they were really scared. Every monster hit by the sword shadow will be killed instantly. "Brother Li, what kind of skill is this?" Zhang Daiyai asked in a trembling voice. "How would I know?" Brother Li swallowed, "You should ask the sword professionals." The great swordsman shook his head repeatedly, "I don't know, don't ask me. This is really outrageous. The cave is full of monsters at level 30, and there are also many elite monsters around level 32. Their team has to pull them out one by one to deal with them. Lu Sheng actually killed it in one move, and it was a large area." The great swordsman pinched his face. He felt that he might be under an illusion. "Brother Li." Zhang Daiyai's voice was trembling, "Should we continue?" Brother Li didn't answer. He also wondered if Lu Sheng would be angry if he found out they were following him. Aren't they also defeated with just one sword? Just then, Lu Sheng's voice came from deep in the cave. "Don't go down there. The frost crow is hard to defeat and you don't have any equipment." "What is a cold crow?" Just think of it as a blood crow using ice arrow." Xiao stood at the edge of the cave. Looking at the dark cave, I was a little hesitant. "Lu Sheng, shouldn't the passage be down there?" Lu Sheng shook his head. "No, there's a monster hunting spot down there. To get to the dark forest, you have to find the trap on the first floor." "Ah!" Xiao was stunned. "But everyone said." "Everyone says it's right, right?" Lu Sheng ignored the cold crow's hole and continued forward. "Let's go. Don't waste time." Xiao muttered, "How come you know this place so well? It's as if you've been here before." Lin Ruoxiu also felt strange, followed him, and asked in a low voice, "Lu Sheng, how do you know these things?" Lu Sheng said nothing and just led the way. Chapter 67. This conversation was heard clearly by Brother Li's team behind. The great swordsman's expression changed. There are only about 30 people in the entire Xingai city who have passed the dark secret realm. Most people are stuck in the underground tunnel and can't find the entrance to the next dungeon. Everyone always thought it was about finding some hidden item or defeating some special boss. I didn't expect the entrance to be on the first floor. Brother Li pinched his chin. This news is truly priceless. Could it be that Lu Sheng really knows the route to the dark secret realm? Then following him is equivalent to finding a way through. "Brother Li, we..." Zhang Daiyai was about to speak. Brother Li raised his hand to interrupt him, "Follow me. Follow Lu Sheng, maybe there will be other discoveries." The other people in the team looked at each other, but no one objected. The temptation to clear the dark secret realm is too great. The dark secret realm is not the most advanced copy in Xingai City, but it is definitely the most complicated copy. Passing the level means being recorded on the stone tablet in front of the dungeon gate and becoming famous. You can also find hidden monster killing spots, which is much more fun than hunting the fallen in the stone wasteland. Several people quickly followed. Lu Sheng took Xiaoyu and Lin Ruoxia wandering around the first floor, seemingly aimlessly. Strange, I've walked around in a circle and still can't see the exit. Lu Sheng, what are you looking for? Xiaoyu said impatiently, we've been walking around for half an hour, is this all right, brother? Don't be impatient. Lu Sheng stopped in front of a stone wall. I took a look at the map. This should be it. What do you want to do? Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Isn't this just a wall? You guys stand back. Wait. What are you going to do? Xiaoyu's intuition told her that Lu Sheng was going to do something very dangerous. Lin Ruoxia believed Lu Sheng and pulled Xiaoyu away. Lu Sheng stopped in front of the stone wall and knocked. The echo is more obvious here. Thinner than other places. That's it. Lu Sheng stepped back a few steps and took out the blood-drinking sword. In the darkness, his body emitted an arc of white light. Stay away. Xiaoyu reacted and shouted, are you crazy? This is the cave wall. What's wrong with the cave wall? It's not a load-bearing wall. But... no problem. Lu Sheng interrupted her, the map shows it's roughly here. Since you can't find an exit, then make one yourself. Hey, you. Trust him. Lin Ruoxia pulled Xiaoyu back more than 10 meters. Although I don't quite understand Lu Sheng's idea. But she felt Lu Sheng could do it. A white light appeared on Lu Sheng's body. Take a deep breath and hold the sword in your right hand. Sword 28, First Form. Green Lotus Sword Song. The silver sword energy slashed towards the stone wall in a crescent shape. Boom. Stone chips flew everywhere, leaving a deep dent in the wall. But it is far from enough. It's quite thick. This is the first time I've met an opponent who can force a second move. Lu Sheng shook his hands. The white light on his body became even brighter. This time even the pupils turned white. Sword 28, Second Style. A white rainbow pierces the sun. Different from the crescent sword energy just now. All the sword energy is concentrated at the tip of the sword. It condensed into pure energy and rushed towards the cave entrance. Boom! The whole cave began to shake. Gravel was flying everywhere. Lu Sheng was hit by the stone he had broken and was bleeding profusely. 50. 50. If it weren't for his fearless body, he would have been blown to death by himself. Wait until the vibrations subside. A dog hole appeared on the mountain wall. You should be able to fit in by turning sideways. A beam of light penetrates through the hole. Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide, and Lin Ruoxia also stood there in a daze. Lu Sheng actually destroyed the environment in the dungeon. Unlike the monsters in the dungeon, the environment in the dungeon is relatively stable. Even the most devastating skills can only destroy trees and create deep pits. It is impossible to blow up the cave wall used to set up obstacles. Otherwise, what's the point of the maze? Done. Lu Sheng dusted himself off and said, I'll go take a look first. He bent down and crawled into the cave. It disappeared very quickly. That's right. This is the Black Wasteland. Lu Sheng's voice came from outside the cave. Xiaoyu came back to her senses, oh my god. Lu Sheng is not only a monster in terms of strength, but also a bit mentally unstable. Sister Ruoxia, how many skills does this guy have? Lin Ruoxia shook her head. Look at this little hole. It was really difficult to let her get through. After Lin Ruoxia and Xiaoyu finished drilling through the dog hole, Li Ji's team, who had been hiding far away, came over. They were completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Zhang Dai rubbed his eyes. He blew up the wall. Brother Li looked solemn. Thousands of people were stuck in the underground passages of the dark secret realm. Clearing customs, it turns out to be so simple and rough? There is no need to find any hidden items or defeat any special bosses. Just blow up the wall? But the premise is, you have to have this kind of explosive power. Brother Li, shall we go in too? Zhang Dai leaned closer to the cave entrance and took a look. Of course. Brother Li gritted his teeth. Who else but Lu Sheng could have thought of this way to pass the level? Follow him, maybe we can really clear the entire dungeon. Several people rushed towards the cave entrance. Everyone else had left, and the great swordsman was spinning in circles in anxiety. Because he was wearing armor, he couldn't get through. In desperation, the great swordsman had no choice but to take off his armor. Now I'm only wearing a pair of shorts. Luckily no one saw it. The great swordsman muttered to himself. He squatted down and crawled out through the dog hole. The other side. Lu Sheng was already standing on the black wasteland, looking at the surrounding environment. Just as I remembered. Black land and sparse dead trees. Wandering corrupted rogue soldiers. There are no professionals here anymore. This is my first time in the black wasteland. Xiao blurted out. He took out his cell phone and took a selfie with a V sign in front of the landmark stone tablet in the black wasteland. What are you doing? Lu Sheng asked. Those who can reach the black wasteland in the dark secret realm are all powerful warriors above level 30. I have to take a picture and post it on my homepage. This way, more people will place orders. Brother, you are my lucky star. Lu Sheng didn't stop her from taking selfies from different angles, as taking pictures wouldn't take long anyway. Instead, I became curious, are you so short of money? Yet. I have a set of clothes I really want. It costs 100 million. What kind of clothes are so expensive? Lu Sheng was really impressed by the woman in front of him. A rare trace of loneliness appeared on Xiao's face. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Sheng didn't care at all and just shrugged. Glanced at Lin Ruoxiu. Do you want to take a picture? I can help you. No need. Lin Ruoxiu blushed, I don't have a circle of friends. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao put his arm around Lin Ruoxiu's shoulders. Sister Ruoxiu, a woman's youth is very short, so of course we have to keep it as a souvenir. Without waiting for Lin Ruoxiu's reply, Xiao put her arms around Lu Sheng's shoulders again and pulled him to the other side. Then, he raised his phone. Come on, smile. Chapter 68. Commemorating Team Xiao's first entry into the Black Wasteland. Eggplant. Click. Neither of them reacted. Xiao's behavior was really out of line. In the first selfie, Xiao was the only one smiling. Xiao was very dissatisfied and muttered, no. Take another picture. Lu Sheng pushed her hand away. I have work to do. Humph, if you don't take pictures of me and Sister Ruoxiu, then we will. You're so boring. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Lin Ruoxiu seemed a little nervous. Ah, Sister Yu, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were taking pictures? My face looks so big in the photo. Can you please make it smaller when you post it? Your face is already small, it only looks bigger because you are closest to the camera. Can you help me fix it? Half an hour had passed by the time the two women exchanged their opinions on photo editing. Lin Ruoxiu looked at the retouched photo with stars in her eyes. You're such a great photographer. Lu Sheng, come and take a look. There was no response for a long time. Lu Sheng. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu stood up hurriedly and looked around, but there was no sign of Lu Sheng. Where did this naughty little brother go? Xiao became nervous. Getting lost in the Black Wasteland is no joke. Lin Ruoxiu was also so anxious that she shouted everywhere. At this time, Lu Sheng's voice floated from far away. Come here quickly, I found the forgotten tower. He doesn't have the time to watch a woman retouching photos. While they were out of the way, I quickly explored the black wasteland. Now, Lu Sheng was standing in front of an ancient pagoda. The ancient tower is made of dark red stone bricks, and its surface is covered with magical black vines. The roof has collapsed. All that remains are jagged ruins. The whole tower looks dilapidated. The tower gate is a heavy iron door with complex runes engraved on it, and some dark red blood stains can be vaguely seen. Lu Sheng. Xiao ran over panting, with Lin Ruoxia following closely behind. You stinky little brother! Xiao grabbed Lu Sheng's arm. How can you run around alone? Lu Sheng looked at Xiao's nervous expression and rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? I killed all the monsters nearby before I left. There won't be any monsters that can threaten you. He paused. Besides, if anyone hurts you, I will never let him leave the secret realm alive. Xiao was stunned. She was originally worried that Lu Sheng would be in danger if he acted alone. Unexpectedly, what Lu Sheng thought about was their safety. This feeling of being valued. She had never experienced it before. At this moment, she was at a loss. Lin Ruoxia's face turned red. What did Lu Sheng just say? If someone hurts her, he will kill that person with his own hands? Does he care about me so much? I'm not that weak. Lin Ruoxia perked up. Classmate Lu Sheng, I will never become a burden to you. Xiao also came to her senses and hit Lu Sheng. You naughty little brother, if you leave my side again, I'll break your legs. Ah? What are you talking about? Lu Sheng didn't understand what was going on. The two women looked at the strange tower in front of them. What kind of place is this? It feels a bit old. Lin Ruoxia said. The Forgotten Tower. Lu Sheng looked at the dilapidated ancient tower in front of him and spoke slowly. This tower has a very ancient story. A long time ago, there lived a countess here. She is beautiful, noble, and possesses everything that the world envies. But she is afraid of aging and death. To maintain her youth, she began to seek forbidden techniques. She captured countless young girls and bathed herself in their blood, attempting to gain eternal beauty. Xiao shuddered, so disgusting. Her atrocities eventually attracted the attention of the church. The knights stormed the tower, arrested the countess, and executed her as a witch. Lu Sheng paused, his tone becoming more serious. But, when Diablo's power awakened in Tristram, the countess was also resurrected. After her resurrection, she is no longer human, but an undead creature filled with resentment and evil magic. She lurks at the bottom of the tower, continuing her bloody and horrific rituals. Lin Ruoxia listened attentively. Looking at Lu Sheng's solemn expression, she had a feeling that she just wanted to watch and do nothing. Xiao frowned. Wait, what was that big pineapple you were talking about? Diablo is the reason these demons appeared. Lu Sheng explained. So you mean, Andariel is not the final boss? Xiao pinched her chin. Sisterin? She's far from that. Lu Sheng stretched his body. The Countess is a very special existence in this world. Only after defeating her can you comprehend the language of runes. Since you can learn the forbidden words, mastering the language of runes shouldn't be that difficult. The two women were stunned. They didn't understand what Lu Sheng said at all. Just then, the heavy iron door suddenly opened with a click. At the same time, a charming and cold female voice came from inside the tower. Someone still remembers my story. Want the power of runes? Come down and see me, don't try to escape. Finished. Walls were built around the wasteland, trapping the three of them inside. What's going on? Xiao looked around in surprise. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of mechanism. What made her even more frightened was what the Countess had just said. Dungeon boss, can you understand what we are saying? Xiao was sweating profusely. Lu Sheng looked at Xiao with curiosity. Is there a boss who doesn't understand what people say? In my impression, starting from the vampire butler, Manoroth, Shajiro, Maitreya. These are characters that are active in various game worlds. They are real and have their own thoughts and emotions. Lin Ruoxiu shook her head and said, No, Lu Sheng, this is the first time I know about this. Maybe the ones we encountered were all low-level bosses. That's true. But the Countess isn't that great either. Lu Sheng walked towards the tower. Since she invited us, we can't refuse her kindness. Wait for me outside. She just likes young girls. No. I'll go with you. Lin Ruoxiu looked straight at Lu Sheng. I want to go too. I want to stab this disgusting villain into a porcupine. Xiaohu picked up the bow and arrow. Lu Sheng smiled and walked into the iron gate. Outside the high walls, the people in Brother Li's team were dumbfounded. What happened in here? The wall suddenly appeared. Did Lu Sheng discover us and stop us from peeping? Brother Li, what should we do now? Brother Li thought for a moment and looked at the 5-meter-high wall in front of him. Climb in. What? This wall is a bit high. A team member craned his neck to look at the 5-meter-high stone wall. Stop talking nonsense and build a human ladder. Brother Li pointed at the great swordsman, you're at the bottom. Chapter 69. The inside of the tower is dark and damp. The steps leading up have collapsed. There is only one entrance with steps leading down. As they stepped into the tower, the iron door behind them slammed shut. The torches on the wall lit up automatically. Lin Ruoxiu held Xiaohu's arm tightly. As a clergyman, she could clearly feel the eerie atmosphere in the tower. It's so cold in here. Xiaohu couldn't help but shiver. It's just like in the refrigerator. What the hell is the Countess doing down there? Lu Sheng walked in front. As soon as the words fell, there was a crackling sound coming from the ground. The flagstones began to loosen. Dry bones stretched out from the cracks. Immediately following, the entire ground began to shake. Oh shit! Xiaohu took a step back in fright. Countless skeletons crawled out from the ground. There are skeleton warriors armed with axes and rusty swords, skeleton archers with rotten wooden bows and arrows, and skeleton mages wearing tattered robes. So many level 30 monsters. Xiaohu gripped the bow tightly and aimed 3 arrows at the nearest skeleton warrior. These guys look tough. Lu Sheng is preparing to perform sword control. Wait. Lin Ruoxiu said, let me do it. You coming? Lu Sheng turned around and looked at Lin Ruoxiu. I can't just rely on you. Lin Ruoxiu said with a smile, it just so happens that I'm the nemesis of these guys. Lu Sheng recalled. The 5th floor of the Tower of Trials is filled with spiritual monsters. Yeruoxiu must have her reasons for being the second. Okay, come on. Lu Sheng took a step back. Xiaohu was stunned. Hey, you're a grown man, and you're letting Sister Ruoxiu face the skeleton army alone. Lin Ruoxiu stood at the front of the team. He held the scepter horizontally in front of him and closed his eyes. Start chanting the mantra. Purification. A low and solemn voice echoed in the tower. The dark tower was shrouded in a soft light. The skeleton army that was originally charging forward with great momentum was all frozen in place. Bones weather rapidly. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of powder was left. If it weren't for the equipment all over the floor proving their existence, I would have thought it was a dream. Xiaohu's eyes widened. She is the Spark Guild's power leveler. Why did it seem like he was the one being taken away? Lu Sheng clapped his hands and walked over. Not bad. Your skills. Lin Ruoxiu was breathing lightly, with beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. A blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She took a deep breath and shook her head. There was a hint of loneliness in his expression. Group purification can remove friendly debuffs and cause fatal damage to undead units. Unfortunately, my mental strength is only enough for one use. Lu Sheng, I feel, compared to you, I feel a little weak. The move just now seemed earth-shattering. It's her limit. As for Lu Sheng, he seems to be able to handle any situation with ease. Lu Sheng held her shoulders. Don't think so. I'm a melee profession, and my damage is mainly done by slashing with each blow, which doesn't consume any mental energy. Lin Ruoxiu sighed softly. My mental energy consumption is too high, and the recovery is slow, so my leveling efficiency has not improved. It's okay. Lu Sheng let go of his hand. Leave the rest to me. Not far behind. Xiao followed behind the two of them. Look at the two of them standing side by side intimately. He kicked away a pile of bone powder at his feet. Really? Why would I be a light bulb if I have nothing to do? After muttering something, he heard a strange humming sound around him again. His face darkened and he quickly followed. Lu Sheng and Lin Ruoxiu had already walked to the entrance to the next floor. Walking in the last drizzle. There was a rustling sound behind me. Look back. An iron gate appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way back. Xiao reached out and touched it, then quickly pulled her hand away. With an ugly expression, he said, Lu Sheng, Ruoxiu, we seem to be trapped. There is a magical restriction on this iron door. Lu Sheng glanced back. It is somewhat different from the original copy of the game. It doesn't matter. Just kill the Countess. Just then, the eyes of the stone statues on the second floor began to glow. Fallen Rogue Warrior. Level, 30. HP, 5000/5000. Giant Beast. Level, 30. HP, 10,000/10,000. These are not undead, it will be difficult for me to deal with them. Lin Ruoxiu gripped the scepter tightly. Sister Ruoxiu, take a rest. I'll do it. Xiao pulled the longbow and put 3 arrows on the string. Snort sniff. 3 flaming arrows flew towards the huge beast in front. The huge beast just paused. The arrow fell to the ground. Xiao's attack couldn't even break his defense. Ah! Impossible! When encountering a huge beast outside, Xiao was able to take down its blood, although it was strenuous. They have been strengthened by the Countess. Lu Sheng held a sword and stood in front of Xiao. Because this huge beast was extremely agile, it rushed in front of Xiao in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the rogue archer not far away was also aiming at Xiao. Sword formation. Open. The ground disappeared, and Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu found that they were now in the void. Countless sword shadows were floating in the void. They were all shocked by the scene. Field skills. Lin Ruoxiu's face turned pale. Skills that can change the terrain of the battlefield are called domain skills. In the field, the rules will be set by the users. Common ones include the forbidden magic field and the slow field. This is the first time I've seen so many swords. Lu Sheng did not use the sword control technique and the Green Lotus sword song. He simply swung his sword to block the huge beast's blow. Then he slashed horizontally, cutting the huge beast in half. It's an exaggeration. The huge beast stared at Lu Sheng with red eyes. All the monsters behind it. Both the fallen rogue warrior and the giant beast stopped moving. Next second, a thin line of blood appeared on their bodies. The monster that was so aggressive just now. At this moment, it is like dominoes being pushed down. It broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Ding! Kill 20 giant beasts, gain 3000 experience. Ding! Kill 30 fallen rogue female warriors, gain 4500 experience. Kill with 1 hit. Lu Sheng put away his sword and released the sword formation. At the same time, the downward iron door automatically pops up. Let's go. Lu Sheng said without turning his head. Walk straight towards the 3rd floor entrance. Xiao stared blankly at the corpses all over the ground. She pinched the flesh on her cheek and gave it a squeeze. Ouch! It's not a dream. The bottom floor of the Forgotten Tower. A woman wearing a dark red robe, with aging skin and a zombie-like face. His pupil-less eyes widened. Who is this guy? Originally, they just wanted to trick him and the two beautiful women beside him back as sacrifices. But now it seems that I made a dangerous choice. We need to change our strategy. Chapter 70. The monsters on the third and fourth floors were also killed instantly by Lu Sheng. Standing at the entrance to the fifth floor, Lu Sheng stopped. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu followed closely behind. Lu Sheng, that move you just made. Xiao swallowed, it was so cool. Yeah, domain skills. Lin Ruoxiu said in a trembling voice, I thought only second-level masters could do that. Lu Sheng, what's your profession? I'm just a jobless person. Lu Sheng waved his hand. Because I don't have a job, I can learn any skill. Is that so? Xiao tilted her head. She had never heard of this theory. But Lu Sheng was so powerful that she didn't know where to start. Okay, behind the door is the Countess. Be careful. Lu Sheng the stone gate at the entrance. The gloomy scene imagined did not appear. When I opened the door, there was a bright room. The crystal chandelier emits a soft light. The floor is covered with red carpet. The walls are hung with paintings and tapestries. Is this the bottom floor of the Forgotten Tower? Xiao looked around. If it weren't for the gloomy scene just now, she would have thought she had come to the palace of a medieval noble. Lin Ruoxiu was as if facing a formidable enemy. Be careful, it might be an illusion. Just then, there were footsteps further down the hall. A beautiful woman in a dark red robe, followed by two maids, walked slowly towards them. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu held their breath. This woman is so beautiful, isn't she? Snow-white skin and delicate three-dimensional facial features. There is a slit in the front of the robe to show off the perfect body. Not only is she beautiful, but every move she makes is extremely elegant. Xiao felt ashamed when she saw it. Welcome to my residence. The woman's voice was soft and pleasant. Especially you, a handsome and powerful warrior. She walked up to Lu Sheng. She stretched out her slender fingers, wanting to touch Lu Sheng's cheek. Bang! Lu Sheng slapped her hand away. Come on, you old zombie, you said you wanted to see me, what do you mean? The smile on the woman's face tightened slightly. But she soon regained her charming demeanor. Warrior, I admire your strength. As you know, I possess the rune word. As long as you submit to me, I will teach you the language of runes. How about it? As soon as the words fell, Lu Sheng's expression turned strange. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore. Covering his mouth with his hands, he chuckled, You? Rune word. The woman still had a confident smile on her face. Yes, the most original power in this world. Ha ha ha. You really know how to flatter yourself. Do you know what the outside world calls you? A hint of curiosity appeared on his face, which was a little gloomy because of being ridiculed. Oh? There are rumors about me in the outside world? Is it because of my strength or my beauty? Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Could you please stop being so immature, Rune Cow? Rune Cow. A trace of anger flashed across her face. You are so unreasonable. Lin Ruoxiu asked quietly, Sister Yu, is this a dungeon plot? I've never heard of any dungeon plot in the dark secret realm. Xiao felt her head buzzing. She had heard that there would be intelligent monsters in high-level copies. They don't necessarily kill, and they will make deals with humans. But the Dark Realm is just a level 25 dungeon. The strongest monster is also the level 35 boss Andriel. What kind of IQ can he have? But Lu Sheng actually triggered a hidden plot? After laughing, Lu Sheng pointed the bloodthirsty sword at her. Don't be so disgusting. With the beauty filter on like this, will your mother recognize you? Beauty? What are you talking about? It's this shabby illusion. Lu Sheng took a fighting stance. Remove it quickly. He. I sincerely wanted to make friends with you, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was alienation. She lowered her head. When you open it again, the pupil has disappeared. The surrounding scene also changed rapidly. The beautiful woman just now turned into a zombie wearing a tattered dark red robe and with grey skin all over her body. I'm going to kill you, screamed the countess. She held her hands up. Ice in the left hand, fire in the right hand. A white rainbow pierces the sun. Lu Sheng took the initiative. A brilliant sword light pierced through the countess's body. The countess lowered her head and glanced at her chest. Her pride was gone. You can see the dark red wall behind it. You don't follow common sense. Boom. Her body exploded. He didn't even have time to scream. Ding, kill the countess, experience plus 50,000. Get 500 points. Get attribute value. Constitution plus 20. Strength plus 8. Spirit plus 100. Agility plus 5. Hey! Lu Sheng was stunned. Mental strength increased by 100 points? You can only absorb 10% of the attributes. This countess's mental power is a bit exaggerated. If she really uses her skills, it's hard to say. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. Ah! Xiaoyu and Lin Ruoxiu were stunned. Another instant kill? Just now, their experience bar increased by half. This is too. Xiaoyu stuttered and couldn't speak. Just then, the ground began to shake. No, not the ground, but the entire Forgotten Tower. Boom! Stones began to fall from the ceiling and cracks appeared in the walls. Oh no! The tower is going to collapse. Xiaoyu's face changed drastically. Let's go. We're going to be buried here. Lu Sheng ran towards the remains of the countess's body. The countess was furious. But her robe remained. Lu Sheng picked up the robe and took a look at it. Dark Scarlet Witch Robe. Required mental power, 200. Unidentified. He grabbed the cloak and was about to put it in his backpack. I found 2 more stones underneath. Rune number 7, tall. Rune number 5, eth. Lu Sheng put the runes into his backpack. Lu Sheng. Let's go. Lin Ruoxiu shouted. The rocks above were falling faster and faster, and the hall could collapse at any time. She could have left just now, but she saw Lu Sheng still picking up equipment. She didn't leave. Boom! Another violent vibration. A big rock fell from the sky and hit Lin Ruoxiu. Lin Ruoxiu is one of the best among her peers. But she was just a clergyman, and her agility was frighteningly low. There's no way to avoid this stone. And at dangerous moments, the day's mechanism is triggered again. Lin Ruoxiu closed her eyes. Then, I felt like I was flying. I thought I was teleported out of the copy. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in Lu Sheng's arms. Still floating in the air. She glanced down. Lu Sheng was standing on the blood drinker at this time. Flying with a sword. Lu Sheng turned and shouted to Xiaoyu, come up quickly. Hold on to me. Ah! Xiaoyu was stunned. Hurry up! Lu Sheng yelled. He hugged Lin Ruoxiu tighter. Xiaoyu had no choice but to jump onto the flying sword in a hurry and hugged Lu Sheng's waist. Take off! Chapter 71. Drinking blood, he soared into the air. Carrying 3 people, it shuttled between the fallen rocks. Xiaoyu hugged Lu Sheng tightly. The whistling wind and the sound of falling rocks around her made her heart beat wildly. Lin Ruoxiu was held in Lu Sheng's arms, her cheeks flushed. Whoosh! In an instant, Blood Drinker passed through 5 steps and flew straight out of the gate of the Forgotten Tower. Outside the Forgotten Tower, Brother Li just climbed to the top of the wall. Thinking about how to jump, I saw the tall tower in front of me sinking into the ground. The high wall under his feet seemed to be swallowed by quicksand and was rapidly falling. Brother Li lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ouch! The others also couldn't stand steadily due to the shaking and fell all over the place. There are earthquakes in this instance. Zhang Dai patted his butt. The scene before him stunned him. Where is that huge tower just now? How come it has become a pile of rubble now? He became nervous and said in a trembling voice, Brother Li, Lu Sheng, the 3 of them are not buried in there, right? Maybe. The little boy with glasses pushed up his glasses frames. Did you see anything flying out just now? They all just saw a blurry shadow flying straight into the sky. It should be the magic used to teleport before death. Shouldn't it turn into white light and disappear immediately? Asked another team member. Maybe it depends on the person. Brother Li sighed, it looks like the battle inside is very fierce. What a shame. I thought Lu Sheng could really pass it. All 6 people were silent. Brother Li scratched his hair. Let's go back to the stone wilderness to level up. Brother Li's team is ready to leave. There is always an indescribable feeling in my heart. The great swordsman remained silent and walked at the end of the team. He looked back in the direction where the afterimage disappeared. Touched his head. I don't think that's the direction of the dungeon exit either. The other side. On the Tama Plateau. An overloaded sword landed smoothly at an ancient gate. Just landed. Xiao pushed Lu Sheng away. Covering my mouth, I rushed to a rock and supported myself on it. Ugh, ugh. Lin Ruoxiu was gently put down by Lu Sheng. She still has weak legs? She asked in a daze. Lu Sheng, is this, flying with a sword? Yes. How do you have such advanced skills? A strange old man taught me when I was back at school yesterday. Lin Ruoxiu was shocked. Flying with a sword is a special skill that can only be learned by high-level sword professionals, and it requires at least the 2nd level to be 40 to learn. But Lu Sheng? Really curious, Lin Ruoxiu saw Lu Sheng's smiling face in front of her eyes. How does it feel? How it feels? Lin Ruoxiu thought about how Lu Sheng had been holding her just now, and now his heartbeat was still echoing in her ears. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head and said, It's a very reassuring feeling. Don't worry, that's good. Lu Sheng glanced at Xiao who was still vomiting. It seems like you're a real genius. You're not scared at all when flying so fast. Look at Xiao, she's vomiting like that. Xiao had already vomited out all her breakfast. She wiped the corner of her mouth. He stood up straight and approached Lu Sheng. He poked Lu Sheng's chest with his finger. Hey! How can it be the same? You were holding her and flying, but I was standing the whole time. Lin Ruoxiu's face turned even redder when she heard this. Lu Sheng laughed heartily. What are you talking about? Next time you want to ride a flying sword, I'll charge you. Humph! I won't sit. Xiao glanced away. I was so angry that I found I didn't know how to fight back. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of the Crimson Gate in front of her. The whole person was stunned. She remembered what the senior from the Spark Guild had told her. Here it is. Her voice was trembling. It's the monastery you've been thinking about. You're the one I'm thinking about all the time. Xiao looked frightened. Because the senior told her. There's a particularly terrifying monster in the monastery. I had originally promised Lu Sheng to come to the monastery, and it was really just a promise. I didn't expect that I could actually go. No, fly here. An indescribable fear surged in my heart. Lu Sheng disagrees. The corner of his mouth raised. Don't you want to level up? This is the strongest group of monsters in the dungeon. Let's go and kill all the monsters here, said. Lu Sheng strode towards the monastery's gate. Wait a minute. Xiao wanted to stop it. But it was too late. Lu Sheng pushed gently. The heavy door slammed shut with a clang. It fell directly. The gate fell to the ground, raising a cloud of sand. And, behind the door, there is also a group of indigenous people enjoying the sunbathing. A zombie whose body is almost completely rotten, a skeleton without any flesh on it. Besides, covered with porcupine-like quills, with no pupils and bleeding from the corners of its mouth. Big rat! They all turned around and looked at the three people standing outside the door. Devil rat. Level 32. HP, 20,000/20,000. Ah! When Xiao saw the big rat, she put her hands on her face and screamed. Lin Ruoxiu's face was also pale. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Because some strange ritual was interrupted. The monsters looked angry. He roared and pounced towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's fingertips crossed the sword and the sword formation opened. He rushed in towards the monster with sword in hand. At the same time, burial place. The cold wind was howling. Wang Hao tilted his head and was about to fall asleep. Lu Ruyan pushed his arm. Brother Hao. Wang Hao was awakened at this moment. Ah! What happened? Lu Ruyan pointed at Song Jian, who was sitting on a tombstone not far away from Bulletin Jingyun. Looks anxious. We've been sitting in the boneyard all morning. Do we still want to upgrade? Wang Hao took out his phone and took a look. FK, it's 2 o'clock. They killed the blood crow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Waiting for Lu Sheng here for 4 hours? After seeing Song Jian kill the blood crow in seconds, I was glad that I followed Song Jian. At least I could reach level 25 today. As a result, half a day passed while waiting. Song Jian didn't take them to the dungeon for nothing. But Wang Hao spent an A-level skill book to hire him. He saved up for months to get this nice thing. Just a waste of time? Absolutely not. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and walked up to Song Jian. He thought of his words. Lu Sheng might have been killed by monsters before coming to the burial ground, so there was no need to wait any longer. After all, that guy is an unemployed person. In this kind of high-level map, it is normal to be killed by wild monsters. Wang Hao came to Song Jian tremblingly. Brother Jian. Song Jian sat on the tombstone without saying a word. Wang Hao thought Song Jian was thinking about something important and didn't dare to disturb him. Waited for a while. Brother Jian, I think Lu Sheng might. Wang Hao plucked up the courage to move closer. I heard some strange and rhythmic sounds. Snore. Wang Hao was stunned and looked up at Song Jian. He's not thinking at all. But fell asleep. Brother Jian. Chapter 72. Song Jian was awakened by Wang Hao's loud voice and sucked in his saliva. He regained his proud look. Is Lu Sheng here? No. Brother Jian, it's already 2 o'clock. Wang Hao was so anxious that he jumped up and down. Should we still upgrade? Song Jian yawned. Jump off the tombstone. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Sheng hasn't arrived yet. I think he might be dead. Wang Hao said hurriedly. It's normal for an unemployed person to be killed by wild monsters in a place like this. Song Jian glanced at him. What do you know? If that guy goes out, someone will definitely give me information. He's still in the dungeon. But... Wang Hao wanted to persuade him, but Song Jian had already changed the tombstone and sat down. Wait a little longer. At the same time, Lu Sheng walked out of the cathedral, sword in hand. Xiao and Lin Ruoxiu followed behind him. Xiao's face turned red with excitement. I'm level 26. Level 26. Lin Ruoxiu's face was also full of disbelief. Teaming up with Lu Sheng, the leveling speed is as fast as cheating. Lu Sheng glanced at his panel. Name, Lu Sheng. Occupation, SSS-level Sword Immortal. Level, 28. Constitution, 723. Strength, 548. Spirit, 336.8. Agility, 510. He frowned. Only level 28, too slow. It seems I set my sights too low. We should go to a higher level dungeon. Lin Ruoxiu saw Lu Sheng stop and thought he was tired. Quietly approach him. There are only skeleton mages here. Let me deal with them. Need not. Lu Sheng refused directly. Prepare your magic resistance skills. The guy you are facing next has area damage skills. I can't guarantee your safety. Lu Sheng looked at the entrance to the underground tomb in front of him. Andriel, right at the bottom. Just as he was about to enter, a gruff voice came from behind him. Stop! Lu Sheng turned around. A deck of cards appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a fat man was seen emerging from the playing cards. The fat man was wearing a magician's suit. But this figure is really not suitable. Lu Sheng used insight to take a quick look. Name, Lu Lei. Occupation, S-level card master, awakening. Level, 41. Constitution, 123. Strength, 144. Spirit, 1366. Agility, 210. It's not a wild monster, it's a professional. Lu Sheng looked at him calmly. What's up? Lu Lei pointed in the direction outside, furious. Boy, have you killed all the monsters outside? Yes. You. Lu Lei kicked his feet. How did you get in? Didn't anyone at the foot of the mountain tell you that you can't come here? Foot of the mountain? Refers to the area below Tamo Highlands. Lu Sheng came here by flying on his sword, so he naturally crossed the Tamo Highlands. No, what's wrong? This leveling point has been contracted. This is not a place for outsiders like you to come. Xiao stood up immediately. Who are you? The monsters in the Dark Realm are public property, so of course it's first come, first served. Who are you? Lu Lei glanced at Xiao. I'm a power player for the Spark Guild. Power player. Lu Lei became even more furious. Do you know who I am? Xiao looked at Lu Lei's face. Although I don't remember the face. But this figure looks a little familiar. I am the leader of the training team. Lu Lei roared. Xiao was petrified on the spot. Captain Lu Lei. Humph. Gu Xiao, hey. I remember you. Lu Lei put his hands on his hips and cursed. I've been in this business for a year, received 20 orders, and received 21 complaints. I can't come to the organization's leveling training. There's no morning meeting, and they don't even recognize me. Lu Lei became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and the flesh on his face drooped. Xiao has always been cheerful and lively. At this time, he lowered his head and his face was pale. Bowed to Lu Lei. I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't know it was you who came. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Xiao slapped herself twice. Snap. Snap. Two crisp sounds. Lu Sheng frowned slightly and was about to speak. Lin Ruoxiu tugged at the corner of his clothes. Don't interfere. Why? It's not easy to find a good job, especially for a D-class professional like her. Lin Ruoxiu sighed. Professionals generally do not use insight to see other people's information out of courtesy. Before entering the dungeon, Lin Ruoxia was curious about who could team up with Lu Sheng. She secretly used the insight technique, but because her mental power was much higher than Xiaohu's, Xiaohu did not notice it. D-rank professional. Lu Sheng was a little surprised. Class D is an awakened person who is only slightly stronger than a life professional. No wonder Xiaohu looks like he has only been working for 2 or 3 years, but is only level 20. I was blind to recognize the great man. Please, don't fire me. Lu Lei didn't appreciate it at all and pointed at her and scolded her even more fiercely. You don't study the rules and regulations of the power training group properly. You just slack off all day long. Let me tell you, every little monster and every elite in the monastery is used to upgrade the reserve members of the Spark Pioneer group. He stamped his feet in anger. FK, we clearly arranged for people to persuade them to return, but how did someone still sneak in? And they're my own employees. With a plop, Xiaohu knelt in front of Lu Lei. Captain, please, I really can't do without this job. It's too late to say anything. Lu Lei cursed more and more vigorously, people like you are hopeless. Others are less talented and know how to work hard, but if they don't have the actual skills, they just provide emotional value to the customers. You are a complete waste. Xiaohu's shoulders twitched and she cried inconsolably. Lu Lei showed no sympathy at all. Instead, he put his hands on his hips. He cursed, you're really causing trouble. If the pioneers come and find there aren't any monsters here, I'll be demoted. After scolding Xiaohu, Lu Lei seemed still unsatisfied. Turning his head, he looked at Lu Sheng. He snorted coldly, you've got such a great advantage. Get out of here. Do you still want to enter the tomb and fight Andriel? Lu Sheng walked towards him with an expressionless face. Hey, aren't you happy after hearing what I said to you? Lu Lei tucked his words, you don't think that just because you can defeat the monsters in the monastery, you can defeat. A palm gradually grew larger in his field of vision. It was so fast that he had no time to react. Bang! There was a loud bang. Lu Lei's head was pressed to the ground by Lu Sheng. The entire ground trembled. Gravel flew everywhere, and blood oozed from Lu Lei's forehead. I don't care what kind of shitty leader you are. I spent money to enter the dungeon, I can play however I want. UBD. Let me go. Lu Lei used his hands and feet, but there was a huge gap in strength. He could only rage helplessly on the ground. I'll let you go, M. Is this the attitude of begging? Lu Sheng increased the strength in his hands. It was the first time that Lin Ruoxia saw Lu Sheng with such a cold expression. If you can't learn to speak properly, I can teach you until you can. Chapter 73. Lu Lei's head was pressed to the ground and his face was deformed. Xiao raised her head with tears in her eyes. Looking at Lu Sheng, he was speechless for a moment. You little brat! Do you know who I am? Lu Lei spoke unclearly. If you dare to touch me, the Spark Guild's law enforcement team will not let you go. Lu Sheng just silently increased his strength. Threatening Lu Sheng failed. Lu Lei glared at Xiaohu, Gu Xiaohu. Why don't you stop your client? Just wait. I'm going to hand you all over to the law enforcement team. I'll show you what happens if you offend the Spark Guild. Xiaohu's face turned even paler. The Spark Guild's law enforcement team. The level is not the highest, but the means are the most stringent. They are extremely cruel to those who cause trouble on the Spark Guild's territory. In the mildest cases, the victim may suffer broken hands or feet. In serious cases, tortured to the point of mental breakdown. Besides, the Spark Guild will handle the aftermath, so there's no point in suing. Still with that tone, right? Lu Sheng's voice turned cold. Let me teach you. Before he finished speaking. Snort sniff. 5 golden lightsabers fell from the sky. Stabbed around Lu Sheng. A formation was formed. A strong feeling of numbness spread throughout the body. Lu Sheng's body stiffened. But he still gritted his teeth and increased the strength of his hands to prevent the pig under him from breaking free. "You bold lunatic! Why don't you let him go?" Lu Sheng looked up. "I saw a portal appear in the void." Flash by. 6 guys in black robes appeared, floating in the air. Leading the group was a young man wearing a black robe with a sword hanging from his waist. Lu Sheng glanced at his panel. Lin Ran. Level 50. Occupation, S-Class Magic Swordsman. Magic Swordsman? It's a rather rare profession. Upon awakening, you will receive a sword that can grow. This sword has its own skills. It is equivalent to upgrading both the person and the sword. Man learns sword skills, and the sword learns magic. An ultra-rare profession that is comparable to SS-level professionals at the same level. See the savior! Lu Lei shouted loudly, "Captain Lin! Save me! This kid robbed the monastery of monsters and beat me up. And you're threatening our Spark Guild." Lin Ran landed slowly. His face looked a little ugly. "Let him go, we can talk it out." "Why?" Lu Sheng sneered, "He was the first to disrespect me." "Captain Lin!" Lu Lei complained hurriedly, "This kid sneaked into the monastery to kill monsters. He cleared all the monsters left for the pioneer group. I tried to persuade them to leave in a gentle manner, but not only did they not listen, they even started beating me up." Lin Ran frowned. He closed his eyes. The spiritual power swept across the entire monastery. "Really, the monsters are gone. Not a single monster is left. These are resources for upgrading the reserve members of the pioneering team. Brushing once a day can provide nearly 2 million experience points. But they never finish cleaning it out, there is always some left over." Lin Ran was a little surprised. Used insight on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng. Level 28. Occupation, unemployed. Unemployed? Level 28? Lin Ran was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lin Ruoxiu again. Lin Ruoxiu. Level 26. Occupation, S-Class Cleric. I see. S-level priests are indeed the nemesis of the undead and demons. This S-level professional cleared out the monsters. Those without jobs are just here to gain experience. A full bucket of water makes no sound, but a half-full bucket of water will cause a lot of sloshing. Lin Ran said coldly. At this time, one of his men came over and whispered, "Captain Lin, this is a bit strange." "What's wrong? Isn't Captain Lu a level 41 card master? How could he be pinned to the ground by a level 28 unemployed personnel?" Lin Ran finally reacted. Something is indeed wrong. But he soon figured it out. It must be that Lu Sheng has some silencing skill that prevents Lu Lei from using any skills. And Lin Ruoxiu gave him a powerful buff. He knows the methods of S-level professionals better than anyone else. "I'll say it again, let him go." Lin Ran's tone was a little impatient. Just then, Xiaohu knelt in front of Lin Ran. "Captain Lin, please, let Lu Sheng go. He was just trying to help me out." "Well, who are you?" Lin Ran glanced at Xiaohu and used another insight technique. Gu Xiaohu. Level 26. Occupation, D-rank archer. I'm a substitute player for the Xingguo substitute team." Xiaohu's voice trembled. Several people from the pioneer group laughed. From the power training group? No wonder he's so useless. Who would want to be a power leveler if they have the skills? Only losers with poor talent would do this job. Shut up! Lin Ran scolded, and the person behind him immediately stopped laughing. Lin Ran nodded and said, "Your friend is quite loyal. How about this, for your sake, as long as he lets go of Lu Lei and apologizes to him? I won't hold him responsible for what happened today." "Thank you." Xiaohu was about to speak. Lu Sheng had already rejected it. Dream on. Lin Ran frowned. What kind of attitude is this when you speak to him in a nice tone? What? Am I giving you too much face? Just asking you to apologize is a dream. Don't you think you're a little crazy? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and his expression became extremely solemn. Lu Sheng stood up. Kicked Lu Lei with his foot. You want me to apologize to this pig? Impossible. And Lu Sheng looked directly into Lin Ran's eyes. I hate you guys who only know how to monopolize resources the most. It's useless, but they're quick to grab resources. Not just the monastery, Andariel, I want it too. Lin Ran frowned. Andariel? That is their pioneering team's goal in 3 months. In the pioneer group, no one except herself can take her down. Now a level 28 unemployed person actually dares to say that he wants to snatch Andariel? You want to snatch Andariel too? Lin Ran smiled. Do you think you're worthy? The members of the pioneer group behind him also laughed. Hahaha, is this kid mentally ill? It's normal for unemployed people to have poor brains. Captain, should we just destroy him? That way he won't say anything more outrageous. It's okay. I've already trapped him with the Sword of Light. It's no use trying to be tough. Lu Sheng stood up and reached out to touch the lightsaber. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. It turned out to be the Sword of Sealing Light. Lu Sheng raised the blood drinker. Sword formation, start. Dense sword lights swirled in the air, forming a huge sword formation. There was nothing under my feet. And the previous protective lightsabers were all shattered by the darkness. The church backyard, the environment has changed. The dilapidated stone wall disappeared, replaced by countless long swords wandering in the air. The sword energy is everywhere, and the murderous intent is awe-inspiring. This is no longer a monastery, but a world made up of swords. Lin Ran widened his eyes. What? Why can't I use skills in my own sword formation? And is it an advanced domain skill? Chapter 74. Skills broken. Lin Ran's face darkened. As the leader of the Spark Guild's pioneering team, he felt that his temper was good enough. I gave you enough face, but Lu Sheng, an unemployed person, not only didn't feel grateful, he even took advantage of me. Shut up! How dare you challenge our Spark Guild? A burly man following behind Lin Ran jumped out. He cracked his knuckles and flames appeared in his fists. Let me, Zhou the Flame Fist, take care of you. He exerted force on his feet and jumped 3 meters high. Holding the hammer in both fists, he smashed down at Lu Sheng from above. Lu Sheng frowned, raised his blood drinker, and collided with his fist. Idiot! All 10 of Zhou fingers were severed. The blood-drinking red light cut through the flames. The gushing blood drew a vertical line on his clothes in front of him. Blood flowed down the blood trough and dripped onto the ground. Zhou Yu knelt on the ground, looking at his fingerless palm. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching howl. The next moment, he turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Lu Sheng shook off the blood drinker. Ding! Defeat Flame Fist Zhou Yu. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 28. Spirit plus 9. Agility plus 7. Get 35 points. The vampire's absorption skill has taken effect. The others were all standing there in a daze. It was obviously the first time for Lin Ruoxiu and Xiaohu to see such a violent scene. Their opponents have always been various monsters in dungeons. This is the first time I've seen such a brutal battle between professionals. How dare you hurt my team members? Lin Ran roared and jumped in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng just narrowed his eyes. He attacked me first. A-hole, you're an unemployed person. How dare you stir up trouble here? The 4 professionals following Lin Ran moved forward at the same time, surrounding Lu Sheng in the middle. They are all trainee members of the pioneering group, and their levels are all above 35. One of the girls, with red eyes, clenched the staff in her hand and said in a trembling voice, "How dare you kill Zhou Rong? I want you dead." "That's right. How dare you touch anyone from our Spark Guild? Don't even think about leaving here alive." The four men raised their weapons and attacked Lu Sheng from four directions. "Really?" Lu Sheng raised the bloodthirster horizontally to block the battle axe coming down from the front. Clang! The berserker holding the giant axe felt a numbness in his wrist. "I was just about to change the chop to a sweep." Lu Sheng had already taken the lead and stabbed him in the heart with an arrow. Blood gushed out. In an instant, he turned into white light and disappeared. Ding! Defeat the berserker Li Wenqiang. Constitution plus 12. Strength plus 31. Spirit plus 6. Agility plus 5. Obtain points 36. At this time, the attacks from others arrived. Lu Sheng stood on tiptoe and leaned back slightly. Dodged 3 consecutive arcane missiles flying from the side. Then he swung his sword backhand, sweeping across the neck of the mathematical wizard girl. Ah! The girl covered her neck. In an instant, it turned into white light. Ding! Defeat the math master Wang Lily. Constitution plus 7. Strength plus 5. Spirit plus 25. Agility plus 6. Get 35 points. Lu Sheng stopped for a moment. 2 chains came and wrapped around his hands like snakes. "We got him!" The man holding the chains with both hands shouted. The next second, the assassin disappeared as the battle began. Appeared above and behind Lu Sheng. Holding a blue dagger in his hand, he stabbed it towards Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng! Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Ruoxiu wanted to step forward to help. 3 spinning playing cards flew towards Lin Ruoxiu. The piercings pierced 3 places on Lin Ruoxiu's clothes, sending her flying and pinning her to the wall of the church. The dagger was about to pierce the back of Lu Sheng's neck. Lu Sheng clenched his fists and pulled hard. "Pull the chained man to the ground." He turned around and used the chain to block the assassin's dagger. The hand couldn't withstand the impact and the dagger flew away. The assassin was stunned and was strangled by Lu Sheng with a chain. Lu Sheng held him in his arms, using both hands to push him hard. The assassin's face turned pale and he uttered incoherent words. "Stop!" Just before his neck was strangled, 3 shuriken-like objects pierced Lu Sheng's wrists. Lu Sheng's wrist felt numb. Looking down, I saw 3 playing cards. But that's not all. Lu Sheng heard a strange noise in the air. When he looked up, he saw a huge lightsaber, the tip of the sword pointing at him. Coming straight down. Lu Sheng tapped the ground with his toes and rolled to the left. The first lightsaber grazed his shoulder and pierced the stone slab. Boom! The stone slabs exploded and gravel flew. The second lightsaber followed closely. Lu Sheng supported himself on the ground with his hands and leaned back into a bow shape. The lightsaber passed through his chest diagonally and pierced into the ground, causing another explosion. The third, the fourth. 10 lightsabers in total. Wherever it went, explosions occurred. Outside the church, there was smoke and dust. As early as the beginning of the battle, Xiao was thrown far away by Lin Ran. She was now on her knees, stunned. Is this the battle between high-level professionals? Something was burning on the ground, and black smoke was coming out. The entire battlefield was covered in smoke and dust. Xiao's pupils dilated and expanded. This is Lin Ran's ultimate move, Soul Severing Slash. S-level sword skills for quickly clearing the field. She had just joined the guild and encountered a rampaging level 30 boss while on a mission. Just when she thought she was dead, Lin Ran appears and uses this move to kill all the boss and monsters instantly. The boss's health and defense are much higher than those of ordinary professionals. Completion. No matter how powerful Lu Sheng's attack is, there's no way he could survive this explosion. Lin Ran had the intention to kill Lu Sheng. Xiao wanted to run to save people. But he was grabbed by the assassin and the chain man and pinned to the ground. You traitor! I'll deal with you when I get back. As soon as the words fell, a crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly appeared in the dust. Before the two of them could react, they were cut in half by the sword energy. It instantly turned into white light and dissipated. In the smoke and dust, a figure was slowly walking towards Xiao. Lu Sheng. His shirt was gone, his body was covered with scars, and his cheeks were a little black. But his expression was calm. Xiao was trying to get up. Two figures turned their backs to him and landed in front of Xiao. It's Lin Ran and Lu Lei. One held a shining magic sword, and the other held a playing card between his fingers. But both of them were full of murderous intent, as if facing a formidable enemy. It takes two team leaders to deal with this person. In this dungeon, there is no one else except Andriel. Impossible. Lin Ran gritted his teeth. I clearly hit you, how come you're not dead? It was the first time he saw a human being who survived being hit by the soul-severing light sword. Even the president didn't dare to take his move. Lu Sheng's eyes also became fierce. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This move is really cruel. It has the 90% damage reduction of Fearless Body and 800 points of Constitution. His body was covered with wounds. Fortunately, there was no damage to the internal organs, only superficial injuries. Who the hell are you? Chapter 75. Another deck of cards appeared in Lu Lei's hand. But sweat was already breaking out on his forehead. The playing card that could cut off the limbs of a level 40 monster only pierced Lu Sheng's skin. He was going there to destroy Lu Sheng. How could an unemployed person have such strength? Your Spark Guild is even more disgusting than the Emperor Guild. If you can't afford to open a dungeon, don't open one. Lu Sheng raised the blood drinker and pointed it at the two of them. Sword-wielding technique. Lin Ran suddenly felt something was wrong, and his whole body was covered by a golden energy shield. Countless blood-drinking sword shadows rushed towards them like Gatling guns. The energy shield only lasted less than 2 rounds before it shattered. In Lin Ran's pupils, the tip of the sword grew bigger and bigger. Next second. Ah! Lin Ran felt like his body was being torn apart. He supported himself on the ground with both hands and vomited a mouthful of blood. The surrounding environment also shifted from the smoke-filled church to the grass. Captain Lin. And Captain Lu. What happened to you? Why are you so seriously injured? Quick! Call all the healers to the emergency room. This was the last sound Lin Ran heard. After a series of prompt sounds, Lu Sheng's physique increased by 55 points, strength increased by 73 points, spirit increased by 200 points, and agility increased by 62 points. It absorbed some of the attributes of Lin Ran and Lu Lei. The attributes of both of them are too exaggerated. Taller than 4 people combined. Constitution, 814. Strength, 713. Spirit, 556.8. Agility, 599. Lu Lei's mental strength was as high as 1,300 points, which instantly added 130 points to Lu Sheng's mental strength. Lu Sheng restrained his murderous intent. It seems that I still need to fight more with powerful professionals. Come back to your senses. I saw Xiao looking at me with fear in her eyes. Lu Sheng raised his head and smiled, it's okay. Xiao widened her eyes. She got up and looked at Lu Sheng. The guy's body was covered in wounds and blood. Yet he can still laugh so freely? Does he know how big a mistake he has made? Lu Sheng, you. I'm fine. Lu Sheng sighed, well, I just have to buy new clothes again. Every time I go to a dungeon, I get a piece of clothing damaged. At this moment, Lin Ruoxiu also limped over. Her robe also had several tears in it, revealing the fair and tender skin behind. She covered her shoulder, injured by being nailed against the wall by Lu Lei. But she wasn't worried about herself right now. Lu Sheng, you killed 2 leaders of the Spark Guild. Lin Ruoxiu's voice trembled slightly. It's just so. Lu Sheng said with a smile. I'm not talking about this. Lin Ruoxiu spoke loudly to Lu Sheng for the first time. You killed the leader of the Spark Guild, they won't let you go. I won't die. Lu Sheng shrugged. He was very aware of the damage he had done to himself. There are no skills that cause continuous blood loss such as bleeding and poisoning. As long as you have the credentials to enter the dungeon, 10 health points will be forcibly locked. You won't die. Didn't they just turn into white light and disappear? That would be better, but Lin Ruoxiu wanted to say something else. Xiao grabbed Lu Sheng's arm. Lu Sheng, let's go. She no longer had the liveliness she had when they first met, and her voice was tearful. Even if they're not dead, the Spark Guild won't let you go. Right. Lin Ruoxiu nodded and said, let's go quickly. Lu Sheng, you can stay in our trading house for 2 days. We are protected by the Awakener Guild, they dare not cause trouble. As long as he can wait until the college entrance examination is over, Lu Sheng will leave Xingai City. The Spark Guild won't cause him any trouble. Although it may cause some trouble for Morning Star Exchange. For Lu Sheng, it's all worth it. There was a moment of silence. Lu Sheng sighed, I thought you were going to say something. It's impossible to leave. If we want to leave, we have to deal with Andriel first. What? The 2 women shouted in unison. Are you crazy? Lin Ruoxiu was anxious. We're all injured like this, how can we still have the strength to fight the boss of the level 35 dungeon? Yet. Xiao shook her head vigorously. The Spark Guild could come at any moment. We should get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Lu Sheng carried the blood drinker on his shoulders. Walk towards the tomb entrance. Just follow me. If you come to a dungeon and don't fight the boss, you'll be at a disadvantage. He said without turning his head. Lu Sheng. Lin Ruoxiu wanted to catch up and just took a step. My left leg hurt and I almost fell down. Xiao quickly supported her, Sister Ruoxiu, your legs. I was just injured by that professional card master. Lin Ruoxiu gritted her teeth and stood firm. In order not to worry Lu Sheng, she did not mention it. The priest can recover health, but the pain from the injuries will not go away for a while. Entrance to the tomb. Lu Sheng stopped and looked back at the 2 of them. If you don't come, I'll go in by myself. You just wait for me here. Wait. Xiao gritted her teeth, I said I won't leave you until the copy is finished. She nodded to Lin Ruoxiu and took her arm as they walked towards the tomb. Stone Wilderness. Song Jianyi made a judgment and flattened a huge beast. There were also pieces of beast flesh on the judgment, dripping with blood. Damn it! Song Jian kicked the beast's corpse away. Veins popped out. It's already 5 o'clock. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan followed behind with their heads lowered. Song Jian led the way in front, cursing. I can't do anything right, but I'm more likely to cause trouble than to wake me up sooner. It's already 5 o'clock. There's no way we can reach Andariel's lair today. Wang Hao felt aggrieved. He clearly shouted twice. It was Song Jian who insisted on waiting for Lu Sheng to come and bury his bones. Lu Sheng never came. It's okay now. Remember to brush equipment. And put all the responsibility on him. But does Wang Hao dare to say it? He was still dizzy from the slap Song Jian had given him earlier. Lu Sheng. It's all your fault. You're a piece of shit, a cheater, and you even stood me up. There are 3 hours left before the copy is closed. Song Jian shouted, hurry up, we have to find the cave tunnel quickly, there is still a long way to go, damn. Deep within Andariel's lair. Is this Andariel? Xiao gasped. The Queen of Pain, one of the 4 great demon lords. The pressure she exudes is enough to make ordinary professionals lose the courage to confront her. It is over 3 meters tall and has 4 spider legs on its back. The body looks like a human, but the legs down are like sheep's hooves. It looks very strange. Andariel let out a sharp hiss. A fan-shaped circle of poisonous mist spurted out of its mouth. The poison rolled towards Lu Sheng. Lin Ruoxia was well prepared. Before it spewed out the poisonous mist, the holy light shield magic was already prepared. A white magic shield appeared on the 3 of them. Appeared just in time before being completely enveloped by the green poisonous fog. Isolate the poisonous fog outside. But Lin Ruoxia did not dare to be careless. Because the magic shield was being eroded by the poisonous fog at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 76. The magic attack that Andariel was proud of was blocked by human magic. It was furious. He ran towards Lu Sheng at a speed of 70 yards, striding forward like a sheep. The 4 spider legs behind it raised up at the same time. Prepare to pierce Lu Sheng when he rushes in front of him. Of course Lu Sheng would not wait to die. Green Lotus Sword Song. The crescent sword energy was swung out. A damage prompt starting with 100,000 appears. It is about 10 times more powerful than a normal attack. Lu Sheng finally saw the approximate damage of the first move of Sword 28. After being cut by the sword energy, Andariel was stunned by the severe pain. Next. A white rainbow pierces the sun. This time the damage is 20 times that of a normal attack. As high as 200,000. Andariel's chest suddenly exploded. A hole appeared through which one could see behind. Ouch! Andariel let out a miserable cry. A puff of white smoke came out of her mouth. Then, a wave of white energy surged from her body, ricocheting around the nest and surging out. Ding! Kill Andariel. Gain 50,000 experience points. Get 2,000 points. Congratulations, you have become the 37th Awakener to clear the Dark Secret Realm. Peace has been achieved at Rogue Camp and it will be closed soon. All professionals are about to be transferred out of the dungeon. What? Lu Sheng was stunned. Wait a minute, I haven't picked up the equipment yet. The entrance to the Dark Secret Realm. The professionals suddenly appeared in the square in front of the portal. Each of them maintained a fighting stance with a confused look on their faces. What's going on? I was leveling up, how did it get leaked? I was fighting a monster, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck, and the monster died. Didn't you hear the hint? Someone cleared the dungeon, and we were just being transferred out. So, this dungeon is unusable until the new boss appears. The professionals were discussing it in a flurry. Song Jian stood among the crowd holding the judgment. His face turned ashen. He hadn't found the cave tunnel yet. Someone killed Andariel and passed the level. They had been warned that Andariel was their prey. Song Jian was furious. Who has passed the Dark Secret Realm? Song Jian shouted to the crowd. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the chat room of professionals. The professionals looked at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to speak. In the crowd, Brother Li, Zhang Dai, and 4 others were also there. Could it be that Lu Sheng has passed the level? But didn't he die a long time ago? Who else could it be but him? Zhang Dai asked back, leaving the others speechless. Indeed, the strongest person I have ever seen in the Dark Secret Realm is Lu Sheng. Several people exchanged glances. I had some guesses in my mind. But they didn't intend to tell Song Jian. Speak. Song Jian threw the judgment to the ground. Who is it? All the professionals are in the square. Those who have completed the game should also be among them. Just then, a cold voice with its own reverberation came from the back of the crowd. Song Jian, what do you mean by causing trouble in our guild's territory? The crowd made way. A man came out wearing silver-white armor, carrying a two-handed giant sword nearly 2 meters long on his shoulder. His hair has turned white and he has a square face. His steps were steady, each one carrying a sense of pressure. Song Jian wanted to continue to lose his temper. But when he saw the person coming, he was blinded. This person is the third strongest person in Xingai City. The president of the Spark Guild, the Black Knight Su Xingguo. Su. President Su. Song Jian's arrogant voice just now disappeared. Su Xingguo walked up to Song Jian. Song Jian is nearly 1.9 meters tall, but he is still a head shorter than Su Xingguo. Moreover, Su Xingguo did not come alone. Following behind were many senior professionals. I was wondering who was so brave as to injure my 2 captains on my own territory. So it's you, Song Jian. Okay, okay. Song Jian was stunned. Injured the 2 captains? Who else can do it except you? Su Xingguo gritted his teeth. The members of the Spark Guild also looked at him with hatred. I didn't. Song Jian waved his hands repeatedly. What do you mean by hurting the captain? I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything. Su Xingguo's voice was cold. Really? I slept in the boneyard all day. If you don't believe me, ask them. Song Jian pointed behind him. He wanted Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan to testify for him. It turned out that the location pointed to was empty. Wang Hao and Lu Ruyan had already slipped into the crowd and hid because they were afraid of being taken out on by others. Shit! Song Jian suddenly felt something was wrong. Su Xingguo's face turned black. Song Jian. The Spark Guild and the Emperor Guild have always kept to themselves. Today, you dared to hurt Lin Ran, the leader of our pioneering team, and Lu Lei, the leader of our training team. I have to give an explanation to my brothers. As he spoke, Su Xingguo grabbed the giant sword and approached Song Jian step by step. The giant sword dragged a deep mark on the ground. It's not me. I didn't do it. Song Jian retreated desperately. There was no trace of his previous arrogance towards other professionals. Also using heavy weapons. But the other party's aura was far greater than his. Do you think I'm a fool? Su Xingguo put a sword on Song Jian's shoulder. Song Jian's legs went weak and he knelt down. It really wasn't me. I swear. Song Jian was about to cry, how dare I touch your people, President Su? Humph, there's no point in pretending. Su Xingguo pressed the tip of his sword against Song Jian's neck. You crippled Lu Lei's hand, so I'll chop off yours too. But I'm a fair-minded person. I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. If you beat me, I'll let you go and I'll forgive you for what happened. If you lose, you'll have to keep your right hand. Su Xingguo thrust the giant sword in front of him. The sword pierced into the ground. The earth trembled. The surrounding crowd was frightened by the momentum and dispersed instantly. Leave a space of about 20 meters. Song Jian was completely dumbfounded. How could a level 43 heavy armored warrior who had just completed his second transformation possibly be a match for a Black Knight who was about to complete his third transformation? What a fair duel! It's clearly bullying. Moreover, it's something I've never done before. Song Jian tried to defend himself again. Su Xingguo was already impatient. Take up your weapon, or you'll lose an arm. Chairman Su, we can discuss this. Song Jian broke out in a cold sweat. If one of your hands is cut off, your combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. I've offended a lot of people over the years. If I really got my hand chopped off, Lin Tianese will definitely abandon me. And he will become the target of public criticism. Su Xingguo already grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands. Give up, hey? Leave your arm, and let this matter end here. Just when he was about to take action, the portal to the dark secret realm emitted a brilliant light. 3 dark shadows appeared in the light. The light was so bright that no one could open their eyes. When the light faded, the blue vortex in the secret portal had disappeared and turned into a transparent stone arch. And standing in front of the portal were Lu Sheng and the other two. Chapter 77. After Lu Sheng and the other two appeared, Su Xingguo stopped moving. The light just now was a special treatment for those who passed the dark secret realm. Lu Sheng rubbed his shoulders, still in shock, and said, "The dungeon is quite humane. It gave us time to pick up equipment. What else can I say? You really are risking your life." Lin Ruoxiu's face looked a little ugly. It was obvious that he had just experienced quite a shock. At this time, the three of them came to their senses. Song Jian was seen kneeling on the ground, facing a tall, white-haired old man. Lu Sheng took in the scene. Gave a thumbs up to Song Jian. "You don't look like a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so respectful to the elderly and the young." Song Jian's eyes widened. The one who cleared the dungeon was actually Lu Sheng. This kid doesn't play by the rules and didn't even go to the burial ground. He was forced to sleep for 4 hours in the burial ground. At this time, Song Jian also came to his senses. He stood up, pointed at Lu Sheng and shouted, "President Su." He might have been the one who did this. Su Xingguo frowned. Just a glare and the insight technique was used. Name, Lu Sheng. Level, 28. Occupation, unemployed. What? Jobless. Su Xingguo thought his insight had failed. He looked at Lin Ruoxiu again. Name, Lin Ruoxiu. Level, 27. Occupation, S-class cleric. Finally it was a light rain. Name, Xiaoyu. Level, 27. Occupation, D-rank archer. Su Xingguo's face darkened. He kicked Song Jian in the chest. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Song Jian was kicked to the ground and slid 3 meters to his knees. Lu Lei, the leader of the power training team, is a level 45 A-rank card master. Lin Ran, the leader of the pioneering group, is a level 50 S-class magic swordsman. Su Xingguo roared, "How could 3 little guys under level 30 have seriously injured them? You look down on my Spark Guild." Song Jian got up with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. "President Su, this guy is very strange. The words haven't been finished yet. Su Xingguo's giant sword has already chopped down. Ah! Song Jian's right upper arm was cut off. The arm fell to the ground. Blood splattered at the broken part. He covered his only remaining broken arm, knelt on the ground and howled to the sky, his voice extremely miserable. Su Xingguo put the sword back on his back. He said sternly, "From today on, all members of the Emperor Guild are blacklisted. Don't let them set foot in our dungeon's jurisdiction." "Yes." The members of the Spark Guild behind him responded in unison. Su Xingguo waved his hand and said, "Throw this trash out." Several guild members immediately stepped forward, lifted up Song Jian and dragged him out. Song Jian was still shouting, "Su Xingguo! You will die a miserable death." But no one listened to him anymore. The method used to deal with Song Jian was simple and crude. Lu Sheng was impressed after seeing this. Although, he didn't know what happened. Su Xingguo walked up to Lu Sheng and the other two. He put on a kind smile. "You 3 young friends, you're incredible. You've already cleared the Dark Realm at such a young age." He offered his hand. He first shook hands with Lin Ruoxiu. "This lady must be the captain, right? She is truly as capable as any man." Then he shook hands with Xiaoyu and said, "You are amazing, little girl." Xiaoyu's face had turned pale. How could she not know Su Xingguo? In the past, I would definitely jump out to take credit and hope that the president would remember my name. Now, she only hated herself for not being invisible. Thank you." Xiaoyu stammered back. Su Xingai's focus was obviously not on her, he was just going through the motions. Finally it was Lu Sheng's turn. Su Xingguo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, although you are still an unemployed person, the fact that you can complete the level with the team shows that you have great potential." Lu Sheng was a little confused by his enthusiasm. How come the ruthless guy who just broke someone's arm suddenly turned into a kind old grandfather? And it seems that the other party is of high status? So many people from the Spark Guild came. At last, Su Xingguo looked at Lin Ruoxiu again. He said sincerely, "Miss, are you interested in joining our Spark Guild? With your talent, you will definitely receive the best training in our guild." Lin Ruoxiu shook her head and said, "No, thank you for your kindness, Grandpa. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Xiao." Xiao started and looked up. Zhao Yun was looking at himself with joy. "It's really you." Zhao Yun pushed through the crowd and ran in front of them. He placed his hand on Xiao's shoulder and said to Su Xingguo politely, "President. This is Gu Xiao, a member of the third group of the power training team. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be able to lead the team through the secret realm." Xiao lowered her head and cursed Zhao Yun 1,000 times in her heart. The smile on Lu Sheng's face also disappeared. "President? What good could come of the Spark Guild's president showing up here?" Su Xingguo hesitated for a moment. "Is she from the training group?" Lu Sheng was initially looking for someone to team up with, but because he had offended Songjian, no one was willing to team up with him, so he hired a power leveler. Su Xingguo snorted coldly. Songjian really treats this as the territory of the Emperor Guild. He turned to Xiao and softened his tone. How could such a talent stay in the power training group and be assigned to Group 3? The third group is professionals with the lowest business capabilities. When Lin Ran wakes up, I'll tell him to transfer you to the pioneering group. Xiao lowered her head and didn't dare to say a word. Zhao Yun patted Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, "Why are you still standing there? Thank the president." Xiao forced a smile and said, thank you, president." Zhao Yun was a little confused. "Xiao, aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you like this today? Maybe she got scared in the dungeon." Su Xingguo waved his hand and said, "Don't scare her." He looked at Lin Ruoxiu again. "Miss, are you interested in joining the Spark Guild?" Lin Ruoxiu thought for a moment. "You can join, but I hope the president can agree to one condition." Su Xingguo chuckled, "Whatever you say, as long as I can do it." Lin Ruoxiu was about to speak when Lu Sheng noticed her intention. He pulled her, took a step forward and said with a smile, "President, I'm sorry, we still have to prepare for the college entrance examination and don't have time to join any guild for the time being." "Oh? You haven't taken the college entrance examination yet?" Su Xingguo was stunned. The strength of these two people has exceeded that of 80% of social professionals in Xingai City. Still just a high school student? Su Xingguo thought about it. The person who can pass the dark secret realm must be at least a college student at the 911 level. You will definitely be successful if you come out. This kind of potential stock needs to be invested in advance. Since we have to take the college entrance examination, let's just make friends. During the time you prepare for the college entrance exam, the Spark Guild's secret realms are open to you for free." Lu Sheng bowed and said, "Thank you, President." Lin Ruoxiu's face looked very ugly. She originally wanted President Su to promise not to pursue the matter of Lu Sheng hurting Lin Ran and Lu Lei, but was stopped by Lu Sheng. In this situation, how could they dare to come to the Starfire copy again?